Chapter 461. Songjia realized that this demon was even more powerful than the little red scorpion queen. And it was obvious that the big red scorpion queen was coming. He said lightly, "It seems that the big red scorpion queen is coming. Do you need my help?" Branky asked. "I can do it alone." It was very easy for Songjia to kill a monarch-level monster. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned the contracted beast Xiaoyinji. Help Dad to deal with it. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, he flew in the direction of the big red scorpion queen. "It seems to be only at the commander level? Is it a match for the red scorpion queen?" Branky asked worriedly. "It was a commander just now. But not now." Songjia smiled. Heidi was fighting with the little red scorpion queen. And she couldn't kill the little red scorpion queen at all. At the same time, the little red scorpion queen injured Heidi badly. Heidi's chest and arms were covered with bloodstains. And it was obvious that she was injured by the little red scorpion queen in the battle just now. Songjia had seen Heidi's frank appearance, so he didn't care much about the full moon on his chest. Branky shook his head. Heidi still can't break through. Breakthrough requires an opportunity. Although this time is an opportunity, it is not suitable for Heidi. Maybe it's because we are by her side. She can't feel the feeling of death in her heart, Songjia said. Branky didn't say anything, looking at Heidi. And I don't know what she was thinking. This guy has strength, but poor practical experience. Songjia saw that Heidi's fighting was very stereotyped. Branky nodded. They spend most of their time in the Alpine Academy, and they have too little time to come out for training. It's because your Alpine Academy protects them too well, Songjia said. Branky nodded again. She didn't deny this, because even she didn't want these girls to take risks. I will mention this to Dean Perry when I go back. Branky also gained a lot from this trip. Heidi is very strong, and she is invincible among the high level. But she also has many shortcomings. Songjia. Heidi can't hold on any longer. Go and help her, said Bran. She also knew that Songjia and Heidi had conflicts. And as a mentor, she naturally wanted them to be good friends. Songjia nodded. And the big red scorpion queen had little Yinji over there, so he didn't need to care. The demons who could become sub-monarchs basically fought their way out. Therefore, the little red scorpion queen was much stronger than Heidi in actual combat. Even though Heidi had extremely strong strength, she was like a lamb to be slaughtered in front of the cunning demons. The little red scorpion queen had a human upper body and a scorpion lower body. It had hidden its tail before, leading it to give Heidi a fatal blow. Heidi just exposed a flaw. The little red scorpion queen seized the opportunity, and the scorpion's tail kept getting longer, sneaking into the sand pile quietly, and suddenly appeared behind Heidi. Heidi noticed the movement, but when she turned around, she knew she found it too late. The sharp scorpion tail suddenly stabbed, and if it was hit, Heidi would probably be head exploded. At this moment, Heidi felt the space around her change, and then a big hand hugged her thin waist. Instantly, she was protected by Songjia behind her, and at the same time, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The scorpion tail stabbed, but the next moment, it didn't move at all. And it couldn't move. Break. Songjia said 2 words, and the scorpion tail suddenly broke, and the green mucus spilled all over the ground. The scorpion tail broke, and the little red scorpion queen roared, and its vicious eyes stared at Songjia closely. Damn human. You don't keep your word. Songjia said, you can't even deal with a sub-monarch. And your cultivation is as good as a dog? You? Although Heidi was very dissatisfied. If Songjia hadn't saved her just now, she would have died. Die. Songjia ignored Heidi, and after a low shout, the power of space crushed the little red scorpion queen. Even superclass mages were not his opponents. Not to mention that this was a sub-monarch. The power of space crushed over, and the little red scorpion queen had not yet reacted, and was immediately dismembered. Songjia looked over, and saw a spirit emerging from the body of the little red scorpion queen. What a pity. This is not a perfect spirit. It is a sub-monarch residual spirit. Songjia thought to himself, fortunately, there is still a monarch. Heidi felt very bad when she saw Songjia kill a sub-monarch, because she didn't get any advantage when she fought with it just now. In comparison, Songjia's strength was too strong. Heidi secretly made up her mind to make up for her shortcomings, at least when facing the sub-monarch again. This situation will not happen again. Heidi looked at Songjia, palm holding her waist. Have you hugged enough? Songjia let go of his hand and said, I didn't pay attention. I didn't pay attention. Are you okay? Concubine Bran came over and asked. Heidi shook her head. I go over there and take a look. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Heidi was furious when she saw Song Jia running away in disgrace. However, she was not really angry because the other party saved her just now. Branky said, just now. He saw that you were in danger and came to save you immediately. Him. Heidi was a little unconvinced. After all, when she fought with the little red scorpion queen before, the other party said such cruel words. Branky said, could the teacher lie to you? Heidi hesitated, and then responded again. Branky sighed in her heart. He did this for the relationship between Song Jia and Heidi to improve. Soon, Song Jia came to Xiao Yanji, and the little red scorpion queen had been beaten by Xiao Yanji to only one breath left. A small monarch. The demons that Xiao Yanji had encountered before were much stronger than the big red scorpion queen. Kill it. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, Xiao Yanji took action instantly and ended the life of the big red scorpion queen. Monarch level is good. He walked over and used the bracelet to collect the essence of the red scorpion. Monarch level essence is in hand. Song Jia knew that he would definitely encounter more than one monarch level this time, so he was looking forward to the next harvest. Solved? Branky's voice sounded from behind. Song Jia turned around and nodded. Branky and Heidi looked at the dead big red scorpion on the ground and were not surprised. Branky asked, where are we going next? Let's go to Cairo first. Song Jia said the destination. He remembered that there seemed to be a snake mountain there, and there were quite a few commander-level monsters. Branky nodded. Afterwards, Song Jia took away the characteristic parts of the two monsters, and then he could exchange them with Finner for rewards. 10 million for a commander level 1. 1 billion for a monarch level 1. In just a short while, he made 1 billion and 10 million. This trip to Egypt was not in vain. What's more, he got a monarch level spirit. Let's continue on our journey. Song Jia was even more looking forward to what was to come. Afterwards, he summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, and both Bran and Heidi came on its back. After all, the journey took too long, so Song Jia decided to let the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle take them over. Chapter 462. With two beauties as his companions, Song Jia did not feel bored along the way. Just like now, the strong wind in front of them blew over their bodies, and even their clothes swayed in the wind. The long skirt worn by concubine Bran was also fluttering in the wind, and you could vaguely see the color inside. Song Jia is a serious person, so he did not do such immoral things. Well, it's all because of the strong wind. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle has reached the level of a great commander, and its speed is much faster than before. They flew for an hour or two, and they were only halfway to Cairo. During this period, they also encountered many snakes and scorpions. Snakes and scorpion monsters. But these were all minions, so they didn't care. Their goal is the commander level, monarch level, and even the emperor level. A team of people was walking in the desert, and someone suddenly pointed to the sky. Look at the sky. Everyone looked up and saw the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. It's a commander level Orra. Fortunately, it didn't attack us. The leader of the team said, it's not that they won't attack us. It should be someone else's summoned beast. Someone suddenly said. At this time, everyone saw three figures on the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. Teacher, what level of summoned beast is this Orra? A student asked. The Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief. This is too awesome. Are they heading the same direction as us? It seems so. The person leading the way said, it seems that they have to pass through Snake Mountain. It's very dangerous there. There are many commander-level monsters. If they go there like this, they will definitely be in danger. Humph. You like to show off. You don't know how you will die when the time comes. A male student suddenly said. No one spoke anymore. They hurried on their own. Song Jia and others sped up a bit, and soon saw Snake Mountain in the distance. It should be there, Song Jia said, as he looked at Snake Mountain in the distance. As the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle approached, it was immediately locked by several eyes. So Song Jia dared to be sure. I can sense that there are quite a few commanders here, Branky said with a frown. Although with her current cultivation, she can definitely kill the commanders. But if there are many commanders, it will not be so easy to kill them. Song Jia said, you can kill as many as you can at that time. Anyway, they all belong to you. But be careful. I may not be able to take care of you. Branky nodded. If it was just the commanders, It would not threaten her and Heidi. Go and kill yours. Don't worry about us. Branky didn't want them to be a burden to Songjia. The other party agreed to come with him, which was very good. So they didn't want to trouble Songjia again. Songjia responded. Then he said, should we play a big one first? What do you mean? Songjia smiled and said, take down the entire Snake Mountain. Branky is a super level master. And with Heidi, she can help him kill a lot of monsters. As long as you want to do it, we will follow you. Brang Concubine expressed her attitude. Songjia had so many cards in his hand anyway. Okay. Songjia nodded and dialed Finner's number. This is a satellite phone. And there is a signal no matter where you are. I am Songjia. What's wrong? Finner's voice came from the other side. We have just dealt with a sub-monarch and a monarch. You prepare the money. Songjia said. Ah. Finner's reaction arc is a bit long. Songjia asked, do you need me to repeat it again? I have heard it just now. Finner didn't expect Songjia to move so quickly. She continued, I will ask someone to prepare it right away. Don't worry. Songjia smiled and said, let's talk about another project. What project? Finner asked curiously. Is there a Snake Mountain near Cairo? Songjia asked. Finner responded. Yes. Songjia said. If I help you take care of this Snake Mountain, how about giving me an extra 2 billion? So you are at the Snake Mountain now? Finner asked. Songjia nodded. Yes. We are going to Cairo first. But I didn't expect to see so many demons here. This Snake Mountain is a big threat to your Cairo. Right? I think 2 billion is worth it. Songjia smiled. Wait for me. As soon as Finner finished speaking, there was a noisy discussion over there. Heidi looked at Songjia and felt that this guy was really good at making money. He was simply obsessed with money. Finner said. We have already discussed it here. If you can really take down the Snake Mountain, we will give you 2 billion. The Snake Mountain is still a big threat to Cairo. After all, there are many demons living there. What's more, there are monarchs. There are also many commanders. If Songjia can solve it, they are willing to spend money to solve it. Let me make it clear first. The previous prices were all based on Chinese currency. Songjia emphasized. We know. Then we have a happy cooperation. Songjia nodded with satisfaction. You can send someone to take over now. So soon? Finner was a little surprised. When you arrive, we should be almost done here. Songjia replied. At this time, Finner looked at the senior executives around him and nodded. After a while, both parties hung up the phone. Is this Songjia really that capable? Someone asked. He just told me on the phone. And you heard it. He has killed a commander level and a monarch level. Finner said. My people have gone to find the bodies of the 2 demons. And I believe there will be news soon. No one was talking. They are also busy with the demons now. If someone can lend a hand, it can also alleviate their urgent needs. After Songjia hung up the phone, he looked at Blanche. I take 70%. And you take 30%. Do you have any objection? Ah! Now it was Blanche and Heidi's turn to be surprised. 30%. That's 600 million. They didn't expect Songjia to give them so much. This 600 million is already a huge sum of money for their Alpine Academy. Songjia said, I can't let you help for nothing. But it's too much. Blanche said. Songjia smiled. So you have to work hard next time. Now 600 million is nothing to him. He can get a monarch level spirit and sell it for tens of billions. And this 600 million is not even as good as a commander level spirit. He used it to improve Blanche's favor. Songjia. On behalf of Alpine Academy, thank you again. Blanche stood up and bowed to Songjia. When Songjia walked over and was about to help Branky up, he saw something incredible. This scale is really white. He really didn't see it on purpose. It was all a mistake. Songjia hurriedly said, Teacher Branky, you don't have to be polite. This little money is really nothing to me. As long as I can help you, it's fine. Chapter 463. No matter what, we will remember what you did for Alpine Academy, Branky said seriously. Heidi, who was standing next to him, had some hatred towards Songjia before, but considering his good status towards Alpine Academy, she stopped being angry with him for the time being. Songjia nodded, and then looked at Snake Mountain not far away. He smiled and said, We may have a big battle next. Are you ready? Ready. Heidi answered first. What Branky and Songjia said before was not wrong. Her actual combat experience was really too poor. Therefore, she also wanted to train herself in more actual combat. At least when facing demons that could be killed. She could easily kill them. Branky asked. What are your plans next? Songjia said. I need you to attract all the demons below the commander level. Before, he wanted Branky and Heidi to deal with the commander level. After all, there was money to be made if they were killed. But now they get more money than killing the commander level. So he didn't let them go. Leave it to us. Branky nodded. This matter was not difficult for them. Then I leave it to you. Songjia sent them down as soon as he finished speaking. You go and attract their attention first. I will go directly into Snake Mountain later. Branky nodded. They were not worried about Songjia's safety. After all, he had an emperor-level beast in his hand. Soon, Branky and Heidi had already fought with the monsters in Snake Mountain. There were too many monsters here. Even if Songjia wanted to kill them, he might not be able to kill them in a short time. And it would be troublesome if they were entangled. So they simply let the two of them attract the main force. And he came to the old nest of Snake Mountain to train soldiers. Songjia now has many summoned beasts. But they all lack combat experience. And the current situation is very suitable for improving their combat experience. If Songjia wants to cultivate a strong team of summoned beasts, he must start from the most basic. When he was in the Egyptian pyramids before, he also pulled them out for training. Compared to before, his summons have improved a lot. All the elves flew out of the summoning gate. Although they were small, they had great power. Sulu was the leader of the elves. He stood in the middle of the team and led them to fight. Songjia said, let the thunder attribute elves condense the thunder and lightning array. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaolu received the order. And the commander level and general level thunder attribute elves immediately completed a huge electric net. The electric net was like a huge fishing net, spreading towards the monsters. Whether it was the slave level or the general level, as long as it touched this electric net, it would become a charcoal. And Songjia clones were quick to shuttle among the monsters, constantly collecting the remaining souls and spirits of the monsters. Soon, Songjia opened a gap, thanks to the main force attracted by the concubine of Bran. Therefore, the commander-level leaders not far away also noticed the situation on Songjia's side. At this time, the commander level of Shishan came over, but the condensed electric net stopped them. One of the dark red male snakes wanted to break through the electric net, but when it touched it, it screamed. The other commanders saw this and quickly retreated. Take it. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, the thunder attribute elves closed the electric net and immediately captured the dark red male snake. The purple lightning kept whipping the dark red male snake's body. It could do nothing but wail. After the other dark red male snakes reacted, they rushed towards Songjia. There are also commander-level elves among these elves, but they are not as strong as the dark red male snakes of these great commanders. But they are numerous, so they are not afraid of the other party at all. Kill them! Songjia waved his hand, like a general, commanding his subordinates to charge forward. I think it won't take long for his group of elves to reach the monarch level. As long as he kills enough commander level and monarch level monsters, their chances of promotion will be greater, because the situation here is more serious than that of Bran's concubine. Other commanders also gathered around. Songjia looked over and saw a giant snake with a pair of horns coiled not far away. The pupils of this snake are not yellow, but black, which means that it relies on mental attacks. Big-horned snake? Songjia quickly thought of the other party's identity. The curse of this kind of snake is very strong. If it is cursed, his summoned beast team may be severely damaged. Songjia figure flashed. He immediately came to the back of those dark red big male snakes. Before the big male horned snake could react, it was instantly strangled by a force of space. It died, and it didn't even know who killed it. Oh my god! Songjia showed a happy expression. He didn't expect it to be a perfect spirit. 800 million in hand. However, when he came here, he seemed to be locked by something. Songjia looked around, but couldn't find the other party's position. The guy nearby should be the Snake King of this Snake Mountain. Songjia thought to himself. If you don't come out, I will force you to come out. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, the constellations emerged, and 3 huge seals of rubbing appeared above his head. At this time, Bran and Heidi also saw the situation on Songjia's side. 3 seals of rubbing. Heidi also has the chaos system, but she can't do 3 seals of rubbing. Heidi, the demons over there are coming again. We can't be distracted, Bran said. Heidi nodded, feeling that the gap with Song Jia was really not a little bit. And she might not catch up in this life. Maybe in the next life. I can't catch up. The appearance of 3 seals of Ruiji means that Song Jia is releasing 3 magics for every 1 magic. Facing so many demons, Song Jia takes the most effective attack. Explosion, Golden Rain. Although the attack range of Explosion Golden Rain is not as good as that of Light Falling, it is more powerful, and does not consume much magic energy. What's more, releasing 1 Explosion Golden Rain is equivalent to releasing 3, which completely makes up for the range problem. In an instant, countless demons died in the Golden Rain curtain. The Snake King hiding in the dark finally couldn't hold back, and came to Song Jia secretly. Song Jia had already discovered the other party, and was waiting for the other party to take the bait. In a short while, thousands of female and male snakes died here. The Snake King finally couldn't help it. It twisted its huge body, and suddenly emerged from behind Song Jia. Just waiting for you to come out. Song Jia flashed, and avoided the attack of the Snake King. Monarch level. Song Jia smiled slightly. I want your spirit. This is a female snake, but its body is extremely huge. Twice as big as the black and red commander level 1. The crimson snake scales are particularly conspicuous under the sunlight. At this time, the crimson female snake attacked Song Jia. Chapter 464. Did I ask you to come over? As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, a huge spatial force suddenly slapped the area of the crimson mother snake. The side of the crimson mother snake was suddenly slapped, and it fell out suddenly. Song Jia thought to himself, it seems that if you want to use the space system to kill the monarch level, you have to turn into a demon. The crimson mother snake was furious. This human actually slapped it in the face. I can't tolerate it. The crimson mother snake attacked again, but was slapped away by Song Jia again. This happened one after another. The fate of the crimson mother snake remained unchanged. Song Jia was not in a hurry to kill it. If the crimson mother snake died, the other demons here might also escape. So if he wanted to wipe out all the demons here, he couldn't let the crimson mother snake die too early. The 2 blood teeth of the crimson mother snake were broken by Song Jia, and it looked extremely miserable. I give you 2 choices. Either stand there or come and get beaten, Song Jia said. The big red mother snake is a monarch. Of course she can understand what Song Jia said. It's just that it's angry. Without saying anything, the big red mother snake attacked Song Jia again. Song Jia took a breath. I didn't expect that your snake actually has attributes. It looks very similar to Mu Tinjing. Then, the big red mother snake was slapped away by him again. Although the big Yinhong mother snake is also a monarch, it is just a medium monarch. Be honest, Song Jia said in a low voice. And the big Yinhong mother snake was furious. It has been here for so long, and has never suffered such a great humiliation. Squeak! Squeak! The big Yinhong mother snake roared, as if it wanted to fight to the death with Song Jia. Noisy! As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he summoned Xiao He, and after helping it to improve its realm, the other party immediately arrived in the shadow of the big Yinhong mother snake. In an instant, the other party suddenly became obedient and motionless. Finally quiet. Song Jia just promoted Xiao He to the level of Supreme Monarch, and it was easy to control this middle monarch. Xiao He, let the demons from Branky come over, Song Jia ordered Xiao He. After receiving the order, Xiao He immediately summoned some of those demons through the red mother snake. Die! Song Jia completed the bursting golden rain in just a thought. So in an instant, the whole area was covered with golden rain. When the golden rain fell, any demons that were touched would be directly penetrated. At this time, the demon corpses on the desert were several meters thick. Another batch of spirits entered the account. Song Jia was very happy. Teacher, it seems that there are fewer and fewer demons here, Heidi suddenly said. Branky nodded, and she also noticed this situation. Those demons are all heading towards Song Jia. Will he be in danger? Heidi said. Bran said, it shouldn't be. If there is danger, he may have summoned the Emperor-level creature. Heidi nodded. She didn't know why she suddenly cared about this bad guy. There are fewer demons on our side. After solving them, we can join him, Bran said. Heidi responded. After this battle, her actual combat skills have improved a lot. But it's not enough. Song Jia has gained a lot. He looked at the spirits in the bracelet world. There are too many, which is really dazzling. When he was in Jinbei Pass before, he killed a lot of undeads. and those spirits are still in his hands. But the monarch-level spirits were given to Basha and Tingsha, leaving only the spirits below the commander level. Merge them all for me. Song Jie gave the bracelet an order. With so many residual spirits, I don't know how many perfect spirits can be fused. Song Jie is looking forward to it. The demons in Snake Mountain can't stand the siege of Song Jie and his summoned beasts. At this time, the demons in Snake Mountain have been almost killed. Only a few commanders are still holding on. But it won't be long before they can't hold on. Xiao He, collect the spirit. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Xiao He controlled the big Crimson Mother Snake to commit suicide. Then, a spirit in the shape of a big Crimson Mother Snake appeared on its body. And this big Crimson Mother Snake seemed to hate Song Jie and wanted to pounce on him and cut him into pieces. But Song Jie would not give him this opportunity, and quickly put it into the bracelet. Now he has 2 more monarch-level spirits in his hand, and he doesn't know if he can upgrade Tingsha and Basha to the Emperor level. Song Jie looked at the situation over there, and then asked Xiao He to go over and finish it. Those commander-level spirits were no match, and they all died in the hands of the elves. These 7 commander-level spirits exploded with 2 perfect commander-level spirits, which is not bad. So, this time the harvest is 3 commander-level spirits and 1 monarch-level spirit. At this time, Branky and Heidi also came to Song Jie. When they saw the corpses on the ground, they were a little surprised. After all, these corpses could be piled up into a small mountain, and there were many commander-level demons among them. How did this guy practice? Heidi thought to herself. Others of his age could not do this. You are here? Are you not injured? Song Jie asked. Bran Concubine shook her head. We are only at the general level and slave level, which is not a big threat to us. Song Jie nodded, and then took pictures of the leader level and monarch level demons. Bran Concubine and Heidi knew what Song Jie was doing, so they didn't say anything. In less than an hour, Song Jie killed 8 commander level and 1 monarch level, and got another 1.8 billion. In addition, there was 2 billion promised by Egypt. This guy makes money too fast, Heidi said. Others may not make so much money in their lifetime, but Song Jie made more money than others could make in several lifetimes in less than a day. It even gave him the idea that it was easy to make money. But she knew that the only one who could do this was probably Song Jie. After Song Jie took the photos, he was ready to leave here, and the rest was left to the military wizard in Cairo. He took back all the elves and summoned the Ice King Wind Eagle at the same time. Let's leave here first, Song Jie said. Concubine Bran and Heidi nodded. A team entered the territory of Snake Mountain. At this time, the caravan that had seen Song Jie and his team before also met them. The leader asked, Are you going to Snake Mountain too? The leader nodded. Can you take us a ride? The leader said, We are going to Snake Mountain to perform a mission. But our chief of staff said that Snake Mountain may have disappeared, so you can pass safely. Ah! The captain of the team was startled, wondering if he had heard it wrong. He confirmed again, Commander, you just said that Snake Mountain is gone? Yes. This is not a secret, so it's okay to tell them. I just happened to pass by there, so I went to take a look. Chapter 465. Soon, the caravan and the military wizard came to the vicinity of Snake Mountain. At this time, the person who had seen the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle pointed to the sky. Why are they here? Someone asked in confusion. No one spoke, because they didn't know how to answer. The caravan followed the military wizard into the Snake Mountain. They had the military wizard leading the way, so they were not afraid. But they found that they had come to the vicinity of Snake Mountain, but no demons attacked them. It was very strange. Look! It's the corpse of the snake demon, the military wizard leading the way said. Everyone looked and saw the corpses of snake demons all over the ground. Oh my god! This student is so powerful! Someone exclaimed. There are more ahead. The military wizard walked forward quickly, looking extremely excited. It seemed as if he had killed them. Everyone followed and saw a shocking scene. Were all these snake demons killed by those people just now? Someone asked such a question. It's too outrageous. Who would have thought that so many snake monsters in Snake Mountain were actually solved by those few people just now? Teacher, what realm do you think they are in? A student asked. The instructor who was asked shook his head. He didn't know. He only knew that even if a superclass magician formed a team, they might not be able to get out alive from here. But the other party did it. Not only did they survive, but they also conquered Snake Mountain. It's incredible. Soon. The leading officer immediately called the Cairo command room. Finner had been waiting for news. But what she didn't expect was that the first call she received was from the team sent out. She thought it was Song Jie calling just now. How could a young man like him solve the problem of Snake Mountain? The male staff officer sitting next to him said indifferently. Finner didn't say anything, but chose to answer the phone. Soon. The voice of the officer came from the other side. Sir, all the demons in Snake Mountain have been eliminated. As soon as these words came out, the face of the male staff officer next to him froze, and he stood up suddenly. Say it again. Sir, all the demons in Snake Mountain have been eliminated. The voice of the officer came again. Staff officer Punk sat down in a daze. He didn't expect that the other party really did it. Finner smiled, and was very satisfied with Punk's current appearance. At the same time, he was also surprised that Song Jie would really give her a surprise. These 2 billion. It's worth spending. After all, there are such hidden dangers around a city, which may be a devastating blow at that time. So spending 2 billion to clean up a demon tribe is worth it. At this time, Song Jie also sent him pictures of demons. Each of them is a monarch level. There are also 8 commander level ones. Finner responded, and then asked someone to transfer money to Song Jie. Song Jie was in the air. And then, he heard the phone ring. I opened it, and saw that all the previous money had arrived. Add them all up. The total is 2.29 billion. At the same time, he also has to give Blanky, and the other 600 million. It's considered a way to sell goodwill. What's the matter? You look so happy. Blanky asked with a smile. She chose to follow Song Jie. And it was obviously the right choice. Heidi got promoted. And she also got sufficient funds for the Alpine Academy. Therefore, she was grateful to Song Jie in her heart. Song Jie said, the money they gave has arrived. No wonder you are so happy. Blanky also smiled. Song Jie said, when the time comes, you can give me a bank card, and I will transfer the money to your account. No need to transfer it to our account. Transfer it to the account of the Alpine Academy. Blanky said. Song Jie nodded. Then do as you say. Not long after, Song Jie, Blanky and Heidi arrived in Cairo. Finner knew that Song Jie came to Cairo, so he came out to greet them. Song Jie didn't want to meet him, but he couldn't refuse the kindness. After all, the other party was so happy to pay. So they met. After meeting, Finner was full of gratitude. Officer Finner, you should have something else to do with me. Right? Song Jie asked. Finner smiled and nodded. She and Shao Jie were friends, so she didn't beat around the bush. Finner said. The Chinese undead came to Egypt. You should know about this. Right? She knew about this. And it seemed to be caused by Jinbei Pass. Finner also found out that Song Jie was involved and made great contributions. I know. I followed them before. Song Jie didn't hide anything from Finner. Finner nodded heavily, as if he saw hope. They are now facing the invasion of demons in Egypt, and the situation is very critical. Perhaps they can unite with the Chinese undead to fight against the Egyptian undead. Then, Finner spoke frankly and expressed his thoughts. I've made note of this. I tell you later. Song Jie said. Thank you. Finner thanked him sincerely. Song Jie knew that Finner, like Han Ji and others, was a patriotic person who wanted to protect his people. You're welcome. We are a cooperative relationship. Song Jie smiled. He finally had such a chance to make money. Thanks to Finner. Finally, Finner left because of something. Song Jie. Where are we going next? Asked the concubine. They followed Song Jie and always followed his arrangements. Let's go to Cairo to see if there is anything profitable. And then go and make this money. Song Jie said. I'm going to catch Apas. It's just right to take over the bounty pool of Medusa's tears. This bounty pool is higher than the price Finner offered him before. A total of 3.5 billion. As long as they get Medusa's tears, the 3.5 billion will be theirs. Although he had read the original novel, he had forgotten some of the content, so he needed to go to the Hunter Union. Song Jie asked, do you two want to find a place to rest, or continue to follow me? Where are you going? Bran asked. Song Jie replied, I want to go to the Hunter Union to see if there are any money-making tasks there. Bran looked at Heidi and said, I won't go to the Hunter Union. I let Heidi go with you. Bran did this to ease the conflict between Song Jie and Heidi. Heidi had changed her mind about Song Jie because of the previous incident, so she didn't refuse. Then let's go together. But I find a hotel for you to stay first, Songjia said. Bran nodded. Then, after Songjia arranged Bran, he took Heidi to the Hunter Union. The Hunter Union in Cairo is very magnificent and domineering. After all, it is the capital, and there are many people coming in and out. Songjia has completed many bounty missions, so he is now only one step away from becoming a 7-star Hunter Master. Dear 6-star Hunter Master, my name is Anna, and I will be responsible for receiving you. Anna is graceful, with a protruding chest and a faint whiteness on her chest. Chapter 466. When Anna serves Songjia, does she always show her cleavage, as if to please him? I heard that you have a huge bounty. Songjia implanted the theme. Anna nodded. We do have a huge bounty. But so far, everyone who wants to complete it has died. Tell me about it. Songjia crossed his legs. What kind of beauties has he not seen? So Anna can't seduce him at all. This huge bounty is to obtain Medusa's tears. And Medusa is not so easy to find, let alone so easy to deal with. Anna said, so Master Hunter, you have to think clearly if you want to do this bounty. Songjia nodded. He naturally knew the danger, but he was not afraid at all now. The Black Dragon Emperor is in hand. The Ancient King is in hand. Unless the other party is as powerful as him, he is not afraid. Anna saw that Songjia had made up his mind, so she didn't continue to persuade him. Songjia handed Anna a bank card. Help me collect Medusa's recent whereabouts. At the same time, I also need a desert map. You can buy it directly if you have any information. Seeing this, Anna took the bank card. Master Hunter, don't worry. I will help you collect the information you need. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and left the reception room. Heidi on the side was surprised, but she didn't expect Songjia to be a 6-star Hunter Master. I have talked about it in school before. Hunters are divided into many levels, and a 6-star Hunter Master is already very powerful. And he is so young. He has seen 6-star or even 7-star Hunter Masters before. But those people are either middle-aged or old. How can there be such a young 6-star Hunter Master? But Songjia is. Songjia also saw Heidi's surprised expression. Didn't you expect me to be a 6-star Hunter Master? Bran Concubine nodded. Do you want to hear why I became a 6-star Hunter Master? Songjia said. Heidi looked at him, thought for a while, and finally nodded. She was indeed curious. After all, such a young 6-star Hunter Master must have done a great bounty to achieve such an achievement. Do you know the drowning curse? Songjia looked at Heidi and asked. Heidi nodded in a daze, and then seemed to understand something. Bran Concubine had mentioned this matter to her before, saying that the drowning curse incident had been resolved. You did it? Heidi looked at Songjia in disbelief. The latter smiled and nodded. Heidi didn't expect that it was really him who did it. Do you want to register a hunter to play with it? Songjia asked. If you complete this bounty, you may also get a Hunter Master. Heidi thought about it, and finally shook her head. It's useless for me to get the Hunter Master. At least there is one more item in my resume. Right? Songjia smiled. Heidi looked at Songjia, and suddenly felt that this person was not so annoying. Forget it. I'm not interested in these. Heidi knew that it would be useless for her to take it. But Songjia was different. Whatever you want. Songjia didn't care. At this moment, Anna suddenly opened the door and walked in from outside. Anna smiled and said, Master Hunter, I spent 10 million to buy you a lot of information. Then, he told Songjia what information he bought and how much he paid. Songjia listened to Anna saying so much information and nodded, which was almost the same as what was said in the original book. I leave the card with you. If there is any latest news, please contact me in time. Anna nodded. If there is any latest news, I will notify you with the Flying Eagle. Songjia responded and left with Heidi. Heidi looked at Songjia next to her and felt that this person was different from the people of the same age she met. Songjia was more mature, more stable, and had his own ideas, as if he had surpassed them. What are you thinking about? Songjia saw Heidi thinking and asked aloud. Nothing. Heidi shook her head immediately. There is a restaurant over there. Let's go there for dinner first. Songjia said in a restaurant not far away. They had not had a good meal along the way. Heidi nodded. What about my teacher? We pack her a portion when the time comes. Songjia said. Heidi responded and followed Songjia to the restaurant. After the two of them sat down at the restaurant, Song Jia handed the menu to Heidi like a gentleman. Do you see if there's anything you like to eat? Heidi was startled. He felt that Song Jia was very different from before. This guy was so hateful before. But now, he seems like a different person. Is there nothing you like to eat? Song Jia asked. I haven't looked yet. Heidi was just daydreaming and forgot to look at the menu. Let me introduce it to you. Song Jia came over. This is a Chinese restaurant. So he knows what's delicious. Heidi looked at Song Jia and suddenly remembered what happened in the cave. This guy not only saw her naked, he also kissed her. When she thought of this, she felt a little angry. But thinking of what they had experienced together, Heidi no longer had that feeling towards Song Jia. You haven't eaten Chinese food yet, right? Song Jia asked. Heidi nodded. They all eat vegetarian food at the Alpine Academy. So they can't cook any dishes on weekdays. Song Jia asked, do you eat vegetarian or meat? I'm a vegetarian. Don't you want to try meat? It's really delicious. Song Jia said seriously. I don't eat it. Song Jia nodded, and then introduced Chinese vegetarian food to Heidi. The vegetarian food in Alpine Academy is too simple. Unlike China, where even vegetarian food can be made famous. Then, they ordered several signature dishes in the restaurant. The hunter girl said that this bounty is very dangerous. Do you really want to do it? Heidi said. Song Jia nodded. 3.5 billion bounty. Aren't you tempted? Heidi pondered. Although this guy is very generous. He seems to be obsessed with money. Are you concerned about me? Hearing this, a trace of panic flashed in Heidi's eyes. How is it possible? I haven't settled accounts with you for what you did before. Song Jia smiled. He had dealt with so many women. How could he not know what happened to Heidi just now? Then how are you going to settle accounts? Song Jia asked. When it comes to this topic, Heidi couldn't say it for a while. After all, she couldn't beat him. And she might not be able to beat him in this life. Song Jia said, if you can't think of it, I think of one for you. What? Heidi looked at him. It's very simple. Do you still hate me? Song Jia continued. Then you can marry me. Be my woman. Let me serve you. And then give birth to a baby for me and tire me to death. You see? Isn't this kind of revenge good? Chapter 467. It seemed to make sense to Heidi. But after thinking carefully, it seemed a little wrong. You are tricking me. Heidi quickly reacted. Song Jia smiled and said, what do you mean by tricking you? Then tell me. Does what I said make sense? You? Heidi's cheeks were slightly red. This guy was teasing her again. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. The vegetarian dishes are coming. You should try them quickly. Song Jia said. Heidi pursed her lips. This guy was still so annoying. As she said, she saw the dishes on the table, which smelled quite fragrant. They use vegetable oil. You can rest assured about this. Song Jia said. Heidi nodded. This guy was sometimes annoying. And sometimes quite good. She took a bite. And her eyes suddenly lit up. Because it was so delicious. Compared with the dishes of their Alpine Academy, these delicacies were simply delicious. She didn't feel it before. Because she was used to it. But after she ate the vegetables here, it formed a sharp contrast. Is it delicious? Heidi nodded again and took another bite. Song Jia asked, don't you know how to use chopsticks? Heidi shook her head. We either use spoons or forks to eat. So chopsticks are rarely used. Let me teach you. Song Jia walked to Heidi's side as soon as he finished speaking. You hold the chopsticks first. Heidi nodded seriously. Then, Song Jia grabbed Heidi's little hand and taught her how to hold the chopsticks. Heidi was very serious and didn't notice that Song Jia was taking advantage of her. You hold it wrong. Then how do you hold it? I correct it for you. Song Jia corrected with both hands and consolidated Heidi's way of holding chopsticks. A male waiter who came in with the dishes saw it and sighed in his heart that he had learned it. After a while, Heidi was not stupid. So she also learned to hold chopsticks. But she found that Song Jia touched her hand. And both hands together. Instantly, Heidi's whole face turned red. She hadn't noticed it just now. But now that she thought about it, this guy was taking advantage of her again. But Heidi looked at Song Jia so seriously. It seemed that he was not taking advantage of her. So she didn't say anything. But she felt that when he grabbed her hand just now, she felt her heart beating fast. It had never happened before. She didn't know what was going on. After taking advantage, Song Jia returned to his seat and ate delicious food. While eating, Heidi would secretly look at Song Jia to see how he would react. But the other party was eating seriously. He didn't notice her at all. After eating, Song Jia packed a few meals and prepared to take them back to Brand concubine. The teacher will definitely be very happy to eat these dishes, Heidi said. Song Jia nodded. It's a pity that you don't eat meat. Otherwise you can experience what Chinese food is. Heidi didn't say anything. Everyone has different beliefs. But they will stick to their own beliefs. Song Jia didn't force it. Just complained. Back to the hotel. They opened 3 rooms. Heidi said, "You take my food to the teacher. I go back and take a shower." She hasn't taken a shower for 2 or 3 days. When she came back today, she felt that her body was smelly. Song Jia nodded. Then he came to the door of Branky's room with the food. He knocked on the door. "Teacher Branky? I'm here." As soon as Branky finished speaking, Song Jia heard footsteps coming from inside. Soon, the door opened, and Branky appeared in front of Song Jia in a bathrobe. Song Jia looked and saw a huge mountain bulging out from the chest of the bathrobe, which was even bigger than Ai Tutu. It was comparable to Hui Yunlong. Song Jia said, "Heidi and I bought you some food. All Chinese vegetarian delicacies. Come in first." After saying that, Branky turned and walked towards the living room. Song Jia swallowed his saliva. Maybe it was because the bath towel was too short. Branky's lower body was really low. It seemed that something was looming. This is treating him as one of your own. Right? Song Jia walked in with the packed food, and then sat down on the sofa. "Sit down first. I blow dry your hair," Branky said. The hair dryer is not fixed, so Branky can take it to the living room to blow it. Song Jia had nothing to do, so he just waited for her. "Teacher Branky, can I help you get the food out?" Song Jia said. "Thank you so much," Branky said with a smile. However, when Song Jia took out all the food and looked at Branky, the other party, the bath towel suddenly fell down silently. Song Jia was confused. Branky was also confused. Although she knew how to use the bath towel, she rarely went out and rarely stayed in a hotel. At the same time, with her figure, this bath towel can't control her at all. Branky was quick and grabbed the bath towel immediately and ran into the bedroom next door. Song Jia swallowed his saliva. This scene was very sudden. Although Branky is a tutor at the Alpine Academy, she is only in her 20s. And she is well maintained. Just like a little girl. Song Jia just saw that the other party has no fat on her body. Very perfect. Especially the figure with a waist area, which is well proportioned. And the graceful lines are enough to make the old pervert salivate. I don't know how long it has been. Branky has not come out. Song Jia is thinking, should I just leave like this? However, at this time, Branky walked out of the bedroom, looking a little flustered. What happened just now? What happened just now? The two looked at each other, and neither understood what the other meant. Teacher Branky, I will be responsible, Song Jia said. Hearing this, Branky's blush, which had just faded, ran back immediately. That's not what I meant, Branky said quickly. Song Jia said firmly. I'm not that kind of irresponsible man. No. Branky wanted to say something, but Song Jia suddenly stood up and came over. Branky never expected Song Jia to do this. After the kiss, Song Jia left the living room with satisfaction and exited Branky's room. Branky stood there blankly, indifferent. Just now, Song Jia seemed to have kissed her? She had a good impression of Song Jia. After all, he had done good things for Alpine Academy. But just now Branky's ears were burning when she thought about it. How could she allow Song Jia to kiss her? She should have pushed him away. Branky thought of this, and regretted not refusing this matter. I must push him away next time, Branky said in her heart. At this time, she looked at the food uncovered on the table, and it seemed to smell quite fragrant. Branky took a bite, the feeling of brightening in front of her eyes. Concubine Bran said, Is this the food of China? She had heard before that China was the food paradise of the world, and now she believed it. Chapter 468. The next day, Bran and Heidi knocked on Song Jia's door, wanting to ask him what he was going to do next. After Song Jia opened the door, he first glanced at Bran, who seemed to be normal. Then he welcomed them in. Bran said, Heidi has already told me about your trip to the Hunter Alliance. Do you really want to complete that bounty? Song Jia said, the bounty is actually secondary, because I came here for another purpose. What purpose? Bran asked. Songjia replied, I still have a contract beast position. So I want to find a Medusa to contract. You want to find Medusa? Bran looked a little surprised. But when she thought of the trump card in Songjia's hand, she felt that it was nothing. For ordinary people, Bran would think he was wishful thinking. Because Medusa is generally monarch level. And stronger ones are even sub-emperor level. And Medusa is not so easy to catch. They are surrounded by guards. And there are even many powerful demons. So wanting Medusa to become a contracted beast is something that many powerful summoners dare not think about. But for some reason, she seems to believe that Songjia can do it. Bran concubine asked curiously, I see that you have a lot of summoned beasts. How can there be a place? Do you know what my talent is? Songjia asked. Bran concubine and Heidi shook their heads at the same time. Songjia's performance in the World School competition did not show too strong strength. So others did not care too much about his talent. And the reason why Songjia did not show his talent was because his opponent was too weak. Therefore, many people do not know what Songjia's talent is. Of course, this is not a talent at all. It's all plug-in. Songjia smiled and said, my talent is magic mutation. Magic mutation? Bran concubine knows a lot of talents and abilities, but has never heard of Songjia's talent. My talent is that I can make magic mutate constantly. Songjia continued, for example, my contract summons, after it mutates many times, can get more contract quotas. As soon as this was said, both Bran and Heidi showed shock in their eyes. You know, generally speaking, there are only 2 contract beasts. If Songjia can mutate, he can get many contract beasts. Contract beasts are different from dimensional beasts, because dimensional beasts are more limited than contract beasts. For contract beasts, as long as the other party contracts with him, no matter what level the other party is. This is the advantage of contract beasts. No need to upgrade from the lowest level. Directly choose a stronger contract. I really didn't expect you to have such a talent. Bran was surprised. I'm lucky too. Heidi looked at Songjia. Although he also has a talent. And he can do 3 things at once. But compared to Songjia's talent, his talent is not bad. But it is not strong. You can choose to go or not. If you go together, we can share the bonus pool together. Songjia said. Bran said, you have given us enough. We are already satisfied. 600 million. For their Alpine Academy? It is already a huge sum of money. Bran did not expect to get so much money this time. Songjia said, this is what you deserve. If you want to go, we can help you. Bran said. Heidi beside her also nodded. Okay. Songjia nodded. If there is any problem over there, I will teleport you away as soon as possible. Bran responded. After preparing everything, Songjia, Bran and Heidi walked towards the direction of leaving the city. He got 2 pieces of information. The first piece of information is that the adult Medusa was found at the Sunset Long Slope. The second piece of information is that the young Medusa was found at the Sunset Temple. Songjia knew that Apas was the girl and his target. The 3 of them walked all the way, and finally arrived at the Sunset Temple after a night. Heidi said, that girl has sent a message. Songjia handed the task of receiving the hunter girl's message to Heidi. What message did she send? Bran asked. Heidi said, she said that when someone approached the Sunset Temple, their body was burned. Songjia knew what it was. It was probably the burning evil eye. He looked up at the sky not far away, and suddenly found a blurry eye above. It should be it. Songjia thought to himself. Let's go over and take a look first. And if it doesn't work, we can find a solution. Bran said. Heidi nodded. But they didn't know that Songjia had already thought of a solution. After a while, they were 2 kilometers away from the Sunset Temple. At the same time, they also noticed the changes in their bodies. Heidi suddenly said, it will really fester. Songjia raised his head. You guys leave first. I go to the sky to take a look. Bran and Heidi nodded. After Songjia finished speaking, he took advantage of the night and went straight to the sky. This evil eye wanted to corrode his body, but it was useless. Songjia thought to himself, this thing can be taken back to Ningxua's city, and it may be useful at that time. The evil eye was not a threat to him, so Songjia quickly put it in his pocket. After a while, he returned to Bran and Heidi. What's going on? Bran asked. If they can't find a solution, they can only return the same way. After all, the threat of that thing is too great, and they can't resist it at all. It's solved. We can move on. Songjia nodded. Solved? How did you solve it? Heidi asked. There is an eye on it. I don't know what it is. And then I smashed it, Songjia said. He didn't know how to explain it. But it makes sense. Like this? Branky nodded. I just saw that there seemed to be guards over there. We have to be careful when we go over there. Are there many guards? A lot. More than when we were at Snake Mountain, Branky said. At this time, Songjia showed an expectant look. Songjia said, You wait here first. I will give you a signal when I come out. Branky and Heidi nodded. Then, Songjia released a painting wall for them. If you encounter danger, you just enter the painting wall. It will take you away, Songjia reminded. Then what will you do? Heidi suddenly asked. Songjia smiled and said, What do you think they can do to me? Branky looked worried. Songjia, there may be an emperor-level creature in Medusa. You have to pay attention. Songjia nodded. Thank you for your reminder, Teacher Branky. I will pay attention. Branky nodded. Then we will wait for you here. Chapter 469. After saying goodbye to Bran and Heidi, Songjia headed straight for the Sunset Temple not far away. He had read the original novel, so he knew what Apas looked like. The other party was a little girl, and it seemed that she had deceived Mo Fan in the original novel. But it might not work to deceive him. Songjia had spatial and shadow abilities, so he could keep traveling in the dark. And those demons could not find him at all. He was getting faster and faster, and he had arrived at the Sunset Temple in just over a minute. Songjia had the spatial system, and he quickly locked onto the living creatures in the Sunset Temple. After a while, he appeared in the Sunset Temple, and at this time, a dirty girl appeared in front of him. The girl exclaimed and hurriedly retreated. The girl murmured, Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Are you human? Songjia asked knowingly, and at the same time wanted to compete with this guy. The girl in front of him was the young Medusa Apas, who could be said to be a lowly type. But everyone knows that Medusa has developed very well. Therefore, Songjia soon discovered that even though Aseri was a young Medusa, she was also very strong in that aspect. How could a little girl look like that? A little girl would not develop as early as her. Apas raised her head, with a simple look on her dirty face, and then nodded. Why are you here? Songjia asked. Afterwards, Apas made up a lie for him, saying that she was caught by the snake people. If Songjia didn't know the plot, he might have been fooled by her, because this pitiful look is heartbreaking. Are you here to save me? Apas asked with wide eyes. Songjia nodded. It is rumored that there is a young Medusa here, so I wanted to come and see what she looks like. Ah? Apas looked confused. Have you seen it? Apas pointed in a direction not far away. She seems to have gone over there to take a bath. Really? Apas nodded. Then wait for me here. I go catch him, and then take you away, Songjia said. Apas nodded again. Songjia disappeared, and when he reappeared, he had come to the girl Medusa. Before the girl Medusa could react, she was controlled by Songjia. She was about to speak. However, she was knocked unconscious by the mental attack the next second. Then, Songjia took her back to where Apas was just now. Apas didn't expect Songjia to come back so soon. It can be imagined how strong this guy is, and he didn't seem to have alarmed the nearby snake people. Songjia said, I take you away later. Apas nodded, but she suddenly realized why it was later. I still have things to deal with, so I leave this girl Medusa to you first, Songjia said. Apas nodded. Then, Songjia went out and slaughtered the demons in the Sunset Temple. Apas could hear the screams outside while she was inside the temple. After a few minutes, it became very quiet outside, as if nothing had happened. After a while, Songjia came back from outside. Apas looked at him, not knowing what he was thinking. Songjia said, My business has been resolved. We should leave now. He just went out and killed all the demons outside. He was lucky and got a lot of spirits. After a while, a golden painting wall appeared in front of him. Is this magic? Apas was very good at acting, as if she knew nothing. Songjia smiled. This is light magic. I want to learn magic too, Apas said seriously. If you want to learn, I can teach you later, Songjia said. Apas nodded slowly. Then, Songjia took Apas' tender little hand and controlled the girl Medusa to enter the painting wall. Bran and Heidi were waiting anxiously outside. They just heard the movement from the Sunset Temple. They knew that Songjia had taken action. They just didn't know what happened inside. Why hasn't he come back yet? Heidi said anxiously. Bran smiled. She could see that Heidi really cared about Song Jia. So she could guess that the relationship between the two of them should have eased. Just as Heidi finished speaking, a holy figure appeared in the painting. He's back. Bran finished speaking, and Heidi turned her head to look over. Song Jia led Apas and the girl Medusa to the two of them. Who is this? This is the little girl I saved in the Sunset Temple. And the other one is the girl Medusa, Song Jia said. Bran glanced at them, and then nodded. Heidi asked, what happened in there just now? Song Jia said, nothing happened. Just killed all the demons in there. Bran and Heidi were silent. We are really lucky. There are indeed a few commander-level ones, Song Jia said with a smile. Heidi shook her head in her heart. Those demons were really unlucky to meet Song Jia. However, these demons are in opposition to humans. And their death is also beneficial to humans. Apas was amazed in her heart. She didn't expect Song Jia to kill all those demons. You know, she tried her best but couldn't escape from there. Song Jia said, the young Medusa was actually found. So let's go back to Cairo first. The reward of 3.5 billion is not as much as the previous World School competition. But more than 3 billion is not a small amount. Bran and Heidi nodded. Soon, they entered another painting wall, which saved them a distance. Song Jia summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle and took everyone with him. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle took off and headed straight for Cairo. In the dark night, a group of military mages were moving forward in the desert. An officer was talking to his superior on the phone. A loud shout suddenly came from the other side. What are you doing? Since you can't even protect a young girl Medusa. We didn't know that this side would break into the Sunset Temple. Military Commander Sass said innocently. They will definitely return to Cairo after capturing Medusa. You should contact Cairo immediately to stop them. The cold shout sounded again. I understand. I'm contacting them now, Sass said. The voice came again. You must handle this matter well. Otherwise it will be difficult to explain to Medusa. I understand. I will handle this matter well, Military Commander Sass said. I hope you won't let me down. The voice hung up the phone after saying a word. Sass was furious. He didn't expect someone to capture the young girl Medusa. He urged, call Cairo immediately. If any snake catcher enters Cairo, arrest him immediately. Yes. Chapter 470. Song Jia and his 4 companions had no problems along the way. At dawn, they had already seen Cairo. We are almost there, Heidi said, looking at Cairo not far away. Bran Concubine nodded. Neither of them expected that the trip would be so smooth. It felt like they had picked up the 3.5 billion. It was incredible. Song Jia, you have brought me too many surprises, Bran Concubine said. I don't know what happened. Anyway, following Song Jia, even the most difficult things become extremely simple. Song Jia smiled. Follow me, and you can win easily. Hearing this, Bran Concubine and Heidi did not comment. They had indeed won easily along the way. But what about Heidi? Bran Concubine smiled bitterly. Song Jia replied, we will talk about her when the time comes. We need to take it step by step. Bran Concubine nodded. Heidi said, teacher, don't worry about me too much. I feel that it is much better than in the Alpine Academy. Bran Concubine nodded with relief. Heidi actually felt good. This trip was still fruitful. Soon, Ice Emperor Wind Eagle had arrived at the entrance of Cairo. But just as they arrived, the military magicians of Cairo came towards them. And someone set his eyes on the girl Medusa. It seems that the military commander is talking about them. Someone whispered. The other person nodded. Then, more military magicians came over. Heidi asked, why are you stopping us? The officer over there asked, you should be from another country. Right? Bran Concubine and Heidi nodded. The officer said seriously, there have been riots in the city recently, which are related to the magicians of other countries. So we need your cooperation. But we have something to do now. Bran Concubine said. It won't take long. Please cooperate with us. Please support our work. The officer said again. At this time, Bran and Heidi turned to look at Song Jia. They knew that Song Jia was going to hand over the young Medusa to the Hunter Alliance. Only in this way can they complete their mission. And then these people don't seem to want to let them in. The officer said, if you don't cooperate with the investigation, we won't allow you to enter Cairo. He did this to stabilize Song Jia and the others. If they cooperate, they will have a chance to take down Song Jia. If they don't cooperate, They will send people to capture them outside. So no matter which one they choose, they can't escape. Song Jia smiled and said, "We will cooperate with your investigation. There is no reason to confront them head on now. So we have to wait for them to tear their faces first. Anyway, the young Medusa will definitely not escape. So Song Jia is not worried at all. Just cooperate," the officer said again, "but before cooperating with the investigation, you need to seal your magic power." "Still seal?" Bran looked surprised. Song Jia smiled and patted Branky's shoulder. "Seal it." Branky didn't say anything after hearing this. Then, the three of them sealed their magic power. "Please follow me." The leading officer nodded and walked in front to lead the way. After a long time, they came to an office. The officer said, "Take this snake man to jail first." "This is our snake man. Why do you want to touch it?" Heidi was dissatisfied. "This is what Song Jia caught, and it belongs to them. Now here, you all listen to me obediently. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude." The officer changed his face instantly. "Anyway, these three people have been imprisoned by magic, so they can be controlled by him." Heidi asked, "Didn't you say that you want us to investigate? Is this how you treat us?" Song Jia shook his head. Heidi was still too naive. There was no way. After all, Heidi has been living in the Alpine Academy. Where has she experienced the beatings of society? The officer smiled. "Let you come here to cooperate with the investigation. Just to control you. Now listen carefully. Stay here obediently. Don't make trouble. Otherwise," the officer gave them a sinister look, as if warning them. "Is this your attitude?" Song Jia looked at him calmly. The officer frowned. "Do you want to stand up for them?" Song Jia nodded. "Yes, I want to stand up for them." Song Jia, "Don't be impulsive. We are still in their hands now." Bran Concubine pulled Song Jia's arm. "I like to deal with young people like you the most." The officer smiled and walked towards Song Jia. "The other party has no magic now. Aren't you still at his mercy? Being arrogant in front of him? It's really asking for death. Then I let you know the consequences of standing up." The officer was about to release the cursed magic. However, the next moment, he suddenly flew backwards and fell heavily on the wall. In an instant, a huge hole was smashed in the entire wall. The people outside heard the sound and hurried in. When they saw the scene, they were at a loss. "What are you doing?" One of the military mages frowned. "Catch them," the officer panted and said to the two military mages. However, Song Jia also saw that the two military mages were confused and seemed to have no idea what was going on. "You two better not move." As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the two military mages suddenly stopped moving, as if they were fixed there. The officer was confused. What the hell is going on? Didn't they seal their magic just now? Bran and Heidi were also very surprised. Their magic was sealed. But why wasn't Song Jia magic sealed? "How did you do it?" Heidi asked. "This is a secret." Song Jia smiled. His magic was indeed sealed. But the abilities he gained were not sealed, because the energy consumed by the ability is from the person being deprived. It is not the magic energy from him. Let's put it this way. If he uses the space ability, the object of consumption is the ancient king. Song Jia asked, "Where is the girl Medusa?" "In the next room," the military mage said. "Let's go over there." Song Jia glanced at Bran and Heidi. They nodded one after another, and then both removed the seals on their bodies. After Song Jia found the girl Medusa, he returned to the room just now and took the officer away with him. He knew the plot. Someone cooperated with Medusa and used humans to feed the snake people. This kind of thing is crazy. Those people stopped them just to snatch the girl Medusa. Dinner is in Cairo, and she is also an upright person, so he can tell her about this. And he has recorded what the officer said just now, which can be used as evidence. Song Jia used space movement to take them away from here. They first handed the officer to Finner for custody, and then went to the Hunter Alliance. "We must get the 3.5 billion first. As for other matters, we can slowly solve them later." Chapter 471. After Song Jia and Apas came to the Hunter Union, they were ready to get the 3.5 billion bounty. When they walked into the Hunter Hall with the girl Medusa, they immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding hunters. Fuck. They actually caught Medusa. That's a 3.5 billion bounty. It's outrageous. So many people didn't complete it before. But they did it. Everyone was talking about it. But they were India's. The huge sum of 3.5 billion is enough for them to spend several lifetimes. because of the importance of this matter. Anna had been waiting for them in the Hunter Union Hall. Seeing that Songjia really caught the girl Medusa, the whole person was stunned for half a second. As expected, he was the man who completed the bounty of the drowning curse, and Medusa's tears were also easily completed by him. In addition to admiration, Anna looked at Songjia with a hint of love in her eyes. Who wouldn't want such a man? Then, they entered the lounge. Master, please wait a moment. I will go and inform the elders, Anna said hurriedly. Songjia nodded. Apas looked at Songjia and thought to herself, no wonder this guy went to the Sunset Temple. It turns out that he wanted to capture Medusa. At the same time, she also knew that the Medusa that the other party wanted to capture was herself. But what they didn't know was that the girl Medusa in their hands was just their maid. So his tears were useless. And these people were just happy for nothing. After Anna left, Songjia reached out and touched Appas' head. Appas didn't care. After all, the other party often touched her head before. However, at this time, her face suddenly changed, and she stood up suddenly. What did you do to me just now? Songjia smiled. I didn't do anything. I just signed a contract with you. Appas was confused. She didn't know when the other party saw through her identity. But her spirit is very strong. How could the other party contract her? This puzzled her. No. This guy's space system is very strong. Appas soon found the reason. She thought she wanted to play, but she didn't expect to enter a wolf's den. You? Appa was furious. She actually became a contracted beast of humans. Songjia smiled and said, I'm good at acting. Right? When did you find out my identity? Appas asked. Songjia spread his hands. I found out a long time ago. But I just didn't expose you. Appas frowned. Her performance was flawless. How could it be possible? You? She was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. She didn't expect that she would end up like this. Songjia said, now we are in a master-servant relationship. Give me 2 tears. I won't give in. Really? Songjia smiled, and then ordered Appas to kneel down in front of him. But the next moment, Appas really did it, and came to Songjia and knelt down obediently. Although she looked reluctant, they had established a contractual relationship, so Appas had to do it. Appas had never suffered such humiliation. Are you going to cry? Songjia looked at her, as if Appas would do something excessive if she didn't cry. I'm crying. Appas had no choice but to compromise. She knew she was no match for Songjia. At this time, Anna came in with the elders of the Hunter Alliance, and looked meaningfully at Appas, who was kneeling on the ground. She didn't expect Songjia to have such a preference. Songjia saw the meaning in Anna's eyes. And the matter happened too suddenly just now. And he forgot to let Appas get up. And he handed Medusa's tears to the elder. After the elder politely took Medusa's tears, he immediately took them to identify the authenticity. After the elder left, Songjia asked Appas to get up, and the other party sat next to him with an unhappy face. Master, you may still have to wait a while, Anna said. Songjia nodded indifferently. He could afford to wait this long. Anna asked, is this the girl Medusa? Songjia shook his head. This is the maid of the girl Medusa. What about your tears just now? I got them from the girl Medusa, Songjia replied. Anna breathed a sigh of relief. If it was just the tears of this maid, it would be useless. Master Hunter, do you need me to help you deal with this maid? Anna said. Many big men in Egypt hate Medusa to the bone. So many people will spend a lot of money to buy Medusa's descendants. These snake people feed on humans. I don't know how many people they have eaten. Some of the victims are relatives of these big men, so they are happy to buy them and use them as an object of vending. Songjia looked at the maid. This guy specializes in eating young girls and has killed countless humans. Of course, he would not be soft-hearted. Songjia nodded. Then help me deal with her. Anna thought Songjia would be soft-hearted just now, but she didn't expect him to be so decisive. Don't worry. I will definitely help the hunter sell it at a good price. Anna smiled and nodded. Then, she asked someone to take the maid out and prepared to sell it outside. Songjia knew that the maid would definitely not survive, but she deserved it. Appas crossed her arms and hugged her chest. She never thought that she would shoot herself in the foot. Songjia lay down and said, What's wrong with following me to eat delicious food and drink spicy food? Really? Then can you help me kill my 2 sisters? Appas said unhappily. Sure. Songjia nodded, I wanted to kill your mother. Apas was shocked. What kind of lewd words are these? Apas didn't believe it at all. You humans just like to brag. What a joke. Medusa is a sub-emperor level snake mother. He is just a human. He wants to see the leader of their snake tribe compete with him. Ridiculous. Songjia smiled. It seems that you don't believe me. What do you think? Songjia was not angry. Then take me to your nest. And see if I can kill them. He came here and was unfamiliar with the place. He needed a native snake like Apas to lead the way. Are you serious? Apas narrowed his eyes. Of course I am serious. Songjia smiled and said, your two sisters are worth a lot of money. Apas was silent. Is this guy obsessed with money? But the person who stands on the opposite side of his sister is her friend. Apas thought. She could see that the other party wanted to go. If she took him there, if he died there, her contract with him would be gone. If he really has the ability, it would be a good thing to get rid of his two sisters. Either one is good for her. Don't you want to go? I can take you there. Apas said. Songjia smiled and said, I've been waiting for you to say this. They both have their own plans. So they have their own thoughts. Chapter 472. Soon. Anna walked in happily first. Hunter. The maid has been sold for 100 million Chinese yuan. Songjia nodded. He didn't expect such a maid to be so valuable. He glanced at Apas, who knew what Songjia was thinking. In fact, she chose to ignore it. Anna said, this card is what you gave me before. And the money is already in it. You would draw 5 million from the bank card. This is a tip for you. Songjia said. 5 million. Anna didn't expect Songjia to be so generous. However, he was not polite. Because this little money was just a small amount for the other party. Songjia asked, what's the situation with Medusa's tears? I go and help you check it out. Anna said. After she left, Songjia looked at Apas next to him. I still need your help with something. What is it? Songjia asked, do you have any cooperation with Ethan? Apas frowned immediately. Her cooperation with Ethan was carried out in secret. And not many people knew about it. But how did the other party know about it? But she didn't ask much. We have cooperation between us. Apas admitted frankly. Songjia said, then help me collect evidence of his cooperation with you. Ah! Apas was stunned. She didn't expect it to be such a thing. Songjia did this to punish the scumbag. Doesn't he want power? I will make him lose his reputation and nail him to the pillar of shame forever. Such a punishment is more painful than his direct death. Okay. Although Apas didn't know why Songjia did this. It was just a small matter. So she didn't take it to heart. The person who stopped us before should be related to Ethan. Otherwise, I will go to him directly now. Apas said. Then go. Songjia was not afraid that Apas would run away. Because she couldn't run away at all. However, Apas knew that if she didn't deal with this matter, Songjia might not go to trouble her sister. So she just helped him solve it as soon as possible. Anna came back from outside not long after Apas left. She locked the door and said with a smile, is she gone? I asked her to do something. So she left first. Songjia asked, how is the situation over there? It may take half an hour at the slowest. Anna said. Songjia nodded. Anna smiled and said, if Mr. Hunter is bored, I have other services here. Hearing this, Songjia was very interested. What services are there? Tell me. Anna came over and sat on Songjia's lap with her hips. As long as Mr. Hunter needs it, Anna can satisfy any service. Songjia smiled and said, then let's have some simple services. Hearing this, Anna stood up with a smile, knelt in front of Songjia, and stretched out her hand. In the military office, Ethan was sitting, staring at the SARS military control with his head down in front of him. Ethan was the head of the Cairo war zone. However, because the war with the snake people has not achieved much results for so long, he has become a person on the cusp of the storm. At the same time, he cooperated with Apas, provided convenience to Apas, and even used humans to feed the snake people. Because Apas' two sisters targeted her, and she was relatively young, other snake people would not choose to cooperate with her. That's why Apas chose to cooperate with Ethan, preparing to unite with humans to destroy the forces of her two sisters. What she didn't expect was that she actually met Songjia and became his contracted beast. Ethan has returned to Cairo, and this matter is very important to him. So he doesn't want Apas to be in danger. After all, he still needs Apas to help her gain merits. And then he can become the head of the army. Where is the person I want? Ethan asked. It was originally caught. But they ran away. SAS Military Command said timidly. Waste. Ethan roared, pointing at SAS and cursing. Apas was the key to his becoming the military leader. If anything unexpected happened to him, his previous plan would be in vain. Ethan said angrily, I don't care what method you use. You must find him for me. Yes. As soon as SAS finished speaking, he was about to leave when the door was suddenly knocked. Come in. Ethan breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the door. After a while, a military magician came in with a little girl. Are you okay? Ethan saw that the person coming was Apas, and his face immediately showed joy. Apas controlled the military magician and asked him to take her to Ethan's office. I'm fine. Apas walked over and sat elegantly on the sofa. Those people are not my opponents. Ethan nodded. Apas' bloodline was purer than her two sisters, so he knew the other party's strength. I'm glad you're okay. But you have to help me next. I'm in trouble here, Ethan said. Apas responded. Then they talked about the next plan, and Apas also prepared a recorder. After receiving the money, Songjia left the Hunter Alliance with satisfaction. He came to where Finner worked, and met with Blanche and Heidi at the same time. How is it? Blanche asked. The money has been received, and I have also handed over the girl Medusa to them. Songjia nodded. How is the situation here? General Finner has made the officer admit it, Blanche replied. At this time, Finner was walking out of the office. You are back? Songjia nodded. I will bring you a big gift next. What big gift? You will know when the time comes. Songjia believes in Finner's character, so he wants to give her the evidence about Ethan. In this way, Ethan's fate can be imagined. At that time, not only will he not get the position of military leader he wants, he will also lose his position as military commander, and will be despised by everyone. Where is Apas? Why didn't she come back with you? Heidi asked. Songjia said. She said she was going to buy something and would be back later. Heidi said unhappily, Why are you like this? She is just a child. What if she gets lost? Songjia did not want to tell Bran and Heidi about Apas' identity, so he didn't know how to refute such words. Then I will go to find her now? Songjia said helplessly. From Heidi's point of view, he was indeed wrong. Heidi said, I will go. You tell me where he is? Songjia nodded, and then told Apas where she went. Of course, this place was made up by her. Heidi saw that Apas had no parents, and she felt sorry for her. Don't take it to heart, Bran said. Songjia nodded. He knew what kind of people the students in the Alpine Academy had experienced. Concubine Bran asked, now that the bounty has been fulfilled, what are your plans next? Chapter 473. Didn't Cairo encounter a large army of undead? I plan to go there to make some more money, Songjia said. Branky was surprised. Are you going to such a dangerous place? That's the Egyptian undead. It's very famous in the world. Songjia smiled. This is an opportunity to make money. Branky remained silent. Songjia said, like you Alpine Academy, I also need to support a large group of people. So if I don't work hard, they will all starve. Ah? Branky was slightly startled. She didn't expect Songjia to have such a burden. She said, then we can't take the money before. You take it back. I won't take back the money I gave out. Songjia shook his head. Finner heard the conversation between Songjia and Branky, and then asked, Songjia, are you going to the war zone? Maybe. Songjia nodded. Finner asked, what happened to the thing I mentioned before? It has been agreed. They will send someone to deal with it. Songjia replied. Finner said excitedly, then what should we do here? If they have the help of the Chinese undead, the pressure on their war zone will be much less. This time the undead invaded. They lost too many people. If they can't win the battle, the morale of the soldiers will drop, and the situation will be even worse. You guys wait and see. I will notify you when the time comes, Songjia said. Finner nodded quickly. Of course Songjia will not let the Chinese undead come, because they are still with Khufu. But it is still possible to transfer the power of the ancient king. In addition to the Black Dragon Emperor, the pyramid that invaded Cairo can be crushed to death in minutes. By then, there will be a lot of commander-level and monarch-level spirits in hand. You can make a lot of money again. If there were an emperor-level spirit, maybe we could use it to help Basha and Tingsha reach the emperor level. After Finner left for something, Branky said, you went to the war zone to save Cairo, right? Teacher Branky, I really did it for money, Songjia said. Branky shook her head, looking like I didn't believe it. Going to such a dangerous place for money. Even the most powerful people wouldn't dare to do it. So Branky felt that Songjia was just trying to save the people of Cairo. At this moment, Branky's favorability towards Songjia rose several levels. However, Branky didn't know that Songjia's strength had reached a terrifying level. Otherwise, she wouldn't think so. Songjia saw that Branky had already made up his mind. So he didn't say anything. But he really did it for money. And spirit. Now he just waited for Apas to bring back the evidence. And then went to Apas' hometown first. And then went to the Cairo war zone. At night, Heidi took Apas' hand and returned to the residence. Songjia was a little curious. How did you find her? I went to the place, you said. But I didn't see her. But we met on the way back, Heidi explained. This is what you want. After saying that, Apas handed him a recorder. Songjia nodded, and turned around and handed the recorder to Finner. In this way, Ethan's crime was confirmed. Thank you. Songjia took the recorder. Can't you buy a recorder yourself? Apas is still young. What if she gets lost? Heidi said unhappily. Songjia nodded. My problem. My problem. Apas was surprised that this guy didn't tell them her identity. Heidi said, let's go. I take you back to rest. Apas nodded. She looked at Songjia, wanting to say something but not knowing how to say it. Then, the two left. The next day, Songjia handed the recorder to Finner, who was furious when he heard the conversation in the recorder. This Ethan. He actually did such a crazy thing for the position. Songjia. Don't worry. I will submit the recorder and then control all the relevant personnel, Finner said seriously. She finally knew what the gift sister song mentioned before was. It turned out to be Ethan's evidence. But she was a little curious about how the other party could record it without anyone noticing. But she had already asked someone to verify that the sound was not synthesized. So it was all real. Songjia asked, does the previous agreement still count? What do you mean? Killing demons. It counts? As long as you kill commanders and monarchs. We will reward you, Finner said. She knew Songjia's ability. After all, he had killed many commanders and monarchs before. That's good. Songjia nodded and stood up to leave. Finner asked, are you going to the war zone? You have to wait a while in the war zone. I'm going to go somewhere first. Songjia answered with a smile. Where? The Snake Empire. Finner was surprised. What are you going to do in the Snake Empire? The Snake Mother there is the Asian Emperor. I'm going to kill a few snakes and scorpions to avenge your people, Songjia said casually. Finner pondered for a while. You will always be our Egyptian friend. Songjia smiled, walked out of the meeting room. Afterwards, Songjia returned to the hotel and found Apas, ready to take her to the Snake Empire. Where are you going? Heidi came out immediately. She was wrapped in a nightgown, and it was obvious that she didn't wear clothes to sleep last night. Songjia said truthfully, I'm taking him to the Snake Empire. What? You're going to take her to that kind of place? Heidi frowned. There's no way. Only Apas knows how to get there. So I need her to lead the way, Songjia said. Heidi pulled Apas over and said, she is an ordinary person. Can she protect herself in such a dangerous place? I will protect her, Songjia said seriously. That is the Viper Empire. I am worried about her. I want to go with you, Heidi said. At this time, the concubine from the opposite door also came out. Songjia, I have something to do recently. Just let her go. She came to Songjia and whispered. Heidi has not broken through yet, and she needs an opportunity. Songjia nodded. Anyway, with his current combat power, it is no problem to beat the Viper Empire. Brand concubine smiled. Then I will leave Heidi to you. But you have to listen to me when the time comes. Songjia made 3 rules. Heidi nodded slightly. Her attitude towards Songjia has changed. So it will not be like before. That's it. Let's set off now, Songjia said. Leaving the hotel, the 3 of them set off in the direction of the Viper Empire. On the back of the Ice King Wind Eagle, Heidi asked, Apas, I didn't expect you to have such a good memory. You actually still remember that place. Apas didn't know how to answer. My advantage is that I have a good memory, Apas said, and pointed to the Ice King Wind Eagle in a direction. Chapter 474. Will we not be besieged by the Snake and Scorpion Empire if we enter it openly? Heidi asked. Songjia explained, Don't worry about that. Apas said. She looks more like a descendant of the Snake and Scorpion Empire. So she can take us in. Ah? Really? Heidi looked at Apas on the side. Apas was a little embarrassed. She felt that Song Jia lied all the time, and could tell lies at any time. She had to be careful in the future. However, she also found that Heidi didn't doubt it at all, and looked like asking questions. There was no way. Heidi had been living in the Alpine Academy. So she was still a simple girl. She didn't see through Song Jia's lies. Because after what happened before, she felt that Song Jia was a trustworthy person. Apas also knew that Song Jia was helping her conceal her identity. So she nodded obediently. What if they recognize us? Heidi said again. Song Jia smiled and said, then we can only kill them. Heidi was silent. This answer was really direct. She had also seen Song Jia Emperor-level creatures. So she was not too worried. With the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle as a means of transportation, they arrived at the territory of the Snake Scorpion Empire in a short time. However, as soon as they appeared, many snake people stared at them. Let's go down. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he let the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle fall from the sky. Their appearance attracted the attention of the snake people, so they all surrounded them. But when they saw Apas, the fear in their eyes disappeared. The snake mother has 3 children. Apas is the youngest. The other 2 are Zasina and Yuri Ali. Apas' 2 sisters control the power in the Snake Scorpion Empire. While Apas is equivalent to an idol prince, he cannot control the real power. The snake guards saw Apas coming and made way. Come with me. Apas walked in front with her small body, followed by Song Jia and Heidi. It's really possible, Heidi whispered. Song Jia sighed in his heart that Heidi was too simple. They walked in and met many snake people, but most of them just looked at them and ignored them. However, when they were about to reach the main hall, 2 commanders stopped them. Princess 3. Why did you bring humans in? Apas said. Is it not okay for me to bring them to my sister? Yes. It happens that the 2 princesses are also waiting for the 3rd princess. The commander-level snake man said. Then take me there, Apas said. In fact, she was looking forward to it. After all, these 2 sisters often wanted to kill her. If Song Jia could help her kill her 2 sisters, it would not be impossible to be a contracted beast. After a while, one of the commander-level snake people led them to a main hall. The decoration here is similar to that of humans, and it is obviously designed according to the human model. Princess 3. Please wait. The eldest and 2nd princesses will be here soon, said the leader-level snakeman. Apas didn't care and sat directly on the sofa. Song Jia. What are we going to do? Heidi asked. Song Jia replied, catch the king first. As long as we catch the 2 princesses of the snake mother, she will listen to us. Heidi nodded, thinking it made sense. After a while, Zasina and Yuri Ali came one after another. They are all snake men, so they look like humans, but they have the characteristics of snakes, especially their figures, which are more plump than humans. But Song Jia is not interested in them. But Apas doesn't have the characteristics of snake men. She is no different from normal humans. Zasina looked at Apas and smiled maliciously. 3rd sister. Didn't you hide from us before? Why are you back now? Apas pretended not to know what to do, and deliberately glanced at Song Jia, as if asking for advice. And Heidi held Apas' hand, and could sense that she was very scared. Song Jia thought Apas was really good at acting. If she was sent to the entertainment industry, she would definitely win an award for Best Actress. He gave a look, which was considered a reply to Apas. I'm back to see my mother, Apas said softly. To see my mother? You are not giving up on that position, right? Yuri Ali sneered. Zasina sneered. How can you say that? There is no force that likes Apas. What's the use of her not giving up? Apas clenched her hands. How could she not be angry after hearing this? But what the other party said was not wrong. The Scorpion Empire level. There was indeed no force that surrendered to her. But she couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Because no matter whether she fought or not, her 2 sisters would not let her go. So Apas could only cooperate with Ethan before. But now it has been replaced by Song Jia. My people just said that these 2 people are dedicated to us. Right? Zasina smiled. She looked at Song Jia and Heidi with a smile on her face. The man was handsome, and the woman was pretty good. It suited their taste. Yuri Ali beside her also smiled and said, Sister will recruit these 2 people. Have you said enough? Song Jia stood up and his sharp eyes fell on the two snake people. Zasina and Uri frowned at the same time. They didn't expect a human to be so presumptuous to them. Uri smiled and said, "Is this human stupid? Apas gave him to us." But he still defended her? "It's been a long time since anyone dared to talk to me like this. He must be severely punished." Zasina smiled. "Really?" Songjia also smiled. And then activated the power of space. And instantly exploded a snake head on Zasina's head. "You?" Zasina was stunned. She didn't expect that this human would dare to do such a thing to her. She said angrily, "I will peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and make you live a life worse than death." "Noisy!" Songjia finished speaking, and waved his hand directly. And Zasina flew backwards in an instant. Urieli next to her frowned and suddenly looked at Apas. "Is this your provocation?" Apas didn't speak. "Very good." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she was also blown away by Songjia's space power. Songjia reminded, "You protect her here, and leave them to me." Heidi nodded. "I will protect Apas." Then, Songjia walked out of the hall, and came to Zasina and Urieli. At this time, the surrounding snake people also gathered around. And the two commanders were among them. "Catch him," Zasina said angrily. Hearing this, the surrounding snake men rushed out one after another. Even the commander-level ones came to fight for the credit. "Looking for death," Songjia shouted coldly. And almost in an instant, all the snake men rushing up from the surrounding exploded. Even the commander-level ones. It was the same. Zasina and Urieli saw the scene, frowned, and then looked at each other. "This guy is not easy to deal with. Hurry up and get your men to come," Urieli said. Zasina nodded. Chapter 475. Songjia watched the two guys trying to call his men. But he didn't care. After all, they were all spirits that he personally sent to his door. "I take as many as I can." Although Zasina and Urieli are both monarch level, they feel that they are no match for them. After all, they had estimated Songjia's strength just now. But this is the territory of their snake and scorpion empire. Whoever dares to act wildly here will have to pay the price of blood. After a while, Zasina and Urieli's forces all came here. Songjia looked at them. 1 monarch level, 2 monarch level, 3 monarch level, 4 monarch level. There are also many commander level. At this time, Songjia also communicated with Apas. They had established a contract between them, so they could communicate with consciousness. "Is this the full strength of your snake and scorpion empire?" Songjia asked in his heart. Apas replied, "This is just the forces that have surrendered to my two sisters. Some people have not surrendered and are still watching, while some people are on my mother's side." Songjia nodded. If it was not the full strength of the snake-scorpion empire, he would have killed them. What's more, these people still rely on Zasina and Uriel, and keeping them is also a hidden danger. Zasina said angrily, "Kill this human for me." Uriel also spoke. "Then let's play." As soon as Songjia finished speaking, Xiao Yinji flew out of the summoning space. "Xiao Yinji, merge with me." Ring ring ring. Xiao Yinji called out and merged into Songjia body. Afterwards, Songjia improved Xiao Yinji's realm, and the fire ability he mastered would increase as Xiao Yinji's ability improved. Therefore, as long as Xiao Yinji becomes stronger, his fire ability will also be stronger. At this time, the monarch level snake man has come to kill. Close at hand, with overwhelming momentum, Songjia just raised his eyes, and the monarch retreated. "Human, die!" The other 3 monarchs came quietly, ready to sacrifice Songjia to the heaven. But the next second, Songjia figure disappeared directly, and when he reappeared, he was already in front of the snake monarch that was knocked away. It didn't expect Songjia to suddenly come in front of it, and was shocked. However, the next moment, the snake monarch's heart clicked, jumped, because it saw something horrible. I saw Songjia raised his hand, and the huge flame sword stood upright in the air. I cut it down without thinking. The snake monarch panicked, but just as it was about to leave, it was locked by a space force, and there was no escape. The flame sword fell. The snake monarch was immediately engulfed by the flames, and the other party didn't even scream. Annihilated in the flames. How is this possible? Zasina took a step back. She didn't expect Songjia to be so strong. "Don't just stand there. Let's go together. He wants to deal with 5 of us alone," Urieli said. Zasina reacted immediately and rushed out together. Field, Songjia said softly, and the surroundings were suddenly filled with flames. He manipulated it at will, and the front instantly turned into a sea of fire, swallowing up Zasina, Urieli and other snake people. The soul-level flame of Little Flame Princess is very terrifying. Even the monarch level will be injured if it is touched. Therefore, Zasina and Urieli did not dare to get close at all, and turned their heads to avoid it. And those commanders around suffered. The flames spread, and they were swallowed up. At this time, Songjia figure disappeared again. He couldn't miss the opportunity to collect the spirit. When Zasina and Urieli saw Songjia position, the other party was no longer there. Are you looking for me? Songjia voice came. And Zasina, Urieli and other snake people were startled. They didn't know when Songjia came behind them. Songjia smiled and said, Are you ready to die? Stop him. Zasina took a step back and ordered the snake monarch behind her. The snake monarchs had no choice at this time. This was their master. They would die if they advanced or retreated. Kill! 3 monarchs came forward, and they all showed their overwhelming momentum. But in front of Songjia, they were like chickens and dogs. Go to hell, all of you. Songjia raised his arm, and huge flame energy balls continued to form. The terrifying aura made the snake monarchs stop. In their hearts, there was always a voice telling them to run quickly. Then, they could no longer run away. Songjia instantly threw the huge flame ball in his hand. Zasina and Urieli saw this scene and turned around and ran. Boom! The flame ball exploded, and the flames were like waves, engulfing the nearby area. Heidi and Apas hid in the hall, but they were also affected. Fortunately, Songjia had put a holy shield on them before. Sister Heidi, is my brother so powerful? Apas asked. The power of this magic is too strong. Even she might be killed on the spot. Heidi shook her head. This is not his true strength. What? Does my brother have any trump cards? Apas asked. Heidi replied, You will know later. She felt that Songjia would definitely use his trump card. Otherwise the snake mother here would not let him go. Apas looked outside. At this time, the hall was affected. After the flame stopped, it might be gone. The flames engulfed the surroundings. Fortunately, Zasina and Urieli fled quickly. Otherwise the result would be the same as the 3 monarchs. But even so, they were seriously injured and were lying on the ground with blood all over their bodies. They could no longer escape. And Songjia was in front of them. They were all panicked. Songjia walked step by step, and the 2 kept retreating. What do you want to do? If you dare to kill us, our mother will not let you go. Zasina threatened. Songjia smiled. I don't like being threatened the most. He first took away the spirits of the other 3 snake men, and then slowly walked towards Zasina and Urieli. They didn't expect that the person brought back by Apas was so strong. At this time, the hall had been swallowed up, so Apas could see the scene in front of him. He really did it, Apas said in disbelief. She thought Songjia had lied to her before. Third sister, why don't you come and see what your human servant wants to do? Do you want him to kill us? Urieli said. However, Apas didn't reply at all, but looked at everything in front of him coldly. She is so well. You don't know. If it was her sister, she would definitely wish her dead. Have you finished talking nonsense? Songjia looked at them, and his murderous heart was burning. Zasina and Urieli were really panicked. They saw the murderous intent in Songjia's eyes. Human, how dare you touch my daughter? Suddenly, a cold shout came. Songjia turned his head and saw that the aura of this snake was much stronger than that of Zasina and Urieli. Chapter 476. Mother. When Zasina and Urieli saw their mother coming, they seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. Apas saw all this and was worried. She didn't know whether Songjia could deal with her mother. Of course, her mother treated her well, and she would not let Songjia kill her mother. Mother, save us, Zasina said immediately. They didn't want to die. No one can save you. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, he could kill the 2 injured monarchs at will. The power of space strangled him, and Zasina and Urieli were shocked. They didn't expect Songjia to dare to do it. In an instant, before the 2 of them could react, they were strangled by the power of space in an instant. No! The snake mother exclaimed, heartbroken. After all, this is her own flesh and blood. This is also the reason why she didn't let Zasina and Urieli kill Apas. Human! The snake mother was furious. I know you are anxious. But don't be anxious yet, Songjia said. How could the snake mother not be anxious? This guy killed her child. Songjia said. Didn't I leave one for you? You? The snake mother was on the verge of going berserk. Songjia's words were too infuriating. You don't have much time left. If you don't want the entire snake empire to be buried with you, just do it, Songjia said indifferently. The snake mother frowned. She didn't expect the other party to know about this. Songjia knew that it was because he knew the plot. So he knew that the snake mother would not live long. And? Are you sure you can beat me? Songjia laughed. A little human dares to speak wildly. The snake mother said angrily, I want to see how strong you are. Songjia smiled, and then opened the door to the plane. The next moment, the Black Dragon Emperor flew out of the plane. The snake mother saw this and trembled. She didn't expect this result. This is the Emperor. The real Emperor. The snake mother felt her soul trembling when she heard the roar of the Black Dragon Emperor. Emperor. Apas was stunned when she saw Songjia summon an Emperor-level beast. This is an Emperor-level beast. This guy actually has an Emperor-level summoned beast. How is it possible? Heidi had seen it once, so she was not surprised, but used to it. I said you can't beat it. Right? I shouldn't be wrong. Right? Songjia looked at the snake mother and asked. The snake mother was silent. The other party has such a powerful Emperor-level creature, and it would only take a moment to destroy the Snake Scorpion Empire. So she knew that the other party must have not destroyed the Snake Scorpion Empire for some reason. The snake mother looked not far away, where there were two people standing. One was Apas, and the other was Heidi. She realized at this time that this human should be for Apas. Tell me, what do you want to do? The snake mother knew that Songjia had a purpose. So she asked. Anyway, you can't beat him. That's all she can do. Songjia said, it's very simple. You support Apas to take the throne and promise to give her the throne. That's it? Snake mother didn't expect Songjia's purpose to be this. Then let me say another one. Snake mother immediately rejected it. No need. Just this one. Now the other party has killed Zasina and Urieli, and she only has one daughter left. If not Apas, who else can inherit? She has no choice. At the same time, she also knows that if she dies, these two sisters may not let her go. So, Snake mother knows all this, and she doesn't blame Apas. Snake mother sighed. It's just that I won't live long now, and there's not much time left. Help her stabilize the situation of the Snake Empire first, and she will come back to take over when the time comes. Songjia said. Apas is still young now, and her strength is average. People from other snake forces will not obey her at all, so she needs to become stronger. You want to take her away? Snake mother was a little surprised. Songjia said, of course I will take her away. Otherwise how can she become stronger if she stays here? As for your problem, I will help you solve it. At least you can live a few more years. The snake mother was surprised, but she also knew that Songjia might do this for Apas. Apas, come here, Songjia said to Apas. Apas nodded and then walked over. Heidi did not move, because Songjia did not call her, so she chose to stand where she was. Apas came over and came to the snake mother. Mother! Apas was afraid that the snake mother would scold her, and lowered her head like a child who made a mistake. I don't blame you. The snake mother said, this is a result that cannot be changed. Since it has become like this, let it continue. Apas raised his head and nodded heavily. I made a deal with him, and I will support you to become the new snake mother at that time. The snake mother said, she will help me prolong my life, and after I die, you can come back to take the throne. Apas was silent and did not answer immediately. I know you don't want to fight, and I have persuaded your two sisters, but they, alas. The snake mother did not want to mention this matter, but it made her even sadder. You should leave with her, and try to become stronger as soon as possible. The snake empire needs you. The snake mother said solemnly. Apas nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I'm a little tired. I leave first. The snake mother said. Apas looked at her mother with a sad back, and was hesitant to speak, not knowing what to say. You should become stronger. The snake empire will rely on you in the future, Songjia said. Apas nodded. Can you really find something to prolong my mother's life? There may be something in the pyramid, but I'm not sure, Songjia said. He knew the plot and knew that the snake mother would not live long, So he asked Lingling to find out if there was anything in Egypt that could prolong her life. Lingling found a lot of information. And more information pointed out that there were snakes and scorpions in the pyramid that could prolong life. Then let's go find the pyramid now, Apas said. She felt that what she did hurt her mother's heart. So she had to let her mother live longer. And Songjia had such a powerful summoned beast. So breaking into the pyramid was nothing. Songjia asked, "Are you listening to me now? Listen. I will be angry no matter what you say. As long as you can help my mother prolong her life." Apas said immediately. "Kiss me." Apas was stunned. How could this guy make such a shameless request? Songjia smiled. "I'm kidding you." Apas pursed her lips and squinted at Songjia. "Heidi, you can come over." Songjia waved to Heidi. Heidi asked, "Where are we going next?" "To the Cairo war zone," Songjia said. "There are pyramids over there. So we can go there to find things that can prolong life." Apas was eager to move. And she couldn't wait to get there now. Chapter 477. The pyramid is mysterious because no one knows what is inside. And the pyramid has stood for thousands of years. And no one knows what it looks like inside. But even so, there are still many useful information left in the traces of history. Lingling found some things in these materials, which just happened to solve the problem of the snake mother. At this time, Songjia and Heidi were on the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, heading straight for the Khalaf pyramid. Songjia, "Can you tell me what we are looking for?" Heidi asked. Songjia nodded. "Do you know why the dead can be resurrected infinitely in the pyramid?" Heidi shook her head. The same is true for Apas. Legend has it that there is a kind of dead crystal stored in the pyramid, which can bring people back to life. Songjia explained. Heidi was surprised and said, "Resurrection? Is it so magical?" Songjia shook his head. But in fact, the death crystal only has such an effect on the undead, not on living things. Heidi asked. "Then what's the point of us looking for him? Although it can't bring living things back to life, this thing can extend the life of living things," Songjia said. "I see," Songjia said. "But after using the death crystal, the snake mother will probably become a powerful undead after death." Apas asked hurriedly. "Will she still have her own consciousness?" "I don't know about that," Songjia continued. "And if you want to turn into an undead, you don't know when you have to wait. It may be decades, half a year, or even thousands of years." Hearing this, Apas' eyes flashed with disappointment. It actually took so long. It's good to have hope. It's better than no hope. Songjia said this to Apas. Apas was thoughtful and looked into the distance without speaking. At this time, the Cairo war zone had already fought with the undead, and the two sides were exchanging fire. Halaf was the leader of the Pyramid of Halaf, and he also launched an attack on Cairo. In a blink of an eye, countless mages were swallowed by the undead. Such a scene was too tragic. "Retreat quickly! Retreat quickly!" everyone exclaimed and kept retreating. They were no match for the undead, and they would only die if they continued to resist. "Another line of defense has been breached," Finner said. Next to him was the newly appointed Haken army chief, who came here to replace Ethan. And Ethan had been investigated and evacuated from his position, so his result was imaginable. Haken army chief said, "Leave this battle to me." Finner nodded. "Didn't you say before that you would discuss it with the undead in China? Has there been a reply from there?" Haken army chief asked. Finner shook his head. "He hasn't replied to me yet." "That's a pity," Haken army chief said with some regret. "Look up." A military wizard suddenly pointed to the sky and said. Finner and the chief of the Haken army looked up and saw an eagle flying towards them. Finner frowned and soon saw an acquaintance. "He's here." Finner suddenly showed joy. "Who?" The chief of the Haken army was confused. "You know in a moment." Finner smiled. She hoped Songjia could bring her good news. Soon, the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle landed. And Songjia, Heidi, and the other two came down from it. "General Finner, why are you here?" Songjia asked. Finner replied, "Ethan's matter has been resolved. I came to help." "How about that matter?" "They shouldn't be able to come," Songjia replied. Hearing this, Finner suddenly showed disappointment. If the Chinese undead came to help, their pressure would be reduced a lot. "But don't worry. I will help you solve this matter," Songjia said with a smile. "Help me solve it." Finner was a little surprised. "Yes, as long as you pay enough." Songjia smiled. Finner asked, "What do you want for reward?" "I don't want money this time. I want to cooperate with you, Egypt," And we will all benefit and win, Songjia said. He now has his own industry. So he needs more partners to make more money. And Egypt is a good choice. What's more, the other party is facing such a huge crisis. I also have my own power. So you know? Songjia continued. Venner and Haken looked at each other. They are both smart people. So they know what Songjia is talking about. We agree to this condition, Venner said directly. Venner said, as long as you can solve this crisis, my family will cooperate with your family. And it will be a long-term cooperation. Haken also said, I can also make the decision on this matter. My family and other families can also cooperate with you. I believe you. Songjia smiled and nodded. Venner was surprised. But how can you solve the Kala pyramid by yourself? I naturally have my own way. You will know when the time comes. Songjia smiled. It's just a pyramid. The Black Dragon Emperor can destroy it. Venner saw Songjia confident look and didn't ask much. Then I wait for your news. Songjia nodded. Will you two go with me to see the pyramid? Heidi and Apas nodded at the same time and said in unison, yes. That's a pyramid. Basically, people who go in may not be able to walk out alive. Who doesn't want to go in and take a look? At the same time, they all believe in Songjia's strength. And that the other party will not go in without confidence. Based on this point, they dared to follow him in. Songjia smiled and said, then I will take you to play. After a while, the three of them got on the back of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle again. Songjia said, General Venner, wait for our good news. Then the undead will withdraw. Venner nodded. And the two watched Songjia go away. Just them? Haken asked in disbelief. Venner responded. Haken asked, you seem to trust him. You know when you see these photos. Venner handed the phone to the military chief Haken. Then, the other party suddenly frowned. Did he do this? Venner nodded. She showed Haken what Songjia had just sent her. And at least the picture sent over. These are all monarch-level creatures. However, they were all killed by Songjia. There is still hope. Haken military chief suddenly said. Venner also said, I hope he can give us a surprise. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle went towards the Pyramid of Helof. And many people saw them. Where are they going? It seems to be the direction of the Pyramid of Caliph. What are they going there for? To commit suicide? Everyone was confused. However, the Ice King Wind Eagle had already crossed several lines of defense and entered the sky above the army of undead. Chapter 478. The undead below saw the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle flying over their heads and roared at them. The undead would think that passing over their heads was a provocation to them. Even if it was a provocation, they could do nothing because they couldn't fly at all. Songjia, there's a commander level coming over there. Heidi reminded. Let it come over. As long as it wants to die. Songjia replied. However, the commander level naturally couldn't stand this kind of provocation. So it rushed over. But before it reached the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, it was crushed into slag by a force of space. Songjia asked, did you take the photo just now? Yes. Heidi nodded. Then the 10 million is yours. Songjia smiled. Heidi also said, then it's your compensation to me. Songjia smiled, and knew what she meant by compensation. So 100 million can compensate you? What are you talking about? There are children here. Heidi stared at him angrily. Songjia wanted to say that this was not an ordinary child. But he didn't say it. Although Apas looked like a child. She was actually an adult in a child's skin. This guy knows everything. Songjia didn't say much and continued to order the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle to move forward. After a while, they saw the Monarch class behind the undead army. There is a Monarch class over there. Heidi, like the reporter, reported the current situation at any time. Songjia said, Xiao He, you go and deal with it. Xiao He appeared and fell into the undead army from midair. He seems to be only a commander level. Right. You let it deal with the Monarch class. Isn't this sending it to death? Heidi said. Songjia smiled. You will know later. Heidi was surprised and her eyes fell on the Monarch class opposite. She wanted to see what would happen. The undead Monarch class kept approaching, as if waiting for them. We are getting close to it, Heidi exclaimed. Anyone would panic if a Monarch was right in front of them. I know you are anxious. But don't be anxious yet. Songjia said, take your phone and take pictures now. Ah! Heidi was still confused. Take pictures? What to take pictures of? At this time, the undead Monarch on the opposite side suddenly smashed his undead crystal with a punch. The huge body fell down instantly. Heidi was stunned. The same was true for Apas next to her. How did you do it? Heidi asked in astonishment. This scene was too incredible. At this time, Apas also looked at Songjia curiously. This is a secret. Songjia smiled and said, What are you doing? Take pictures quickly. Heidi nodded and immediately took pictures of the monarch-level undead. After taking the pictures, she said, You make money too easily. 1 monarch level 1 billion. 1 commander level 110 million. Songjia killed these 2 guys without any difficulty. They didn't even know how to kill them. This guy is so mysterious. The undead army lost its leader and had no choice but to retreat. So the Cairo war zone was safe. Main war zone. Thinner and Haken were preparing the next plan. And then a military mage rushed in from outside. Good news. Good news. The military mage said. What good news? The military mage said. The undead army retreated. Retreat? What's going on? Haken asked. The military mage said. Our people saw someone kill the monarch-level undead in the rear. At this time, Thinner received a message from Songjia, which was a commander-level and a monarch-level undead. Take a look. As soon as she finished speaking, she put the phone on the table. Haken looked down and saw the miserable appearance of the monarch-level undead. These people are too. Haken was hesitant to speak, not knowing what to say. They work so hard, but they might not be able to kill the other monarch. However, not long after, the other side did it. General Thinner. I think they can definitely do it. Haken also became very confident in Songjia and the others. Thinner nodded and said with a smile, Then let's notify the family and prepare to cooperate with them. And the country can also cooperate with them. Haken nodded. The 2 of them have great power and status. As long as they speak, I don't know how many people will follow them. I will arrange this matter. Haken responded. And Songjia was almost approaching the Pyramid of Karaf. Songjia. The Pyramid of Karaf is in front. Heidi reminded. Songjia nodded. Heidi asked, Are we going in directly? Kill in. Songjia nodded in response. He would not be afraid of the Pyramid of Khufu. Not to mention that the Pyramid of Karaf is not as good as the Pyramid of Khufu. There are 2 Dark Sword Masters guarding over there. Appa said. Dark Sword Master. Monarch level. Leave it to Little Yen-ji. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, Little Yen-ji appeared. And then he pretended to give Little Yen-ji the time liquid. What is this? Heidi asked, puzzled. Songjia replied, This is the time liquid, which can increase the strength of summoned beasts in a short period of time. So magical? Heidi became curious. It was the first time she heard of it. Songjia said, There are so many magical things, but you have never been exposed to them. So, you need to go out more often. What's the fun of staying in that academy all the time? Heidi didn't say anything. If she came out alone, there would be nothing fun. If she followed Songjia, it seemed not bad. But she would not say such words. Let's talk about it later, Heidi said casually. Little Yen-ji. Kill her. After Songjia finished speaking, Little Yen-ji's strength had been improved to a level that the Dark Sword Master could not stop. After just a dozen rounds, the 2 Dark Sword Masters were killed by Little Flame Princess. How many monarch-level spirits have you collected along the way? Heidi asked. Although she was a little envious, she knew that they were not hers. Songjia said, I haven't counted, but including the previous ones, there should be about 10. Right? After the monarch level was killed, the spirits exploded 100%. So Songjia had so many in his hand. Appa's eyes lit up. And the monarch-level spirits were also a great tonic for her. She looked at Songjia and thought to herself, I am his contracted beast, so he should give it to me. Right? Songjia didn't know what Appas was thinking, and called, Let's go down first, and then enter the pyramid. Heidi nodded. Soon. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle fell and landed at the entrance of the pyramid. The surrounding undead were killed by Little Flame Princess, so no undead could threaten their safety. Follow me. We will kill together, Songjia said. He majored in light, which happened to be the nemesis of these undead spirits. Moreover, his elementary magic was comparable to super-level magic. These undead spirits were like ants in front of him. Countless residual souls and spirit essences fly to the small world in the bracelet. Chapter 479. The Pyramid of Khufu is second only to the Pyramid of Khufu, so the strength of this pyramid can be imagined. But they were unlucky because they met Song Jie. If it were anyone else, they might not dare to approach the pyramid. But Song Jie was not afraid at all. He even killed his way in. In a blink of an eye, countless undead died under magic. And their spirits kept coming to Song Jie bracelet. Whether it was the slave level, the general level, or the commander level. As long as they met Song Jie, they would turn into spirits. Heidi said, "This guy's magic is too perverted." 2 or 3 magics directly killed the projector. Apas next to her also nodded. Even she might be shocked when she met Song Jie magic. "Sister Heidi, can you tell me about him?" Apas couldn't do anything at the back. So she asked curiously. "Actually, I don't know him either. He came to our Alpine Academy with Huaxia Mingzhu Academy for exchanges. And then we got to know each other," Heidi said. As for the following things, she also told Alpas one by one. And then talked about her. Alpas smiled and said, "I thought you had known each other for a long time." Heidi shook her head. "Sister Heidi, do you like brother Song Jie?" Alpas suddenly asked. Heidi immediately retorted, "How could I like him very much? Really? But I think there is something wrong with the way you look at brother Song Jie." Alpas' eyes smiled into crescents. Heidi knocked on Alpas's head and said, "This is our adult business. You little kid, don't think about it." "Sister Heidi, it seems that I guessed right." Alpas touched his head and smiled. "Impossible. How could it be possible?" Heidi quickly rejected it. Alpas didn't say anything else, looking like she knew it very well. The pyramid has many layers. And there are also many tombs. The higher they go, the higher the level of the dead. And now they have almost reached the top. And now they are facing a monarch. Monarch. 3 in total. Heidi looked forward. And 3 huge undead stood in front of him. "Human! You killed my people. I will make you my slave forever." A voice came from the depths of darkness. Heidi and Apas felt their hearts trembling just by hearing this voice. You could imagine how terrifying the strength of this undead is. "Are you Hala?" Song Jie was calm and composed. And he certainly had his own confidence to come here. Hala said angrily, "Kneel down when you know it's me." A strong death aura rushed towards them in an instant. Song Jie stared at the source of the sound in the darkness. At the same time, he raised his hand and swept away all the oncoming death aura. Song Jie looked at the darkness and said, "I didn't expect it to be a little emperor. It seems that this trip is worthwhile. This is the existence second only to pyramid. And it is reasonable to have a little emperor. Kill him." However, in the darkness, Hala immediately ordered the monarch class. There are 3 monarch classes, 2 of which are great monarchs. And the other is the supreme monarch, Black Dragon Emperor. "Come out and play with them," Song Jie said. As soon as these words came out, the Black Dragon Emperor emerged from the summoning plane and immediately sprayed black flames at them. Even the supreme monarch would be burned instantly when encountering the black flames of the Black Dragon Emperor. Song Jie was quick-witted and asked his clone to collect soul essence with the bracelet. These are monarch soul essences, which are much more valuable than the same commander class. But he did not intend to sell them, but to use them to enhance the strength of Boss Xiao and Tongue Snake. As for the commander class, it is used to enhance the strength of the summoned beasts. It won't be long before Xiaolu and the others can be promoted to submonarchs. And then the overall strength will be greatly improved. When Hala saw this scene, he was stunned. It is also a little emperor, but it is far inferior to the Black Dragon Emperor. But Hala has been locked by the Black Dragon Emperor, and now he can't escape. Song Jie said, "You two wait for me here." Heidi and Apas nodded. Afterwards, Song Jie followed the Black Dragon Emperor into the darkness. In fact, the entire pyramid is also a space, and Song Jie doesn't know how big it is. When Hala saw Song Jie and the Black Dragon Emperor coming to kill him, he didn't dare to compete with them at all. "Want to escape? Can you escape?" As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, his whole body turned into a demon. "Go over." The Black Dragon Emperor obeyed the order, and his huge body rushed towards Hala. Hala controlled the power of the pyramid to resist, but it was useless. The Black Dragon Emperor is already in the late stage of the Little Emperor, and Hala, an emperor between the early and middle stages, is no match at all. But it is difficult for the Black Dragon Emperor to improve further, because the upper level is the Orthodox Emperor, can become the Orthodox Emperor. They are all old monsters who have stood for thousands of years. The Black Dragon Emperor is still a little short of fire. Hala couldn't beat him. and was soon controlled by the Black Dragon Emperor's black flame, leaving him no way to escape. Why don't you run away? Song Jia flashed and slapped Halef in the face. The latter was unstable and flew backwards. Human! Halef was furious. It was the first time he was humiliated by a human. It seems you don't accept it. Song Jia disappeared again. Halef was about to resist, and the Black Dragon Emperor's black flame attacked him instantly. Halef wanted to curse. However, before he could say anything, Song Jia's slap came towards him. Paw! With a loud sound. You? Halef was so angry. But he had no power to fight back. Let me ask you a question. Do you have any death crystals here? Song Jia asked. Hearing this question, Halef was suddenly startled and didn't answer Song Jia at all. Song Jia smiled and said, It seems that you are a tough guy. Then let me see how tough your bones are. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Dragon Emperor began to attack, and the black flames rushed over and immediately engulfed Halef. Then, Halef's scream suddenly resounded throughout the space. Even Heidi and Apas outside could hear it. Yes! Yes! Halef finally couldn't stand it, and said hurriedly, Where is it? The top of the pyramid. How to get there? Halef said. I can take you there. Soon! Song Jia and the Black Dragon Emperor followed Halef, and came to the deepest space. Halef pointed to a blood-red crystal not far away and said, That's the death crystal. Then, he urged the space here, and in an instant, the entire space collapsed. Song Jia looked at the death crystal, then looked at Halef, and finally chose the death crystal. Wait for death. Halef immediately turned around and left. He didn't want to die here. He had to escape from this broken space quickly so that he could survive. Chapter 480. Seeing the movement inside, Heidi was a little worried and said, Will he get into trouble in there? Sister Heidi, you said you have no interest in brother Song Jia, but you care about him so much, Appa said with a smile. She was not worried because the mark Song Jia left on her body had not disappeared. So Song Jia should still be alive. Heidi said stubbornly, I am worried about her because if something happens to him, the two of us will definitely not survive. Yes. 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 Appa smiled and nodded. I'm telling the truth. Heidi was still stubborn. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from inside. Heidi and Appas looked over vigilantly and found that the person who rushed out was not Song Jia. It was Halef. Don't wait. He has died in there, Halef said with a smile. The grievances just now were swept away at this moment. In one word. Cool. Halef looked at Heidi and Appas and said coldly, You two are his people. So die with him. Song Jia is dead? Halef was suddenly startled. She didn't expect this guy to. Sister Heidi, don't believe him. He's talking nonsense. Appas grabbed Heidi's hand and said. Halef laughed. I'm talking nonsense? Ha ha ha. He's trapped inside and can't get out. Really? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind Heidi and Appas. Halef was stunned when he saw Song Jia coming back. Aren't you trapped inside? How did you appear here? Even he couldn't explore the end of that space. How could the other party escape? Just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't do it, Song Jia retorted. You? Halef was so angry that he trembled. He had never been so humiliated in his life. Song Jia smiled and said, Your death is coming. Are you ready? Halef was shocked. He absolutely could not die. So he quickly used the pyramid to pass out. Want to leave? Do you think you can get away? Song Jia smiled. Afterwards, he took Heidi and Appas out of the pyramid and caught up with Halef. When Song Jia and the other two appeared outside, the Black Dragon Emperor also appeared in the air. Halef's heart skipped a beat when he saw this, and he just wanted to leave here quickly. However, the Black Dragon Emperor was faster than him and had caught up with him. After all, he is a dragon, and you are just a mummy that has been stored for thousands of years. The black flame spewed, and the entire blue sky was suddenly covered with a hot black flame. Halef wanted to escape, but unfortunately, he could not escape. At this time, he was once again trapped in the black sea of fire. No! Halef roared. But no matter how he roared, he could not change his ending. Heidi and Appas were both shocked. This was the master of a pyramid. But Song Jia killed him. This strength is too terrifying. But Halef is also a little emperor, and he usually won't die so quickly. The Black Dragon Emperor is also an emperor, so he naturally knows the other party's details. So he didn't relax his vigilance until the black flames continued to devour and realized that Halef was really dying. The Black Dragon Emperor dispelled the black flames. A pyramid master. He fell. From then on, Halef's pyramid no longer existed. However, what Song Jia cared about was not this, but Halef's emperor-level spirit. After he took his spirit into his pocket, a bright smile appeared on his face. At this time, the Black Dragon Emperor suddenly looked at him. You want it? The Black Dragon Emperor nodded. Then, it explained to Song Jia. So, if you refine this emperor-level spirit, your strength will be second only to the Orthodox Emperor? Song Jia asked. The Black Dragon Emperor nodded again. Okay. Compared to letting the Vine Snake and Bashiao break through the Emperor level, it is more important to let the Black Dragon Emperor reach the peak of the Small Emperor. Next, as long as they don't encounter the Orthodox Emperor, Song Jia will have the strength to fight them. Anyway, the Black Dragon Emperor is already one of us, and the Emperor-level spirit will be available at that time, so there is no need to rush. Song Jia said, Then I give it to you. The Black Dragon Emperor was very happy. Song Jia turned his head. Did you record the video just now? Heidi nodded. It has been recorded. That's good. Song Jia nodded. Then went over to bring Halef's body. Brother Song Jia, have you found the death crystal? Apas asked. Song Jia responded. It has been found. As he said, the three of them went in the direction of the Cairo war zone. At this time, the undead army had retreated, so the war zone returned to its previous calm. When the military wizards in the war zone saw the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle coming back, everyone was a little surprised. It's them again! Why are they back? The retreat of the undead army has nothing to do with them. Right? Everyone was talking and watching them fly to the rear. General Finner and the military chief of Haken were waiting for news in the rear, and neither of them spoke. There was no pressure on the front line, so they were relieved. They haven't come back yet. Will something happen? The military chief of Haken asked. Finner was annoyed. I didn't say anything. What are you worrying about? Haken didn't dare to speak immediately. General. Military chief. Look up in the sky. An officer pointed to the sky and said. Hearing this, Finner and Haken looked up and saw the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle flying over. They are back. The military chief of Haken stood up happily. General Finner was also a little excited. Song Jia came back safely, which meant they did it. Soon, the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle fell, and Song Jia, Heidi, and the other two came down from it. Finner and Haken both smiled. What happened? Song Jia said, Look whose body this is. Then, the body of Kalov was thrown out. Finner and Haken looked at the mummy on the ground, and their eyes suddenly paused. They had studied mummies in Egypt, and mummies like this must be the most noble. Therefore, this guy's status in the pyramid is definitely the highest. Is this Kalov? Hakem said after swallowing. Song Jia nodded calmly. However, Finner and Haken's hearts were filled with huge waves. They didn't expect Song Jia to kill Kalov. Did you do this? Finner raised his head in surprise and asked. Is it so? Song Jia nodded again. Although Finner was surprised, he still said seriously, We will definitely do what we promised you. Haken beside him also nodded. Song Jia was able to kill Halef, which meant that his strength was above Halef. Such a person must not become an enemy, and must be made friends. Chapter 481. These are the commanders and monarchs we killed, as well as this emperor, Song Jia said. Finner certainly knew what Song Jia meant, and said, The money will be transferred to your account immediately. Song Jia nodded. Nothing else. Shall we leave first? Finner and Haken responded. Afterwards, Song Jia took Heidi and Apas away from here. Song Jia said, I will send you back to Cairo first, and then I will go to the Snake Empire by myself. Heidi nodded. Everything was fine in the Snake Empire, so it didn't matter whether she went or not. Soon, after Song Jia sent Heidi to Cairo, he secretly took Apas to the Snake Empire. They have obtained the Death Crystal, and can go to extend the life of the Snake Mother. It took some time, and they finally came to the Snake Empire, and found the Snake Mother. At this time, the Snake Mother saw the Death Crystal, and her eyes lit up, as if she saw hope. Can you use it? The Snake Mother nodded, looking at the Death Crystal eagerly. Then you can use it. The Mother Snake took the Death Crystal, and swallowed it immediately. After an unknown amount of time, the Mother Snake slowly opened her eyes, and looked at Song Jia and Apas. "Mother, how is it?" Apas asked. The mother snake smiled and stroked Apas' head. "I should be able to live for a few more years." Apas nodded heavily. "If there is no death crystal, the mother snake should not last long." "Thank you." Apas nodded sincerely to Song Jia. Song Jia said, "If you want to thank me, then improve your strength and help me work." Seeing the two reminiscing about the past, he was embarrassed to stay here and walked out of the hall directly. After a while, several monarch-level snakes and scorpions suddenly came outside. They were staring at Song Jia, as if they were sizing him up. Song Jia was calm and didn't care about the looks of these snakes and scorpions at all. If they were not all Apas men in the future, he would have wanted to kill them all. These snakes and scorpions are all monarch-level spirits. The snakes and scorpions originally thought that this human would be afraid of him, but they didn't expect that this guy looked at them as if he saw a treasure. At this time, the snake mother and Apas came out. Seeing this, the snakes and scorpions knelt down in front of the snake mother. "Get up." As soon as the snake mother finished speaking, the snake and scorpion monarchs all stood up. "I called you here today to announce something," Song Jia said. The snake and scorpion monarchs didn't understand, so they looked at the snake mother, wanting to know what he was going to say next. "I hereby announce that the next successor is Apas," Snake Mother said. When these words came out, the snake and scorpion monarchs present were stunned. They didn't expect the snake mother to say this at this time. The snake mother glanced at them. "Do you have any objections?" Hearing this, Song Jia suddenly looked at the snake and scorpion monarchs with bright eyes. If they have objections, then he will get a monarch-level spirit. But these snake monarchs are on the side of the snake mother, so they will obey her no matter what she chooses. No objection. At this time, Song Jia shook his head with some regret, thinking that another monarch-level spirit had been credited. The matter of Apas has come to an end, and the snake mother is not dead yet, so they are not in a hurry to come back to inherit the snake empire. Song Jia gave time for Apas and the snake mother to say goodbye, and finally they returned to Cairo again. Apas was very tired, so he returned to the room alone. Song Jia saw that the money had arrived, and then knocked on Heidi's door. After a while, Heidi opened the door for him. It turned out that the other party had just taken a shower. Heidi was wrapped in a bathrobe, revealing her snow-white shoulders, and the ravine on her chest was also looming. "What are you looking at, asshole?" Heidi covered her chest. Song Jia smiled and said, "I've seen it all before. What's the point of covering it up?" When Heidi saw Song Jia mention this matter, she immediately got angry. "Shut up." She wanted to reach out to cover Song Jia's mouth, but her slipper slipped and she fell into Song Jia's arms without standing firmly. I've seen people throw themselves into someone's arms, but this is the first time I've seen someone throw themselves into someone's arms. Song Jia hugged her and said, Heidi had just taken a shower, so she exuded an alluring fragrance. Especially her hair was still wet, which was very tempting. "Let me go!" Heidi wanted to stand up, but she couldn't stand up at all. Song Jia smiled and said, "You told me to shut up just now." "Yes." As soon as Heidi finished speaking, she was immediately hugged by Song Jia. "What do you want to do?" "Guess," Song Jia said, and telekinetically closed the door. Heidi panicked immediately. She couldn't beat Song Jia. If this guy did something like that to her. "Ah! What should I do?" Instantly, her face turned red. "Wasn't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you talk?" Song Jia smiled at Heidi in his arms. Heidi said timidly, "Put me down first." "I won't put me down. What can you do to me?" Song Jia lowered his head and looked at Heidi. At this time, the latter's cheeks became redder, and even her ears were burning. Song Jia smiled, blushing. "Are you shy?" "I'm not," Heidi said stubbornly. "Really?" After Song Jia finished speaking, he lowered his head and moved his cheek closer to Heidi. The latter turned her head away, not daring to look at Song Jia at all. Her heart was beating wildly at this time. However, at this moment, Song Jia suddenly kissed her, and his lips kissed Heidi's cheek. Seeing this, Heidi turned her head in surprise, but was kissed directly on her red lips by Song Jia. At this time, Heidi suddenly recalled what happened before. This guy took her first kiss like this. But why didn't she resist instinctively when Heidi wanted to reach out and push Song Jia away? She didn't, knowing what was going on. Her body became soft, as if all the strength in her body had been drained. She used to resist Song Jia, But after a long time, she found that this person was not bad. And she seemed to have some feelings for him. Is this the feeling of love? However, just as she was in a trance, her bathrobe loosened, and a piece of snow-white robe was exposed in front of Song Jia. Now she was even more shy. Hurry. However, before Heidi finished speaking, she was put on the sofa by Song Jia. Well, Heidi was a little flustered. She looked up at Song Jia, at a loss. It seems that you are also enjoying it? Song Jia was just testing. But he didn't expect Heidi to be so obedient. Like a little rabbit, she let him do whatever he wanted. I didn't. Heidi continued to be stubborn. Song Jia smiled and looked at her under him. Really? Don't look there, Heidi said unhappily, and at the same time reached out to cover her body. It's not like you haven't seen it before, Song Jia said, and he had already started. Heidi moaned. Song Jia was too sudden, pinching her without any defense. Song Jia looked at Heidi's angry look, and felt even more distressed. He must love her well from now on. Chapter 482. Before Heidi could react, Song Jia launched a fierce attack. She was so excited that she let Song Jia caress and kiss her like a good cat. In fact, Heidi didn't know what was going on. She just felt that doing this could make up for the emptiness in her heart. I don't know how long it took. Time passed bit by bit. When it was over, the sofa was soaked, as if it was soaked by water. Heidi returned to the bedroom. She didn't expect to do such a thing with Song Jia. And Song Jia went to the bathroom to take a shower. He had sweated too much just now, and his body was sticky. At this time, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Heidi stood up and felt a dull pain there. She just said that it didn't hurt much before. But this guy attacked without caring. Now she feels numb. Heidi opened the door, and Bran was standing at the door. Heidi, do you know where Song Jia went? Bran asked. Song Jia, Heidi said, glancing at her bathroom. What should she say? However, it was really unfortunate that Song Jia came out of the bathroom at this time. Teacher Branky, why are you here? Song Jia asked. Heidi really didn't expect Song Jia to come out of the bathroom at this time. I was just looking for you, Branky said. But why are you in Heidi's room? Song Jia explained. Oh, the bathroom in the room I live in is broken. So I came to her place to take a shower. Is that so? Branky didn't doubt anything because she believed what Song Jia said. Song Jia asked, what do you want to talk to me about? I have finished my work here, so I want to ask you where we are going next. Branky replied. Song Jia thought for a while and said, I am not sure about what to do next. Let's go in and talk. Branky nodded and entered Heidi's room. Heidi closed the door and followed Branky. Branky walked to the sofa and saw blood on the sofa. She asked in surprise, why is there blood on this sofa? Heidi, are you hurt? Heidi immediately looked away from Song Jia when she heard this. It was all because of this guy. She was cutting fruit just now and was scratched by a knife. Song Jia explained with a smile. Bran concubine reminded. Heidi, be more careful next time. Got it. Heidi nodded. She was so nervous just now that she didn't know how to explain. Bran concubine said, then let's go sit over there at the table. As she said that, the three of them sat on the chairs in front of the table. Have you planned your next route? Bran concubine asked. Song Jia said, originally, we planned to go to the Parthenon. But now we have cooperation with Egypt. And I need to wait for the people there to come and take over. Since you have other things to do, we can wait. Bran concubine was not in a hurry. Song Jia nodded. Egypt is a big business. If it succeeds, Ning Xuechen will be able to rise to the top and crush the 4 major families in the Magic City. There is even hope to squeeze into the ranks of the great families in the imperial capital. By the way, there is one more thing. On the way back, I found someone watching the hotel. Blanky said. Watching the hotel? Song Jia and Heidi frowned. Blanky nodded. Those people are very strong. All superclass mages. She is also a superclass mage. So she can see through the strength of those people. Blanky asked, have you offended anyone recently? Have you offended anyone? Song Jia thought carefully, and really didn't. Ethan has been interrogated. And he can't protect himself. So it's impossible for him to send someone to monitor him. Egypt is even more impossible. He helped them so much. They wouldn't be so stupid as to send someone to monitor him. As for other forces, the forces in China definitely dare not provoke him. So he directly ruled them out. I really can't think of it. Why don't we catch them and ask them? Song Jia said. It's not easy to find out the answer. Just catch them and ask who is the mastermind behind the scenes. I agree with this method, Heidi said next to him. These people actually monitor them. And it is obvious that they will plot against them. If this problem is not solved, who knows if they will stab them in the back? Then let's go now. Song Jia stood up with a smile. But he didn't expect that the same scene would happen to him. Concubine Bran took a look and turned her head away immediately. Heidi did the same. The two women blushed and couldn't bear to look directly. Concubine Bran was also very embarrassed at this time. She was also seen naked like this last time. Now she can see it again. Isn't it worth it? Heidi muttered in her heart. Why is it still so big? Song Jia quickly picked up the bath towel and said with a smile, Unexpected. Unexpected? In the dark night. There were two people outside staring at the hotel in front of them. This is too boring. One of the people wearing a baseball cap said. Another person said, Our mission this time is very important. We must keep an eye on him, and don't let our guard down. I don't know why Lord Sulu asked us to monitor him. With our strength. Isn't it more than enough to capture a young boy? The man in the baseball cap said casually. Really? Just then, a sudden voice sounded, and they turned back suddenly. But were suddenly frozen. I can't move. The two were a little panicked. Don't move at last. Otherwise your life may be in danger. Song Jia's voice came again. Who are you? One of them asked. Song Jia said, I should ask you this. You are sneaking around here and doing sneaky things. What are your identities? We are members of the Asian Magic Association. The reason we are here is to monitor a criminal. One of them said. Asian Magic Association? Song Jia frowned, and seemed to think of something in his mind. He remembered. Sulu seemed to be from the Asian Magic Association. Right? Were these two people sent by him? If he asked them, they would definitely not tell the truth. So Song Jia planned to let Xiaohei take action. After asking, Song Jia already knew the person behind these two people. He guessed correctly. It was Sulu who sent them to monitor him. Interesting. Song Jia suddenly smiled. He was not afraid of the other party coming to his door, but was afraid that the other party would not come to his door. Sulu probably knew that he had subdued the Black Dragon Emperor, so he sent people to investigate and monitor him. I want to see what methods you have. Chapter 483. Sulu, member of the Asian Magic Association. In the original novel, this guy collected babies' hearts in order to conquer the Black Dragon Emperor and used them to weaken the Black Dragon Emperor's strength. At the same time, this guy also had the ambition to unify the world, and even killed Feng Zhoulong in order to monopolize the fusion magic when he failed. Sulu was completely willing to do anything to achieve his goal, and became a crazy person. This guy is not much different from the Black Church. Both of them are extreme scums and beasts. In a conference room, many state-level figures gathered, and they were all called by Sulu. Sulu said, I got reliable news that the Black Dragon Emperor has been contracted by someone else. As soon as this was said, everyone present looked at each other and showed a look of surprise. Black Dragon Emperor. That is an emperor-level creature. Someone actually contracted it. This made them all feel incredible. Who is it? As soon as someone finished speaking, everyone looked at Sulu. His name is Song Jia, a young man from China, with no background, who won the championship in the World Academy competition. Sulu said, the Black Dragon Emperor is an emperor-level creature. How did he, a young boy, make a contract? Someone expressed his doubts. Sulu was silent, and the middle-aged man next to him said, maybe he got some means, which allowed him to control the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor is an emperor-level creature, and it is impossible for him to surrender to a young boy. Only in this way can they think it makes sense. It's quite easy to deal with a young man. Another person said with a smile. Another person said, and if he establishes a contract with the Black Dragon Emperor, the summoner himself will be killed, and the Black Dragon Emperor will also be severely injured. At that time, we may not need to use our hearts to reduce the strength of the Black Dragon Emperor. They had made all the preparations before, but the incident happened suddenly, and they didn't expect someone to get there first. Therefore, they had to change their plans and target Song Jia. Someone laughed and said, as long as Counselor Su nods, we old guys will definitely stand on your side. They are all continent-level high-level officials. This is the highest level in this life. But if people have desires, they desire more than this. And Sulu can help them. Sulu said slowly, this matter still needs to be considered in the long run. Everyone was delighted when they heard this, which meant that there was a chance. And then, they just need to perform well. And when Sulu unifies the world, they may get a good position. Cairo. After Songjia got the answer from the two people, he stimulated the spirits of the two people, and made them forget what happened just now. Heidi asked, who is he you just mentioned? Sulu of the Asian Magic Association. Songjia replied. Hearing this, the concubine Bran next to him frowned. Heidi said again, why did he send someone to monitor you? Maybe it's because of the Black Dragon Emperor in my hand. Songjia smiled. He had gone to subdue the Black Dragon Emperor before, and wanted to lure out Sulu, so that he could cause trouble for himself. As long as he dared to come in person, he would definitely make the other party come and never return. The current Black Dragon Emperor is no longer the Black Dragon Emperor before. No matter how strong these people are, they can never be the opponent of the Black Dragon Emperor. What's more, he has a lot of cards in his hand. Add an ancient king. No matter how many lives Sulu and his people have, they will not be enough to die. Will you be in danger? After that incident, Heidi cared a lot about Songjia. Songjia shook his head. They can't do anything to me. Then you have to be careful too, Heidi said angrily. Songjia nodded. I will be careful. Heidi didn't say anything else. They said people to monitor you, and they may attack you. Otherwise, you should not leave Cairo recently, or just go back to China. Concubine Bran was also worried about Songjia. He is a member of the Asian Magic Association, with great power, and it is not easy to deal with him. Songjia comforted the two. I have my own plan for this matter. You don't have to worry. He knew that people like Sulu were ruthless, and would definitely do anything without a bottom line. So he immediately contacted his women, and asked them to be more cautious recently. If they stay in China, nothing will happen. Leroy. Songjia seemed to have forgotten someone. Leroy seemed to have come to Cairo at this time. Heidi asked, Songjia, what did you say just now? These guys are likely to deal with people around me, so I have notified them to be more vigilant. But I seem to have forgotten one more. Songjia replied. Heidi and Branky suddenly looked at each other, and felt that something bad might happen next. Branky asked, can I contact her now? Songjia called Leroy, and the other party turned off the phone. He hung up the call. They should be on the plane now. Then let's go to the airport to wait for her now, Branky said hurriedly. Songjia shook his head. She will arrive tomorrow morning. It's too early for us to go now, Heidi said. Then let's go tomorrow morning. Songjia nodded. He hoped it was not what he thought. Leroy helped him a lot, and was also his contracted beast. If the other party was in danger, he would go to save her no matter what. Songjia asked, System, she is my contracted beast. Can I call her back to the summoning plane? If the other party is within a certain range, the host can summon her back to the summoning plane at will. Hearing this, Songjia nodded. If the other party threatened him with Leroy, he could directly summon Leroy back when they met. Catch the other party off guard. Songjia said, okay. You go and rest first. We will go to the airport tomorrow. Heidi and Branky nodded and returned to their rooms. The next morning, the flight to Cairo also landed at this time. Songjia, Heidi and Branky were already waiting at the airport. They saw many people coming out of the plane. But after waiting for a long time, they didn't see Leroy. Don't worry. She will be fine, Heidi said. Songjia didn't say anything, because if Leroy arrived at the airport, the other party would definitely contact him as soon as possible. But Leroy didn't. Obviously, Sulu had already grasped Leroy's whereabouts and might have controlled her. At this time, Songjia's mobile phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Leroy. Songjia frowned, sent a message to Lingling, and then answered the phone. Don't worry about me. As soon as Leroy finished speaking, she was forced to shut up. Songjia? Hearing this strange voice, Songjia already knew the answer. Leroy was obviously controlled by the other party. Who are you? You don't need to care who I am. You just need to know that your people are in my hands now. Chapter 484. What do you want to do? Songjia asked in confusion. A strange voice sounded. You just need to listen to us. Otherwise don't blame us. Don't hurt her. Talk it over nicely, Songjia said hurriedly. You Chinese have an old saying. A man who knows the current situation is a hero. I hope that our conversation will not be known to a third person. Song Jia looked at Blanche and Heidi next to him. Now it's not just the third person. The fourth person has heard it. Blanche and Heidi were silent. Ah. This. I tell you where to go when the time comes. I hope you don't do anything stupid. After the voice fell, the phone was hung up. At this time, Song Jia also saw the message sent by Lingling. I located my phone. And the location shows that it is not in Cairo, but in another place. Then Lingling sent him the place. After seeing it, Song Jia frowned. It was obvious that those people intercepted Li Rui halfway. They are so powerful that it is easy for them to stop the flight at an airport and then continue to fly. Have they changed their location before? It has been changing. But if they send you a message, you should be able to find their hiding place. Song Jia nodded. Li Rui was taken to a small country's territory. He planned to go there first, and then find a chance to save Li Rui. Concubine Brand asked Song Jia, "What are you going to do next? Do you need our help? You should stay in Cairo. I can handle this matter," Song Jia said. "Then you?" Heidi was a little worried. "They want to touch me, but they are not qualified." "Don't worry. I will be back soon." Song Jia looked at them and comforted them. "Or should we ask the Magic Association for help?" Heidi said. Song Jia shook his head. "You forgot that the people who deal with me are from the Magic Association." Heidi was too worried and forgot about this matter. "Don't worry. Don't you know my strength?" Song Jia smiled very calmly. Heidi nodded. "I go buy a plane ticket first," Song Jia said, and walked towards the ticket office. A villa area. Sulu was standing at the window looking at the scenery outside. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang. "Mr. Su, what you asked us to do has been done." A flattering voice came from the other side. Sulu responded, "My people will be there soon. Don't make too much noise." "Yes." After hanging up the phone, Sulu suddenly smiled. If he killed Song Jia, the senior officials in China would be furious. Right? Especially Mr. Xiaozheng. He would hate himself even more. When Sulu thought of this, the smile on his face became brighter. He turned around, looked at the secretary in front of him and said, "Notify them that the hunt is about to begin." Sulu originally wanted to wait for a while, but Li Rui came to Cairo and gave them an opportunity. The Black Dragon Emperor. Sulu was extremely eager for it. This is an emperor-level creature. If he conquered it, he would not be the number one in the world. Then, who would be his opponent? The more Sulu thought about it, the more excited he became, and the more he wanted the Black Dragon Emperor. In order to be foolproof, he brought all his capable men with him. But this was not to deal with Song Jia, but to conquer the Black Dragon Emperor. Sulu investigated Song Jia, and his overall strength was only at the superclass level, and the rest was dependent on external forces. Therefore, they did not take Song Jia to heart. Sulu turned around and looked out the window again, saying, "Speaking of which, I still have to thank you very much. Without you, I would not have needed to spend so much effort to deal with the Black Dragon Emperor." That night, Song Jia had already arrived at that small country. This small country is called Ruili, with only one city, and the rest is vast grassland. Song Jia just got off the plane and happened to receive a call from the other party. Lingling had been monitoring Song Jia mobile phone. When she saw the message coming, she immediately located it and quickly got the other party's location. "Song Jia, I found their location." "Where?" Then, Lingling sent him a location, and Song Jia looked in the defined direction. Not long after, he found the other party's location. But there was no sign of Li Rui. Song Jia secretly said, "No, Li Rui is not here." He thought, "These people are really cunning. It is obvious that this is not the first time to do such a thing. It seems that I can only ask this person." Song Jia does not like to sit and wait for death. He likes to attack directly. Soon, the person who sent him the message was controlled by Song Jia. But the other party knew nothing, and it was all in vain. Song Jia cursed in his heart. It is indeed a cunning fox. This guy is just a commoner, who took money from others and asked them to send a message. On the other side, Sulu and his people already knew that Song Jia had come to Ruili. "Did anyone come with him?" Sulu asked. The middle-aged man behind him shook his head. "He came alone. And there is no news from the Magic Association." Sulu nodded. He didn't want anyone to ruin his good deeds. He said slowly, "Since the preparations are almost done, Let's lead him over. It's too blatant to do it in the city. So they chose to do it on the grassland. The middle-aged man said, I go and let someone notify him to go over. Sulu nodded. He will be able to obtain the Black Dragon Emperor tomorrow. Who will be his opponent then? After a night's rest, Song Jia received new news in the morning. It seems that they are going to attack me, Song Jia said in his heart. After he prepared, he immediately left the hotel and went straight to their location, leaving the safety barrier. There are dangers everywhere outside, but these powers are almost no threat to Song Jia. Commander level can kill instantly. Monarch level can also do it. So, there are not many things that can threaten him now. Song Jia came to the grassland, and all he saw was lush greenery. And at the same time, there was endless grassland. I don't know how long he flew. Song Jia simply raised his breath, and it was getting closer and closer. At this moment, he saw many figures in the sky, waiting for him not far away. Song Jia was not afraid, and let the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle continue to fly over until it came not far from them. Sulu stood with his hands behind his back, looking at Song Jia as if he had seen a treasure. His eyes were shining. I was afraid you wouldn't come. Sulu smiled and said at this time. Song Jia looked at him. I have a characteristic. Whoever treats me well, I will treat them well. In fact, I have made 2 preparations. If you don't come, I can also catch other people. And you will always come by then. Sulu smiled. But he smiled like a devil. Chapter 485. If Song Jia had no strength, he might have been pissed off by someone like Sulu. However, the other party made a wrong calculation. You dare to touch me? Aren't you afraid that we Chinese will hold you accountable? Song Jia said. Sulu smiled. I have blocked all the news, and our whereabouts will not be discovered by others. Even if you die, no one will know. What's more, if I get the Black Dragon Emperor, what can your Chinese high-level people do to me? At this point, Sulu suddenly laughed, and laughed wildly, as if he had seen the scene of himself controlling the Black Dragon Emperor. Then I'm relieved. Song Jia nodded with satisfaction. However, Sulu and others didn't know what this meant. Someone said, do you really think we can't do anything to you if you have the Black Dragon Emperor in front of us? You are just an ant. The people present were all superclass or above. So if we only look at the realm, their realm is above Song Jia. To deal with a summoning mage, you only need to deal with the summoner. If the summoner is killed, the summoned beast will also be severely damaged. And then they will be at their mercy. I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten the Black Dragon Emperor so easily. Sulu said at this time. You can die now. As soon as this was said, the people behind him were also making preparations. As long as the Black Dragon Emperor appeared, they would go up to contain him as soon as possible, and then wait for others to kill Song Jia. Then all the plans would be completed naturally, and Sulu would also get the Black Dragon Emperor. Then let's try it. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he summoned the Black Dragon Emperor. At this time, the people on Sulu's side also rushed to Song Jia, ready to kill him with one blow. Let's go together. Although Sulu could use Leroy to threaten Song Jia to surrender, it was not necessary at all in the current situation. Just an ant. Just kill him. The Black Dragon Emperor emerged from the summoning space, and his huge body shocked everyone present. There were many forbidden spells, and Sulu himself was also a forbidden spell, and a 3-series forbidden spell mage. The surrounding forbidden spell mages also attacked the Black Dragon Emperor one after another. They had already set up a net here. In an instant, everyone attacked one after another, and they must suppress the Black Dragon Emperor. On the other side, dozens of superclass mages kept approaching, wanting to kill Song Jia. You really think highly of me? Song Jia glanced at them, and then his figure suddenly disappeared. Others saw this and showed surprised expressions. However, when looking for Song Jia, they found that the other party had come to one of the superclass mages. Die. The superclass mage had not yet reacted, and his entire body was broken and fell to the ground. When they saw the scene, they showed a look of astonishment. The other party could actually kill the superclass mage directly, but Song Jia did not give them time to react. His figure kept appearing in the air, and several superclass mages fell from the air. Someone exclaimed, "Don't disperse." Everyone gathered together. Only then did they realize that they were no match for Song Jia alone. Just gathering together was exactly what Song Jia wanted. So he could wipe them out. Penetrating Array. This was a spiritual skill comparable to the superclass level, and it was matched with Song Jia's spiritual realm. You can imagine how powerful it was. How could it be? They thought they could deal with Song Jia by gathering together, but they didn't expect to create an opportunity for the other party. It was just too late to find out now. Space crushing. Song Jia stretched out his arm and grabbed them fiercely, and the space around them suddenly changed. Those superclass mages were already under spiritual attack, so how could they care about Song Jia attack again? In a blink of an eye, several corpses fell from the sky, and those lying on the ground were all those who wanted to kill him just now. At this time, the Black Dragon Emperor was dealing with these forbidden spells. If it was the Black Dragon Emperor before, he might still be a little afraid of them. But now, their forbidden spells are nothing but ants in his eyes. Sulu was watching the battle. But at this time, the person behind him said, "Sushi, the situation has changed. All the people we sent over have been killed." As soon as this was said, Sulu frowned and looked in the direction of Song Jia. Sulu said, "It seems that this guy still has some tricks. If the superclass can't deal with it, then send a superclass inversion person over." "Yes." The man nodded and then went to give the order. There is still a difference between a superclass mage and a superclass inversion mage. The latter is only one step away from the forbidden spell. Therefore, a superclass inversion mage is much stronger than a superclass mage. And Song Jia was in midair. But suddenly, he noticed two powerful auras approaching. He turned his head and saw the two superclass inversion masters coming to kill him. One of the top-level masters said, "You can be proud of dying in the hands of the two of us. Are you so confident that I will die?" "Not you." Song Jia was calm. "Don't waste your time on him. This guy must have some tricks to kill so many superclass mages." Another top-level master said. The latter nodded. Just as they were about to attack Song Jia, they saw that he was turning into a demon at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's wrong with him? The two top-level masters were stunned. This guy. At this moment, they felt that the aura emitted by Song Jia was terrifying. So terrifying that they wanted to retreat. What should we do? This man is not someone we can deal with. Run away. They were all strong men. Of course they knew Song Jia's situation and their understanding of themselves. It was not easy to cultivate to this level. And they were only one step away from gathering the forbidden spell. Who wants to die? It's too late to run now. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he immediately blocked them. Separate. However, as soon as the man finished speaking, the two of them seemed to be frozen and could not move at all. Die! After Song Jia said this, the two suddenly felt a breath of death suddenly attacking their bodies. No. Song Jia did not even look at them, only to see two more corpses on the grass. After he turned into a demon, killing the forbidden spell was like killing ants. Too easy. Sulu, who was not far away, also saw this scene. Frowning, he did not expect Song Jia to have such a trump card. Sushi, the Black Dragon Emperor is too strong. We can't stand it anymore. Fei Luolong flew over and said, "Just now, the Black Dragon Emperor killed a forbidden spell with black flames, which made other forbidden spells dare not entangle with it." Fei Luolong saw that Song Jia was still alive and well, and said, "Hasn't that person been eliminated yet? That guy killed two top-level strongmen." As soon as Sulu finished speaking, Fei Luolong next to him was stunned. Fei Luolong was stunned. He killed two top-level strongmen? Chapter 486. This result was unbelievable to Farinlong. Even if this guy was a superclass mage, he was not so powerful. No. Farinlong looked straight ahead and saw the demonized Song Jia. This guy. He actually turned into a demon? Farinlong said, "We can't hold on here anymore. We must solve it quickly. Otherwise we may all die here." How could Sulu not know this truth? Then he looked behind him, and his eyes fell on Li Rui. "Go and shout to Song Jia and the Black Dragon Emperor to stop," Sulu said. The other party knew his conspiracy and still came here, which means that this person is very important to him. Therefore, as long as this person is still in his hands, Song Jia will still let them control him. Although he disdained to use this method before, he had to use it in this situation now. Farinlong came to Li Rui's side and threatened, "Song Jia, let the Black Dragon Emperor stop. Otherwise we will kill her." Song Jia heard the voice and looked over. He saw Li Rui being held hostage by them. and then asked the Black Dragon Emperor to stop. Seeing this, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. The Black Dragon Emperor was too powerful. They simply couldn't stand it. Fei Lunlong saw that Song Jie really stopped, and felt that there was hope. He continued, "We won't make things difficult for you. If you cancel the contract with the Black Dragon Emperor, we will let him go. We don't care about what happened just now." Song Jie smiled. "You don't care? But it doesn't mean I don't care." "What did you say?" Fei Lunlong frowned. Song Jie said, "I mean, I want the person. And you have to die. Aren't you afraid that I will kill her?" Fei Lunlong said angrily. "You can't kill her." Song Jie had a smile in his eyes, and completed the magic at the same time. "You?" Fei Lunlong had no way to deal with Song Jie, and then looked at Sulu not far away. "See?" Sulu's eyes suddenly showed a look of shock. However, Farinlong was just surprised. But when he found out, a blood hole appeared on his chest. How could it be? Farinlong had never expected this to happen. He slowly turned his head, and looked at Leroy behind him. At this time, she had become a vampire, and at the same time exuded a strong bloody aura. Farinlong slowly fell down, his eyes full of unwillingness. He had finally reached such a position. But now he had to restart, and others did not expect this to happen. Farinlong was a forbidden spell mage. However, he was killed directly. Leroy looked at Sulu and others with sharp eyes, full of murderous intent. These people still wanted to threaten Song Jie with themselves, which was unforgivable, and they all had to die. At this time, Sulu and others were really panicked. They did not expect such a situation to happen. "Sushi, what should we do now?" someone asked. The current situation was too sudden, and they had no plan to deal with it at all. One Black Dragon Emperor had already made them overwhelmed, and now there was another vampire. Kill them. Song Jie didn't want to give them any chance. No one who came here today could leave alive. The Black Dragon Emperor obeyed the order, and its breath burst out again, shocking everyone present. Some people were speechless. The Black Dragon Emperor's breath was stronger. Before, it seemed that he hadn't tried his best. Sulu looked at the scene in front of him and cursed, "Everyone try your best. Otherwise you will die here." The forbidden spells had to nod when they heard it. They had no choice at the moment. The Black Dragon Emperor came to kill, and those forbidden spells immediately stepped forward to block him. But they were no match for the Black Dragon Emperor. In just a moment, a forbidden spell mage was instantly swallowed by the black flame, and not even a slag was left. The Black Dragon Emperor was too strong. They were no match at all. "Run! We can't beat him!" someone exclaimed. "If this goes on, they will all die here." However, at this time, Leroy came silently. He got the condensation of Song Jie power and reached the Emperor level. One of the panicked forbidden spells was about to react, but was killed by Leroy directly. The forbidden spells were even more panicked. Sulu saw this and knew that the plan had failed. He turned around and left immediately, not caring about the lives of others. "Sushi, why did you abandon us?" A forbidden spell was being chased by the Black Dragon Emperor. When he exclaimed, the Black Dragon Emperor had already spit out black flames. In an instant, the man was instantly swallowed by the black flames. Sulu had no time to care about them. He just wanted to leave here and find another opportunity. But Song Jie had already stared at him. It was too late for him to run now. The Black Dragon Emperor and Leroy harvested those forbidden spell mages, while Song Jie came in front of Sulu and stopped Sulu, who wanted to escape, looking for death. Sulu was a forbidden spell, so his understanding of magic was much higher than Song Jie level. He wanted to release magic, but it was just a thought. So the powerful magic only took a thought. "Die!" Sulu controlled the lightning, and at this moment, a minefield suddenly formed around them. The violent lightning seemed to be enraged, gathering towards Song Jie head. In a blink of an eye, the terrifying power of lightning continued to gather, and suddenly fell like a torrential rain. Faced with such a scene, Song Jie was not panicked at all. After the demonization, his magic system was sublimated. A holy sword, as if it was clearing away the clouds, it suddenly came out from, slashing down from the sky. The originally dense thunder and lightning power was destroyed instantly, and the dazzling golden light enveloped the entire grassland. Sulu was also shocked when he saw this scene. Who would have thought that a demon would actually fight with light? How ridiculous. However, What he didn't know was that the real demon was actually him. Fall. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, countless golden holy swords appeared above Sulu's head. His light system was originally enhanced, and the power can be imagined. It's really difficult. Sulu frowned. It was the first time that he was forced to use his full strength. The light system restrained him too much. His forbidden spells were the summoning system, the thunder system, and the curse system. The thunder system couldn't beat it. The curse system was restrained by the light system. Now, there is only the last summoning system. Come out! Sulu shouted in a low voice. And the 7-star palaces merged into a constellation, and the star stream filled the entire starry sky. The forbidden power tore the space apart as if it was the end of the world, and all things held their breath as if they were welcoming the end. And the might shook the heavens and the earth. This is the star that can only be completed by the forbidden spell. Sulu is already an old-fashioned forbidden spell, so he tried to stop it, but it was too late. At this time, he looked at the endless summoning plane, wanting to see what kind of summoned beast would come out. Ancient giant beast. Sulu shouted again, and a pair of huge claws suddenly appeared on the huge summoning plane, and suddenly grabbed the summoning gate. In an instant, the other party's huge head drilled out of the summoning gate. Chapter 487. Song Jia looked at the head of the ancient beast. From its aura, it was obvious that it had reached the emperor level. But this summoned beast would not stay for long. Unlike the dimensional beast and the contracted beast, this summoned beast needs a huge amount of magic power to maintain. Even if Sulu is a forbidden spell mage, it can't last long. And the reason why Sulu summoned the ancient beast was just to delay time. Song Jia looked at this huge ancient beast, without fear in his heart, but with surprise in his eyes. If he killed the other party, could he also get an emperor-level spirit? Song Jia really wanted to try it. This ancient beast should be in the early stage of the Little Emperor, which is much worse than the Black Dragon Emperor. The power Song Jia gave to Li Rui was not much, only allowing her to reach the level of the middle stage of the Little Emperor. And the ancient king is an orthodox emperor, so his power can be divided again. Song Jia hard moved, and Xiao Yinji flew out of the summoning space and sank into his body at the same time. In an instant, the aura that burst out from Song Jia's body became even more powerful. He himself has the blessing of demonization, and now he has the blessing of the power of Little Yinji. Now even if he faces the Little Emperor, he has the strength to fight. Do you think that you can be safe and sound if you summon it? As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he ran straight towards the ancient beast. As soon as the ancient beast appeared, it roared at Song Jia, and then its eyes suddenly shot out blue lasers. Song Jia was not afraid at all. He just hit out with one palm, and the flame that seemed to burn the sky suddenly gushed out. At the same time, the surrounding light was constantly changing, and they all gathered towards the ancient beast. Sulu originally wanted to use the ancient beast to leave, but Song Jia had blocked the surroundings. He has no escape now. Damn it! Sulu shouted angrily. He didn't expect to provoke such a monster. Before, he thought that Song Jia subdued the Black Dragon Emperor by other means, so he didn't think about it at all. Now think about it. It is impossible to subdue the Black Dragon Emperor without some ability. He made a mistake. This world is not the place for you. Song Jia was suspended in the air, and the laser of the ancient beast had no effect on him. Flame of Doom! Song Jia shouted, and the sky turned into a sea of fire, and flames kept falling from the sky to the ground. The ancient beast raised its head, and its huge body burst out a terrifying space force, and suddenly smashed towards Song Jia. Space? Song Jia didn't expect that the ancient beast would use space power. He said, the vine snake also has space power, so you can just sacrifice you to the vine snake. While speaking, the sea of fire in the sky suddenly fell, as if it wanted to engulf the ancient beast. Sulu felt powerless when he saw this scene. How could it be? He planned step by step, and there was no mistake in every step. But now, he made a wrong move. He was so unwilling. He was almost successful. He could become the world leader, and the whole world would submit to him. Just a little bit. Flame, space, light. The three forces kept crushing them. And even if the ancient beast had the power of space, it had no room to fight back. The city not far away, the residents living there could also see the scene. When they saw such a scene, they might as well stop and look at the fiery sky. What happened over there? Will there be a demon invasion? It doesn't look like it. Everyone was talking about it. And they didn't know what happened. But such a scene made them feel nervous, thinking that something big might happen. When this scene appeared, the top leaders of the country here also gathered for a meeting. In this situation, how could they sit still? On the other side, the fire cloud pressed down, and the ancient beast sank into the flames, and its figure could no longer be seen. I don't know how long it has been. The Black Dragon Emperor and Leroy returned to Songjia. They had dealt with all those people. I've already dealt with this, Leroy said. Songjia nodded, his eyes fixed on the sea of fire below. Is it dealt with? Although Leroy chased those people, he also kept his eyes on Songjia. Almost. Little Yin Ji's flames were like heavenly fire, and even the ancient beasts could be severely damaged. The flames gradually faded. The figure of the ancient beast emerged. At the same time, Sulu, who was in a mess, was seen. At this time, he only had half a breath left. The ancient beast was severely damaged and crawled on the ground panting. Black Dragon Emperor, go and give it the last blow. Songjia didn't want this guy to return to his plane. The Black Dragon Emperor nodded and walked towards the ancient beast with the attitude of a big boss. The ancient beast didn't expect that he would end up like this. If he had known, he would not have come out. It was all because of his greed. In a blink of an eye, Songjia had another Emperor-level spirit in his hand. The Black Dragon Emperor had obtained the spirit of Helof before, and now it no longer needs this Emperor-level spirit. So, Songjia planned to give this Emperor-level spirit to Tingsha. After all, this guy has spatial ability. Sulu was lying on the ground, looking in Songjia direction. He didn't expect that he would end up like this. Songjia looked at Sulu. Letting this guy die like this was really too easy for him. Die! As soon as Songjia finished speaking, a ball of terrifying flames fell and swallowed Sulu in an instant. This kind of person is more threatening than an emperor level alive. So it's better to die. Since everything here has been resolved, let's leave this place quickly, Songjia said. The identities of the people he killed were not simple, and he didn't want to cause trouble. So it was better to leave quickly. I don't know how long it has been. The city sent a military magician. When they came here, there was no trace of Songjia and his men. A military mage said, there must be a big battle here. There is also a terrifying aura of magic around. It is too strong. Look around to see if there are any clues. Someone asked, what do you think is going on? Could it be two powerful demons fighting? You ask me. Who should I ask? Hurry up and get to work. Songjia did not leave this country this time, but chose to go to the next country and then return to Cairo. The Black Dragon Emperor was too conspicuous, so Songjia changed to the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. The two quickly arrived at the next country and chose a city to live in. In the hotel, Leroy was sitting next to Songjia. Thank you, Leroy said sincerely. Songjia said, why are you being polite to me? You are working for me, so it is my duty to save you. Leroy nodded. She knew that Songjia gave her the status and achievements she has now. If it weren't for him, she might still be a member of the vampire clan, living in fear in the city every day. Songjia looked at Leroy in a trance and joked, you don't want to marry me, do you? Chapter 488. Songjia saw Leroy in a trance and joked, you don't want to marry me, do you? Leroy blushed and said, if the master wants, I can help you. Hearing the word master, Songjia took a breath. Now we are alone. And you suddenly call me master. You think he is a good person, right? Master, don't you believe it? As soon as Leroy finished speaking, her shirt was suddenly untied. The next moment, the half circle of Snow White exposed shocked Songjia. He didn't say anything. He took it off without saying anything. That's not what I meant, Songjia explained hurriedly. Leroy heard it and felt a little disappointed. I'm sorry, master. I misunderstood your meaning. Songjia looked at Leroy a grieved look and suddenly felt guilty. After that, he immediately controlled her with his mind, and Leroy suddenly fell into his arms. Are you serious? At this time, Leroy looked at Songjia affectionately and nodded seriously. Songjia didn't expect that his charm was so great. It's all because he is too good. Songjia picked her up and turned to enter the bedroom. Leroy is a mixed race, and he was also excited. After all, it was the first time he met a mixed-race person. After a while, the two met frankly. Songjia looked at Leroy's snow-white skin, which was still a little different from Hua Xia's skin color. Song Jie couldn't help it, and had already thought about it. Li Rui was also very nervous. After all, this was the first time. It would be strange if she wasn't nervous. But Song Jie was very gentle, because he was already familiar with it. So he knew it very well. Master, don't worry about me. Use what you like, Li Rui said. I don't know how long it has been. Song Jie let her have a good rest. After all, Li Rui had just escaped from those people not long ago. And now she is experiencing such a thing again. She must be very tired. Song Jie lay on the bed, holding the sleeping Li Rui, thinking about the next plan. Sulu's matter has been resolved, and he doesn't need to go to the Parthenon anymore. Then, Song Jie thought of the message that Orra sent him not long ago. Finally, he decided to help Orra deal with things first. Orra wanted him to help before because she wanted to wait until he reached the super level before asking him to come. Otherwise that place would be too dangerous. And now, he has reached the super level. Of course, this is only on the surface. But his strength has exceeded the super level. Song Jie immediately replied to Orra and said that he would go to him in the next few days, because he will go to Cairo next. After all, there are still some handover ceremonies to be handled. But so far, Orra has not told him about this. So before going to her, you must also understand what the other party wants you to do. The next night, Song Jie and Li Rui took transportation back to Cairo. Are you okay? Heidi asked with concern. Song Jie shook his head. Where are those people? Concubine Bran asked. Song Jie smiled. They all went to where they should go. Branky frowned, as if she heard what Song Jie said. Branky asked, will you get into trouble like this? Probably not for the time being. Even if there is trouble, I can solve it, Song Jie said. Branky didn't know what to say, because Song Jie had already done this, and there was no room for redemption. Song Jie said, Teacher Branky, don't worry. I know this matter. Branky sighed. Song Jie is quite good. He didn't want Song Jie to ruin his future because of this. It's too late now. You all go to rest, Song Jie said to them. Heidi and Branky nodded. Seeing Song Jie come back, they felt much more at ease. Just as they left, Song Jie suddenly looked at the night outside. Just when he and Li Rui came back all the way, he always felt that someone was following them. It's just that this person is very secretive. He didn't reveal his whereabouts. Even if Song Jie found out, the other party could hide quickly. But he didn't expect that this person would appear outside his hotel again. And this time he didn't hide. Song Jie felt that something was fishy. So he asked them to go back first, and went to meet this person first. When his figure disappeared, he appeared again on the roof of the hotel. Opposite Song Jie, there was a slender figure standing, with long hair fluttering under the moonlight, following me all the way. What's the matter? Song Jie asked. You killed Sulu. The voice was a girl, but this sentence made Song Jie more vigilant. Song Jie didn't notice anyone nearby before, but with this person's hiding ability, this guy may have his own methods. Who are you? Song Jie asked. The girl replied, you can call me Shaka. Shaka. Why does this person's name sound so familiar? Song Jie thought carefully, and soon confirmed this person. Isn't this the Archangel Gabriel of the Holy City? Song Jie didn't expect that Shaka would target him. I killed Sulu. You want to take me back? Song Jie asked. Shaka shook her head. I know everything about you. And he is not a good person. So I won't tell you about this. Song Jie nodded. He believed Shaka's words. He then asked, then why did you come to me? I just want to know how you reached a contract with the Black Dragon Emperor. Shaka asked. This is my secret. Song Jie shook his head. I may not tell you. We can exchange, Shaka said. Song Jie shook his head. I don't lack anything. Shaka said, if it is a news that can make the summoned beast promoted to the Emperor level. Don't you want to know? Hearing this, Song Jie was indeed moved. Then let's find a place to talk? Shaka nodded. After a while, the two of them came to a convenience store. Then the two sat down. Song Jie sat next to Sha Jia and saw her appearance. She was not very old, with a head of lavender dream purple curly hair that set off her delicate face as white as snow, like an elf. Song Jie spoke first. Is this information reliable? This is the information I collected myself. I can be 100% sure of the accuracy of the details. Sha Jia answered immediately. Song Jie nodded. and then asked, "Do you know who I am?" Xiaojia nodded. "When Sulu and others targeted you, I investigated your information," Songjia responded. "Then you should know about my magic mutation." "Right. He can find out about his magic mutation as long as he checks it. So he thinks Xiaojia should know." Xiaojia was surprised. "You can establish a contract with the Black Dragon Emperor because of your magic mutation?" Chapter 489. Xiaojia is very interested in magic research. That's why she came to Songjia to ask about the Black Dragon Emperor. Xiaojia was surprised. "You can establish a contract with the Black Dragon Emperor because your magic has mutated?" Songjia nodded. "Talent is an open matter, so there is no need to hide it. Can I ask how many contracted beasts you have now?" Xiaojia asked again. "Let me count." Songjia was also confused. Contracted beasts are summoned beasts that have signed a contract. Xiao He, Xiao Yanji, Li Rui, and the Black Dragon Emperor. Apas. Songjia replied, "There are 5 contracted beasts in total." 5 contracted beasts. Xiaojia didn't expect Songjia to have so many contracted beasts. She then asked, "Have all your magic mutated?" Songjia nodded again. "You seem to be very interested in studying magic?" Xiaojia nodded. "I am more interested in magic. I know this person. You may get along well with him," Songjia said with a smile. "Who is it?" The person Songjia was talking about was Feng Zhoulong, who had developed fusion magic. His name is Feng Zhoulong, and he is a member of the Southern Magic Association. If there is a chance, I will definitely visit him. Xiaojia said, "Can I add your contact information? If there is a chance to come to China, I may need your help to introduce me." "Sure." Songjia responded and finally added his contact information to Xiaojia. Now, Sulu is dead. Feng Zhoulong is also safe. In the original book, Feng Zhoulong died because of Sulu. But after this hidden danger was removed, it was fine. But it cannot be concluded that other people have no ideas. After all, demons in this world are not scary. But human nature is the scariest. Xiaojia said, "Then I will find you when I go to China." After Songjia chatted with Xiaojia for a few words, the other party left. The two agreed to meet in China. When Songjia returned to the hotel room, he received a call from Orra. Oluna smiled and said, "Have you missed me recently?" "I miss you all the time." "I almost believed it," Oluna said, and immediately returned to the topic. "Actually, I want you to help me because I want to control the power of our family." "Does it have anything to do with the help this time?" "It has a lot to do with it," Oluna said. "I need to find someone to go into a space world with me. There will be many dangers there. And it must be someone who has just entered the super class. We need to enter this space world to get something. Whoever can get this thing will have the right to inherit the family. So this matter is very important to me. You are the only one I can trust now." Songjia asked, "How many people can go in from your side?" "You can take 4 people," Oluna said. Songjia asked again, "Can you take a high-level magician?" Heidi and Bran Concubine might go with them. So he wanted Heidi to go in with them. After all, Heidi's strength is stronger than that of ordinary superclass mages. So she will not be a drag if she follows. Orna said, "I still have 2 places here. If you have someone to choose, I can give them to you." She is now Songjia person, so she trusts him 100%. Songjia replied, "I really need to bring someone here. And these 2 places will be given to me and her. Branky has been in the super class for a long time. And the other party is also a superclass strongman. So she can't get in." Orra said, "Then when will you come over so that I can arrange it for you?" About 2 days later. "Songjia does have things to deal with here." Orra nodded. "Then I wait for you here. Tell me about your space world," Songjia said. As for the space world, he has seen it before. Such as the town that obtained the time liquid before. That and the town are a small space world. Our family discovered this world by accident. But we haven't explored it all yet. Orna said, "But there are many magical things in it. And there are many places that have not been explored. We went in to find the Fountain of Life. If we find the Fountain of Life, I can inherit the family position." "What is this Fountain of Life?" "The Fountain of Life is a spring that can prolong life. The older generation of our family relies on it to prolong their life," Orna said. "I see." Songjia sighed that there are indeed many magical and unknown things in this world. It's very dangerous inside. And we must be careful when the time comes. Orna reminded. "Tell me about it." Orna said, "There are many monarch-level demons in it. and even Emperor level 1s. Has anyone seen it? Yes. These are what our elders told us. So they saw it with their own eyes. Orra said. Songjia's eyes lit up immediately. He didn't expect that there were so many spirits to be obtained. Must go. Songjia chatted with her for a few more words before hanging up the phone. Songjia was just going through the motions in Egypt. And the most important thing was that Leroy took over. 2 days later, Songjia took Heidi and concubine Bran to the United States. And Orra was waiting for them there. Songjia, you haven't told us what you are going to do in the United States this time? Heidi asked. To help my people. Songjia replied. Your people? Songjia said. I promised her something before. So I must help her complete it. At the same time, he also wanted to know if there were any treasures in it. Perhaps this journey will allow him to gain a lot. After all, it was just a small town before they could get such a good thing as the time fluid. He heard from Orra that the space world was very large. And there might be many treasures left behind. Songjia was excited just thinking about it. From Egypt to the United States, there is only the Atlantic Ocean in between. So it didn't take them long to reach the city where Orra's family was located. As soon as Songjia got off the plane, he saw the message Orra sent him. Follow me. Songjia called Heidi and Blanche to follow behind him, and soon found Orra. When Orra saw Songjia coming, she smiled, but her face was tired and difficult to hide. Who are these two? These two are Blanche Tudor and Heidi from the Alpine Academy. They are my partners. Songjia introduced to Orra. Orra smiled and nodded at them at the same time. You have worked hard all the way. I have prepared a dinner for you. Get in the car first, Orra said. Songjia was not polite, and got on the business car prepared by Orra first, followed by Heidi and Blanky. How is your relationship with the other two people you found? Songjia asked. Orra replied, it's mutually beneficial. Chapter 490. Songjia nodded. If it was a mutual benefit, this relationship was not reliable. Don't worry. The position of the head of your family must be yours, Songjia said. Luna smiled. I don't know why. As long as Songjia is around, I feel very safe. Maybe this is the sense of security. Afterwards, Orra took them to a villa area. At the same time, the two teammates who followed them were also waiting for them at the entrance of the villa area. After they came down, Songjia also saw the two people. The two people looked older than Songjia and Heidi, probably a few years older than them. These two people are also temple mages, and they are Orra's colleagues. Let me introduce you. These two are my colleagues, and they are also the youngest and strongest mages in the temple, Orra introduced. The two people looked arrogant, looking at Songjia and Heidi. Orra continued. These two are the helpers I invited. This is Songjia. This is Heidi. And the one accompanying them is Instructor Branky. The two men were quite interested in Heidi and Branky. After all, they were both beautiful women. Senior Orra, this time we are competing for the position of the head of the family. You should think twice before choosing someone, Ben said. Heidi's age is okay, but Songjia is younger than them. So he was referring to Sister Song. I forgot to introduce you. This is Songjia, who won the first place in the World Academy competition. Orra continued. Is it him? Alvin and Doma looked at each other, and neither of them expected it to be the person in front of them. Orra said. Do you have any other opinions? But he should only have one super level system. Right. We are all people who have reached the super level system in 2 systems, Doma said. Ah? Songjia was suddenly startled, and immediately attracted their attention. You are only 2-element superclass? I am 3-element superclass. Oben and Doma frowned immediately after hearing this. How is it possible? Doma obviously did not believe what Songjia said. Don't take your ignorance as your superiority. Songjia knew that these two people seemed to be targeting him, so he would not be polite. You? Doma was really angry when Songjia made such a sarcastic remark. Luna said coldly, okay. I don't want my team to have disagreements before entering. If you don't want to go in, I can find someone else. The relationship between them was originally mutually beneficial and mutually supportive. If Orra got the family inheritance, she promised to cooperate with these two people. But Songjia is his man. She can bully him, but others can't. It's that simple. Oben and Doma looked at each other and didn't say anything. Luna said, okay. Let's go in first. They came in together and sat at the dining table to eat dinner. But they didn't say much. After eating and drinking, Oben and Doma left. Orra arranged accommodation for Heidi and Bran. Finally, when arranging accommodation for Song Jie, he was pulled into the room by the other party. "You bad guy." Song Jie laughed. "We haven't seen each other for so long. We have to be warm and gentle." Orna's rosy mouth was blocked before she could react. And then she was picked up. The next day, Orra brought them to her family. At this time, her other two competitors also appeared here. Song Jie looked up and saw that there were obviously 3 people competing this time. So Orra had to beat the other 2. In addition to their 3 pre-selected successors, there were also the elders of the family here. I don't want to say much, because I have told you before that whoever gets the Fountain of Life will be given the right to inherit the family position, a middle-aged man said. As soon as this was said, Orra and the other 2 competitors nodded. The middle-aged man said, "Now you all come with me. I will take you to that place." Then, Song Jie, Heidi and others followed the man into the car and headed for that space world. "This is our family secret, so you need to hand over your mobile phones and other equipment. And you also need to cover your eyes," the middle-aged man said. Song Jie could understand, so he handed over his mobile phone and some other equipment, and took the initiative to cover his eyes. "You can't bring the space ring in, so please hand over the space ring as well. We will keep it for you and return it to you when you come out." Song Jie handed over the space ring. Anyway, there was nothing in his space ring. He usually puts things in the system space. Song Jie also knew why the other party did this. It was obviously afraid that they got something good in it and hid it. The middle-aged man said again, "You can exchange anything you find in it with us, and we will give you a certain reward." Song Jie had just thought of it, so he was not surprised. After they were blindfolded, they didn't know how long it had been. After a while, we finally noticed that the car had stopped. "Are we here now?" someone suddenly said. "You can take off your blindfolds and get off the car," the middle-aged man said. After that, everyone took off their blindfolds and looked at the environment outside the window. This is a dense forest with strange trees. Even though Song Jie has been to so many places, he doesn't know what kind of tree this is. However, Song Jie was the first to discover that the space here seemed different. At this time, Heidi next to him also discovered this situation. "Get off the car." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, he got off the car first. The others followed closely, got off the car, and came to the middle-aged man. "We have arrived at the place, and what will happen next is up to you to decide." The middle-aged man looked at the stone wall next to him and said, "We've arrived." Everyone was startled. Aren't they going to enter the space world? Where's that space world? And Song Jie has already discovered it, because the middle-aged man just glanced at the stone wall over there. He also noticed that something was wrong over there, so he guessed that it was probably the restriction reserved by the space world. "Follow me," the middle-aged man said, and walked towards the stone wall not far away. "There is a restriction here, but we will open it later, and you can enter it," the middle-aged man said. Everyone suddenly realized that the space world was here. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, several people behind him came to the stone wall. The next moment, they chanted some spells, and some incomprehensible runes suddenly appeared in front of the stone wall. The middle-aged man took a look, and then said, "The restriction has been opened, and you can go in now." Hearing this, Orra glanced at Song Jie next to her, and the two nodded to each other and walked towards the stone wall. Chapter 491. Song Jie stepped into the stone wall, and his figure disappeared outside. When he reappeared, he had already come inside. However, he found that Oluna and Heidi, who came in with him, were not around, but he could let his summoned bees find them, so he was not in a hurry. Song Jie looked around and found that he was in a dense forest. He tried to reach the midair and found that the dense forest here was like a vast ocean, with no end in sight. From this, it can be concluded that this space is really big, and there must be a lot of treasures. On the way here, he heard about this space. It takes a lot of energy to open this space, so the family will not open it normally. Unless it comes to this time, the family will open it and let them enter to compete. Not long after Song Jie reached the midair, he was suddenly locked by a gaze. He turned his head and saw a demon staring at him. One-horned wolf. Song Jie didn't expect to meet a one-horned wolf here. This kind of wolf is very rare and is considered a rare species. But now, he has no shortage of summoned beasts. Not to mention that the summoned beasts of wolves are just like that. Little Green. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, Little Green flew out of the dimensional space. After the unicorn wolf sensed Little Green's breath, it turned around and left here. Little Green. Follow it. Don't let it run away, Song Jia warned. He didn't know how to find them now, so he could only search aimlessly. After all, this place is so big, he can only take it slowly, and he will always meet them later. Soon, Little Green led Song Jia to follow the unicorn wolf all the way, and soon they came to the unicorn wolf's lair. There are quite a lot of wolves here. Song Jia knew that wolves are social animals, so he followed. There is strength in numbers, so it's not bad to let them find Heidi and Orra, Song Jia said. He came to the sky above the wolf pack, and hundreds of unicorn wolves looked at him, and their fierce eyes fell on him. The leader of the unicorn wolf is also a commander-level wolf, and it is staring at Sulu, who is also a commander-level wolf. Song Jia looked at the commander-level unicorn wolf. Is this your territory? The commander-level unicorn wolf stared at Song Jia without answering. Are you dumb? I'm asking you a question. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he slapped him in the air. The unicorn wolf was slapped away before he could react. The commander-level unicorn wolf was stunned. It was a commander-level wolf, so it didn't care about its face. It continued to stand up. The slap just now made it a little stunned. Will you tell me? Song Jia asked again. The unicorn wolf was about to nod, but Song Jia's slap came again. The commander-level unicorn wolf was slapped away again. Will you tell me? Faced with Song Jia questioning, the unicorn wolf nodded immediately without any hesitation. It wanted to tell me just now, but you didn't give it a chance. Help me find someone. I can barely spare you. Song Jia looked at it and said, the commander level already has wisdom, so the unicorn wolf knows that Song Jia is stronger than it. First of all, I'm not a coward, because they are all good wolves who are willing to help others. Very soon, Song Jia asked Sulu to tell the unicorn wolf about Heidi and Aeluna's dress and appearance. Then, the commander-level unicorn wolf asked hundreds of unicorn wolves to start looking. So many unicorn wolves scattered to find Heidi and Aeluna, which was much faster than him finding them by himself. Just follow us and be our mount, Song Jia said. How could the commander-level unicorn wolf dare to say no? Now it has no choice at all. Song Jia asked, do you have any natural treasures here? Or treasures that can extend life? He thought it would be most direct to ask the natives here, because they must know the situation here. Sulu translated. It said there are no treasures that can extend life, but there is a pond nearby, where there are natural treasures. But there is a monarch-level demon guarding it, and they usually don't dare to get close to it. Monarch-level guarding? Song Jia suddenly became interested. You can imagine how precious things guarded by monarch-level creatures are. Take us there quickly. I don't know how long it took. The unicorn wolf finally brought them to the vicinity of the pond. But before they got close, they heard a roar not far away. This roar was obviously warning them. But the other party was only monarch level, and Song Jia was not afraid at all. However, the unicorn wolf was already trembling. If Song Jia hadn't been there, it would have run away long ago. Song Jia asked the unicorn to carry them, but halfway through, it refused to move. If you don't move, I kill you now. Under Song Jia reasoning, the unicorn had no choice but to move forward. Soon, they arrived at the pond and saw the monarch-level demon. Great monarch. Song Jia quickly identified the level of this demon. This is a turtle-like demon, very large in size. Compared with it, the one-horned wolf is like the difference between a truck and a motorcycle. The green-shelled giant turtle stood up and glared at Song Jia. An outsider. Use softness to overcome hardness. Sulu. You go, Song Jia said. Sulu nodded. It was not afraid of such a big guy at all. Of course, the premise is that Song Jia improves its strength. After a while, Sulu's strength reached the realm of the Supreme Monarch. It can completely crush the Great Monarch. And the green-shelled giant turtle seemed to have noticed something wrong. But it didn't want to let go of the things in the pool. If you don't leave in this situation, it seems that there are good things in it, Song Jia guessed in his heart. The green-shelled giant turtle thought, and suddenly rushed towards the pool. Sulu, don't let it pass. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, Sulu controlled the huge vines and immediately stopped the green-shelled giant turtle. The green-shelled giant turtle tried to tear the vines apart with brute force, but it was useless. This was the effect of using softness to overcome hardness. After a while, the green-shelled giant turtle was tied up and could not move. Xiaolu vines were poisonous. So the green-shelled giant turtle struggled for a short time before slowly falling down. Seeing this, the unicorn wolf immediately calmed down a lot. It turned out that the real ruthless person was by his side. Songjia ignored it, but came to the edge of the pond and looked at the situation inside. He said in his heart, "What is in this pond? It is worth a monarch-level guard." After that, Songjia jumped into the water and went straight to the bottom of the pond. He searched in the water, and when he knew it was at the bottom, he saw some clumps of green water plants at the bottom of the pond. Is it this? Songjia looked at the crystal-clear water plants, which were obviously not ordinary things. Take it. After Songjia said this, he quickly put it into the system space. When he came out again, the giant green-shelled turtle had died, and Songjia took its spirit into his pocket. He looked at the unicorn wolf and said, "Are there any other demon territories nearby?" Chapter 492. Are there any other demon tribes around here? The one-horned wolf listened to Songjia's question, thought about it quickly, and then shook his head. This is their territory, and few demons usually come to their territory. At the same time, their territory is so big. I don't need to invade other demon territories. What's the use of you? Songjia complained. Hearing this, the one-horned wolf was immediately frightened and trembled. Just pray that your wolf cubs can find them. Otherwise I will kill you, Songjia said. The one-horned wolf felt uncomfortable. What's going on? Songjia said, Xiaolu. See if there are any natural treasures in this dense forest. Xiaolu is a treasure hunting artifact. As long as it is a plant treasure, it can't escape its eyes. After searching for an hour, Songjia had made a lot of money. But he didn't find the fountain of life that Orra said. The fountain of life really exists. Otherwise Orra's family would not let them take it. It's just that they don't know the location of the fountain of life. So it's not easy to find it. At this time, the wolf cub of the unicorn came back. What did they say? Songjia asked Xiaolu. They said that they found a few humans. But not the two people you said. Songjia nodded. Let it take us there, Xiaolu responded. And then let the wolf cub take them there. In the dense forest, a group of people were resting. Someone said, the family is really. Why let this Orra participate? Someone laughed. Just participate? Can she really find the fountain of life? That's right. The fountain of life will only belong to us. Hoban! Someone looked at the young man on the side. This young man is also a competitor for the position of the head of the family this time. Hoban was alert to his surroundings. And he also enjoyed their words. Have you noticed that there are wolves watching us in the dark? Hoban said. Everyone nodded. These wolves are not to be feared. We will kill as many as come. Someone said. They are all superclass mages. These one-horned wolves are only at the level of generals, and are not a threat to them. Although he said so, Hoban felt something was wrong. These one-horned wolves did not attack them, but seemed to be monitoring them. Oluna should not know that they will be separated after coming in. They may be looking for teammates. Someone laughed. They knew that they would be separated after coming in, so they were prepared, which allowed them to find each other. Our biggest opponent is Ander. As for Orra, we don't need to worry about it, Hoban said. Others nodded in agreement. At this time, two people suddenly came not far away. They were Orban and Doma from Orra's team. Everyone looked over, and someone immediately said their identities. These two are Orra's team members, Orban and Doma. Hoban nodded and looked at them with fierce eyes. When they entered this world, there were no constraints. Everyone here was a competitor. If they were killed, they would be killed. People outside would not know who killed them. After all, there were demons here, and they might die in the hands of demons. When Oban and Doma saw another competitor, Hoban, they immediately walked over, looking at the two people coming with a smile. Hoban frowned and looked at them. What are you doing here? Hoban, we too want to cooperate with you, Oban said, and Doma beside him nodded. Cooperate with me? Doma said, yes. We can be the insiders in Orra's team. If you have a conflict with Ander in the future, we too can also stand on your side. Hoban smiled, not expecting these two people to be fence-sitters. In this way, Orra has no chance of winning. Okay, Hoban nodded. But we have conditions here. If we help you, you must give us the same treatment as Orra, Doma said. Okay. As long as you help me, I will definitely give you the same treatment, Oben said. Oben and Doma were immediately delighted. They didn't expect it to be so quick. Their idea was simple. They would follow whoever could win the competition. Of course, it also depends on the strength of the other parties. Just like Orra, they felt that there was little hope. After all, there were two outsiders, and they had no illusions about Songjia. It would be better to choose another family. At this time, Songjia, who was hiding in the dark, had seen the scene. These two people are really not good people. Songjia had recorded their meeting. When the time came, the evidence was irrefutable, and they couldn't deny it even if they wanted to. These people had not done anything excessive at present, so there was no need to kill them all. You guys continue to look for Oluna. This is a flare. He said they found something. You can use this flare to contact us, Oben said. Oluna and Doma nodded and took the flare handed over by Oben. After a while, the two left. Oluna is miserable enough. I didn't expect that there would be two fence-sitters in my team. Someone laughed. Songjia didn't waste time on them, but continued to use Xiaolu to find treasures. There are too many treasures here, especially natural treasures. The age is really shocking. Then, Songjia summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle and warned the Unicorn Wolf. I left dark matter on you. You follow behind. If you run away, I will see if I can find you. Faced with such persuasion, the Unicorn Wolf has become accustomed to it. Songjia sat on the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. Xiaolu was responsible for the search, and the big wronged Unicorn Wolf chased behind. Extremely humble. Another hour passed. Songjia found Heidi. Are you okay? Heidi is in a very bad state now, as if she is being chased by a demon. But she is not killed. I'm fine. Heidi shook her head and smiled. Songjia, I have a breakthrough. You have a breakthrough? When they were together before, Heidi did not have a breakthrough. But she did not expect to have a breakthrough at this time. I feel that the other systems are also on the verge of breaking through. And there is no bottleneck before, Heidi said happily. Before, she would feel that there was a bottleneck and could not break through. But now it is different. As long as she is given enough time, her other magic systems can also break through together. Songjia looked at Heidi distressed and touched her head. She must have experienced something dangerous just now to be able to break through. Otherwise she would not have broken through directly. Who is chasing you? I will take you to revenge now, Songjia asked. Heidi looked at Songjia and felt warm in her heart, and then told him about the previous situation. Songjia became interested. There is more than one monarch-class beast there. Heidi nodded. There are two monarch-class beasts chasing me. Songjia hugged Heidi gently. It was conceivable how dangerous it would be to be chased by two monarch-class beasts. This revenge must be avenged. Chapter 493. As Songjia followed Heidi, he asked at the same time, what race are these demons? Eagle. Eagle? Songjia suddenly remembered that when he was in Hangzhou before, it was the Silver Sky Lord who attacked Hangzhou. It was also a monarch level. When I go back, I can greet it. But for now, I should solve the current situation first. Songjia asked again, do you know what else there is besides the two monarchs? These monarchs are surrounding a huge snow-white eagle, which is even bigger than the monarchs. I was discovered by it, Heidi said. Songjia nodded thoughtfully. The two monarchs that chased Heidi before should not be of high level. Otherwise Heidi would not have escaped. In this case, the surrounded snow-white giant eagle is likely to be the supreme monarch, or the sub-emperor. Songjia did not speculate anymore. Anyway, he would understand after he got there. Luckily, they have a flying summoned beast like the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. Otherwise it would definitely take a lot of time to walk alone. I don't know how long it has been. Heidi guided Songjia and finally came to the territory with the eagle. It's over there. Heidi pointed in a direction. There was a high mountain not far away. It was the territory of the flying eagles. Songjia looked up and saw that the whole high mountain was full of flying eagles. And the same was true in the air. Fortunately, Heidi had let the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle fall before. Otherwise they would have been discovered now. What should we do next? Heidi asked. What else can we do? Just kill them and avenge you, Songjia said. Heidi nodded. After all, Songjia had done a lot of this, so she was not worried. Then kill them, Songjia responded, and then summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. When they appeared, many flying eagles instantly locked onto them. At the same time, The other leaders of the mountain were the same. Especially the two monarch-level ones, who chased Heidi before. In an instant, the two snow-white monarch-level polar eagles flew over and fell on Heidi with fierce eyes. These two guys are bullying you. Right? Songjia asked. Heidi nodded. Kill! As soon as Songjia finished speaking, he swung his hand, and a space stranglehold suddenly turned to them. The eagle flying in front of him turned into blood in an instant, splashing in the air. The space stranglehold. The two polar eagles felt the danger and quickly flapped their wings to resist. However, they were just a small monarch. How could they be Songjia's opponent? In a blink of an eye, the two small monarchs fell on the spot. Monarch level spirit +2. The surrounding eagles saw their leader being killed and rushed towards them like crazy. But these eagles are only slaves and generals. Even if they are commanders, they can't stop Songjia. In an instant, blood fell from the air, like rain, and the ground was full of eagle corpses. Under Songjia's space stranglehold, those eagles couldn't get close to them, and were killed. This scene startled the sleeping Lord Polar Eagle in the mountains. It roared, and its huge body suddenly appeared above the mountains. Songjia looked up, and he didn't expect that it was really a sub-emperor. At the same time, he also realized that this sub-emperor seemed to be related to space. It's a sub-emperor with space ability. Songjia showed joy on his face. In this way, it is quite suitable for the vine snake, because the vine snake also has space ability. The sub-emperor is nothing in front of the real emperor. So Songjia summoned the Black Dragon Emperor. As soon as the Black Dragon Emperor appeared, the polar eagle on the opposite side panicked. From the species and the breath, how could it not distinguish the high level of the two? The polar eagle panicked. Want to run? But how could the Black Dragon Emperor let it escape? Rush out in an instant. We will kill too, Songjia said. This is the flying territory. And there is also a sub-emperor living here. So there should be a lot of good things. Heidi nodded. The appearance of the Black Dragon Emperor made the entire flying tribe panic. In the panic situation, the flying became more chaotic, so that some flying eagles ran away directly. Songjia rushed in, and the other two monarch-level ones also wanted to run. But they were killed before they ran away. And two more monarch-level spirits were added. The bodies of flying eagles kept falling from the sky. And the scene was extremely spectacular, until the surrounding flying eagles did not dare to come up. Songjia took Heidi to the mountains. Xiaolu. Songjia asked Xiaolu to come out and see if there were any treasures here. Xiaolu immediately searched, and he followed Xiaolu's guidance and then came to the top of the mountain. What's here? Xiaolu said. Ring ring ring. Songjia asked, you mean? There is a creature with huge energy here? Xiaolu nodded. Songjia was surprised and looked at the top of the mountain below. But there is nothing? Xiaolu shook his head and then flew underground. Songjia and Heidi followed him down. When they came to the ground, they saw the skeleton buried in the raw soil. This skeleton. Heidi looked at the bony skeleton and didn't know what to say. But she knew that this was definitely not left by an ordinary creature. It must be a big guy. Songjia looked at the skeleton. Just one bone that was not fully exposed was as high as several floors. You can imagine how huge was this creature before it died. It won't be on the same level as the Black Dragon Emperor, Songjia said in surprise. Then, Songjia cleaned the ground and wanted to see the full appearance of this skeleton. I don't know how long it has been. Songjia was sweating profusely. He moved very gently, fearing that he would damage this huge skeleton. At this time, the Black Dragon Emperor had already caught the polar eagle, and it was only half alive. Songjia didn't care about it, as long as it was not dead. He would have to collect its spirit if it died. Another half an hour later, a huge deep pit appeared on the mountain. At the same time, a skeleton appeared in front of him. It's really the same kind of the Black Dragon Emperor. Songjia was stunned. The size of this skeleton is similar to that of the Black Dragon Emperor, but it is a little bigger than the Black Dragon Emperor. You can imagine how huge was the owner of this dragon bone before. It's a pity. In the end, he died. Ask it if it knows about this skeleton? Songjia said. The Black Dragon Emperor responded, and then looked at the polar eagle. However, the latter didn't know. Then what's the use of you? As soon as Songjia finished speaking, the Black Dragon Emperor obeyed his order and solved the polar eagle. After collecting the spirit, Songjia also took away its body. The demons he had killed before were also taken away by it, and stored in this system space. This sub-emperor is also dead. And I have avenged you, Songjia said to Heidi. Heidi felt warm in her heart. If she told others that someone killed a sub-emperor to avenge him, no one might believe her. Chapter 494. Songjia knew that this skeleton contained great power, so he didn't want to let it go. Fortunately, the breath of the Black Dragon Emperor could suppress it. Otherwise, he might not be able to take it away. There's nothing here. Let's leave here first, Songjia said. They chose to return the same way. After all, they hadn't found Aluna yet. On the way back, they met the unicorn wolf on the way. The unicorn wolf just came and heard that they had to return the same way, and they wanted to die. But after thinking about it, it's still more comfortable to be alive. Then, they followed them, and returned the same way. A day passed. Under the search of the unicorn wolves, Songjia and Heidi finally found Aluna. Are you okay? Aluna asked. Songjia shook his head. We are fine. How about you? How are you? I'm fine here. I didn't encounter any danger, but I didn't find anything either, Aluna said, while she was looking for Songjia alone. She also went to look for the Fountain of Life, but found nothing. Didn't someone in your family take the Fountain of Life? Don't you know where it is? Songjia asked. Aluna shook her head. They did take the Fountain of Life, but when they came the second time, the location of the Fountain of Life changed. Songjia and Heidi looked at each other. He asked, What's going on? How could the same place change its location? Aluna shook her head. The family doesn't know what's going on, so we need to come in and find it. Songjia nodded. If that's the case, it makes sense. Then there's nothing we can do. We can only rely on luck to find it, Songjia said. Aluna sighed and nodded. Songjia asked, When will we get out? We will be teleported out after 7 days, Aluna replied. Songjia nodded and took out his mobile phone. Let me show you something. Heidi and Orra were startled, but still came over. When they saw Oben and Doma, they had a rough idea of the next plot. These two guys. Aluna didn't expect that these two people would actually rebel. At this time, Oben and Doma suddenly appeared from not far away. Aluna. The two walked towards them with a smile. What should we do? Aluna looked at Songjia. Take advantage of their tricks. Aluna nodded. You are here, which makes it easier for us to find, Aluna said. Aluna said, Since we are all here, let's start looking for the Fountain of Life together. Okay. Doma nodded. Songjia. Aluna and others searched here for 3 days, but found nothing. So much so that they doubted whether there was still a Fountain of Life here. However, at this time, a unicorn wolf suddenly came to Songjia. The commander-level unicorn wolf immediately understood what it meant, and then told Songjia next to him. What did it say? Aluna asked hurriedly. It said that they found 2 teams fighting for something, Songjia replied. 2 teams? Aluna said, Isn't that Hoban and Ander? Songjia nodded. There was no one else except them. Oben and Doma looked at each other, and felt that there must be some major discovery over there. Should we go over and take a look? Heidi asked. Oben and Doma hurriedly said, They may have found the Fountain of Life. If we don't go over, we will miss this opportunity. In fact, Orra was also hesitant. Doma smiled and said, Don't you Chinese have an old saying? When the snipe and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Am I right? That's the truth. Songjia nodded. Since we all want to go, let's go together, and be the fisherman for once. Aluna nodded. If they come head on, she thinks they are not opponents. But if the other side loses both, maybe they still have a chance. After a while, they came to the place where Hoban and Ander competed. Both sides have started fighting, but they are just testing. They didn't kill them, so it shouldn't be a big deal, Aluna said. Songjia nodded. He felt that these people were testing them, but it would never happen if they were trying to rob them. No. It seems that there were 5 of them when they came in, but now there are only 8, Heidi suddenly said. At this time, everyone looked over and saw that there were indeed only 8 people over there. Oben said, Are you making a fuss? What if the other 2 people are in danger? Or they didn't gather together? Heidi didn't want to pay attention to this traitor. The 3 of them were on guard. If they made any moves, they would definitely take action immediately. Songjia said, They shouldn't fight. At the same time, he also noticed that someone was approaching them. This was obviously a trap. Moreover, It was a trap set by these two guys. But Songjia was very surprised. Why did these two people unite? Shouldn't they fight to the death? Suddenly, a magic attack. Songjia took Heidi and Oluna to dodge immediately. And Oben and Doma were caught off guard. Fortunately, the magic range was not all on their side, so they did not suffer much damage. Songjia and Heidi turned their heads and looked over. The two people were the two who disappeared. Oben smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to come so soon." Anders' people also came over. Songjia knew that the one-horned wolf would not betray him, so it was very likely that they knew that the one-horned wolf was monitoring them. So they used the one-horned wolf to lure them here. At this time, Oben yelled angrily, "What news is this? Are you in the same group with them?" Doma also said, "Oluna, come here quickly. Don't be fooled by him. He may cooperate with the two of them to trick us here." The two of them wanted to trick Oluna here and isolate Songjia. But what they didn't know was that Songjia and Oluna had a special relationship. How could Oluna believe them? "It's really lively." Anders smiled and said, "None of you can leave today." Oben said, "The two over there are handed over to us. And these three are handed over to you. You are really rude." Anders said. Oben continued, "One of them is a high-level mage. And the other one looks young. Who will suffer the loss? You or me?" "Okay." Anders nodded, not caring. Oben and Doma looked at each other and left immediately. Oben led people to chase after them. Songjia, Oluna and the other two watched Oben, Doma and the others acting and laughed in their hearts. "Do you want to fight or surrender?" Anders looked at them. "I tell you a secret. Do you want to hear it?" Songjia asked. Anders was surprised, then thought for a while and said, "What secret?" Chapter 495. Actually, Oben and Doma are colluding with them. If you don't believe me, send someone to check it out, Songjia said. Anders frowned and looked at Songjia, as if he was judging whether his words were true or false. "If you don't believe me, I have a video here as proof," Songjia said, taking out his phone and playing the video. "In fact, we have long discovered that they are colluding with each other. But we just didn't say it." Anders and others frowned when they saw the video. If this is true, Oben is colluding with Oben and Doma. And then, they will have two more superclass mages. Such a situation is very unfavorable to them. Songjia said, "If you don't mind, we can join forces." He could have easily dealt with these people, but he would rather watch these people fight each other. Join forces? Anders pondered. If there were two more people on Oben's side, it would be more difficult for them. But with the help of Orra and the other three, they could barely stop Oben and the others with so many people. "If you don't believe me, you can send someone to check it out," Songjia said. Anders nodded and asked a companion to check the situation. However, after a while, the man came back and told Anders about the situation over there. "Good for you, Oben." Anders already knew the situation over there, but he didn't expect that he was almost tricked by the other party. Anders said, "I can cooperate with you. Since it's a cooperation, I want to know why you ambushed us," Songjia said. Although they have a relationship of interest, they did not find the fountain of life. Therefore, Oben and Anders did not need to ambush them. Anders thought about it and finally said, "Ambush you because you need to use human blood to obtain the fountain of life." Songjia, Orra and the other two were shocked when they heard this. Orra asked, "How did you know this information?" "Don't forget, my grandfather was the previous head of the family, and he told me this information," Anders said. Oluna nodded. Anders' grandfather was indeed the previous head of the family. "But your grandfather should not know the location of the fountain of life, right?" Oluna continued to ask. Anders then replied, "He doesn't know the location of the fountain of life. But Oben and I already know where it is." Songjia and Oluna looked at each other when they heard this. They didn't expect that these two teams would find it first. "We also need to know the location. Otherwise we won't cooperate," Oluna said. "Do you think you are qualified to know the location?" Anders sneered and stared at them. Oluna clenched her fists and stared at Anders. Anders said, "If you cooperate with me, I can promise you that I will let you live. If you choose not to cooperate with me, I will join hands with Oben to deal with you first. And you will definitely not be able to escape then. Now there are only these two choices in front of you. I will give you 1 minute. Tell me after you choose." Anders felt that Oluna would definitely agree. After all, they were two people less, which was an absolute disadvantage. Oluna frowned slightly. The current situation was indeed very unfavorable to them. What should we do? Promise them, Songjia said with a smile. Oluna nodded. And they could only choose this at the moment. We agree. Anders smiled. Then let's fight now. He wanted to create an illusion, and then take the opportunity to sneak attack Hoban and others, so that they would be absolutely sure to deal with Hoban and others. Songjia nodded, and then started fighting. At this time, Hoban had already discussed a plan, which was to wait for Ander and others to deal with Songjia and others before taking action against them. Hoban and Doma hid, and waited for Hoban to deal with them before coming out to deal with them together. But when they came back, Ander had not dealt with Songjia and others. Ander, you 5 people can't even deal with 3 people? Hoban didn't expect that they didn't deal with Oluna and others. Ander said solemnly, Oluna has a trump card in his hand, and we suffered a great loss from him. Has a trump card? Hoban looked at Ander and others who looked unhappy, and did not doubt anything. Songjia exclaimed in his heart, this guy is better at acting than him. Heidi and Oluna were also surprised, and they all felt that men's mouths were deceiving. Hoban said, since you can't solve it, then we will help you. After that, Hoban and the other 5 people suddenly surrounded Songjia and others. Hoban said, now you can't escape even if you want to. Songjia, Heidi and Oluna looked at each other, but laughed in their hearts. You are the ones who can't escape. Together. As soon as Ander finished speaking, they all released magic. The same was true for Hoban and others. But the next moment, Ander and others released magic not at Songjia and others, but at Hoban and others. Damn it! Hoban certainly kept a hand, because he didn't trust others. But he didn't expect Ander to turn against him at this time. But the 2 team members around him were miserable. They were unprepared and were hit by magic and fell to the ground. Ander, what are you doing? Hoban said angrily. Ander sneered, what am I doing? You should ask yourself. Damn it! Hoban didn't know what Ander meant. But the opponent's magic bombarded them, and they had to resist. Since Ander tore his face, there was no room for them to cooperate. When Hoban was about to call Hoban and Doma out, they were instantly squeezed by a force of space, and the last star that was about to connect suddenly broke apart. Without magic defense, they were no different from normal people. Use magic tools quickly, Hoban explained. These people were his main force. If they died here, he would lose the qualification to compete with Ander. But, with so many magic bombarding, how could their magic tools possibly stop it? In the blink of an eye, the other 2 also fell to the ground. Only Hoban, who was wearing a black armor magic tool, was left. You guys? Hoban looked at his team members falling to the ground, and he was furious. He never thought that Ander would attack them at this time. Are you angry? Songjia suddenly laughed. Hoban was startled, then looked in Songjia direction. You guys? He looked at Ander again. I already know your conspiracy with those 2. So do you think I will still cooperate with you? Ander laughed. So, Hoban originally thought that his plan would be perfect, but he didn't expect that they would see through it. Even if I am killed, Ander will not let you go, because in order to get the Fountain of Life, 10 people need to sacrifice, Hoban said. After this, Heidi and Oluna frowned. Chapter 496. He wants to destroy our cooperation. If you believe him, you've been fooled, Ander said nonchalantly. Oluna and Heidi couldn't tell what the 2 were saying, so they looked at Songjia next to them. At this time, Songjia spread his hands indifferently. Hoban continued, don't disbelieve me. I cooperated with him before just to get rid of you first, and then fight him to the death. If you don't believe me, I can tell you where the Fountain of Life is, but you have to join hands with me to deal with Ander. Ander said with a gloomy face, enough. You've been talking too much nonsense. If you don't help me, you end up like me, Hoban continued. At this time, Doma and Orban, who were hiding in the dark, didn't know what was going on. However, in this situation, they didn't dare to go out at all, and could only wait until they finished fighting. What should we do? I couldn't hear what they were saying at all. The 2 of them didn't dare to get close, so they kept waiting for the signal. Wait a minute. Hoban seems to have lost his position. We can follow Ander then, Hoban said. Doma nodded. The 2 of them are fence-sitters. They will follow whoever is possible. You follow me, and then add Aubin and Doma. We will definitely have a chance to fight Ander. Hoban was still persuading. He needed Songjia and Aoluna to help him distract his attention. so that he would have a chance to call Aubin and Doma for support. However, at this time, Ander and others released more magic and smashed towards Hoban with so many magic attacks. Although Hoban had powerful armor magic tools, he still couldn't hold on. Hoban said angrily, "What are you waiting for? If you don't take action, I will be your fate." Songjia. Aoluna looked at Songjia hesitantly. Songjia smiled and patted Aoluna on the shoulder. "It's not a big problem. How could Hoban withstand the siege of 5 superclass mages? He couldn't hold on for a while." At this moment, Aubin and Doma rushed out and suddenly launched a sneak attack on Hoban. Hoban had no idea that these two people would betray him, and finally fell to the ground. He raised his head with his dying breath, staring at Aubin and Doma, and hated them in his heart. Doma smiled and said, "Ander, this is our pledge of allegiance. We join you." Songjia, Aoluna and the other two saw this scene, and couldn't help but hate them even more. Ander smiled and said, "Well done. We will be teammates from now on." Aubin and Doma smiled at each other, and now they are stable. However, Songjia, Aoluna and others sneered. If it was really as Hoban said, these two people would not be able to escape at all. After all, 10 people are needed, and their two teams together have exactly 10 people. Doma smiled and said, "Then how to deal with these 3 people? Leave it to you." Ander said with a smile, "Leave it to us." As soon as Aubin finished speaking and was about to attack Songjia, Ander made a move. They suddenly released magic, catching Aubin and Doma off guard. "Ander, you..." They hadn't finished speaking yet. So many magics were coming, and it was too late. Songjia and the other two watched the two people being drowned by magic. After a while, the two men lay on the ground. Ander smiled at Songjia and the other two and said, "I hate people like this the most in my life." He continued, "Don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised you before. And I'm not a sinister villain like Hoban. You can leave now." As soon as Ander finished speaking, Aoluna and Heidi were a little bit unbelievable. "Is the 10 people that Hoban mentioned before fake?" "Thank you," Aoluna said, then turned and left. Although I don't know why Ander let them go. They certainly won't stay if they can leave. Ander watched the 3 people leave and turned to look at his teammates on the side. The teammates smiled, and a constellation appeared behind him. "Frozen coffin," he shouted, and high-level ice magic was released instantly. Songjia and the other two were startled, and suddenly raised their heads and saw the ice coffin in the sky suddenly falling. "Go back on your word." Orra thought she was overthinking. How could these people let them go? Songjia just took a look, and the whole ice coffin suddenly exploded, and ice debris flew everywhere. "I said I would let you go before, but my teammates didn't say I would let you go," Ander said with a smile. Orra gritted her teeth and said, "You are much more shameless than Hoban." "Hoban is right. It really takes 10 people to get the fountain of life. And I can't use the lives of my teammates. Right? So I can only sacrifice you." Ander smiled. "Songjia, I hold them back, and you find a chance to escape," Orra said seriously. However, Heidi was not panicking. These people were no match for Songjia, even if there were more of them. If they knew that Songjia had killed a sub-emperor a few days ago, this scene might not have happened. "None of you can get away," Ander laughed. He was only one step away from success. "Really?" Songjia stood up and blocked in front of Orra and Heidi. Orra was startled. She quickly grabbed Songjia and said, "Songjia." Songjia patted her shoulder. "It's up to me next." Orra was surprised because she didn't know Songjia trump card, so she was a little worried. Don't know whether to live or die. As soon as Ander finished speaking, he signaled his teammates behind him to take action. But when they were about to take action, something was approaching them quickly. "Not good," someone exclaimed, but fell to the ground the next moment. Ander and others panicked and looked back, not knowing what happened. Ander turned around and suddenly saw another Songjia killing people. At this time, 2 team members had been killed, because the distance was too close. Even if they reacted, it was too late. "Back off," Ander exclaimed. "Back off? Where do you want to retreat to?" Songjia voice sounded behind them. Ander was startled and almost forgot that there was someone behind him. No! Why are there 2 of him? But now is not the time to think about these things. What he has to do now is to keep a distance. However, when they wanted to move, their bodies were locked and they couldn't move at all. "What's going on?" Ander was surprised. He could move just now. But now, Songjia said, just now I just wanted to play a game with you. But now you have revealed your cards. So there is no need to play. Play a game. Ander quickly reacted. The other party was so strong that he could have solved them just now. But he didn't. Damn it. They were played around by the other party. In the end, I thought I was going to win. But I didn't expect the result to be like this. Chapter 497. At this time, Ander was the only one left in his team. Songjia looked at him. Tell me the location of the Fountain of Life. Do you think I will tell you? Ander knew that if he told you, he would be silenced in the end. Songjia said indifferently, it doesn't matter whether you tell me or not. Because I will know it sooner or later. Ander was stunned. As long as he didn't tell them, the other party would not know the location of the Fountain of Life. Songjia didn't care. And then asked Xiaohei to come out of the summoning plane. Ander looked at Xiaohei. And suddenly a bad premonition surged in his heart. But now, he could only bite the bullet. However, the next second, Xiaohei disappeared into Ander's shadow. And the latter finally didn't move. And his expression changed at the same time. Songjia looked at him and asked, where is the Fountain of Life? Then, Ander pointed in a direction. Take them. We will go together. Songjia said to Orra and Heidi. Both of them were extremely curious at this time. And they didn't know how Songjia did it. After a while, Ander led them to the ground of the Fountain of Life. Not far from them, there appeared a high mountain, which was lush and green. And there was a large waterfall in the center. Songjia, Aoluna and others came to the waterfall, which was also the ground where Ander said the Fountain of Life was hidden. What do we need to do? Songjia asked. There is a rift next to the waterfall. You feed the corpse into it, and golden liquid will flow out of the stone wall next to the waterfall. Ander said, the golden liquid is the Fountain of Life. Songjia was very surprised. He really didn't expect that it would take such steps to get the Fountain of Life. People in your family really like to explore. Aoluna smiled bitterly, and shook her head. Their family would send people to explore before. After all, there are countless treasures in this world. How could their family miss it? Songjia shook his head. If we hadn't taken the initiative, it might be basically impossible to find the Fountain of Life. Aoluna nodded, thinking it was true. Who would have thought that the Fountain of Life needed this to be obtained? However, Songjia walked to the edge of the Rift Valley. He lowered his head and looked at the dark underground, wondering what was inside. But she also knew that this world was mysterious, and there would always be many things that were hard to count. Throw them down and try. Songjia was not a saint. These people wanted to use them for sacrifice. If Songjia was not stronger than them, they might have been sacrificed. After the 10 people were thrown down, a shocking roar came from the Rift Valley. Heidi and Aoluna both took a step back in shock, feeling their bodies trembling. Songjia frowned. He knew clearly that the things inside were not simple. It might be even more terrifying than the Black Dragon Emperor. Let's go over there and take a look. Songjia looked at the stone wall, wondering if there was any golden liquid flowing out. They came to the stone wall and found that golden liquid appeared in the cracks on it. It really is. Aoluna showed joy. Catch it. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, Orra took out the container and caught the Fountain of Life that was flowing down from the bottom of the stone wall. Orra's face was full of smiles. She had just wanted to give it a try before, but she didn't expect it to be successful. At this time, Songjia had already asked Xiaohei to leave Ander's shadow. After the other party woke up, he clearly remembered what happened before. You? Ander didn't expect Songjia to have such a means to let him tell the other party the location of the Fountain of Life. Songjia said, next you have 2 choices. First, die here. Second, submit to Orra and support her to take the position. Aoluna looked at Songjia gratefully when she heard this. She knew that the other party did this for her. Songjia guessed that even if Orra got the Fountain of Life, it would be difficult for her to take the position. If Ander had recommended it, it would be much easier. Which is why Songjia gave Ander 2 choices. Ander is also a smart man. If he can choose, who would want to die? Therefore, he chose the second one. Since you choose the second one, then you come with me to a place. Songjia took Ander away as soon as he finished speaking. Aoluna and Heidi were collecting the Fountain of Life, so they did not leave with him. Songjia took Ander to a quiet place and summoned Apas. When Ander saw Apas, he was also slightly startled. This man could actually summon a girl out of thin air. Brother, what do you want to do by calling me out? Apas yawned and stretched her lazy body. Songjia looked at Ander. Curse him. Curse? Apas looked at Ander next to him in surprise. My strength is relatively low now. He is a superclass magician. Although the curse is useful to him, he may find other ways to remove it later. Low strength? Will your curse become stronger after you improve your strength? Songjia asked. Apas nodded. Ander was terrified. What did these people want to do to him? Very soon. Apas realized that her strength was constantly improving, and her exquisite eyes suddenly flashed. How did you do it? Apas asked in surprise. Songjia smiled and said, Kiss me, and I will tell you. Apas ignored Songjia. Songjia said, Give him a powerful curse. It would be best if he can be obedient. Ander was shocked. But in front of Songjia, he had no power to fight back. Apas nodded, and then used Medusa's best skill to curse Ander. This is Medusa's curse. Ander realized at this time that this little girl was actually related to Medusa. Apas said coldly, If you choose to betray, this curse will make you live a life worse than death. After saying this, Ander felt like he fell into an ice cellar. But fortunately he still saved his life. Songjia asked, I want you to support Orra. Is that okay? No problem. I will definitely support Orra to take the position. Ander patted his chest and said. Songjia nodded and said, Do you know what's in that rift? Ander shook his head. My grandfather only told me to do this, but didn't tell me what's inside. Songjia didn't get an answer, nor did he care, and took Ander back to Orra. Solved? Orra asked. Songjia nodded. He will assist you wholeheartedly in the future. Ander immediately responded. As long as I can do it. You just need to say it. Oluna didn't expect Songjia to help her deal with Ander. With this help, she will be much more relaxed. Songjia asked, Have you connected the Fountain of Life? Oluna picked up the container containing the Fountain of Life. It has been connected. Songjia asked, How effective is this thing? Chapter 498. The first use of the Fountain of Life can extend your life by 10 years. Although it can be used multiple times, the effect will continue to decrease. Orra introduced. Songjia nodded. He thought that this Fountain of Life could be used by Zhao Minyan's father later. After all, their family is rich, and the price required to come in should be acceptable. Songjia asked, Can we go out now? Orra shook her head. We need to wait until the time is up before we will be teleported out. Songjia nodded. In this case, he can search for more good things inside. 7 days passed. The people of Orra's family were already waiting outside. The next moment, they saw that the ban was lifted and stared at it. Soon, the figures of Songjia, Orra and others emerged. Everyone looked over and saw only the 4 of them coming out. Did you get the Fountain of Life? The middle-aged man in the lead asked. I got it. Orra nodded. The Fountain of Life was on her. Very good. The middle-aged man was careless. It was good that they could find the Fountain of Life after spending so much money this time. What about the others? The others were in danger. We were attacked by a group of demons. In the end, only we survived, Ander said. The middle-aged man nodded. Although he knew that this was just a wording, he did not point it out. Afterwards, Orra handed over to their family members, so they had nothing to do. At night, Songjia returned to his residence with Orra and others. But Orra did not follow them. Songjia wanted to ask if he needed to go with her, but was rejected by Orra. After all, this is his own road, so he still needs to face it himself. In the villa area, only Songjia and Heidi were left. Songjia sat next to Heidi, who was slightly startled and raised her head. What's wrong? He showed a sly smile and then picked her up. What do you want to do? Heidi panicked immediately, and then thought of the previous things. What else can I do? Songjia smiled and carried her towards the bedroom. One night passed. Orra told him the situation on the phone, and it was going well. In the morning, Brancy returned to the villa. She went out to do something yesterday. How is it? Brancy looked at Songjia and Heidi and asked. Songjia nodded. The matter has been resolved. Heidi. Brancy found that Heidi had been promoted. Teacher, I have broken through to become a superclass mage. Heidi smiled and said. That's great. Brancy was also happy for Heidi. After all, she was her student. Brancy smiled and said. It's really a happy day. Let's eat something good tonight. Teacher Brancy. I don't believe you. You are vegetarians. Songjia smiled. I have been studying vegetarian dishes recently. And suddenly, I feel that the dishes of our Alpine Academy are indeed relatively simple. When I go back, I will let them learn from it. Brancy replied. That's right. Songjia nodded in approval. Then I cook it tonight. You can taste my cooking skills, Branky said. Obedience is worse than respect. Night is coming. Branky and Heidi are busy in the kitchen, while Songjia is sitting leisurely in the living room. With Anders' help, Oluna's affairs have been settled, and the position of the head of the family is not far away. After another half an hour, a large table full of dishes appeared on the dining table. We ordered some meat, knowing that you like to eat meat, Branky said. Thank you so much. To be honest, Songjia felt that even if the vegetarian dishes were made into flowers, it would not be as delicious as eating a bite of meat. Soon, the three sat down and started eating. I bought a bottle of wine. You can try it. Branky opened the wine and poured it for them. Songjia smiled and said, Teacher Branky is getting better and better at living. I didn't see the outside world when I was studying Buddhism in the Alps before, but after coming out, I gained a lot. All thanks to you, Branky said. Me too, Heidi nodded. Songjia smiled and said, Since you all want to thank me, let's clink our glasses. With a bang, everyone clinked their glasses and took a sip. It tastes good. Heidi's eyes lit up, and she thought it was delicious. Branky smiled and said, Drink more if you like it. Everyone ate, drank, and chatted. By the way, Songjia, where are you going next? Branky asked. Heidi also looked over. Songjia said, I may have to go back to China next. He now has a lot of things in his hands that he needs to spend. And he also needs to help Tingsha and Baxia improve their realm. The materials obtained by Songjia can completely upgrade the Vine Snake to the level of a little emperor. Baxia is just a little short, and it may take some time. In addition, he has not forgotten the Black Snake, the guardian of Hangzhou. This guy is also at the level of the Supreme Monarch. With their blood, they can completely upgrade to the level of a little emperor. Branky said, Return to China? That's a pity. Do you have anything else? Songjia asked. Branky nodded. Dean Perry asked us to go to the UK, so we have to go. Songjia nodded. Then you go. Be careful. Branky and Heidi nodded. They chatted and talked about everything along the way. Maybe because they were happy, Branky and Heidi drank a lot of wine. They had never drunk wine before, and most of them were not very good at drinking. Therefore, Branky and Heidi were already drunk at this time. It's so delicious. I can drink another glass, Heidi said, unable to resist the alcohol, and fell down. Bran smiled. Then she couldn't stand it anymore and rubbed her temples. You are all drunk. I will take Heidi to the room to rest first. Songjia stood up and said. Bran responded. Heidi's breakthrough was also considered to have completed her mission, so she drank a little too much today. Songjia picked up Heidi and went back to her bedroom. When he came back, Bran was lying on the table, obviously drunk. Teacher Bran? Songjia whispered in Bran's ear. Bran woke up at this time, but still looked drunk. Songjia asked, Can I help you to rest? Bran nodded. Then, Songjia held Bran's arm, but because he was taller, he couldn't hold it steadily, so he could only hold Bran and walk towards the bedroom. Songjia felt that Bran looked thin, but when he held her, she was heavy. After all, he also knew that all the meat grew in the right place. Blanky opened her eyes and unexpectedly found Songjia holding her. Why are you holding me? I couldn't hold you just now, so I could only hold you, Songjia replied. Chapter 499. Bran looked at the two of them in such an intimate posture, and couldn't help but think of what happened before. Then, she hurriedly tried to break free from Songjia's hands. Put me down first. Songjia nodded. But Bran tried to break free just now, causing him to lose his balance when he put me down. In an instant, Songjia and Bran fell on the bed in the bedroom. Bran exclaimed. But when she raised her head, she happened to touch Songjia's lips. Songjia didn't expect such a dramatic thing to happen, and even moved his lips unconsciously. Bran's eyes were full of panic, and she didn't expect such a thing to happen, so she turned her head immediately. Her heart was beating wildly, and the blush on her face became even more rosy. Songjia moved, and was about to say something, but heard Bran say He was soft under him, as if he was pressed by something. Branky blushed, and felt the pressure in her chest. and her ears turned red. I'm sorry. Songjia apologized immediately. He was so focused on the scene just now that he forgot that he was still on Branky. Can you get up? Branky continued. There's something pressing against me. Songjia was silent. He didn't want to. How could he possibly stand such a thing? Teacher Branky. Songjia looked at Branky, but didn't get up. Branky blushed a lot, and she looked at Songjia, wanting to know what he would say next. You are so beautiful now. Hearing this, Branky felt her whole body was hot, and she didn't know what to say. Songjia mouth corners slightly raised. Especially now when I'm shy. Branky was teased by Songjia, and her eyes were a little flustered. She had never experienced these things, and she didn't know what to do at all. Teacher Branky, I'm aroused by you now. What should I do? Songjia looked at her. You? Branky only then understood what that thing pressing against her was. It turned out to be, knowing the answer, she panicked even more. Songjia, I'm older than you. I can be your sister, Branky said quickly. Sister is not bad. I like older people, Songjia said with a smile. Branky panicked even more. Songjia, what's wrong? No. Branky refused quickly. Songjia said, then what should I do? You have to be responsible. I don't know. Branky shook her head shyly. She had never done such a thing. How could she know how to solve it? I have other ways. But I don't know if Mentor Branky can do it. Songjia smiled wickedly. What way? Soon. Songjia lay down, and Branky was destroyed between his legs. Branky looked at this thing, blushing, thinking, why is it so big? Come on, Songjia said with interest. Bran was annoyed. I didn't expect you to be so bad. Although she said that, she still lowered her head and did something shyly and awkwardly. Don't use your teeth. A night passed. Songjia hugged Bran to sleep. He only then knew that Bran's aunt had been here for a few days, and would not leave for 2 or 3 days. What a pity! But it was also very pleasant to let Bran do that kind of thing. But it was also a pity that Bran and Heidi left today and prepared to return to the Alpine Academy. After Songjia sent them away, he returned to the villa. He was not in a hurry now, and wanted to see what was going on with Orra. At night, Orra finally made time to find him. Songjia. Thank you. Orra threw herself into Songjia's arms. If it weren't for Songjia, she might have missed the position of the head of the family. She might even die in the space world. How is your side? Songjia asked, stroking the other's hair. Orra said, I'm almost there. Now I just need to pass their assessment to become the head of the family. What assessment? Our family also does business. So I need to have performance, so that I can shut up some people. Orra said. Doing business? I happen to have a lot of business here. I can give you half. Songjia said. You have? Orra was surprised. Afterwards, Songjia told her what happened in Egypt before. Really? Orra's face was full of surprise, and she wanted to cry. You are so good to me. You are my woman. Of course I will treat you well. Songjia smiled. Orra is his woman, and it is right to help her. Second, there are indeed many unknowns in that space world, especially the creatures in the rift. So, this is also a huge investment. When you go to Egypt, I will have someone contact you. Songjia continued. Orra nodded and said with a smile, You have helped me so much. How can I thank you? What do you think? Songjia also smiled at her, and then picked her up. There was no one in this villa. So now there were only 2 of them, and they could do whatever they wanted. Dining table, sofa, bathroom, bedroom, they were all their traces. Because he didn't succeed last night. Songjia was still furious. Orra was also very presumptuous, not afraid of others hearing. And Songjia became even more presumptuous. Time flies. After Orra's side was stable, Songjia left the lighthouse country and prepared to return to China. Before leaving, Songjia had asked Orra to contact Leroy and let them distribute freely. Anyway, they are all family members. Songjia now has not only several monarch-level spirits, but also emperor-level spirits. He strives to directly upgrade the Vine Snake to the level of a little emperor. When Songjia returned to the Magic City, it was already night. So he went back to the apartment and slept for a night. When he woke up, it was already the next day, and he also heard the system prompt sound. Congratulations to the host for the high-level magic of the summoning system. Summoning Frenzy. The third outrageous transformation into a higher level. Frenzy copy. This time it is the summoning system. Song Jie didn't care, and then got up and prepared to go to Ningxua's city. When he came back, he asked Mu Ningxua if she was in Ningxua's city, but the other parties seemed to be on a business trip. When Song Jie came to Ningxua's city, he went to the back mountain, which was the habitat of the totems. As soon as he stepped into this land, he suddenly found a familiar figure. It was Yu Shishir. The latter was thrown into the woods before he found out. Who are you? This is Ning Xueqing's territory. If you dare to mess around, I will make you pay for it. Yu Shishir said. Really? Song Jie laughed out loud as soon as he finished speaking. Yu Shishir heard the voice and seemed familiar. She turned around and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the person coming. You're back? Just arrived yesterday. Song Jie looked at Yu Shishir's figure and didn't expect it to be more plump. I haven't seen you for so long. Do you miss me? No. Yu Shishir shook her head immediately. It's not a good thing to lie. Song Jie finished speaking and had already taken action. Bad? Chapter 500. Song Jie felt that such a life was wonderful. After all, there were so many beauties waiting for him to favor them. Yu Shishir tidied her clothes and said goodbye to Song Jie. This guy actually rushed in directly. What to do if you get pregnant? Are you still not satisfied with this look? Song Jie laughed. Yu Shishir didn't dare to speak after hearing this. How is Wei Huang? Song Jie asked. He almost forgot that in addition to Tingsha and Baxia, there seemed to be a totem Wei Huang. She's fine. But she seems to be going back to Qinling recently. Can you go with her then? Yu Shishir asked. She knew that Wei Huang must have something to do when she returned to Qinling. So she wanted Song Jie to go with her, so that she would also be guaranteed. Sure. But Song Jie looked at Yu Shishir with a smile. How could Yu Shishir not know what Song Jie was thinking? You can do whatever you want when the time comes. Ha ha ha. Song Jie laughed. I didn't say that. Yu Shishir snorted. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. I don't know who it was that was shouting so hard just now. Song Jie's mouth curled up slightly. Hearing this, Yu Shishir's cheeks suddenly turned red. She didn't feel anything before, but she didn't know if it was because Song Jie had been away for too long, caused her to have a strange feeling. She was thinking more and more. Let's not talk to you for now. Let's go see the totem, Song Jie said. Yu Shishir nodded. Is there anything wrong with the vine snake and the Baxia? Song Jie asked. Yu Shishir was responsible for taking care of the two big guys. She replied. They are very quiet and have been staying in the back mountain. They only go out to move around at night. Song Jie nodded. Yu Shishir asked curiously. Did you come back to find them again this time? You guessed it right. Song Jie nodded. I came back to help them improve their strength. Improve their strength? Yes. I want to improve Tingsha's strength to the Little Emperor. Song Jie replied. Little Emperor. Hearing this, Yu Shishir opened her mouth slightly, her eyes full of surprise. Don't be surprised. I will also help your little Yu Huang improve when the time comes. Song Jie smiled. Yu Shishir became even more curious. What have you been doing during this time? I did a lot of things, such as the snake people in Egypt, the pyramids in Egypt, and also went to. Song Jie talked about recent events. You did so many things? And you killed the Emperor level? Yu Shishir said incredulously. Song Jie smiled. As a response to her. Soon, Song Jie came to the territory of Tingsha and Baxia. They seemed to have sensed Song Jie aura, and then appeared in front of them. You still remember to come out to welcome me. Song Jie reached out and touched the heads of the two totems. Song Jie continued, since you are so well behaved, I will help you improve your strength. I don't know how long it has been. Song Jie cleared out his inventory. At the same time, Tingsha and Baxia also got the spirit, began to absorb and refine, and practice in seclusion. They are refining. Let's go see Wei Huang. Song Jie turned his head and said. Yu Shishir nodded and took Song Jie to Wei Huang's territory. After a while, they arrived at Wei Huang's territory, and saw many Qingyi coming towards them, as if to welcome them. Do you know what Wei Huang is doing in Qinling? Song Jie asked. Yu Shishir replied, it said that something big is going to happen there, so it wants to go back. Song Jie nodded. Logically speaking, the Qianguan Ziling God tree had been killed by him, and Wei Huang didn't need to go back. If it was the unrest in Qinling, that would be reasonable. But he felt that Wei Huang should not be because of this matter. No matter what it was. It didn't matter. Anyway, it would be solved at that time. Soon. They saw Yue Huang. Yue Huang is now transforming. And it may take some time. Yu Shishir said. Song Jia remembered that the crown leaves of the Tianguan Zillion sacred tree seemed to have an effect on Yue Huang. So he took them out immediately. You give it this. Maybe there will be unexpected effects. Song Jia said. Yu Shishir was surprised for a moment. But still took it. And then placed it under Yue Huang. I saw. Those crown leaves suddenly flew up. Turned into streams of green energy. And drilled into Yue Huang's cicada pupa. I feel that Yue Huang's breath has become much stronger. Yu Shishir showed a happy look on her face. Then give it some more. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he took out a lot of crown leaves. Gradually, the cicada pupa continued to grow, and seemed to be about to break through. After a while, cracks appeared on the cicada pupa, and spread to the bottom of the pupa. It's out! Yu Shishir didn't expect Guan Yi to have such a huge energy that Yue Phoenix came out early. The next moment, Yue Phoenix broke out of its shell and flew into the air, with countless Qingyi flying with it. Yu Shishir raised her head, full of joy. Thank you. Song Jia smiled and said. Is it too polite to say thank you? I owe you. Song Jia smiled and patted the perky buttocks. And Yu Shishir shyly looked away from him. Yu Shishir said. Since Yue Phoenix has broken out of its shell, we can go to Qinling. It's okay. Song Jia has nothing to do now. So he will go to Qinling and teach these demons a lesson. Now! He has an idea. That is to unify the demon world of China. The obedient ones will stay, and the disobedient ones will be destroyed. After all, there are too few strong human beings in China. If you want to cultivate more strong people, the time required is huge and immeasurable. Therefore, if you want to defend China, you need to unite as one and face the outside world in unison. Especially the battle with the sea monsters. The invasion of the sea monsters is equivalent to not taking the demons on land seriously. We should unite. Therefore, Song Jia plans to reason with those demons. If the reason doesn't work, he can only turn them into spirits. Since he wants to do this, he needs to plan for the long term and also needs an assistant. So, Song Jia immediately contacted Lingling and asked him to help collect those powerful demons in China. With Lingling as the brain, everything will become easier. Lingling received Song Jia's message and went to check it immediately. After all, staying in school is too boring. Yu Shishir looked at Yue Huang and saw that there was nothing wrong. And then said, Song Jia, let's set off tomorrow. Okay? Alright. I have no objection. Song Jia nodded. There should be a lot of demons in Qinling. You can try them first when the time comes. It's not just about using them as nutrients. Come to my room tonight? Song Jia said with a smile. Hearing this, Yu Shishir's pretty face turned red again. And she also responded, which was considered as an agreement. Chapter 501. The next day, Master Yu woke up from Song Jia's arms, and woke him up at the same time. It's time to set off. Song Jia responded, and then pinched the high mountain. Master Yu glanced at Song Jia angrily, pursing her red lips. After Song Jia succeeded, he didn't care about the look and put on his clothes. Afterwards, they came to Yue Huang's territory and followed Yue Huang to Qinling. Before setting off, Song Jia also took Lingling with him, as well as Apas who was sleeping in the summoning plane. After Lingling and Apas met, the two looked at each other, and both of them didn't get along well. You must be jealous of me. Song Jia nodded shamelessly. Lingling said, I collected a lot of information about totems before. And there are other totems in Qinling. What totem? Master Yu asked curiously. The sacred deer. Lingling replied. This is also a kind of totem beast. But so far, I have not found any other information about it. Song Jia said, if there is no news at all, then this totem is likely to have disappeared. He knew the original work, so he knew that the totem sacred deer was gone, and only a force was preserved. Lingling nodded, thinking that what Song Jia said made sense. What are we going to Qinling for? Although Lingling came along, she didn't ask what they were going to do before. After all, she thought that as long as she could get out, it would be fine. Yu Shishir said, we are going to Baiba Mountain. Baiba Mountain? What are we going there for? Lingling asked. There will be a grand ceremony of the Feather Clan there. Participating in it can gain a lot of benefits. And it can also improve Yue Huang's status. Yu Shishir explained. The Feather Clan ceremony. Lingling touched her chin thoughtfully. She seemed to have heard of this matter. Song Jie also had some impression of this matter. He followed along to unite the Feather Clan. If the other races of the Feather Clan disagree, then he could only let Yue Phoenix become the master of the Feather Clan. In this way, the other Feather Clan races should not object. After a long time, Yue Phoenix is a monarch level, and has absorbed the power of the Heavenly Crown. And now its strength has been greatly improved. It flew very fast, bypassing the human city, and soon saw the outline of Qinling Mountains. Yu Shishir said, that should be Qinling Mountains. Song Jie and Lingling have been to Qinling Mountains before, so they are still very familiar with Qinling Mountains. Lingling pointed to the distance. Bai Ba Mountain should be in that direction. Yu Shishir nodded. Yes. Yue Phoenix kept heading straight for Bai Ba Mountain. It seems that this grand ceremony is about to begin, Yu Shishir said, as she looked at the Feather Clan demons that appeared around. These Feather Clan demons did not dare to approach them. After all, this was the monarch level Yue Phoenix. Song Jie, I hope you can help Yue Phoenix when the time comes, Yu Shishir said sincerely. Song Jie nodded. After all, Yu Shishir sacrificed herself last night, so she would definitely help with all her heart. Moreover, Wei Huang is the descendant of the totem, and will definitely be a great help to China in the future. If Yu Shishir was not there, he would definitely help. Song Jie knew what the Feather Clan festival was like. It was about who could fly faster, and who could reach the top faster. With Yue Huang's current strength, it was still a little short of competing with those guys, because there were many monarchs in this festival, and there were also many who were stronger than Yue Huang. The monarch-level Silver Dome Master, who appeared in Hangzhou before, would also come, and its strength was a little stronger than Yue Huang. But these monarchs were not worth mentioning in front of Song Jie. You go there first. I still have things to deal with, Song Jie suddenly said. Yu Shishir, Lingling and the other two looked at each other, and finally nodded. Song Jie remembered that Jiang Shaoxu seemed to have come to Qinling, and should be on the way to Baiba Mountain. Before coming, he sent a message to Jiang Shaoxu, but the other party did not respond. So Song Jie guessed that Jiang Shaoxu might have come to Qinling Mountains, like in the original novel. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle emerged, and Song Jie summoned Xiaolu again, and began to look for Jiang Shaoxu in the forest. At this time, Jiang Shaoxu was being surrounded and killed by demons. So many demons. Jiang Shaoxu had asked Mu Ningxue before, and the other party said that Song Jie was not in China. Therefore, she had to come to Qinling Mountains alone. But she didn't expect that she couldn't move even a step before reaching Baiba Mountain. Fortunately, she sent a signal, and someone should come to rescue her. Jiang Shaoxu said, find a place to hide first. Otherwise it's not a solution to continue consuming like this. Facing the demons chasing, Jiang Shaoxu mastered the mind system and immediately let them kill each other. But even so, it couldn't solve the current situation, because it couldn't last long. Jiang Shaoxu kept shuttling back and forth, and soon thought of a place with a wide view. If someone came to rescue her, she could find him in the first place. However, when Jiang Shaoxu looked up, she suddenly saw a familiar figure. Isn't that the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle? Jiang Shaoxu muttered to himself. Is Song Jie here? Jiang Shaoxu showed a happy look on his face, and then released a light to the sky. Although it was daytime, she believed that Song Jie should be able to notice it. But Jiang Shaoxu also exposed his position because of this action. Here it comes again! As soon as Jiang Shaoxu finished speaking, when he was about to leave, the demon below was instantly crushed into a blood clot. She suddenly looked up and saw Song Jie in the air. You are here! Jiang Shaoxu showed a happy look. Song Jie nodded and landed on the trunk of Jiang Shaoxu. He asked, why are you in such a dangerous place? My brother has been here, so I want to come here to find him, Jiang Shaoxu said. Although Song Jie knew it was a question, he didn't want Jiang Shaoxu to be in danger. He continued, next time if you want to continue looking for your brother, you can tell me in advance. Don't do such a dangerous thing alone. Jiang Shaoxu nodded warmly. Like a kitten. I know. Song Jie didn't know what happened to Jiang Shaojun, because the original book didn't mention whether he was alive or dead. If you want to find Jiang Shijun's trace, you can only find it step by step. Why did you come to Qinling? Jiang Shaoxu asked. Song Jie said, it's also because of the totem. Then, he told Jiang Shaoxu about Yue Huang. I see. Then our destination is the same. Jiang Xiaoshu smiled. She was thinking about how to get to Baiba Mountain before. And now that Song Jie is here, there is no problem. Take me with you, Jiang Xiaoshu suggested. Of course. I'm also worried about you being here alone. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoshu stood on tiptoe and kissed Song Jie. I reward you when we get back. Song Jie smiled. I think you thought about it. Didn't you? You found out, Jiang Xiaoshu said with a smile. Chapter 502. At this time, Yu Shishir, Apas and the other two had already arrived at Baiba Mountain. Lingling said, Is Baiba Mountain in front? Yu Shishir nodded. They will compete there at that time. Apas looked at the distance, fear in his eyes. There are many big guys over there. Let's not get close yet. Wait for Song Jie to come, Lingling suggested. Yu Shishir and Apas nodded. After all, their current combat power is not enough to fight against those demons. I heard that you can see the holy waterfall at the top of Baiba Mountain. I wonder if it's true, Lingling said. Yu Shishir nodded. I also heard from Yue Huang that you can see it at the top of Baiba Mountain. Lingling eyes lit up. What is that? Apas didn't know anything about this. I heard from Yue Huang that the holy waterfall can increase the strength of demons and is also effective for humans. Yu Shishir said. It can improve your strength. Apas became interested. And of course she wanted to get stronger quickly. Lingling said, since there is such a good thing, Song Jie must work harder. Yu Shishir and Apas nodded in approval. And they immediately stood on the same front. After a while, Song Jie brought Jiang Xiaoshu back to the team. Lingling. Jiang Xiaoshu knew Lingling. So she came to her side immediately. Hello, Sister Jiang. Lingling smiled and greeted. Jiang Xiaoshu smiled and said, Lingling, now you have become a little girl. After a few greetings, everyone started to get down to business. What's the situation now? Song Jie asked, looking into the distance. It hasn't started yet. It seems to be waiting for time. Yu Shishir responded immediately. Song Jie nodded. There are many monarch-level monsters around. Can you deal with it? Yu Shishir didn't know if the vine snake and the tyrant had come down. If they come, these monarch-level monsters are not to be feared. They are still refining and won't come over. But don't worry. They can't take the first place. The first place will only be ours, Song Jie said. With these words, Yu Shishir felt much more relieved. I don't know how long it has been. There was movement on the side of the Feather Clan. And many Feather Clan members began to come to the air. It's about to start, Yu Shishir suddenly said. Jiang Xiaoshu, Apas and the other two immediately looked at the Baiba Mountain in the distance, with some anticipation in their hearts. After the start, you just let Yue Huang fly, and I will do the rest, Song Jie said. Yu Shishir nodded. Song Jie turned his head and found many monarch-level Feather Clan monsters. At the same time, he thought that if they had to invade the coastline again, the Feather Clan might really be able to help. After all, they are the overlords of the sky, and the sirens have no conditions to move them. The Feather Clan is different. They can choose to attack at will, and some sirens will be uncomfortable at that time. Let's start. As soon as Yu Shishir finished speaking, Yue Phoenix flew out and headed straight for Baiba Mountain. At this time, the Feather Tribe demons in the air also flew out one after another, all heading towards the sky above Baiba Mountain. Yue Phoenix is a monarch level, so with its speed, it quickly left behind the Feather Tribe behind it. Most of those who can catch up are commander level and monarch level. Several tribal leaders of the Feather Tribe are also very fast. They are all monarch level demons, comparable to Yue Phoenix. Song Jie, Jiang Xiaoshu and others sat on the back of Yue Phoenix, feeling the speed and passion. Song Jie, they are about to catch up. Yu Shishir turned her head and said after taking a look, Leave it to me. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he created obstacles for those monarch-level Feather Tribes. In an instant, they were blocked one after another and immediately fell behind Yue Phoenix by a large distance. Beautiful, Yu Shishir said excitedly. Keep going. They can't catch up. With Song Jie words, Yue Huang worked harder and rushed straight into the sky. The monarch-level Feather Tribe that was blocked just now was furious. They didn't expect there would be such a shameless person. However, at this moment, another monarch level joined the battle. It was the Silver Dome Lord. Song Jie also noticed the other party, but didn't care. He remembered the previous things. When he faced the Silver Dome Lord before, he was just a mid-level mage. But now, he is already a super-level mage. Seeing that those monarch-level feather tribes were blocked, the Silver Dome Lord hurriedly surpassed them, and screamed at the same time, as if mocking him and them. The monarchs such as Mozon Yujun and Dawn, Sword Bird became even more angry and chased the Silver Dome Lord frantically. They are all strong, so their speed is amazing. Even in a few seconds, they can open up a large gap. And the strength of the Silver Dome Lord is not weak among the mini monarch level ones. And the speed is even faster, so that the Silver Dome Lord soon came behind Yue Huang and chased it relentlessly. An old friend has arrived. Song Jia turned around and said, "Old friend?" Jiang Xiaoshu also turned around and saw the Silver Dome Lord. "Is this the Silver Dome Lord? I didn't expect it to come too." Lingling certainly remembered the Silver Dome Lord of Hangzhou. This guy took advantage of the situation and planned to invade Hangzhou, but was driven away by the Black Snake. Silver Dome Lord. Jiang Xiaoshu also knew about Hangzhou. Since it is an old friend, you should prepare some gifts for it. Song Jia smiled maliciously. The Silver Dome Lord didn't know what happened just now, so he rushed forward recklessly. Just a little bit. It could catch up with Yue Huang. However, at this time, it rushed forward suddenly and stopped instantly, as if it hit a wall. The Silver Dome Lord was confused. What the hell was going on? Then, it immediately changed direction. But it was useless. It was like being trapped in a space and couldn't get out. The next moment, the Feather Clan monarch behind him hurriedly caught up and screamed in response to the Silver Dome Lord. The Silver Dome Lord was furious and had no idea what was going on. Song Jia realized that the higher he rushed, the greater the pressure he would bear. He looked at Yue Phoenix. Even though it was one step ahead now, he could sense that it was slowing down. "It seems that you can't rush up without absolute strength," Song Jia suddenly said. Yu Shishir nodded. Obviously also found this problem. Then what should we do next? They are now in first place, and it is very likely that they will be the first to rush into the sky. See the holy waterfall. If they are asked to give up, they really don't want to. Simple. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. Lingling said, "Isn't the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle only at the commander level? It's probably not even as good as Yue Phoenix." The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle was heartbroken when he heard this. Song Jia smiled and said, "You will know in a while." The next second, the strength of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle continued to increase, and it suddenly reached the Sub-Emperor level. "It's Orra!" Jiang Xiaoshu and Yu Shishir were both surprised. "It leads the way, and Yue Huang just follows," Song Jia said. Chapter 503. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle led the way in front, and all obstacles were blocked by it, so that Yue Huang could easily follow behind without being disturbed by the front. They flew farther and farther, and had already opened up a long distance, with the Feather Clan behind them. "This is stable," Yu Shishir said excitedly. And the height at this time was almost at the end. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle broke through the clouds and headed straight for the top. Yue Huang followed closely behind, and followed the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle to the top. If there was no Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, they would not have come here at all. "Is this the top?" Yu Shishir glanced around, and the place where she was before had become extremely small. "Is that the holy waterfall?" Lingling voice suddenly sounded, and everyone turned their heads to look over. "It should be." Yu Shishir nodded heavily. Not far from them, there was a huge waterfall, and the spring water kept falling, which was very spectacular. "You go first. Leave this to me. Apas, you follow me," Song Jia said. "Silver Dome Lord, Mozon Feather Lord and Dawn Sword Bird will definitely not give up, so they will definitely chase after them. When the time comes, a big battle is inevitable, but he can't let the battle happen in the holy waterfall, so he can only solve it in the air." After Yu Shishir, Lingling and others left, Song Jia flew down and waited for them to come. Soon, the first ones in the front were the three monarchs of Silver Dome Lord, Mozon Feather Lord and Dawn Sword Bird. When they saw Song Jia, they didn't know why, but they didn't stop. Song Jia looked at them. "Stop!" As soon as he finished speaking, the three monarchs were suddenly startled and slammed into the space blockade. At this moment, they realized that the previous things were all caused by this human. They were furious. The first place was originally theirs, but now it became like this. "I know you are anxious, but don't be anxious," Song Jia said. How could the three monarchs not be anxious? How great is the fortune at the top? How could they not want it? "Let's make a deal," Song Jia suggested. Agreement. These three monarchs are all intelligent demons. And of course, they know what Song Jie is talking about. But why should they make a deal with a tiny human? Very good. I have seen your expectant eyes. As Song Jie said this, he summoned the Black Dragon Emperor. The Black Dragon Emperor roared. And the whole sky suddenly trembled, as if there was an earthquake. When the three monarchs saw the Black Dragon Emperor, they were directly suppressed by the pressure and couldn't even raise their heads. They didn't even have the idea of escaping. Too outrageous. Such a terrifying existence was directly suppressed by blood. The three monarchs of the Silver Dome Lord trembled. And the monarchs who came behind were stunned. The Black Dragon Emperor just gave a look, and they flew over happily in front of the Emperor. Running away is useless, Song Jie said. Since everyone is here, let's talk about the next thing. The Feather Clan monarchs looked over, wondering what it was. Just now I told some demons about the alliance. I wonder if you are interested. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he looked at the Silver Dome Lords. The latter was full of doubts. Don't always say half of the words. This cooperation is only between you and me. What you can do is to come whenever you are called. Of course, I won't let you die. Just do your best. Song Jie looked at them and said, as long as you listen, you will be fine. So, understand? How dare the Silver Dome Lord say no? They nodded immediately, and didn't dare to resist at all. First of all, I don't distrust you. This is my gift to you. After Song Jie finished speaking, he glanced at Apas next to him. Apas certainly knew what Song Jie wanted her to do, and quickly planted the seeds of death in the spiritual world of the Silver Dome Lords. After Apas improved her realm, these monarchs couldn't resist at all, and they could only accept their fate. Okay. Apas nodded. The Eye of Medusa can plant death in their spiritual world. As long as she has a thought, these monarchs will die. Song Jie said, this is my gift to you. You should have noticed it. Hearing this, they knew they couldn't escape. But there was no way. They had to do this to survive. You wait here first. I will come over when the time comes, Song Jie said. How dare they disobey Song Jie's order? They nodded and could only wait there. Song Jie and Apas left, and the Black Dragon Emperor also returned to the space world. Seeing this, the monarchs couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This guy is really too scary. However, some monarchs began to look at each other. They didn't want to be slaves of this human. Seeing this, a Feather Tribe monarch wanted to leave here. But the next moment, he suddenly fell from midair. Seeing this, the other Feather Tribes did not dare to make any other moves, because they knew what the end would be. Song Jie and Apas returned to Yushurshur and the others. How is it handled over there? Yushurshur asked. Song Jie nodded. It's been handled. He looked at the spring water under the waterfall and asked, what should we do next? Yue Huang said that we need to soak in the spring water to improve our cultivation. Yushurshur said, then what are you waiting for? Song Jie couldn't wait, and his cultivation was also a little loose. Just in time for a breakthrough. Yushurshur blushed and nodded. We're here. You go there alone. Song Jie was surprised. Don't you want to soak together? Yushurshur explained. Wearing clothes to soak will reduce the effect by half. So it's better to be naked. I see. There are two little girls here. You shouldn't be so beastly. Right? Yushurshur said. I'm not that kind of person. Song Jie went to the side and jumped into the spring water. Can I summon beasts? Hearing this, Yushurshur nodded. Song Jie showed his delight. He didn't have much else, but he had a lot of summoned beasts. But now is not the time yet. He can let them out when he is almost done soaking. Song Jie could feel that the cultivation here was improving very quickly, just like the accelerated cultivation in the 3-step pagoda. It's a great place, but it's a pity that you can only soak once in your life, Song Jie said with some regret. After coming up this time, if you want to come up next time, you have to wait for the opening time of the Feather Clan Festival. So you can't come whenever you want. Song Jie didn't care and continued to practice and improve. On the other side, Yushurshur, Jiang Xiaoshu and others also went into the water one after another. Lingling and Apas were the last. But when she saw Apas' round figure, Lingling curled her lips. She didn't expect Apas to be so well developed. Apas smiled proudly and deliberately straightened up to enter the spring water. Chapter 504. I don't know how long it has been. Song Jie suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, breakthrough. At this moment, His light system has broken through to the second level of the super class. Song Jia smiled and said, "This is really a holy place for cultivation." The effect of the holy waterfall on his cultivation has not decreased much. Maybe it can also make his summoning system break through to the second level of the super class. The next moment, Song Jia immediately immersed himself in cultivation. Time passed little by little. The Silver Dome Master and others were still suspended in the air, like a child who was punished by the teacher. Yu Shishir, Jiang Xiaoshu and others also had huge gains. And Song Jia could break through a small realm. You can imagine their gains. Jiang Xiaoshu was the most obvious, and had already touched the threshold of the super class. She didn't expect to have such a gain this time. Coming here is really a big profit. I believe it won't be long before she can break through the threshold of the super class. Apas was nourished by the holy waterfall, and her cultivation was improved, constantly moving towards the monarch level. Yui Huang was also among them, and its improvement was also obvious. This holy waterfall has a huge effect on demons, which is more terrifying than humans. At this time, it is already very close to the supreme monarch, and is only one step away from this realm. Time passed quietly. At the last moment, Song Jia summoning system still broke through to the second level of the super class. But at this time, the effect of the holy waterfall on him was gone. So it was useless to practice again. Yu Shishir, Jiang Xiaoshu and others were still absorbing, and they did not absorb it as quickly as he did. Next, let the summoned beasts bathe and grow. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he immediately summoned all his summoned beasts. In an instant, under the entire holy waterfall, there were Song Jia summoned beasts. They immediately knew the effect of the holy waterfall, and while showing joy, they hurried to practice. After this harvest, Song Jia felt that his army of summoned beasts would undergo a great transformation. Song Jia ignored them, and went to other places in Biba Mountain. Soon, Song Jia came to the relatively low oak tree. This is the oak tree. Song Jia looked at the fruit tree full of fruits growing among the colorful clouds. This oak tree is very strong, and more than a dozen people may not be able to hug it. The fruits here have a certain effect on mages or holy spirits, which seems to be similar to the god seal praise in the Parthenon. But Song Jia also knows that as long as it is used together with the Tianshan snow lotus, it may create a heavenly seed. Song Jia attaches great importance to this thing. After all, it can create a heavenly seed. If his light soul seed can become a heavenly seed, then he can imagine its power with the blessing of the god seal praise. I was right. You are here. Yu Shishir and Yui Huang came here. Song Jia nodded. This is the fruit of the oak tree. Yu Shishir introduced it to Song Jia, but the latter already knew it. Yu Shishir continued, I let Yui Huang pick some for you. It will be good for you. Song Jia nodded again. After picking the fruits, Song Jia and Yu Shishir returned to the Yunding holy waterfall. Apas, Jiang Xiaoshu, and the other two were almost done, and everyone had a good harvest. Are these all your summoned beasts? Yu Shishir asked curiously. Song Jia nodded. Yu Shishir looked at the commander-level summoned beasts one by one, and the whole person was a little bit unbelievable. This guy is too scary. He actually has so many commander-level summoned beasts. Where are those monarch-level demons? Why can't I see them? Yu Shishir asked at this time. Song Jia said, they are all staying over there. Ah! Yu Shishir was stunned, not understanding what Song Jia meant. You will know if you follow me, Song Jia said, and went to the Silver Dome Lord. After all of them came over, they soon saw those monarch-level demons. They, Jiang Xiaoshu, and Yu Shishir were stunned. They didn't expect that these demons would stay here so obediently waiting for them. Song Jia said, isn't it the fastest one in this ceremony that will be the leader of the Feather Clan? It's the fastest. You don't have any objection, right? How dare they have any objection? Yu Shishir looked at the scene in front of her in amazement, and felt incredible. So they agreed just like that? Song Jia nodded, of course. If you don't believe it, you can ask them. The monarchs nodded immediately, and they dared not disobey Song Jia words. From now on, it will be your leader. We will not stay here, but you should not do anything to disunite. Understand? Song Jia looked at them. The monarchs nodded immediately. Without hesitation, Song Jia came to the front of the Silver Dome Lord, patted its head, and said earnestly, Xiaoyin, you invaded Hangzhou before, which was a serious matter. So you should behave well in the future and strive to make meritorious deeds to atone for your sins. The Silver Dome Lord was panicked, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. When my summoned beasts are ready, you can enter. Remember what I said? Songjia said. The monarchs nodded again. Lingling was puzzled and asked curiously, Songjia, why do you want to gather them? Humanity is still too weak. If we can unite with the demons on land, we may become much stronger. Songjia said. Unite with demons? Lingling was stunned. Even the top leaders probably didn't dare to have such an idea. Because demons and humans have always been in opposition. And they are the kind that will never stop until they die. Songjia said, I have thought of this problem. But I have solved it. So there is no need to worry. Lingling was surprised. But she didn't say much. She always believed that Songjia was on his side. You can leave after my summoned beasts are finished. Songjia said at last. He came to Qinling because of this matter. And now the matter has been almost resolved. Are there other monarchs in Qinling? Songjia asked. After this, the monarchs of the Feather Clan were stunned and felt that Songjia must have been holding back. But they didn't care. If Songjia could destroy them, it would be good for them. Then, they told him the distribution of Qinling forces. So there are so many powerful monarchs here, Songjia said, touching his chin. Sure asked, you don't want to subdue them, do you? Subdue them. After all, I only want the Feather Clan. Songjia replied. Then what do you want to do? Songjia said, of course. Get their spirits. Everyone present was silent. Songjia suggested, anyway. My summoned beasts are not ready yet. Why don't we go find them? Sure. Jiang Shaoxu and others mourned for the other monarchs in Qinling. Next, Songjia and them went down Baiba Mountain and went to the location mentioned by Mozhan Yujun to look for the monarch-level overlord. These monarchs Songjia can deal with alone. Not to mention that there is Yue Huang now. So he basically doesn't need to take action. Chapter 505. Songjia collected a lot of monarch-level spirits in Qinling. After he killed a monarch-level spirit, he also killed the monarch-level enemy. This will not destroy the balance between demons. When Songjia had almost killed all the demons, he returned with Lingling, Jiang Shaoxu and others. Sure did not follow him. She stayed with Yue Huang to deal with the things here. On the way back, Songjia received a message from Qining. He took a look and saw the content of the other party's message. And his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Songjia finally remembered what he promised Qining before. It seemed that he was going to the north corner of Zhuiyuan. But there were too many things recently. And then he forgot. Qining, did you forget something? Songjia, I'm going to the north corner of Zhuiyuan right now. Qining, my mother said that I shouldn't have given Xiaoyanji to you in the first place. Songjia, I did forget it before. So I just remembered it now. In order to show my sincerity, Songjia called directly. Does that opportunity still exist? It has been several months since now. And Songjia doesn't know if the opportunity still exists. It still exists. Qining said, a lot of things happen there. And the opportunity still exists. But it's not that easy to get. How do you say it? My mother tried to get close. But even she couldn't do anything. Qining said. Be more specific. It was a kind of flame, which was very terrifying. My mother wanted you to bring Yanji here to devour this flame. But something unexpected happened during the period. Qining explained, this flame has opened up its spiritual intelligence, devouring the surrounding flames to become a dominant existence. My mother fought with it, but she lost in the end. So my mother didn't urge you when she saw you didn't come. But you haven't come for so long. And she is very dissatisfied with you now. Songjia was silent again. He really forgot. Songjia said, I'm in Qinling now. Hurry back and head straight to the north corner of Zhuiyuan. Qining didn't say much. And then the two hung up the phone. Who is it? Jiang Shaoxu asked curiously. Qining, didn't I get Xiaoyanji before? We agreed to bring Xiaoyanji back after a while. And then I forgot. Songjia explained. Jiang Shaoxu covered his mouth and laughed. You are really good. There are too many things. I really forgot. Songjia said. At the same time, he also looked forward to something in the north corner of Zhuiyuan. Songjia felt that as long as it was not an existence beyond the Orthodox Emperor, he could still fight. And he felt that there would definitely be no one in the north corner of Zhuiyuan. If there was, it would not have come out just now. And it would have been discovered by humans long ago. Therefore, this terrifying guy should be in the monarch level. And may be the best among monarchs. I will send you back to the city first. And then I will go to the north corner of Zhuiyuan, Song Jia said. Jiang Shaoxu nodded. She still had to look for news about her brother, so she couldn't go with him. Song Jia closed his eyes and meditated on the back of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. At the same time, he had arrived at the dimensional plane. After being nourished by the holy waterfall, the lowest level of the summoned beasts in his hands were all warriors, and the highest level was submonarchs, Xiao Yanji and Xiao Lu, as well as the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle and Xiao He, have all been promoted to the ranks of submonarchs, only one step away from the monarch level. Most of the others have reached the commander level, and the great commanders account for the majority. I don't know if so many summoned beasts can be condensed into a supreme monarch, Song Jia thought to himself. Apas also gained a lot. She is now only one step away from the monarch level. Then, Song Jia sent Lingling and Jiang Shaoxu back to the city. Before leaving, Lingling looked at Apas and said, "How can she go with me? Brother Song Jia is willing to take me there. Is it your business?" Apas puffed out her chest and said, "You?" Lingling looked at Song Jia angrily, as if she would be finished if she didn't give him an explanation. "Her abilities can be used in the north corner of Zhuiyuan," Song Jia said casually. Hearing this, Lingling nodded and didn't care anymore. Apas looked at Song Jia. This guy lied so easily. After Song Jia and Apas said goodbye to the two of them, they also asked Lingling to help collect information about Tianshan, especially the Tianshan Snow Lotus. If he gets the Tianshan Snow Lotus, plus the fruit of the Oath Tree, the Light Soul Seed can be promoted to the Sky Seed. At that time, the power of his light system will explode directly. "Will you take me with you then?" Lingling asked. "Of course. That's more like it." Lingling nodded, which was considered an agreement. Song Jia and Apas left and headed for the airport, ready to go to the north corner of Zhuiyuan. Apas asked, "What are we going there for?" "This is the opportunity for little Yanji. Maybe it can help her grow quickly and become a monarch," Song Jia said. "If I had the opportunity, would you do the same?" Apas asked. Song Jia nodded. "You are all my contracted beasts. If there is an opportunity, I will certainly help you." Apas nodded with satisfaction, thinking that this was pretty good. The plane went straight to Dunhuang. When Qining sent a message to Song Jia, people were already waiting in Dunhuang. When Song Jia and Apas arrived, it was already afternoon, and Qining was also waiting for them at the hotel. "You are pretty fast," Qining said unhappily. "Ha ha ha." Song Jia could only smile awkwardly, not knowing what to say. "Should we go directly now, or wait until the next day?" Qining asked. "Now." Song Jia didn't want to wait any longer. If it was another day, Qin Ying's mother might tear him apart, and he also wanted to know what the other party was talking about. "You are in a hurry now," Qining laughed teasingly. Song Jia said solemnly, "It's not that your mother is waiting impatiently. We can't let her wait any longer." Qining smiled. "Then let's set off now." Soon, the three of them arrived outside the safety barrier of Dunhuang. "From here, we can arrive in a few days," Qining said. "It won't take a few days. We can reach Pingdingshan in the evening," Song Jia said. "We can arrive in the evening?" Qining looked at Song Jia in surprise. "I said we can get there." As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. Qining remembered that Song Jia had a flying summoned beast. "But if we fly in the sky, we will definitely be targeted by demons." "It doesn't matter. I will kill as many demons as they open," Song Jia vowed. Since Song Jia said so, Qining didn't say anything else. After the three of them got on the back of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, they set off and headed straight for Pingdingshan. At the same time, Song Jia was also strengthening the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, which instantly increased its speed several times. This is why he was so confident that he could reach Pingdingshan in the evening. Chapter 506. It was evening. Song Jia, Qining, and the other two finally arrived at Pingdingshan. "I didn't expect to be here in the evening," Qining smiled. "I said it was okay." As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he saw Qin Ying's mother Jiang Feng from a distance. Song Jia smiled embarrassedly when he saw Jiang Feng, and then summoned Xiao Yanji. After Xiao Yanji appeared, she rushed to Jiang Feng and immediately snuggled in her arms. Jiang Feng originally looked at Song Jia with a bad face, but after seeing Xiao Yanji, a smile appeared on her face. The two communicated for a while. Jiang Feng looked at Song Jia again, and also noticed that Apas was different. "This is my person," Song Jia explained. Jiang Feng nodded. And after she communicated with Apas, she began to speak. Songjia didn't understand, but Apas next to him helped translate. She said that she really shouldn't have handed little Yanji to you. Songjia was silent. Can't we just avoid this topic? After Jiang Feng kept complaining for a while, he finally got rid of it and returned to the main topic. Ahem. Can we talk about that great opportunity now? Songjia asked. Chining smiled and said, Songjia must have been entangled with important things before, and he must have forgotten it. He came here as soon as he received my message. Jiang Feng felt a little better after hearing this. Afterwards, Apas helped them translate. There is a magma zone in the north corner of Zhuiyuan, which is full of magma. I found the existence of living beings there before, so I went to see it, but I didn't expect it to be real. So, I asked Shining to notify you to come over that time. It's just not long ago that the living being has been constantly improving and soon reached a terrifying level. Even I will soon be no match for it. Many people have discovered it before and want to encircle it, but the magma zone is its battlefield. Those people spent a lot of money, but they were no match for it. And finally they could only flee timidly. Its current realm has reached an astonishing level, so you better not go there. Apas has translated all that Jiang Feng wanted to say. Songjia asked, how strong is it? Can you be more specific? Apas translated, several superclass mages joined forces before, but they were not its opponents. I don't know now. Hearing this, Songjia pondered. So this guy has grown to the monarch level. If several superclass mages can't figure it out, then it must be a creature above the great monarch. Songjia asked, if little Yanji devours it, can she also reach the level of monarch? Jiang Feng nodded and said something at the same time. Apas translated, not only that, its flame is also very unique. After little Yanji devours it, the flame will further transform and pave the way for breaking through the divine fire. Divine fire? Songjia immediately became interested. After little Yanji grows to a certain extent, she can refine the flame into heavenly fire. But this is already its limit. If you want to go further, you need more external forces to assist. If it is really as Jiang Feng said, then they must get this great opportunity. Leave this to me. I will definitely do it for you properly, Songjia said. Jiang Feng persuaded again. Don't worry. I won't do anything unprepared, Songjia said seriously. Seeing this, Jiang Feng did not persuade him again, but told him to pay attention to safety. If I catch it, can you let Xiao Yanji refine it? Songjia asked. Xiao Yanji's current strength is still too low, and it is obviously not possible to refine such a powerful creature. Jiang Feng nodded. It's too late now. I will leave tomorrow, Songjia said. Then Jiang Feng took Xiao Yanji and Shining away, leaving only Songjia and Apas. I want to go back to sleep. Apas yawned. Why sleep? Didn't you awaken plant magic? I will teach you magic now, Songjia said. You don't have plant magic. Although I don't have plant magic, I can teach you how to practice. There is no conflict, Songjia said very reasonably. Apas felt that Songjia didn't want to be so bored alone, so he dragged her along. Am I doing this right? The posture is wrong. It's easy to get tired when practicing like this. Why can't I get in? You are doing this wrong. I told you I would help you, but you didn't believe me. Songjia took Apas to practice in Pingingshan for a night. So much so that the next day, Apas finally couldn't stand it and returned to the contract space. After waking up, Songjia took Xiao Yanji, Shining, and Jiang Feng to the place she said. A huge magma area. Many hunters hesitated here. In addition, there were military magicians sent by the government, and the leading military magician was Nanju. Nanju said unhappily, these guys are really desperate to mess with this kind of thing. They were assigned a task by the higher-ups to come and observe the movements here, and at the same time make an assessment to determine whether the other party would threaten the safety of the surrounding cities. Captain Nanju, what should we do next? Someone asked. Our task is to make an assessment, and the life and death of others has nothing to do with us, Nanju said. It's not that she is cold-blooded, but the guys here are too powerful, and she doesn't want to sacrifice her own lives for them. If there is any accident, we will retreat immediately, Nanju continued. Yes. Everyone nodded. As for the hunter team, the Zhu family was the leader. They spent a lot of money to capture the Holy Spirit of Flame for the second time. It was the Zhu family last time, and it was the Zhu family this time too. They didn't want to miss such a powerful creature. This time, they brought more than a dozen superclass mages. And there were also 3 superclass beings. So they were extremely confident that they could definitely capture the Holy Spirit of Flame. When do we start? A hunter master asked. Don't worry. This guy hasn't come out yet. Let's wait until it comes out. The zoo family leader said. They have been observing this flame creature for a long time. So they already know its habits. Therefore, they would choose this time to attack it. After waiting for a long time, Songjie, Jining, and others also came to the periphery, and saw the situation not far away. Songjie said, It seems that someone got there first. This creature is not so easy to capture. Jining awakened the mind magic. So this time she helped Jiang Feng translate. Songjie said, Then let's wait a little longer. I want to see how powerful this creature is. Jiang Feng didn't say anything. They were both flame saints. So she knew how powerful the other party was. Soon, the magma area on the opposite side suddenly became turbulent. The flame creature was obviously about to come out. Chapter 507. In the magma area, the magma jumped more than 10 meters high, and then fell from midair, hitting the surface of the magma. And then the magma splashed around. Seeing this, the zoo family showed an excited expression on their faces, and raised one arm at the same time. Everyone became alert, and waited for the zoo family's order at any time. The next moment, a flame man suddenly flew out of the magma area, and his eyes suddenly fell on the zoo family and others. Seeing this, the zoo family's arms stopped in the air, and suddenly fell. Seeing this, the others immediately united, and started a large formation to deal with the flame creatures. They were so confident that they had made sufficient preparations. This time, they must return with a full load. In an instant, the water flooding formation was activated, and a layer of light blue water defense was shrouded around the flame creature. Immediately afterwards, countless water chains kept attacking it, as if trying to capture it. Water formation. Jining didn't expect that the zoo family actually prepared a formation. Are they really going to get there first? Jiang Feng shook his head. Afterwards, Jining immediately helped her translate. No. This flame creature is very powerful, and this formation can't trap it at all. As soon as these words fell, all the water chains close to the flame creature evaporated in an instant. A terrifying flame suddenly erupted from the flame creature's body, instantly engulfing the entire formation. Hold on. The zoo family looked at the mage, who was maintaining the formation next to them, and said, But? This flame creature was too powerful, and they only held on for a few seconds. But they didn't hold on after all. The entire formation was broken, and the flame creature looked down at them, as if provoking them. The person in charge of the zoo family did not expect that this formation could capture it, but at least it had to consume the opponent. However, what he didn't expect was that this formation did not last for a minute, and was directly broken. The head of the zoo family frowned. He didn't expect that this creature would become much stronger. It was several times stronger than the last time he encountered it. Let's go together. However, he brought a lot of superclass magicians this time, so he didn't think he would die. In a blink of an eye, dozens of superclass magics bombarded, but a fiery red shield appeared around the flame creature, protecting it firmly. Jining helped Jiang Feng translate. This is the fire barrier. I didn't expect it to realize this ability. Fire barrier? Songjie looked at the flame creature. If Xiaoyanji refines it, can she also get its ability? Jiang Feng nodded. Songjie became interested. This fire barrier is obviously related to defense. So many superclass magics can't break it. It can be imagined how huge this barrier is. In an instant, the barrier of the flame creature seemed to be expanding, and soon attacked the zoo family. Not good. He turned around and ran without thinking. Seeing this, the others knew that the situation was not good. They had so many superclass magics that could not break the defense. If they were trapped in it, they would obviously die. Everyone kept running back, but the flame creatures did not seem to want to let them go. The moment the fire barrier touched them, those people instantly turned into a ball of fire and burned without ashes. Run! More than 20 people. Under the attack of the flame creatures, only a few people were left alive. Nanju and others saw the zoo family running towards them, so they dared not stay any longer. Retreat! She immediately ordered the military magician behind her to leave. But the person in charge of the zoo family seemed to have found a life-saving straw, and ran straight towards them. Nanju saw this, and knew that this guy wanted to use them to attract the attention of the flame creatures. But the other party was an experienced superclass magician, and she was no match for him at the moment. You stay here and help us delay time. As soon as the Zhu family finished speaking, they immediately controlled the area on Nanja's side. Damn it! Nanja was blocked in front. Use magic to blast it open. When everyone heard this, they immediately released magic, trying to blast open the space blockade in front. But this blockade was too strong, and their magic couldn't shake it at all. Seeing this, the Zhu family showed joy on their faces. With these people helping them to resist for some time, they can at least buy more time to escape. After returning, they must ask the elders in the family to take action. After all, this flame creature is too powerful. But if he is captured, it will definitely make his strength soar. Nanja looked at the flame creature coming from behind, and was anxious. But the surroundings were blocked, and there was no way. What to do? As she was thinking, a figure suddenly appeared and hung in front of them. Nanja looked at this figure and felt familiar, and soon thought of who it was. Song Jie. Song Jie turned his head, smiled, and then looked at the flame creature opposite. The fire creature came to attack, but it only reached halfway before stopping. Stopped? Song Jie felt that the other party should not be afraid of him, because he did not reveal anything. The flame creature looked at them and did not attack, but flew back. Flew back? Song Jie was surprised. Just went back like this? Nanju analyzed. It should have a certain distance limit. Otherwise it would not stop at this time. That makes sense. Song Jie nodded, and he shouted at the returning flame creature, "Come and fight." As soon as these words came out, the flame creature stopped and turned around suddenly, and the military magicians standing behind Song Jie were in a mess. If they left, they left. Why did you ask them to come back? Hey, buddy, don't take us with you if you want to die. Brother, I am still a virgin. Isn't it immoral for you to do this? We are finished. Who would have thought that this person would actually call the flame creature back? They are all numb. Nanju looked at the resentful military mages behind her, and with a twitch of her lips, she looked at Song Jie and asked, "Are you sure?" Song Jie smiled, which was considered a response to her. "Do you need my help?" Nanju asked. Song Jie smiled and said, "If you need it, you can kiss me and give me love encouragement." Nanju's face turned cold. Ha ha ha. Song Jie smiled awkwardly, and said nothing more, and continued to look at the flame creature that was running straight at him. Stop. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, the flame creature was squeezed by a space force, making it unable to move. Contract. Song Jie released the space force again, squeezing and shrinking the fire barrier of the flame creature. Fuck. How did this guy do it? This is too strong. They saw with their own eyes that those superclass mages were beaten to a pulp by this creature. But Song Jie was able to deal with this fire creature alone, which made them feel incredible. This man looks familiar. I remember. He seems to be Song Jie from the national team. Someone explained immediately. Chapter 508. When everyone heard Song Jie's name, they immediately thought of Song Jie in the World Academy competition. When they recalled the scene just now, they were sure that this person was Song Jie. But Song Jie had no time to respond to them, because the flame creature was already rushing towards him. The other party still wanted to use the method just now to deal with Song Jie, but it still had to figure out who was the hunter and who was the prey now. It wanted to break through the space barrier. Song Jie controlled the power of space and immediately isolated the space on his side, so the flame creature had no way to come over. Continue to compress. Song Jie's mastery of the power of space has reached its peak, so every step is just right, so that the flame creature can't get the sweetness. The flame creature was furious, because it couldn't touch Song Jie at all. It could only look at him from a distance, but couldn't do anything. Now Song Jie can't do anything to it, and it can't do anything to Song Jie. At this time, Jiang Feng, Apas and others have returned, still holding the Zhu family who had taken action before. I'm back. Song Jie looked at the Zhu family member as soon as he finished speaking. What do you want to do? I'm from the Zhu family. Let me go, or the Zhu family won't let you go. The Zhu family member didn't expect that they would be captured by these two guys, and they were crushed. Zhu family? Song Jie smiled. So you're from the Zhu family. You know I'm from the Zhu family. Why don't you let me go? The Zhu family member looked up and said. Song Jie chuckled again. He remembered that the incident of digging out the heart of a child in the original book was also related to their Zhu family. So, this Zhu family is not a good thing either. Have you finished talking? You can die if you're done, Songjia said, and threw him into the range of the flame creature. Immediately afterwards, he released the control of the flame creature and let it deal with the Zhu family member. Before the Zhu family member could say anything, he was immediately engulfed by a ball of flame. Songjia could clearly sense from the side that the flame of the Holy Spirit of Flame was too terrifying. Even he might not be able to stop such a terrifying flame. So, never let this guy get close. You must crush him in terms of strength. Therefore, if you want to absolutely control the flame creature, you still need Apas to take action. After all, Apas is suitable for mental attacks on the enemy. As long as she is strong enough, the opponent will definitely not be able to withstand her mental attacks. Apas' strength has been improved. She looked at the flame creature and then carried out a mental strategy on it. The flame creature already has its own spiritual intelligence, so it also has its own soul. But Apas has been improved and is obviously much stronger than it, so it can't resist Apas at all. Apas is using her mind to control the flame creature, but the opponent is really controlled. Done. As soon as Apas finished speaking, it was already clear that the flame creature had become a thing in the bag. Songjia nodded, and at the same time looked at Jiang Feng and asked, "What should I do next?" "It's very simple. Just peel it off step by step, and then let Xiao Yanji refine its energy." Qining translated beside him. "I see. Let's start now." Songjia also wanted to see the process. Jiang Feng nodded, then drew out the flame power of the flame creature and transferred it into the body of little Yanji. This was just a small amount of energy, but it was extremely difficult for little Yanji to refine it. Songjia said, "Take your time. We are not in a hurry." Little Yanji responded, and then accelerated the refining speed. She also wanted to become stronger and protect her father. Nanju looked at the scene in front of her and finally understood why Songjia appeared here. It turned out that they were also here for the flame creature. "Why are you looking at me all the time? After the dispute over the school is over, you are reluctant to lead me?" Songjia smiled. "You are still so conceited." After Nanju finished speaking, he continued, "I don't know anything about that person." Songjia nodded. "It doesn't matter. As long as the Zhu family dares to come to me for trouble, I will give them a painful lesson." Nanju was startled, and when he wanted to say something, he didn't say it, because they had been together for quite a long time. She knew that Songjia would not do anything without confidence. "It's good that you solved this fire creature. It is no longer a threat to our city," Nanju said sincerely. Songjia smiled and said, "It seems that I have done a good thing. If there is nothing else here, I will leave first. I have to go back and report," Nanju said. "Leaving so soon? Don't you want to stay and reminisce?" Songjia said. Nanju shook her head and left with the military mage. Songjia did not say anything. Little Yanji needed to absorb the flame to improve her cultivation and refine the flame, so he might need to stay here for a while. Songjia asked, "How long will it take to get better?" Jiang Feng replied, "At least 1 month. At most 2 or 3 months." Songjia nodded. This was all his debt, so he had to stay here for a few months. Xiao Yanji was his summoned beast. If he left, Xiao Yanji would definitely return to the contract space. Therefore, he could only stay here to accompany Xiao Yanji to continue refining. When Songjia had nothing to do, he often took Qining to practice. He was not practicing, but just to collect spirit essence and some fire attribute materials, which he could give to his summoned beasts. "Time flies. You have become so powerful," Qining said as she walked. She was promoted to a high level, which was already outstanding for her peers. But for geniuses like Songjia, her promotion to a high level was just average. "You are also very good," Songjia said sincerely. Qining nodded. "Do you have a girlfriend now?" Songjia shook his head. "They are not girlfriends. They are all my wives. So he really doesn't have one," Qining said, logically speaking. "You are so outstanding. It is impossible not to have a girlfriend." "Really not?" Songjia said like an old driver. "I don't believe it." Qining shook her head. "Men's mouths are lies. Why did I hear that you and Mu Ningxue founded Ningxue City?" "She is my wife, not my girlfriend," Songjia said. Qining smiled unhappily. "But thank you for what happened before. Otherwise I might still be kept in the dark," Qining said. Songjia waved his hand. These are all things in the past. However, at this time, Chining stopped and looked at Song Jie. And suddenly I walked over. She tiptoed, and her pink lips were imprinted on Song Jie's face. Thank you from me. After Chining kissed, she turned around and walked quickly towards a distance. Song Jie said intoxicatedly, it's all my fault that I'm too good, attracting countless beauties to me. Sin! Sin! Chapter 509. In the following time, Song Jie and Chining searched for opportunities in the desert, and Xiao Yanji continued to improve her strength with the help of Jiang Feng. Now, Xiao Yanji's realm has reached the level of a small monarch. A month later, Song Jie has obtained a new outrageous transformation skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the first level magic of the light system. Holy Decree Demon Sword. The first outrageous transformation into a higher level magic skill. Holy Decree Dual Demon Sword. Dual Demon Sword? How could Song Jie not understand the meaning of the double demon sword? That is, when this skill is released, 2 demon swords will appear and fall from the sky. This skill is good. Now Song Jie light system amplification has reached a very terrifying level. After all, it is a dozen times amplified. The power of such a demon sword can be imagined. It would be great if the demon sword was strengthened all the time, Song Jie said in his heart. After all, the power of the demon sword, which has undergone an outrageous transformation 6 times, has definitely reached the level of forbidden spells. Not to mention 6 times. As long as it undergoes an outrageous transformation for the 3rd time, it can reach the power of forbidden spells. At that time, super level magic is forbidden spells. And when it comes to forbidden spells, after the outrageous transformation of magic, it can even reach a certain transcendent level. That is the realm of the God of Law. Song Jie didn't know if he could cultivate to that level. After all, he had never heard of it. The realm of the God of Law he understood was no longer a forbidden spell, but beyond the scope of forbidden spells. Time passed quickly, and another half a month passed, until he received Chen Ying's news. Song Jie rushed back immediately. On the flat-top mountain, Song Jie looked at Chining and asked, how is it? Chining replied, my mother said it's almost done. Song Jie nodded, and at the same time looked in the direction of Jiang Feng and Xiao Yanji. Very soon, after the last trace of the flame creature was extracted, its entire body suddenly dissipated. Lil Yanji absorbed the energy of the flame, and finally suddenly burst out a terrifying flame power. Seeing this, Jiang Feng immediately protected Apas in it to prevent her from being affected by the flame. Song Jie also protected Chining, and at the same time stared at Lil Yanji. Lil Yanji was still in the air, and then slowly fell down. It had refined the last bit of power. Did it succeed? Song Jie blurted out. Chining looked at herself being protected in Song Jie's arms. Her pretty face blushed, and she said shyly, it should be. Song Jie could clearly sense that Lil Yanji's realm was improving very quickly, and it seemed that she had reached the level of a great monarch. It seems that this flame creature is of great help to it. Song Jie, you can. Before Chining finished speaking, Song Jie looked down. Only then did he realize that he was still holding Chining, and didn't let go. What's wrong? Even though he knew that he didn't let go, Song Jie didn't intend to let go. Let go first. What if I don't let go? You can't do this. Chining raised her head and said, Song Jie had a reason. You could do that to me before. Can I take it back? You? Chining was so embarrassed. But Song Jie had to let go of his hands after seeing Xiao Yanji flying over to him. Xiao Yanji rushed over and entered Song Jie's arms. They haven't seen each other for a long time. So Xiao Yanji rushed over when she saw Song Jie. Jiang Feng looked over. She could see that Song Jie was really good to Xiao Yanji. Otherwise, this little guy wouldn't have made such a move. You become stronger. And I'm very happy too. Song Jie smiled. Xiao Yanji nodded and continued to bury her head in Song Jie's arms. Jiang Feng walked over and asked Apas to help translate. Apas said, she said that Xiao Yanji has absorbed all the energy and can leave. Song Jie looked at Jiang Feng, noticed the reluctance in her eyes, and nodded immediately. I will definitely not forget to bring it to see you later, Song Jie promised. Jiang Feng nodded, and at the same time looked at Chining, and asked her to leave with Song Jie. Apas yawned. She was too tired during this period. After all, she had to control the flame creatures all the time. However, because of this, Her strength was consolidated and her mental strength became stronger. Song Jia said goodbye to Jiang Feng, put away little Yan Ji, and left with Qining and Apathy. Just after leaving, he saw uninvited guests coming to Pingdingshan. And these people who came also saw Song Jia and others who were about to leave. Song Jia frowned, wondering what these people were doing in Pingdingshan. Qining asked in confusion, are they the people from before? The people from before? Song Jia realized at this time that these people were probably here to investigate the cause of death of the Zhu family before. In this case, he certainly would not miss this opportunity and must nip the trouble in the bud. Seeing this, Song Jia let the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle slowly fall and came to those people. The team immediately looked at Song Jia and others. And soon the leading man reacted. This young man is the one seen in the mirror of time. You are the one who killed our ancestral elders. The leading young man said angrily. So you are really from the ancestral family? Song Jia became interested. Yes, I killed him. But how do you know I killed him? The young man said. As long as I have this mirror of time, I can trace back what happened a month ago. I see. Song Jia suddenly realized and nodded. And said with a smile. Very good. This mirror is mine. Are you kidding me? The young man sneered. Although I don't know why you killed our elders. Don't think about running away today. Come back with me. Maybe I can let you live a few more days. Noisy. Song Jia said 2 words. Just a look. And the young man knelt down suddenly. Seeing this, the others were ready to take action. They were all worshippers of the ancestral family, and the best of the super class. Song Jia suddenly said, I advise you not to take action. Otherwise the consequences will be terrible. When those people heard this, they looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. If you don't believe it, you can also try it. After Song Jia finished speaking, a huge star palace appeared behind him. Then, 2 swords of demon judgment suddenly fell from not far away, with great power, suddenly setting off a sandstorm. When those people saw this, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. They didn't expect that the opponent's sword of demon judgment would be so outrageous. This power is comparable to the 3rd level of superclass magic, or even stronger. And they have never seen 2 swords of demon judgment fall. This is too outrageous. If something happens to me, do you think you can shirk responsibility? The young man said angrily. After this, the worshippers were silent, because what the young man said was right. Song Jia saw that they seemed ready to attack, so he did not hold back. If he was caught by them, he might die. Chapter 510. Since the 2 sides are in opposition, they can only fight to the death. But for Song Jia, only the opponent will die. Song Jia said, Xiao Yanji, it's time for you to take action. Xiao Yanji has been promoted to the Great Lord. This battle may allow it to consolidate its strength. It nodded and flew into the air at the same time. The next moment, it turned into Queen Yanji. In an instant, the surrounding area suddenly became hot. Those people looked at Queen Yanji with a serious face, their eyes full of fear. Queen Yanji took action. One by one, the fireballs were thrown out from her hands. They continued to condense and change in the air, turning into huge fireballs. The few worshippers tried to resist, and although they blocked the fireballs, they were also affected. Someone exclaimed, Damn! What kind of fire is this? It can actually devour my armor magic equipment. Xiao Yanji's fire has been further sublimated. Although it has not reached the level of divine fire, it has also been promoted to a higher level. Therefore, Xiao Yanji's flame has become extremely terrifying now. And it can also devour fire souls to upgrade. This is what Jiang Feng said before. As long as Xiao Yanji devours flame creatures, it can pave the way for it to condense divine fire. After Xiao Yanji obtains the ability to devour flames, she can continuously devour and upgrade her own flames. In this way, one day Xiao Yanji's flame will reach a very terrifying state. Maybe that state, just like divine fire, it can burn everything in the world. Although those people are all super level 3rd level magicians, they are useless in the face of Xiao Yanji's flame. There is a sea of fire everywhere, and they have no place to stay. Some people have wind system and barely escaped, and those who don't have wind system are all trapped in the flames. They only realized at this time that what Song Jia said before was true, and they would really die. The young man was controlled by Song Jia, so he was not affected. But he saw the scene. At that time, he saw from the mirror that Song Jia was not very strong. because he did not show his strong strength. The death of the elder of the Zhu family was just caused by being killed by a living creature. However, now, the young man has realized that he has provoked a ruthless person. Don't kill me. I can give you whatever you want. The young man is the best of the younger generation of the Zhu family, and is deeply loved by the elders of the Zhu family, especially his grandfather, who still has a status in the Zhu family. So he can definitely have a say. Where is the mirror? Let me see it, Songjia said. The young man nodded and took out the mirror immediately. Apas rolled his eyes at this person, thinking that this person would have backbone. But he didn't expect to compromise like this. Songjia looked at the mirror. How to use this mirror? This is just a palm-sized mirror, but it can actually see what happened before. So Songjia thought he could use it, and it would be useful when the time comes. This mirror was actually found by my grandfather in a secret place. Get to the point. The young man said, you can use this mirror as long as you use your consciousness to enter the mirror. Apas. Songjia wanted to know if what this guy said was true. So he asked Apas to identify it. He is telling the truth. As soon as Apas finished speaking, Songjia felt relieved. Soon, Songjia mastered the use of this mirror. However, it would consume a lot of mental power after using it. But his mental realm is already at the level of a great realm. So this mental power is nothing to him. Songjia looked at the battlefield, and the little Yanji crushed them with the power of fire. Who would have thought? These people are all third-level superclass mages. But they can't even deal with the Queen Yanji of the Great Monarch. After a while, those who couldn't defeat them wanted to escape. But it was too late. Fire burns the clouds. Even Queen Yanji in the sky can burn a cloud of fire. How can those people escape? Songjia said, your Zhu family seems to be very domineering? The young man didn't dare to speak. So many strong men were killed. How could he dare to talk? After dealing with these people, Songjia asked Xiao Yanji to come back, and continued to fly towards Dunhuang. As for the young man, he also took him back, and asked him to go back and tell Zujia. It was almost evening. Songjia and his friends returned to Dunhuang. Go back and tell Zujia that I will definitely visit them when the time comes, Songjia said. The young man nodded quickly. As long as he didn't kill him, it would be fine. Go away. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, the young man hurriedly left. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. Apas yawned. She just wanted to have a good sleep now. Songjia said, let's find a place to stay first. They were a little tired after rushing all the way. Chining and Apas nodded, very much in agreement with this decision. Songjia found a hotel and booked 3 rooms. Apas and Chining immediately went into the room to take a shower. They haven't showered for a long time, and they can even smell the sweat on their bodies. For a woman, this is the most intolerable thing. After Chining washed, she came out of the bathroom with her wet hair. However, when she looked up, she found that Songjia was in the living room, which suddenly startled her. Why are you here? Songjia did not answer, but his eyes fell on a very interesting place. Chining was surprised. When she looked down, she found that she was exposed for more than half. Ah! Chining ran back to the bathroom in panic, and poked her head and said, You what? I'm here to bring you dinner, Songjia said. Stood up and left here. After seeing Songjia leave, Chining came out from inside, and she suddenly felt a little lost. However, at this time, a voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Songjia smiled and said, Do you feel very lost? Chining was startled again, and then turned her head away. But before she could react, Songjia blocked her red lips. Chining did not struggle, and let Songjia succeed naturally. Songjia was stunned. He did not expect Chining to substitute herself. He just wanted to collect some interest. Since she substituted, then I will substitute too. Not too much, right? Songjia did not say anything and picked her up. He released his lips. I haven't taken a shower yet. Let's take another shower together. Chining blushed. She did not believe that the shower Songjia said was a proper shower. Men are very bad. Then, the sound of pa-pa-pa of water flow came from inside. I don't know how long it has been. Chining sat in the living room with a blushing face, eating the food Songjia packed for her. Is it okay? Songjia asked with a smile. Chining nodded, not daring to look directly into Songjia's eyes. This guy is too bad. Basically every posture has been used by him. When Chining thought of this, her cheeks turned even redder, like a ripe red apple. Chapter 511. After Zhu Yehua escaped, he quickly contacted his grandfather. In a villa, Zhu Qing was watching a play in the hall. But the housekeeper behind him came over with a phone. "It's the young master's call," the housekeeper said. Zhu Tian nodded, then took the phone and asked, "Found it?" Zhu Yehua said, "Grandpa, I have found it. But I encountered some trouble." "What happened?" Zhu Qing listened to Zhu Yehua's anxious tone and felt that something must have happened. "I originally found the person who killed the elders of Zuqing. But this person is very powerful. And the worshippers I brought with me are not his opponents," Zhu Yehua said. Hearing this, Zhu Qing frowned and continued to ask, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Zhu Yehua shook his head and said, "He didn't kill me, but asked me to bring a message to the Zhu family, saying that he would visit them in person when the time comes." "What a big tone." Zhu Qing was immediately angry. No one dared to mess with their Zhu family in China. Even the officials were polite to their Zhu family. But the other party dared to visit them. "Do you know who that person is?" Zhu Qing asked. Zhu Yehua thought for a while. "I remember his appearance, but I seem to have some impression of who he is. But I can't remember it for a while. Don't worry about this matter for now. I will send someone to investigate when the time comes," Zhu Qing said. He didn't want his grandson to die there. "I know. I'm rushing back overnight now." Zhu Yehua didn't want to stay in Dunhuang for a moment. Only leaving here can make him feel safe. Zhu Qing hung up the phone. The other party was able to kill so many worshippers, and it was obvious that they were quite powerful. But they were still a little naive to fight against their Zhu family. But this matter must be explained to other members of the family. After all, this was the task that his grandson Zhu Yehua took. Zhu Qing stood up, and then notified other family members to start the family meeting. One night passed. Song Jie, Qining and others also bought return tickets. "Are you going to the imperial capital too?" Qining asked in surprise. Song Jie nodded. "Didn't I say before? I want to go to the Zhu family." "Ah!" Qining was startled. "Are you really going? The Zhu family is not easy to mess with." Song Jie smiled and said, "Although they are not easy to mess with, I am even harder to mess with." "But they messed with me." Qining looked at Song Jie, hesitant to speak. But he believed that Song Jie would not do anything he was not sure of. "Do you want me to go with you?" Qining said. Song Jie shook his head. "You don't have to go. I go alone." Qining couldn't help much wherever she went. She just watched the show. When Song Jie woke up, he had contacted Mu Ningxue, and she had returned to Ningxue City. Then, he asked Tingsha and Baxia to leave for the imperial capital, and they would gather in the imperial capital at that time. Anyway, Tingsha had been to the imperial capital before, so she was not worried that it didn't know the place. Mu Ningxue didn't ask Song Jie what he was going to do. She knew that even if he did something, Song Jie would never suffer a loss. Song Jie, Qining, and the other two boarded the flight to the imperial capital and arrived in the imperial capital in the afternoon. "Okay, let's say goodbye here. I find you when I'm free." Song Jie meant something. How could Qining not understand the look Song Jie gave her? Her cheeks were slightly red, and she responded and left. "Did you do anything to her last night?" Appa stared at Song Jie and asked. "Are you jealous?" "Who is jealous?" Appa spat. "Beast." Song Jie narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Your little butt is itchy, right? How dare you talk to me like that?" "Yes. Do you dare to do anything to me?" Appas looked up, looking like he was going to do something. Song Jie looked at the people coming and going around him, and knew that Appas was so arrogant because there were people here, and he thought he didn't dare to do anything. However, he smiled evilly at this time, grabbed her hand, and the two figures suddenly disappeared. "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Appas begged for mercy. "Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I know I was wrong. As long as you admit your mistakes early, you can get a beating." But she knows that she can't beat Song Jie. Song Jie looked at him, slapped his butt and said, "Weren't you very arrogant just now?" "Well," Appas begged for mercy, "I know I was wrong. Don't hit me." Song Jie smiled, and then let Appas go. Appas was relieved. She had never thought that Song Jie would bring her to the rooftop. "Aren't you going to Zujia? Why don't you go quickly?" Appas touched her buttocks and said. Song Jie said, "I go meet them first." Then, Song Jie took Appas to the gathering place of Tingsha and Baxia. When he saw Tingsha and Baxia, the strength of these two totems increased a lot. Tengsha became a little emperor. Basha became a sub-emperor. And he is not far from the little emperor. Not bad. Not bad. Songjia nodded with satisfaction, thinking that his hard work was not in vain. Apas looked at him in surprise. She didn't expect Songjia to have two such powerful creatures. Since everyone is here, let's go! As soon as Songjia finished speaking, he summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle and headed straight for the Zhu family. Zhu family. After the communication last night, on the second day, Zhu Qing and others came to the family meeting room for a meeting. The chairman of the Zhu family asked, "Have you figured out who that person is? There is no news over there, but my grandson has returned." Zhu Qing said, "You ask him to come over, and we will ask about the details." The chairman of the Zhu family said. Zhu Qing nodded. Zhu Yehua was outside, so he immediately asked someone to call him in. Soon, Zhu Yehua walked in from outside and looked timidly at the members of the family. Zhu Qing said, "Tell me about the specific situation at that time." Zhu Yehua nodded, and then told everything before, without any reservation. "Do you know who that person is?" someone asked. Zhu Yehua nodded. Zhu Qing asked, "Do you remember who that person is?" Zhu Yehua nodded again. "That person is Song Jie. The Song Jie of the Guofu team before." Song Jie. Everyone looked at each other, and seemed to be familiar with this name. "Look more carefully," a family counselor said. "Before, that guy went to the Mu family once, and the Mu family ended up like that," Zhu Yehua said. "It turned out to be him." The chairman of the Zhu family frowned and remembered who this person was. "A Mu family is not worthy of being on an equal footing with our Zhu family," some family counselors said. "Their Zhu family has a strong foundation. Not only does it have people in China, but it also has many connections internationally. So it is not afraid at all. The Mu family can only rank in China, but it is nothing in the international arena. Therefore, their Zhu family does not look down on the Mu family at all." The family chairman said, "I heard that he will come to visit again." Zhu Yehua nodded. "That's what he told me." Chapter 512. "If he wants to come to visit us, we will wait for him," one of the family counselors said without fear. They are all people of the older generation, and have seen all kinds of storms. Even if the other party can make the Mu family suffer setbacks and fall, but want their Zhu family to do the same? Is it possible? If their Zhu family also bows to a young boy, what will happen to their face? Wouldn't it be a complete loss? Thinking of this, they are all standing on the same front. And they will not be polite if Song Jie dares to come. He wants to fight against a noble family alone. I went to inquire before, and the other party has 2 totem beasts, which should be at the level of supreme monarchs. The family chairman said at this time. One counselor said, "Just 2 supreme monarchs. We can deal with them. The Zhu family's foundation is obviously much stronger than that of the Mu family, so they are fearless. Just teach him a lesson when the time comes. After all, he is a person who is specially taken care of by the official." The family chairman nodded. "Okay. Those worshippers he killed are all my people, so I will cut off one of his arms," the counselor said with a cold face. No one spoke. It was considered as tacit agreement. At this moment, someone suddenly rushed in from outside. "Not good," the man exclaimed. Everyone frowned slightly, obviously guessing something. "What's going on?" the family chairman asked. The man said, "Someone has come to our Zhu family." The family chairman stood up. "Then go out and see. I want to see what means he has." Their Zhu family is not a soft persimmon. Song Jie walked behind, and Apas killed in front. However, he reminded not to make it too bloody. So Apas did not kill. But she did not let go of those who showed murderous intentions to her, and controlled them to let them kill each other. "Why is no one welcoming us?" Song Jie held the back of his head with both hands, and walked into the Zhu family villa leisurely. At this time, the Zhu family counselors had come out of the meeting room, and appeared opposite Song Jie. "Song Jie, what do you want to do?" the chairman of the Zhu family said angrily. "What?" Song Jie sneered and stepped forward. "I just want to ask you, are you involved in Sulu's plan?" As soon as these words came out, the faces of those senior executives changed, looked at each other, and remained silent. They are all senior executives of the Zhu family, so they know some secrets, but they are unwilling to admit it. After all, these are all things that are not in the light. The chairman of the Zhu family denied. "What plan?" "We don't know." Song Jie sneered again. Although you have a huge status, you are doing dirty things. So many children have died in your hands. You are really a scum with a human face and a beast heart. Hearing this, the senior executives of the Zhu family all had gloomy faces. How could they feel good when being scolded? Song Jie, this is not a reason for you to come to the Zhu family and be presumptuous. Not to mention that you killed our Zhu family. The chairman of the Zhu family said angrily. They are all beasts, so they can be killed. Song Jie said frankly. The speaker of the Zhu family said angrily. You killed our Zhu family's people. Do you really think that our Zhu family is easy to bully? Song Jie challenged their Zhu family's bottom line again and again. If they didn't give him some pain, the other party would really make their Zhu family a paper tiger. The counselor who threatened to cripple Song Jie's arm said, don't you just have 2 supreme monarchs? Call them out quickly and kill them as soon as possible. Song Jie became interested. It seems that these people have investigated him. But this is all in the past. Since you have such a request, I will satisfy you. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Tingsha and Baxia suddenly appeared, and 2 terrifying auras immediately crushed towards the Zhu family. The Zhu family counselor, who was still self-righteous just now, was stunned when he saw Tingsha and Baxia. He hurriedly looked at the speaker of the Zhu family, as if asking, is this the supreme monarch you are talking about? The speaker of the Zhu family did not expect this result. When he asked the Mu family before, the other party was talking about the supreme monarch. I called it out. Come and kill it, Song Jie said with a smile. The family counselor, who had just spoken, was immediately scared. What a joke. He was the one being killed now. If it was the supreme monarch, they would not be afraid at all. But it was not. This was the aura of an emperor. One monarch could destroy a city. Now there are 2 emperors, which is enough to destroy a big city. At this time, the senior members of the Zhu family began to riot. After all, the 2 totem beasts brought by Song Jie were a bit scary. Song Jie, before you touch our Zhu family, I advise you to think about the consequences first. Our Zhu family's Zhu Huanyo is famous internationally. If you dare to touch Zhu family, you will be regarded as anti-human by the whole world. What's more, our Zhu family's Zhu Bo is also the vice president of the Forbidden City Court, second only to the chief Pang Lai, and has a great influence in the country. If you dare to touch our Zhu family, think it over. The senior members of the Zhu family were also confused. Who would have thought that Song Jie would bring 2 emperor-level beasts here? Even if their Zhu family is very powerful, they are nothing in front of the emperor-level beasts. The chairman of the Zhu family said, we are also related to the holy city. Think about what the consequences will be if you touch us. They are indeed no match for Tingsha and Baxia, but they have connections and relationships behind them, and they can definitely suppress Song Jie. Therefore, under such circumstances, he can only do this. He can't beat them, and there is no other way. Song Jie said angrily, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't cover up the crimes of your Zhu family. Your Zhu family is nothing. The holy city is nothing. Today, I will take the blood of you people to avenge those innocent children. Still want to threaten me? After that, Song Jie had ordered Tingsha and Baxia to take action. Those senior members panicked and quickly summoned the prepared people to deal with Tingsha and Baxia. The formation was activated. However, in less than a second, it was smashed by Tingsha's tail. Everyone was panicking. It was their first time to fight against the Emperor level. The Vine Snake just released a space compression, and those super-level mages were crushed to pieces. The family counselor, who wanted to kill the totem just now, almost died in such a powerful space crushing. Fortunately, he reacted quickly. Otherwise he would have died. Song Jie, if you do this, the World Organization will not let you go, the chairman of the Zhu family said angrily. Song Jie didn't care at all. Before, facing other families, it was just a small friction, so Song Jie didn't kill them. But this Zhu family is different. Among the people who followed Sulu to besiege him before, there were also Zhu family members. So the new and old grudges are now settled together. Use the forbidden technique. Use the forbidden technique quickly, the senior members of the Zhu family explained hurriedly. Every family has some unknown forbidden techniques, which are their private means. Unless they encounter something difficult to solve, they will not use it rashly. But now, facing 2 emperor levels, they have to use it. Chapter 513. The forbidden technique of the Zhu family is to gather the power of the entire family, but concentrated on one person. But when such a forbidden technique is used, Those who share the power may be drained and die at any time. Therefore, such a method is called a forbidden technique. There are 3 heroes in the Zhu family. Zhu Huanyao and Zhu Bo are 2 of them. And the speaker of the Zhu family is the 3rd. He is now suspended in the air, enjoying the increase in power, and suddenly feels that the little emperor is just like this. Song Jie, since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. The speaker of the Zhu family laughed out loud. If it weren't for Song Jie, their Zhu family might never use such a forbidden technique in this life. But there is no way. The opponent's power is too strong, and this method can only be used to deal with it. Song Jie watched the speaker of the Zhu family's power continue to grow, but he still looked at everything in front of him calmly. The speaker of the Zhu family knew that this forbidden technique could not be delayed for too long. Otherwise everyone in the Zhu family would be buried with him. You deserve to die. Song Jie smiled and said, I know you are very arrogant, but don't be arrogant for now. The speaker of the Zhu family sneered, and he also wanted to know what other means Song Jie would use next. Come out and teach them a lesson that will be remembered forever. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, the Black Dragon Emperor suddenly emerged from the contract space. Everyone was staring at Song Jie and watching. When they saw a giant dragon appear, they were all stunned. Where the hell did this dragon come from? Someone exclaimed in the crowd. When the Zhu family speaker saw the scene, his eyes suddenly trembled. He knew this dragon. Isn't this the Black Dragon Emperor that Sulu wanted to capture? How could it be in Song Jie's hands? He kept thinking in his mind, and finally came to a conclusion. The disappearance of Sulu and others. It is very likely related to Song Jie. Suddenly, his pupils shrank violently, and he obviously discovered something. But things have come to this point. There is no way to save it, and he can only fight, as far as he knows. Although this Black Dragon Emperor is powerful, he is still capable of dealing with it. But when the Black Dragon Emperor roared, the Zhu family speaker suddenly lost his composure. This breath. The Zhu family speaker raised his head with a trembling jaw. How could this Black Dragon have such a terrifying breath? The Black Dragon Emperor looked at the Zhu family speaker as if he was looking at a clown again, and then swept his tail across. The Zhu family speaker hurriedly blocked him. But this was the Black Dragon Emperor, who was at the peak of the Little Emperor, and half a step away from becoming an orthodox emperor. The Zhu family speaker was okay at beating the Little Emperor, but it was like hitting a rock with an egg if he wanted to deal with the Black Dragon Emperor. With a bang, the Zhu family speaker was instantly knocked out and fell violently into a villa. When everyone saw the scene, they were full of disbelief. Who would have thought that Song Jie could come up with such a method? Their Zhu family. They were going to die. The Zhu family speaker stood up, covered his chest, and spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. He raised the power of the entire clan. But now, he was swept away by the Black Dragon Emperor's tail. It was so embarrassing. Song Jie smiled and said, Weren't you arrogant just now? Keep going. The Zhu family speaker didn't dare to speak in front of the Black Dragon Emperor. They were like ants. At this time, 2 people suddenly came not far away. They were Zhu Huanya and Zhu Bo, and there were many people following them. Zhu Bo came and shouted, Who is going wild in our Zhu family? What's wrong with going wild? As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Teng Shi attacked immediately. Zhu Bo was shocked and quickly resisted. But he was no match for the little Emperor Teng Shi. He was instantly knocked out and spit out blood. Song Jie, our Zhu family has no grudges against you. Why do you do such a crazy thing? Zhu Huanyu questioned. Who said there are no grudges? You should know about your conspiracy with Sulu. Right? Song Jie looked at Zhu Huanyu. Zhu Huanyu said, I don't know what you are talking about. But you want to slaughter our Zhu family. China does not allow it. The world does not allow it. And the rules do not allow it. What bullshit does not allow it? If I want to slaughter, even the King of Heaven can't save you. Song Jie looked at him and said, Grandpa, this guy is too arrogant. Does he really think our Zhu family is easy to bully? Zhu Xianqian said angrily. Noisy. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, the space strangulation attacked instantly, and the space on the opposite side was distorted horribly. Zhu Xianqian was frightened and quickly hid behind him. Zhu Huanya tried to block it, and although he blocked the space strangulation, Zhu Xianqian was also affected, and his arm was broken and bleeding. You? Zhu Xianqian didn't expect Song Jie to dare to attack him. I wanted to kill you, but I didn't expect to only break an arm. Song Jia spread his hands. Don't go too far, Zhu Huanya said angrily. He was of noble status. How could he be wrong like this? The crimes of your Zhu family can make me go even further. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, a cry suddenly came from the other side. Speaker! The speaker is dead. The old speaker is dead. It was a mess over there. And the Black Dragon Emperor had already killed the other party. You? Zhu Huanya gritted his teeth. Their Zhu family had never suffered such an injustice. Song Jia looked down at them. This is your retribution. Zhu Huanya and Zhu Bo didn't expect Song Jia to really dare to kill. And even killed their family's speaker. This is equivalent to slapping them in the face. You can also go up. Provided that you are not afraid of death. Song Jia looked at them like a demon angel. The Black Dragon Emperor returned to Song Jia's side and stared at them. As long as any of them wanted to make a move, it would swallow the other party directly with a mouthful of black flame. Hearing this, Zhu Huanya, Zhu Bo and others didn't dare to go up. Because Song Jia really dared to kill them. Song Jia looked at Zhu Xiangtian. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why don't you speak? Zhu Xiangtian is the most outstanding descendant of the Zhu family. And the heir that the Zhu family has given high hopes to. But in front of Song Jia, now he dares not even fart. Because he is also afraid that the other party will kill him. At this time, other officials from the imperial capital also came. They found the scene incredible. Ling Tianqing, the military commander of the imperial capital, also brought people here. Zujia is very close to the city. So the movement here has attracted the attention of many people. Especially the appearance of the Black Dragon Emperor, the Tingsha and the Bashia. Such a behemoth can definitely cause a lot of panic. Ling Dejunsi. This person came to our Zujia for no reason. You have to give us an explanation, Zhu Bo said immediately. Although Song Jia dared to go against their Zujia, he was sure that the other party would not dare to go against the official. After all, this is the official. And the other party is also on the official land. Ling Tianqing, Song Jia knew, was the person who was grateful to him before and should send him special poisonous substances. Ling Tianqing asked Song Jia, what's going on? Song Jia said, I have evidence of Zujia's cruelty. So I came here to seek justice for those who died. Chapter 514. Hearing the evidence, Zhu Huanyao and Zhu Bo looked at each other. Because they both knew about that matter. So they narrowed their eyes slightly. What evidence? Ling Tianqing suddenly asked. The Zhu family colluded with others to dig out the hearts of babies and did something crazy, Song Jia said. Before, he had asked Yi Xinxia to pay attention to the Red Decoration Guild. After all, he had obtained a lot of useful information. Ling Tianqing asked Zhu Bo, is this true? I don't know. Zhu Bo shook his head. Don't know? Song Jia smiled and said, don't worry. I have a way to make you spit it all out. Zhu Bo said angrily, Song Jia, you are too arrogant now. I am the vice chairman of the court magician. You talk to me like this? Then you fight? Why should I fight when I can talk? Zhu Bo retorted that it was not that he didn't want to fight, but that he couldn't win even if he did. Ling Tianqing had come before, but he had never fought. But watched from the side. He saw with his own eyes that the Black Dragon Emperor slapped the Zhu family speaker to death with one palm. Ling Tianqing said, we will investigate this matter thoroughly, and will definitely give you an explanation. At the same time, he leaned close to Song Jia's ear and told him some current events. Song Jia frowned slightly, almost forgetting that there were not many people in his family, and it was very likely that his house would be robbed. That's it. Give me some face, Ling Tianqing said. He said this just to give Song Jia a way out. Song Jia nodded. He had already angered the Zhu family by doing this. If he continued, these people would probably die together. Therefore, killing the Zhu family speaker has taught them a great lesson. And that's enough. Then I will give Ling Dejunsi a face. I hope you can give justice to those dead babies, Song Jia said. Before, they encountered such a thing when they were in Fanio City. Song Jia also asked Lingling to investigate. But at that time, the other party was very well hidden. And there were obstacles everywhere. At that time, his strength was not as strong as it is now. So there was too little he could do. But it's different now. He can only help them get justice and let some people be punished. Sulu and his people are dead. But he won't let the Zhu family, who participated in it, have an easy life. I will. Ling Tianqing nodded and promised. Song Jia looked at Zhu Huanyao. Zhu bowed at others and said, I hope your Zhu family can give me a satisfactory answer. Otherwise I will come again. Hearing this, everyone in the Zhu family gritted their teeth. Although they felt very uncomfortable, they dared not say anything. After seeing Song Jia leave in a swagger, everyone was relieved. If you want to deal with Song Jia, you may have to use all the strong men in the imperial capital, and you can only use forbidden spells. But even so, who is willing to offend Song Jia for their Zhu family? So, if they want to live, they can only compromise. Zhu Huanyao. Our Zhu family can never let this matter go, Zhu Bo said angrily. Zhu Huanya nodded. Although their Zhu family is not Song Jia's opponent, they have a relationship with the holy city. Song Jia made a big fuss this time, and the whole family in the imperial capital knew about it. From now on, I'm afraid no one in China will have a hard time with Song Jia. Song Jia returned to the magic city. Although he knew that the Zhu family had connections in the holy city, he didn't care. It was just the holy city. As soon as Song Jia returned to Ningxue city, Mu Ningxue found him. Are you okay? I'm fine. Mu Ningxue didn't expect Song Jia to go to the Zhu family to cause trouble. Seeing that he was safe and sound, she felt much more at ease. Song Jia smiled and said, although I'm fine, you are in trouble. Mu Ningxue was confused for a moment. And then Song Jia picked her up and walked towards the bedroom. One day passed like this. Lingling had received the news that Song Jia was back, so she found him immediately. After answering the phone, Lingling's voice came from the other side. Lingling said, you asked me to investigate the matter of Tianshan. I have almost done it. There are indeed traces of totem beasts there. Song Jia nodded. At this time, another voice was heard over there. Jiang Xiaoxiu said, Song Jia, you have to take me with you to Tianshan. My brother has been there too. Song Jia didn't expect Jiang Xiaoxiu to continue to be with Lingling, but he didn't mind having one more person. After all, one more person means more fun. I tell you the specific time after I finish my work, Song Jia said. He still has some things to deal with, so he needs to solve these problems before deciding to go to Tianshan. You want to go to Tianshan? Mu Ningxue next to him also heard the conversation. Song Jia nodded. I want to gather the power of other demons in China recently, and then we can fight against the sea monsters together. Gather the power of demons? Mu Ningxue was slightly startled. This idea may not be dared by others, because demons and humans are originally mortal enemies. I have already dealt with the Feather Tribe in Qinling, and the next step is to deal with the ones in Tianshan, Song Jia explained. Mu Ningxue didn't expect Song Jia to really do it. If so, the coastal defense line can indeed be relieved. By the way, didn't you talk about Qingyue before? Is she still in Tianshan now? Song Jia asked. Mu Ningxue nodded. She is still in the town under Tianshan, and I went to see her before. Song Jia responded. I will call Li Rui first. I need her help. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately dialed Li Rui's number. Master. Li Rui's soft voice came. Song Jia said, I want to awaken the undead system. Can you help me see if there is any channel? Undead system? Li Rui was also stunned. She didn't expect Song Jia to awaken the undead system. Song Jia has reached the super level for a long time, and the fourth system has not been settled. He has been thinking about which magic system is better to awaken. After thinking it over again and again, he decided to awaken the undead system. He has the ancient king's undead army under his command, and he has the ability of outrageous transformation. Awakening the undead system may have unexpected effects. Moreover, the undead system can contract undead creatures. When he kills so many demons, he can also make them his subordinates. How great! What's more, when he went to the space world of Orra before, he got a skeleton. Maybe he can make it his contracted undead at that time. This skeleton is definitely an emperor-level existence, and he can be regarded as picking up a bargain. Okay, I will help you contact here, Li Rui said. After Song Jia hung up the phone, Mu Ningxue next to him asked, why do you choose to awaken the undead system? You will know when the time comes. Song Jia smiled and kept Mu Ningxue in suspense. Seeing that Song Jia didn't say anything, Mu Ningxue didn't continue to ask. Tianshan's matter was not urgent, so Song Jia decided to put it aside and deal with his undead system first. Forget it. I go to Egypt too. Song Jia has a skeleton in his hand, but he doesn't know how to turn it into a ghost. Therefore, he needs the help of the evil armor. Chapter 515. After receiving Song Jie instructions, Leroy's efficiency was very high, and he quickly found a channel for him. After Song Jie got the news, he immediately rushed to Egypt and came to the Magic Association in Cairo. The Undead Department is a popular magic department in Egypt, so they can assist in awakening. Leroy continued, but that person also said that it cannot guarantee 100% awakening, but the probability is very high. Song Jie nodded. They took the elevator, and soon arrived at the 24th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, a thin man with a charcoal complexion was waiting for him at the door. This is Master Bird, who is responsible for awakening you. Leroy introduced beside him. Song Jie greeted him, and then followed him in. Bard's job is to be in charge of awakening. He is the most prestigious awakening master. But he is so polite to Song Jie, because the other party gave too much. Although I can't guarantee that you will be reminded 100%. The probability is more than 80%. Master Bird said. Song Jie nodded. Thank you. Master Bird took Song Jie into a room, which was the awakening room. That's the awakening stone. Just put your hand on it. Master Bird had made all the preparations, and whether he could awaken next depended on Song Jie's luck. Song Jie responded, and then put his hand on the awakening stone, waiting for the changes in the spiritual world. Time passed bit by bit. Leroy was also worried about Song Jie outside. About a few minutes later, Song Jie came out with a smile on his face. Awakened successfully? Song Jie nodded. His first system was already completed, which was exactly what he wanted. The undead system. Next, he only needed to find John Kong and ask about the knowledge of undead. Congratulations. Master Bird smiled on the side. Song Jie nodded. Then we will leave first. Slow down. Song Jie and Leroy left the Magic Association. And then he told Leroy not to follow him to do his work. After he set up a safe enchantment and summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, he headed straight for Khufu's pyramid. The Chinese undead army was stationed outside the Khufu pyramid, and they would fight from time to time. However, after Khufu was severely damaged in Jingguan Mountain last time, he did not dare to confront the Chinese undead army head-on. Therefore, they only came out to fight from time to time, just to avoid being criticized, and thought that Khufu was afraid. When Song Jie found John Kong, it was almost evening. Both of them stood in the moonlight, looking in the direction of the Khufu pyramid. John Kong asked, "Is there something you want to talk to me about?" "There is indeed something I need your help with. My fourth system has awakened the undead system. I need a skeleton with a breath under my hands. So I want to know how to make it my own undead," Song Jie said. "Take a look." After John Kong finished speaking, Song Jie took out the skeleton in an instant. In an instant, the huge skeleton suddenly appeared in the desert. At the same time, invisible pressure continued to emanate from the skeleton, as if it was extremely angry because Song Jie put it away. A series of low roars continued to echo in the air, as if warning Song Jie and John Kong. However, John Kong stepped hard, and the pressure on his body was stronger than the skeleton, and the other party suddenly became quiet. John Kong said, "Your skeleton has something, and it was also Emperor level before. If it becomes a dead spirit, it will be stronger than its previous strength, because this skeleton has been immersed for hundreds and thousands of years. I don't know how many souls of living beings it has devoured." Song Jie was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this dragon bone had such a method. John Kong smiled and said, "You have just obtained the undead system, and you can't establish a contract with it. So you should improve your cultivation first, and leave this thing with me first." Song Jie could see that John Kong seemed to be interested in this dragon bone, but he didn't say anything. This dragon bone is of the Emperor grade. If John Kong uses it properly, it will definitely be a killer in the army of undead. Then, Khufu will have a headache. That's fine. Song Jie nodded. Anyway, he couldn't use it now. Do you need help here? No. I will return to China after I finish the last battle, John Kong said confidently. Song Jie nodded. After that, he spent 2 days with Leroy in Egypt, and then returned to the magic city of China. After Song Jie came back, he immediately went to find Dean Xiao. He is still in the initial stage of the undead system, so he wants to use the 3-step tower to quickly improve his realm. Last time, Song Jie earned enough face for Mingzhu Academy and Alpine Academy. Therefore, Dean Xiao did not hesitate to give Song Jie 7 days to practice in the 3-step tower. 7 days is enough for Song Jia to upgrade his undead element to the middle level. Since Song Jia Bronze Bracelet has been nourished, his current cultivation speed, coupled with the superposition of the 3-step tower, is quite impressive. In addition, the speed of cultivation in the 3-step tower can be doubled, which is enough for him to improve his undead cultivation in a short time. After entering the 3-step tower, Song Jia's spiritual realm is no longer comparable to before. Therefore, he kept walking higher up the 3-step tower to see how many floors he could reach. During this period, Lingling and Jiang Shaoxu were extremely bored. Although they were looking for the whereabouts of the totem every day, staying in the city still made them feel a little bored. Jiang Shaoxu held his chin with one hand and said, "Why hasn't Song Jia come out yet?" Lingling closed the computer and felt extremely bored. She had almost investigated the matter of the Tianshan scar and had collected useful information. Now all that was missing was Song Jia. Today is the 7th day. He should have come out of cultivation, Lingling said. Jiang Shaoxu looked outside the door, but he didn't see Song Jia for a long time. In the 3-step tower, Song Jia woke up from his training. Now his undead system has been promoted to the intermediate level. However, Xingzi has not been controlled yet, so he can't release the intermediate undead magic for the time being. Song Jia thought to himself, I can only control my mind slowly in the future. At the same time, the system prompt sound came quietly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first level magic skill of the light system super level. Holy Decision Demon Sword. The second outrageous transformation. Obtaining a higher level. Holy Decision Four-Sided Sword Formation. Song Jia was stunned. What the hell is this four-sided sword formation? Could it be 4 swords? Song Jia didn't study it carefully. After all, this place is not suitable for releasing magic. It's time to go out. They should be waiting anxiously. Song Jia finished speaking and went out of the 3-step tower. He took a taxi and soon arrived at the Qingtian hunting house. Lingling and Jiang Shaoxu saw that Song Jia finally came, and they suddenly felt motivated. Can we set off? Lingling asked with her head poked. Song Jia nodded. Everything is done. We can set off now. Great. Lingling and Jiang Shaoxu high-fived each other, and they could finally go to the trace of Tianshan Mountain. Chapter 516. To get from Modu to Tianshan, you need to go to Shindu LS first, and then go to the town near Tianshan. Therefore, Song Jia and Lingling bought a flight to Shindu immediately, and then transferred to other means of transportation. The 4 got on the plane, and Lingling, Jiang Shaoxu and Apas were chatting. Before going to Tianshan, we have to go to another place, Song Jia said. Where to? Lingling asked in surprise. To a small town, where there is a friend. Song Jia didn't know if he would make it in time, but Mu Ningxue had told him before that she was still in contact with Qingyue, so she should not have lost her mind. The first thing Song Jia did when he came to Tianshan was the totem. The second was Qingyue, and the third was the alliance. So, the other 2 things can be put aside for now. But Qingyue's matter does need to be dealt with soon. Song Jia and the other 4 got off the plane and then transferred to other means of transportation. However, because there were too many people here, Song Jia had to let the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle carry them to the village called Duanyun Village. It was already night when they arrived there, so except for the moonlight, the surroundings were all dim. Is this the place? Jiang Shaoxu asked, looking at the scattered trees in the distance. Lingling nodded. The village shown on the map is here. Let's go in and take a look first. Song Jia walked out first and headed straight for Duanyun Village. After a while, 2 people suddenly came in, and they looked at Song Jia and the other 4 with vigilance. Who are you? The middle-aged man in the lead suddenly spoke. Song Jia said, We are hunters, and we are here to find someone. Looking for someone? Yes. Did 2 women live here before? One is called Mu Ningxue. Song Jia said Mu Ningxue name. The man heard this and then recalled something. There was indeed someone named Mu Ningxue at that time, but she has left, so I'm not looking for her, but someone else. Song Jia continued. Come in. The middle-aged man knew that they were looking for someone, so he didn't ask any more questions. Song Jia asked, Can you take me to where that person lives? The middle-aged man asked in confusion, What do you want to do with her? He didn't think Song Jia was a bad person, because a bad person wouldn't bring 2 children to such a place. Song Jia replied, Mu Ningxue is her friend, so she asked me to come and see how she is. I see. The middle-aged man nodded, pointed to a house not far away and said, "That's where she lives." Song Jia nodded and followed the middle-aged man. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. Because when they came here, the temperature was lower. In theory, the temperature should be about the same. But the temperature here is a bit cold. Don't go over there. Song Jia raised his hand and asked them to stop. What's wrong? The middle-aged man didn't quite understand. Something's going on, Song Jia said, and asked everyone to retreat, because the chill was still spreading. Why is it suddenly a little cold? Jiang Shaoxu rubbed his palms and felt the temperature drop suddenly. At this time, Apas also found something wrong and stared at the house. Hurry up and notify everyone in the village to leave, Song Jia said immediately. Ah! The middle-aged man didn't know what was going on, and his face was confused. If you don't leave, you will all die. Song Jia didn't want to waste time, so he explained the situation directly. Lingling, who was standing next to him, took out a hunter badge and said, "We are hunters. Your village is in danger. Let them leave quickly." Lingling knew that Song Jia's judgment would not be wrong, so there must be danger here. Jiang Shaoxu approached Song Jia. Song Jia, what happened? We came at a coincidence and just happened to meet, Song Jia said with a bitter mouth. Obviously, Qin Yuer's body's coldness broke out, so the temperature around her dropped sharply. Jiang Shaoxu was very anxious. What are you talking about? You know about Mooning Shu, a natural spirit seed, right? Song Jia asked back. Jiang Shaoxu nodded. That's not a natural spirit seed at all, but a physique, which is called ice-cold physique, Song Jia explained. Although this physique can make their ice system stronger, they have to endure pain that ordinary people can't bear. This person has the same icy physique as Mooning Shu, but her icy physique is much stronger than Mooning Shu. As soon as these words came out, the whole house was instantly frozen into ice, and the ice was still spreading. Fortunately, those people left early, otherwise they might have been affected. Jiang Shaoxu, Lingling and the other two hid behind Song Jia, and the spreading ice could not do anything to them. At this moment, a gust of wind suddenly knocked the door open, and a person suddenly walked out. Song Jia looked carefully, and his eyes quickly fell on a woman. She was wearing a snow-white cotton jacket, her hair fluttering in the wind, and her delicate cheeks were as smooth and white as porcelain. Her proud figure was also a highlight, and the bulge on her snow-white chest revealed a hint of Snow White. Song Jia had guessed that this person was Qin Yuer. Jiang Shaoxu asked, "Is this the person you just mentioned?" Song Jia nodded, while resisting Qin Yuer's chill. "I send you away first. Otherwise, I won't have time to protect you if a fight breaks out later." Jiang Shaoxu, Lingling, and the other two nodded one after another. They were freezing to death now, and they didn't want to stay in this ghost place for a moment. Then, Song Jia used the power of space to send them away, and now only he and Qin Yuer were left. Qin Yuer couldn't control the coldness in her body, and the coldness spread again in an instant. But even so, it didn't affect Song Jia at all. "Qin Yuer," Song Jia shouted towards that side. Qin Yuer was slightly startled when she heard her name, and looked over with some consciousness. But because he was close, Song Jia could see that Qin Yuer's skin was very good. Even though she had been imprisoned for so long, she still showed no signs of aging, and her beauty was preserved. "Do you know me?" Qin Yuer's pleasant and gentle voice sounded. "Mooning Shu had told me. She asked me to come and see you," Song Jia replied. "Mooning Shu." Qin Yuer remembered who it was when she heard this. "You leave quickly. It's dangerous here. Is there any way to help you?" Song Jia asked. "No. Leave quickly." Qin Yuer knew how powerful her icy will was, so she didn't want to implicate others. "Is it enough to suppress the icy will in your body?" Song Jia suddenly took a step forward. "Don't come over here." Qin Yuer stretched out her hand to stop him, not wanting Song Jia to come and die. Song Jia summoned Little Yanji, and then let Little Yanji possess him. And then a terrifying flame suddenly swept around. Chapter 517. The battle between ice and fire was about to break out. Song Jia increased the power of Little Yanji. Otherwise he might not be able to fight against Qin Yuer. Qin Yuer was an ice disaster victim. You don't need to think about how terrifying the power of ice is. So Song Jia was particularly cautious in dealing with her. Every time he took a step, the ice on the ground would melt, and the falling ice and snow would turn into white gas. Gradually, Song Jia had come to Qin Yuer. Chiniware. He called Chiniware's name softly. Hearing this, the other party was slightly startled. And then his eyes were a little dazed. Songjia knew that Chiniware still maintained some rationality. But not much. He walked over and immediately hugged Chiniware in his arms. He could only use this method to help her relieve the coldness on her body. Chiniware's originally cold body suddenly became warm. And slowly regained consciousness. The snow around her gradually melted. Chiniware opened her eyes, and was slightly startled when she saw the stranger in front of her. You? Chiniware subconsciously stepped back, and kept a distance from Songjia. Songjia didn't care. But Chiniware soon realized that it was Songjia who made her sober. Otherwise she didn't know what would happen next. Are you okay? Songjia asked softly. Chiniware nodded. And she looked at Songjia gratefully and said, thank you. Songjia nodded. Will your coldness explode at any time? Sometimes. Sometimes it can be suppressed. But it will explode after suppressing for a long time. Chiniware exploded because she couldn't suppress it after several suppressions. Fortunately, I came in time. Otherwise it would really lead to a tragedy. Songjia said. Chiniware knew the power of her disaster victim. So she also knew what the result would be. You should follow us next. I can help you suppress the coldness in your body. Songjia said. Chiniware thought about it, and finally nodded. Just now. Songjia hugged him. And the heat from his body could reduce his coldness. If he followed him, maybe he wouldn't have to go through that kind of thing in the future. What's more, the other party knew Mu Ningxue and saved her. So he shouldn't be a bad person. After seeing the ice retreat, Jian Xiaoxiu, Lingling, and the other two also trotted in from outside. When they saw that Songjia was fine, they were relieved. Who is this? This is the friend that Mu Ningxue mentioned. Songjia introduced. Chiniware smiled and said, hello. My name is Chiniware. Everyone introduced each other. After all, they were all girls. And they quickly became familiar with each other. Chiniware asked, where are you going next? Tianshan. Chiniware was surprised. Tianshan? What are we going there for? We are going to find a totem. Songjia did not hide it, and told the matter. Totem. Chiniware was thoughtful. You know, I heard about it a long time ago. But I don't remember it. Chiniware was imprisoned in Tianshan for several years. And she had forgotten some things long ago. Songjia didn't say anything. After all, he also knew some of the original plot, and was not in a hurry. Let's get the villagers back first. And then set off to the sky. Songjia said. After Songjia and others dealt with it, they let the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle carry them to Tianshan. Jian Xiaoxiu, Lingling and others were very curious about Chiniware. So they kept asking some questions. Chiniware was also happy to do this. After all, she hadn't chatted with people like this for a long time. So she was also very enthusiastic. She almost told everything she knew. Sister Qin, your life experience is too miserable. Lingling felt like crying after listening to it. The family doesn't care. Imprisoned by the Holy Court. Stay alone in Tianshan. Such a life is suffocating no matter who it is. I didn't survive at all. Chiniware smiled. Sister Qin, do you know about Tianshan? Lingling asked. Chiniware shook her head. I have been imprisoned in Tianshan and cannot move. So I don't know much. Then, everyone came to Tianshan one by one. Tianshan. Looking around. The ice and snow, like the country of ice and snow, are all white. Chiniware said, we still have to go down. Otherwise we will be targeted by the sky overlords of Tianshan. And there may be trouble. Before she was rescued, she went through Tianshan. So she knew the general situation of Tianshan. It's not a big problem. Songjia knew that there was a group of sky overlords in Tianshan. But he was not worried. He was not afraid of it coming. He was just afraid that they would not come. When Songjia drove the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle into Tianshan, the hunters who saw them laughed. Where did this young fool come from? Are you looking for death? He's definitely dead. What a pity. It seems there's a girl with him. Chiniware watched them rush into Tianshan Mountain and asked with some concern, are you really okay? To be honest, even if the hunting king came, he probably wouldn't dare to be so high profile. Don't worry, Sister Qin. Nothing will happen, Lingling said on the side. They all knew Songjia's strength, so they didn't worry too much. Chiniware saw Lingling and others trust Songjia so much, and her worries were reduced a lot. When the hunters saw the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, they were alert. But they were relieved when they saw the people sitting on it. That's the territory of the extreme cold ancient eagle. They go there like this, which is simply looking for death. Someone couldn't help but say, some people want to die, and they can't be stopped. At this time, Song Jie, Lingling and others had entered the deeper part of Tianshan Mountain. So they had come into contact with many demons. However, the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle is a sub-monarch level summoned beast, so those demons didn't dare to attack them at all. At this time, many extreme cold ancient eagles suddenly appeared, and they also noticed the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. However, under the roar of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, those extreme cold ancient eagles hurriedly fled. We are going to the nest of the ancient polar eagles. You follow them. Song Jie suddenly told the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. What are we going to the nest of the ancient polar eagles for? Jiang Shaoxu was surprised. Do you think a race that has lived in Tianshan for so long will have any treasures? Song Jie laughed. Hearing this, Jiang Shaoxu, Lingling and others' eyes suddenly lit up. What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Jiang Shaoxu hurriedly urged. They all knew that as long as they followed Song Jie, they would definitely get a lot of good treasures. Very soon, the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle followed the ancient polar eagles. The small group of ancient polar eagles saw that the Ice Emperor Wind Eagles were following them, and they quickly increased their speed. However, no matter how much they increased their speed, they were no match for the Ice Emperor Wind Eagles. They were deep in the sky and could see the situation below. At this time, they saw many people parked on the ground. At the same time, a large number of ancient polar eagles appeared opposite them. They are hunting. This is an open area called Tianji Pond. Many demons pass through here, and if they want to enter the depths of Tianshan, they have to pass through here. Chapter 518. Look over there. Someone in the crowd gathering at Tianji Pond exclaimed. Everyone heard the voice and followed him to look up to the sky not far away. It was the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle that flew over, who was so brave that he actually flew over the territory of the ancient eagle of extreme cold. Someone said in astonishment. In the crowd, a man wearing glasses said, Why do I think that flying eagle is a little familiar? Nanju next to him said, It's not just you who is familiar. That flying eagle is actually Song Jie, summoned beast. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Yu immediately realized that this was indeed Song Jie, summoned beast. Fuck. Why is he here? Guan Yu didn't expect to meet Song Jie here. At that moment, AI Jiang Tu, Jiang Yu, Nanju and Guan Yu all came to Tianshan for training. So they followed the hunter team in. However, they were forced to stop here because it was not so easy to cross Tianji Pond. There are many ancient eagles waiting for them there. As long as they go over there, they will be targeted and eventually become their food. And they are waiting here just to wait for more people to rush over together. In this way, whether they can rush over depends on luck and strength. AI Jiangtu said, if they come over like this, they will easily be besieged by the ancient eagles of extreme cold. Jiang Yu next to him said, Should we remind them? Nanju shook her head. No, they are not fools. It is impossible for them not to know that they will be besieged by the ancient eagles of extreme cold. She continued, and don't underestimate Song Jie's strength. He is not on the same level as us now. After this, the other three frowned slightly, not understanding what this meant. Have you seen him before? Ai Jiangtu asked with interest. Nanju nodded. Not long ago. We met at the northern corner of Zhuiyuan. What is his strength now? Jiang Yu also asked curiously. One-on-one challenge to the monarch level. As soon as Nanju finished speaking, Ai Jiangtu and the other two stopped talking. Although they had broken through the super level, it was basically impossible for them to fight the monarch level alone. However, Song Jie could already fight the monarch level alone. Nanju continued, and it's not an ordinary monarch level. Guan Yu was not happy. Okay, we know it. There's no need to emphasize it. Nanju smiled and said nothing more. However, the crowd immediately became agitated, because Song Jie's appearance would definitely attract the attention of the extreme cold ancient eagle. And then, they could go over. Get ready. Everyone was ready to go. Jiang Yu said, Song Jie came at the right time and helped us alleviate the problem. Song Jie didn't see Ai Jiangtu and others over there. They were all paying attention to the extreme cold ancient eagle staring at them. Both sides were in a state of if the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. What should I do? It seems that they don't intend to take us. Jiang Shaoxu looked at them and said. At this moment, the ancient eagles of extreme cold gathered together. which was also a very good force. Therefore, the ancient eagles of extreme cold that had escaped just now did not continue to escape, but joined them. The hunters below seemed to be waiting for us to fight with the ancient eagles of extreme cold, Lingling also said at this time. Songjia looked down and saw many hunters staring at the movements on both sides of them. As long as they fight on their side, they will take action on their side. Songjia smiled dumbly. Do you think of us as tools? Then we don't want to be this tool. However, those ancient eagles of extreme cold did not intend to let them go. Some ancient eagles of extreme cold bravely stepped forward, as if they wanted to follow the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. But at this time, the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle suddenly roared, and those ancient eagles of extreme cold immediately turned back and dared not to follow. Although there were many eagles, the strength of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle posed a great threat to them, so that they did not dare to step forward. Why are they not moving? Someone said anxiously. They originally wanted to wait for Songjia to lead some of the extremely cold ancient eagles away, but the other party did not move. It was not a solution to drag it on like this, so they had to pass the Tianji pool immediately. Tianshan was too cold. They had to fight for every minute and every second, and could not waste any time. Songjia was not in a hurry, and flew towards the crowd because he saw several old acquaintances. Ai Jiangtu and others obviously knew that Songjia had discovered them, so they walked out of the crowd. Soon, the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle slowly fell from the sky and came in front of everyone. At this time, when they saw the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle with their own eyes, they already understood why those extremely cold ancient eagles did not go up. This guy is definitely a submonarch. With such strength, even a few commanders may not be its opponent. What's more, the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle has the same ice attribute as them, and is also the overlord of the airspace. If it is a land overlord, they are not afraid at all. After all, the other party can't do anything to them in the sky. Why are you here too? Jiang Shaoxu only then discovered Ai Jiangtu and the others. Ai Jiangtu smiled. That's what I wanted to ask. 2. At this time, everyone looked at this scene in confusion, not expecting that they actually knew each other. We come here to train. You come for that, right? Nanju hinted. Jiang Shaoxu nodded. Long time no see. Songjia also smiled and spoke at this time. Long time no see. Jiang Yu smiled and responded. Didn't Mu Ningxue come with you? Songjia replied. She is dealing with Ningxue City, so she has no time to come. I know. She seems to have built a city. Jiang Yu also heard about it. Songjia nodded. Do you want to join Ningxue City? The treatment here is not bad. I forget it. Ai Jiangtu refused directly. He belongs to the military, so he will not join any forces. The same is true for Nanju. As for Guan Yu, he has his own family, so he will not join. At the moment, only Jiang Yu is left. Songjia walked over, put his arm around Jiang Yu's shoulders and said, Jiang Yu, if you join Ningxue City, I promise you a monarch level B soul that suits you. Yi Luosha. Yi Luosha is not far from the monarch level, so Jiang Yu has been planning for this. Hearing Songjia words, his eyes lit up. A monarch level B soul is a rare treasure. Really? Jiang Yu is a little moved. If I can't give it to you, you can quit at any time, Songjia promised. Yes. Jiang Yu was bribed directly. Songjia smiled and said, very good. You can report to Ningxue City after the trip to Tianshan is over. Before, Mu Ningxue mentioned to him the youth battle of each family. That is, families will rely on competitions between young people to allocate certain cultivation resources. At present, Ning Xuecheng still has few people to use. Even though he has recruited some from Mingzhu Academy, they still don't have top-notch combat power. If Jiang Yu joins, he could also earn enough phase for Ning Xuecheng among the young people. Songjia thought that if possible, he could recruit a few more people at that time. Anyway, he should just paint a big picture for them first. Chapter 519. If you give it like this, I'm a little tempted, Jiang Shaoxu said beside him. You know, the price of a monarch level B soul is not low, and it is in short supply. This kind of thing is a treasure no matter where it is. Songjia actually gave it away as soon as he said it would be given away. This also surprised Ai Jiangtu, Nanju and others. He is really rich, but they also know Songjia character. This guy will definitely give it to Jiang Yu if he says he will give it away. I'm envious. Nanju laughed on the side. They all envied. But they had no choice because they had their own principles. Song Jia smiled and said, then you can envy it. But the door of Ningxua's city is always open to you. When I get old, maybe I can join your Ningxua's city. Nanja suddenly laughed. Not impossible, Song Jia said with a smile. Everyone was talking and laughing. And the people on the side were immediately confused. They really wanted to say, can you guys take a good look at the current situation? You are still talking and laughing here. You are Song Jia from the Huaxia Guofu team. Right? Are you here for a gathering in Tianshan? A middle-aged uncle suddenly said. Everyone was stunned. And then, they realized that these people were students of the Guofu team. But the students of the Guofu team are nothing to those who have experienced many battles. So, even if Song Jia and others have the identity of students of the National Service team, they still cannot get their recognition. After all, in their eyes, these people are just young boys with backgrounds. Unlike them, they have grown up after countless trials. What's more, they think these people have any strength. And they may not even have seen a big scene. Who among the people present has not experienced life and death? And who doesn't have a few unforgettable scars on his body? Who are you? Aituda turned his head and asked. I am the Hunting King Yazan. Yazan introduced himself. Hunting King Yazan. As soon as this was said, everyone present was surprised. Most of them were hunters. So they were naturally familiar with this Hunting King Yazan. When they heard this name, they already knew the identity of this person. Hunting King. This is not a title that everyone can have. So the person with such a title is definitely a ruthless person. And the Hunting King Klop standing next to him also said, are you also afraid of the ancient eagle above your head? That's why you dare not go over. Song Jia frowned slightly, thinking that these two guys came prepared. What do you want to say? Klop said, I want your summoned beast to lure away the ancient eagle, so that our survival rate can be much higher. His companion Yazan frowned when he heard this. He was about to say it just now. But Klop said it. But Klop was more direct and used an imperative tone. Even others might not agree. Yes, this method is indeed possible. That's right. This is just a commander-level summoned beast. If it dies, it dies. At this time, everyone looked at Song Jia, as if waiting for what he would say next. After all, this method is very good, because they don't know whether they can survive this crisis. If it can increase the probability of survival, they certainly agree. Are you trying to force me? Song Jia looked at them and smiled. Someone hurriedly said, how can we force you? Are you going to go? If you die at that time, then this summoned beast will also become ownerless? Really? Song Jia smiled. Then you have to die sooner or later. Or you will die now. Right? As soon as these words came out, the face of the middle-aged man who spoke sank. How can you talk? I will talk the same way as you talk. Is there a problem? Song Jia looked at him. You? The middle-aged man pointed at Song Jia and was speechless. Jiang Xiaoshu stood up. You are too bullying. Do you really think we are easy to bully? Ai Jiangtu and Nanju and others were the same. After all, they were all on the same front. You guys want to fight with so many of us? Klop suddenly smiled. However, at this time, Yazan patted Klop on the shoulder and said, we went too far just now. We only thought about it and didn't consider your feelings. I apologize to you on behalf of my companions. Seeing this, Klop wanted to say something, but was rebuked by Yazan's eyes. Isn't this guy also a hunter king? He is so stupid? Jiang Xiaoshu said. At this time, Qin Yuer also stood up. If a fight broke out, she would definitely take action. After all, Song Jia had helped her before. If it weren't for him, the people in that village might be in danger. And Yazan stopped Klop because he saw Qin Yuer. He felt that this woman was not easy to mess with. I apologize again for what my companion did just now. Yazan bowed to Song Jia and others to apologize. A hunter king bowed. This is already very respectful. However, Song Jia will not let him go like this. If they did not have the strength, they might have been forced to compromise long ago. Yazan frowned. He did not expect the other party to be so disrespectful to him. The reason why he proposed to let Song Jia summon beast lead away the ancient eagle of extreme cold is to preserve the strength of the team. Because what he wants to find requires the use of these people together. The two hunter kings can't eat this treasure. But Song Jia's behavior really surprised everyone. Why is this guy so brave? Hee. What do you want? Crop said without any care. Even if the other party is a superclass mage, He is not afraid. How high can a young boy's realm be? However, at this time, a space force came and caught Crop and everyone off guard. Those who thought this method was good just now died in an instant. Clop was the Hunter King after all, so his reaction speed was not bad, and he quickly blocked the attack. But this attack was very strong and almost took half of his life. But fortunately he blocked it. Yazan also found something wrong and quickly protected Clop. Friend, are you going too far by doing this? Yazan looked at Song Jia with a sword-like look, although he didn't know how the opponent's spatial power could be so strong. Hitting Clop was hitting him in the face, and he certainly wouldn't allow it, even if I'm going too far. What can you do to me? Song Jia stared at them and said, Yazan, don't stop me. I want to let this kid know how powerful I am. Clop said angrily. Don't be impulsive. If a battle breaks out here, it will definitely attract a large number of ancient eagles of extreme cold, and then we will be in even more trouble. Yazan advised him to calm down. Clop said angrily, how can I stay calm in this situation? He hit me in the face. Others did not speak, because Song Jia had just killed those who agreed with Clop. This guy's threat was too great. They didn't want to die. Chapter 520. Qingyue came out and stood beside Song Jia. Do you need me to help? Song Jia shook his head. I can handle this myself. You just watch from the side. Qingyue looked at Song Jia and nodded in the end. She also wanted to know how Song Jia would handle this matter next. The two people in front of her were both strong. Even for her, it might take some time to deal with them. After all, her ability can easily destroy a city, even if it is a hunter. As long as it does not reach the level of forbidden spells, it is definitely not her opponent. Just now, when Yazan saw Qingyue trying to take action, his heart skipped a beat. But when he saw her retreat, he was relieved. We can't afford to offend these people. You better not be impulsive. You may lose your life. Yazan told Clop through the mind system. Clop heard the impulsiveness on his face and disappeared immediately. He has always believed in Yazan, so he only needs to listen to what the other party said. Friend, can you let this go? As Yazan spoke, he took out an ice fruit from his space ring. Ice fruit. Lingling recognized it immediately, because she had done some research on Tianshan before. Is this ice fruit valuable? Jiang Xiaoshu asked. It should be worth 200 or 300 million in the market. Lingling replied. 300 million. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. They didn't expect Yazan to use the ice fruit to settle this matter. Next, it depends on whether Song Jia will give in. Lingling came over. Song Jia, this ice fruit is very suitable for Sister Ningxue, and it is hard to get. It is the kind that has a price but no market. I think it is acceptable. Song Jia nodded, then took the ice fruit and put it into the system space. If it weren't for Mu Ningxue, he would at least make the other party pay a painful price. But Clop didn't expect that Yazan would give the other party the ice and snow fruit they had worked so hard to get. He gritted his teeth, but he didn't say anything. Song Jia didn't continue to talk nonsense with him. I looked at AI Jiangtu and the others and said, are you going to follow them or follow me next? After this, AI Jiangtu and the others didn't hesitate and said they would follow Song Jia. The Hunter Kings don't want to mess with Song Jia, so of course they will choose to stand on Song Jia's side. Then come up. I take you there, Song Jia said. But this won't. Jiang Yi wanted to say something, but was quickly pulled up by Nanju. The crowd at the moment looked at Song Jia and others who were about to leave, and they couldn't help but feel relieved. Yazan, why did you give them the ice and snow fruit? Clop said very puzzled. Yazan said, if I don't give them the ice and snow fruit, you will lose your life, and our plan will fail. How is it possible? Clop still didn't want to believe it. How is it impossible? Didn't you see the woman behind the guy just now? Yazan reminded. After hearing this, Clop remembered Qingyue next to Song Jia. That woman. He raised his head and looked at Qingyue on the back of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, and was stunned. This woman is terrifying. This is the answer he got after taking a look. Asshole. Asshole. He didn't notice it just now, but now he found it, and his spine was cold. Are they going to go over? The crowd suddenly became chaotic. If these people want to go over, this is also their opportunity. It seems so. These people are really not afraid of death. They actually want to go over. That's just right. We can go over too. Everyone was talking and waiting for this moment. Yazan and Klop didn't have the same idea as them. They thought these people must have a way to go over. In the sky, Songjia immediately increased the strength of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. After a while, the breath of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle became extremely terrifying. The ancient polar eagles that wanted to approach them suddenly became timid. They only dared to fly around nearby and didn't dare to approach them. Those ancient polar eagles seemed to be attracted by them. "We can go over now," someone in the crowd suddenly said. As soon as this was said, everyone saw the opportunity, notified them immediately, and then quickly headed to the other side. The Tianji pool is very open, and there is no cover at all. So if they are targeted by the ancient polar eagles, they are basically food in their mouths. Just as they hurried over, the ancient polar eagles above their heads also noticed the movement here and looked down hurriedly. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle can't deal with it, and can't deal with these people. In a blink of an eye, countless Ice Emperor Wind Eagles immediately turned their guns and swooped down towards the people in the Tianji pool. How could this happen? No. Why didn't the ancient polar eagles attack them? It's over. Instantly, everyone who entered the Tianji pool was stunned. They had never expected such a result. They thought that these ancient eagles were attracted. Jiang Xiaoshu looked at the crowd below and said, "These guys really deserve it." AI Jiang too. Nanju and others saw this scene and felt that their choice was correct. Otherwise, they really didn't know whether they could survive. Fortunately, we are on the back of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. Otherwise, we would be the same as the people below. Jiang Yu thanked. Those ancient eagles didn't dare to approach them at all. So they flew across the Tianji pool safely. In fact, the main reason was that the breath of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle was too terrifying. And those ancient eagles didn't come close at all. Nanju, do you know where the nest of the ancient eagle is? Songjia asked. The nest of the ancient eagle? What are you doing there? Nanju asked. Jiang Xiaoshu clenched his fists. We want to destroy their nest. Hey, isn't it? Are you all having such an exciting time? Guan Yu said a little uneasy. He felt like he was on a pirate ship. The nest of the ancient eagle of extreme cold is in this direction. Nanju immediately pointed out the direction to Songjia. Songjia nodded and immediately let the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle go to the nest of the ancient eagle of extreme cold. He went to the nest of the ancient eagle of extreme cold for 3 purposes. The first was for the little white tiger. The second was for sea quartz, which was quite useful and could be exchanged with the Dark King. The third was because the nest of the ancient eagle of extreme cold had many spirit seeds and soul seeds. This was the real purpose of Songjia's visit. 1 soul seed cost hundreds of millions. Tens of millions of spirit seeds. Such a temptation. Of course Songjia had to go there. Under the guidance of Nanju, they soon arrived at the nest of the ancient eagle of extreme cold. That's it, Nanju suddenly said. That's the lair of the ancient eagle of extreme cold. Do you really want to go there? Guan Yu asked again. Jiang Xiaoshu said quickly, if you don't want to go there, you can stay. If any of you don't want to go there, you can stay there. Songjia also said. Chapter 521. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They didn't know Songjia methods, so they also needed to think carefully. However, Nanju made a quick choice. I go with Songjia. Nanju stood next to Songjia. She knew this guy very well. He wouldn't do anything without confidence. After Itutu and Jiang Yu looked at each other, they also said, we follow you too. Can you come back to pick me up when the time comes? Guan Yu didn't want to take risks, so he chose to stay. Seeing this, Songjia nodded and didn't say anything. Anyway, he would regret it when the time comes. Seeing Songjia nod, Guan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he came to pick him up when the time comes, there would be no problem. Among these people, only Guan Yu didn't go with them. So they got on the back of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle again. Guan Yu looked from a distance. He felt that it was too dangerous to go to the nest of the ancient eagle of extreme cold. And whether there was a treasure was another matter. Therefore, he didn't plan to go with them. Soon, the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle came to the vicinity of the nest of the ancient eagle of extreme cold. At this moment, the ancient eagles of extreme cold seemed to be startled and flew out of their nests one after another. Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. Apas. Let them be quiet. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, the man and the beast immediately issued a terrifying pressure. The realm of Apas and the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle has been raised to the Emperor level. So their pressure is a great threat to these ancient eagles of extreme cold. When they made their move, those ancient eagle nobles, who wanted to rush out immediately shrank back. The leader of the Ancient Eagle of Extreme Cold is at most the monarch level, although they also have many commanders. They are no threat to the emperor level at all. And the reason why they can become the overlord of the sky is entirely because their race is relatively large. Even the powerful monarch level dare not confront them head-on. However, Song Jia and others are different. They directly crush the Ancient Eagles of Extreme Cold with their strength, so that they dare not even come out. AI Jiangtu, Jiangyu and others were more or less surprised when they saw this scene. So many Ancient Eagles of Extreme Cold didn't even have the courage to come up, and all of them huddled in their nests. Jiang Shaoxi was very calm, and she asked Song Jia, where is the treasure here? As soon as she finished speaking, Song Jia looked in the direction of the Ancient Eagle Nest of Extreme Cold. There is a glacier there. I don't know how many years it has been silent. Song Jia completed a burst of light and threw it over. In an instant, the entire glacier trembled and cracked directly. They stared at it until the glacier cracked, and those spirit seeds and soul seeds appeared, and suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. Fuck. Jiangyu was originally gentle and elegant, but when he saw the scene, he directly said a national quintessence. Because the scene was so spectacular. There were so many soul seeds, especially the soul seed fragments. They were too numerous to count, if they hadn't been incapable of taking them. Jiang Shaoxu, Jiangyu, and the others would have rushed over. Tens of millions of soul seeds. Even soul seed fragments start at millions. Not to mention soul seeds. If you can get one soul seed, you have achieved your goal. Jiang Shaoxu said excitedly. Song Jia, can we go down? I can't wait any longer. I take you down? As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he asked Bing Wang Fengying to take them down. Seeing the soul seeds and soul seeds within reach, everyone was so excited that their hands were shaking. Nanju asked, can we take these too? If Song Jia hadn't brought them here, they wouldn't have had such an opportunity. Song Jia nodded. We just take a little, and we help you pick up the rest. AI Jiantu said with a smile. Any random one here is a spiritual seed. This situation is like stepping on the God of Wealth mountain, with gold everywhere. You guys search here. I go in and take a look. Song Jia said. Ah! Jiang Shaoxi was stunned. What are you going in for? Song Jia smiled. Maybe there are other treasures inside. Jiang Shaoxi worried. Isn't it too dangerous to do this? After all, we have already appeared outside their nest in a swagger. Isn't it too? It's not a big problem. Song Jia patted Jiang Shaoxi on the shoulder. Seeing this, Jiang Shaoxi didn't say anything more. Song Jia approached their nest step by step under the gaze of the Extreme Cold Ancient Eagle. And the Extreme Cold Ancient Eagle looked at this human, and the fierceness in his eyes was exposed all at once. Although they were afraid of Apas and the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, they were not afraid of the human in front of them. As long as he dared to come in, they dared to tear this human to pieces. Are you really okay? Jiang Yu also asked worriedly. Jiang Shaoxi shook his head. If he says it's okay, then it's okay. No one said anything more, because the spirit seeds and soul seeds here were too tempting. After Song Jia entered the nest of the Ancient Eagles, the Ancient Eagles rushed over immediately. However, before they could come over, they were strangled by Song Jia, and their remaining souls fell into the bracelet. But how could they stop like this? They came again, but they couldn't touch Song Jia. In an instant, the entire nest was filled with the bodies of Ancient Eagles. Everywhere Song Jia went, the bodies of Ancient Eagles would be piled up. Gradually, the Ancient Eagles were scared. They all knew that they would die if they rushed over. If it was an air battle, they were not afraid at all. However, they could not play their advantages in this narrow space. So they kept retreating and dared not move forward. But a monarch level couldn't help it. This was trampling on the dignity of their Ancient Eagles. As a noble, it couldn't let humans be so arrogant. In the next second, Song Jia immediately collected its spirit and gave those Ancient Eagles a warning. Song Jia used the power of space to see the movements of the Ancient Eagle nest. Soon, he determined the location. Song Jia walked away, and the Ancient Eagles didn't dare to follow him. They just watched him walk in. After a while, he came to another cave. As soon as he entered, he saw a lot of young Ancient Eagles. Song Jia felt that he should have found the right place, so he walked in. Soon, he locked his eyes in a direction and pulled a little white tiger out of it with his telekinesis. The little white tiger wanted to resist. But in front of Song Jie, it didn't even have the strength to resist. Song Jie walked over, and saw that it was holding something in its mouth. He smiled. This was the seeing shur that could be traded with the Dark King. Song Jie took the seeing stone from the little white tiger's mouth. The little white tiger looked at him angrily. It had always used this thing as a pacifier. How could the little white tiger be afraid of giving up after being robbed suddenly? However, Song Jie hit it on the head, causing the little white tiger to scream in pain. Chapter 522. Are you still stubborn? Song Jie looked at him without any pity, and even wanted to hit him on the head again. Then, the little white tiger suddenly became quiet, because the blow just now was too painful. Come with me. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, the little white tiger nodded obediently. It now felt that this human was more cruel than its mother. Then, a man and a beast walked out of the nest of the ancient eagle of extreme cold. At this time, the Tianji white tiger not far away also saw the scene. When it saw its baby in the hands of a human, it suddenly became uneasy. But there were two guys with terrifying auras on the opposite side, and it didn't dare to approach them at all. After thinking about it, the Tianji white tiger could only go back to ask for help. Otherwise it couldn't save its baby at all. Song Jie had already noticed the Tianji white tiger, so he caught the little white tiger just to make the other party feel that he couldn't beat it, and go back to ask for help. In this way, he could follow the clues to find the residence of the Tianji white tiger. At this time, Song Jie clone went towards the Tianji white tiger. Seeing this, the little white tiger wanted to tell his mother, but he was afraid that Song Jie would hit him on the head. Do you want to tip off? Song Jie looked at the little white tiger with a smile. Seeing this, the little white tiger shrank his neck and dared not say a word. Wow! Song Jie, where did you catch the little white tiger? It's so cute. Jiang Xiaoxiu came over. Song Jie said, I met it inside. I don't know how this guy got there. Little white tiger. This little guy is not a descendant of the white tiger. Right? Lingling said at this time. Others looked over when they heard this, and they all had such doubts. The little white tigers in Tianshan Scar are probably all descendants of the white tiger. But it's just a matter of bloodline. It's not impossible. Song Jie nodded. He knew that the little white tiger was a descendant of the white tiger, but he couldn't be too sure. Jiang Yu said, this little white tiger is good for a contracted beast, and it should be able to sell for a good price. This kind of white tiger from Tianshan is very popular outside, especially this kind of cub. The people who bid are very generous. However, Song Jie did not intend to sell it, but gave it to Muningshue for a contract. After all, that's how the original book is. Well, how are you collecting here? Song Jie asked. Jiang Xiaoxiu said happily, while you were away, we have already searched this place. 37 ice spirit seeds, 8 ice soul seeds, and we haven't had time to count the ice fragments because there are too many. Estimated to be more than 200. And there are dozens of ice soul seed fragments. After hearing this huge number, Song Jie also felt it was impressive. We also took some. Ai Jiantu said. Song Jie said, we don't need to worry about this because of our relationship. Ai Jiantu and others nodded. They have not forgotten that Song Jie helped them make money in Venice. At that time, Song Jie made tens of billions there. And they also made a lot of money. Thank you. Ai Jiantu thanked again. At this time, Guan Yu also rushed over here. He saw that Jiang Xiaoxiu, Ai Jiantu and others seemed to be picking up something, and they were not in danger. So he rushed over from there. But he arrived at this time, when Guan Yu saw the spirit seeds and soul seeds in Song Jie's hand. He was stunned. He missed 100 million? No. Maybe more than that. Guan Yu collapsed. If he had known, he would have come with him. Song Jie and others ignored him and continued to chat. Jiang Xiaoxiu asked, where are we going next? At this time, Song Jie looked at the depths of Tianshan Mountain and replied, continue to the depths of Tianshan Mountain. He had just asked his clone to follow the Tianji white tiger, and then he would be able to find their nest. But in the meantime, Song Jie asked Apas to let the leader of the extreme cold ancient eagle get out quickly. After a while, the leader of the ancient eagle flew out. It was a monarch-level creature, but it was just a low-level monarch. Tell it to submit to us and ask it if it agrees. Song Jie said. I tutu. Jiang Yu and others were surprised, thinking that Song Jie seemed too domineering and silenced the demon. Afterwards, Apas told the leader of the Ancient Eagle truthfully according to Song Jia words. The leader of the Ancient Eagle was immediately confused. Who would have thought that this human wanted to recruit them? It hesitated and didn't know how to answer. What happened? Song Jia asked. It's still thinking. Kill it. Apas nodded. In the blink of an eye, the monarch-level Ancient Eagle fell. This scene fell into the eyes of those Ancient Eagles, and they looked at the scene in front of them with fear. These people are devils. After taking away the spirit, Song Jia continued to ask Apas to let the leader there come out. At this time, another extremely cold Ancient Eagle flew out. Submit or die. Song Jia was more direct this time. However, this Ancient Eagle of extreme cold was also very tactful and immediately chose to submit to Song Jia. The previous show of strength was enough. So the Ancient Eagle of extreme cold had no choice at all. Song Jia solved these, and it was also over. In the future coastal battles, the Ancient Eagle of extreme cold will play a big role. They are so large in number that they can completely freeze the sea surface. Then, those sea monsters may not be comfortable. After solving these, Song Jia led Lingling and others to continue walking towards the depths of Tianshan Mountain. Do you really want to continue? Guan Yu was also a little panicked at this time. Why are you panicking? Just follow Song Jia. Jiang Xiaoxiu said unhappily. Compared with Song Jia, Guan Yu is nothing. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle was still flying, heading straight for the depths. At this time, Qingyue, who had been silent, suddenly said, there is a dangerous breath inside. You should be careful. Before, Ai Jiang too. Nanju and others did not know Qingyue's identity. So, Nanju asked, who is this? She is Ningshue's friend. Qingyue. Jiang Xiaoxiu could only introduce her like this. Qingyue. Why do I sound familiar with this name? Nanju had heard this name before, but she could never remember it. Qingyue smiled and didn't say much. With the guidance of his clone, Song Jia soon came to the nest of the Sky Ridge White Tiger. At this moment, the female Sky Ridge White Tiger also discovered Song Jia. It didn't expect these people to follow it. Roar! 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 The Sky Ridge White Tiger immediately roared. Its child was still in the other's hands. How could it not be angry? The little white tiger saw its mother right below and wanted to make a sound. But after looking at Song Jia, it immediately closed its mouth. I didn't expect there was a Sky Ridge White Tiger here. Ling Ling was immediately surprised. The Sky Ridge White Tiger is the descendant of the totem. And this one is probably as powerful as a monarch. This one is not the strongest one. There is another one that is stronger inside. Qingyue said at this time. Chapter 523. It's not the strongest one. There's a stronger one inside. Qingyue's voice rang in everyone's ears. After this, everyone looked at the huge cave. They didn't expect there was another white tiger inside. Jiang Xiaoxiu said, this white tiger looks like its mother. So the other one might be its father. Everyone nodded, thinking that this should be the case. They all looked at Song Jia, wondering what Song Jia would do next. Anyway, their strength couldn't fight against this white tiger. What's more, there was another one inside. You wait here. I go and see, Song Jia said. As he said that, he went towards the female white tiger. Although the white tiger stared at Song Jia fiercely, it didn't attack it immediately. At this time, a low roar suddenly came from inside, and the female white tiger suddenly made way. Obviously, the white tiger inside let him in. Apas, this guy won't be in trouble, right? Jiang Xiaoxiu asked. She was a little nervous. After all, they didn't know how strong the white tiger in there was. It'd be fine. Apas shook her head immediately. Song Jia's strength was beyond their imagination, so she was not worried at all. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded with relief. I don't know how long it has been. Song Jia has not come out, so everyone is waiting anxiously. Jiang Xiaoxiu was worried. Why hasn't he come out for so long? I go in and take a look. Apas also felt that it was a bit long. However, when she was about to go over, Song Jia figure suddenly walked out of the cave. When everyone saw him come back, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Xiaoxiu asked, what did you do in there? Why did you take so long to come out? I talked about something with the white tiger, and now it's settled, Song Jia replied. Then, he looked at the little white tiger beside him, and turned around to look at the female white tiger. I made a deal with the white tiger inside. I will take the little white tiger away later. If you don't believe it, you can ask it. The female white tiger looked at the little white tiger after hearing this, and was reluctant to let it leave like this. Little guy, go say goodbye to your mother, Songjia said. As soon as he finished speaking, the little white tiger rushed to his mother, and then rubbed her head. The two white tigers were communicating something, but they couldn't understand it at all. After a while, the little white tiger came over happily. But it didn't go to Songjia, but to Apas. Everyone knew that this matter had been resolved. Songjia, what are you doing with those white tigers? Nanju knew that these white tigers should be descendants of the white tiger totem, but he didn't know why he did this. Of course, they joined forces. Songjia responded. Join hands. Songjia nodded. If the sea monsters can unite, then the demons on land can also unite. Everyone was silent. Songjia might be the only one who could do such an outrageous thing. Songjia, have you asked about my brother? Jiang Xiaoshu suddenly asked. Songjia nodded. I asked the white tigers here, and they said that too many people have been here, so they don't know. Jiang Xiaoshu already understood. Although she was a little disappointed, she still didn't want to believe that her brother was in trouble. Therefore, she had to keep looking. Where are we going next? Jiang Xiaoshu asked hurriedly. She felt that it was not difficult to follow Songjia out. Songjia replied, of course. We are going to find the Tianshan Snow Lotus. He came here with 3 goals in total, and now he has completed 2 of them, leaving only the last one. That is the Tianshan Snow Lotus. The Tianshan Snow Lotus? This is the treasure of Tianshan. Jiang Yu was stunned. He didn't expect Songjia to come here for the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Let's go. The Tianshan Snow Lotus is not far from us, Songjia said, looking into the depths. Their strength here is basically enough to walk sideways in Tianshan, so there is no pressure. After a while, the hunters also came to the territory of the extreme cold ancient eagle. If they want to enter the deeper part of Tianshan, they have to pass through the territory of the extreme cold ancient eagle. However, they were spotted by the extreme cold ancient eagle as soon as they arrived. They seemed to have countless roars in their hearts, constantly releasing them. What's wrong with these extreme cold ancient eagles? Are they in heat? They are so cruel to us. It's so hard to get here. But I didn't expect to die here. Fuck. We didn't do anything. Why are these extreme cold ancient eagles chasing us relentlessly? They originally wanted to form an alliance, but these extreme cold ancient eagles directly broke up their alliance. Look ahead, someone suddenly exclaimed. At this time, everyone looked up at the sky, and it was the young people they met before. They didn't care so much. He raised his hands and greeted them. Hey! Save us! Hey! More than a dozen people were desperate. They could only ask those people for help, because the ancient eagle of extreme cold didn't attack them before. They thought those people should have a way. Songjia, those people seem to be asking us for help. Jiang Xiaoshu pointed to the crowd below and said, they didn't have the qualifications to say whether to save them or not. So they all looked forward to what Songjia would say next. These people still need to be saved, but they can't save them in vain, Songjia said with a smile. They are now ready to return, so they can get as much as they can. Jiang Xiaoshu seemed to guess what Songjia was going to do, and he also showed a fox-like cunning smile. Soon, the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle slowly fell, and those ancient eagles of extreme cold didn't chase them, just staring from behind. When everyone saw that the ancient eagle of extreme cold didn't chase them, they felt that they had made a clear decision. Save us! Everyone looked at Songjia and others. We can save you, but we are not pushovers, so you should understand. Right? Songjia hinted. The Chinese hunters immediately understood that Songjia wanted benefits, so they immediately took out the good stuff. This is what I found. One of them took the brunt, because he didn't want to die here. So compared to his life, these things were not as important as his own life. One person took the lead, and the others hurried to follow. They all wanted to survive. Soon, Jiang Xiaoshu made a lot of money and laughed from ear to ear. From Sakura country? Songjia felt that the accents of those people were wrong. Those people from Sakura country nodded. Too few. Not enough to want to live, Songjia said. Someone from Sakura country said, but they are obviously the same as us. Why can they do it? But we can't. If you don't want to live, just say it. I don't want to give you nonsense, Songjia said nonchalantly. As soon as this was said, the other people from Sakura country quickly blocked the man's mouth. We give. We give. Chapter 524. Afterwards, Songjia emptied the assets of the people in Sakura country before he stopped. Lingling roughly calculated that the things they got were worth at least 400 to 500 million. I give you 1 minute now. Whether you can survive depends on you. Songjia suddenly said at this time. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what Songjia meant. You can run now. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, some people quickly realized that this was what the other party meant. Then, those who understood began to run, using magic to keep running forward. Others also reacted and used all the means they had, because they didn't want to die. 1 minute. For these superclass mages, it was already a lot. 1 minute later, those extremely cold ancient eagles killed those people. And it was not Songjia business at the same time. Go back. After Songjia finished speaking, everyone got on the back of the extremely cold ancient eagle and ran straight in the direction they came from. It was the first time for Ai Jiangyu and others to experience this feeling of being in the demon area but walking on flat ground. It was the first time for everyone to enjoy the beauty of Tianshan Mountain so leisurely. Glaciers, deep valleys, covered in silver, surrounded by mountains. It was like an ice dragon entwined and crawling. Everyone chatted leisurely, feeling like they were on a spring outing. Songjia. No. Boss. Next time there is such a thing, remember to call me, Jiangyu said. This time he made a lot of money, so he thought he would definitely get benefits by following Songjia. Let's talk about it later. After Songjia went back, he would definitely need to settle down for a while. He was a little tired recently. However, when they were about to leave Tianshan Mountain, Qingyue frowned and looked outside Tianshan Mountain. Qingyue said, I have other things to do. You go first. Everyone looked at Qingyue in confusion, but no one asked more questions. Songjia was surprised, so she frowned, thinking that something must have happened. She thought about it, and soon thought of a reason. The people from the holy city are here. Qingyue came out of Tianshan, and it was obvious that she had alarmed the holy court. Therefore, those people would definitely not let her leave Tianshan. At this moment, a blue band suddenly appeared above them. This is a ban. Someone is closing the space here. Nanju quickly reacted. Jiangyu was puzzled. Why are they closing the space here? Closed space usually means that powerful demons appear, or want to capture someone, Nanju said. At this time, some people looked at Qingyue. Qingyue nodded. They should be here for me. You should leave here quickly, and don't be affected by my affairs. Songjia raised his head. This place has been closed by the ban, which will also affect them. So, if it is not resolved quickly, Jiang Xiaoshu, Lingling and others may also be in danger. Songjia said, I let the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle take you away from here, and I come find you later. Jiang Xiaoshu and others nodded. They knew that these people had such a powerful ban ability, and their strength must be not low. If they stay here, they may not only be of no help, but may also become a burden. Jiang Xiaoshu urged, You must come find us later. Then, they were taken away by the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, and only Songjia and Qingyue were left. You don't have to stay. They are looking for me. Qingyue shook her head. I stayed because I was affected, and since there is a hero saving a beauty, I also want to try. Songjia smiled. Of course he knew who came to catch Qingyue. It was none other than those people from the Holy Court. Those who caught me should be people from the Holy Court. I've seen your ability. It's a bit special. If you come with me, you may also be targeted by them. Qingyue reminded. Songjia didn't care. Just stare at me. I'm not afraid of them staring at me. Although he is not strong enough to destroy the holy city now, at least others dare not touch him. Even if he turns into a demon, he can wrestle with the archangel of the holy city. Not to mention that he still has a lot of trump cards in his hand. If the people of the holy city are not afraid, just come. Qingyue smiled. I am a little curious about what other means you have in your hand. You will know later. Songjia responded with a smile. At this time, he immediately noticed that someone was approaching and seemed to have locked on them. They are coming. Qingyue's voice fell, and his eyes fell on the ice not far away. Soon, a team of people came over, except for 2 women. Everyone else was wearing uniform clothes. Qingyue knew that it was too late for Songjia to leave now. There is also an alien court in the Holy Court, and they specialize in dealing with aliens like Qingyue. If they can't control it, they will choose to kill them directly. The reason why the people of E Judgment Court were able to find Chinyuer was because she had the mark of E Judgment Court on her body. So they could find Chinyuer's location through the mark on her body. However, the two women were startled when they saw Songjia and looked at each other. What's wrong? Molar, the judge of E Judgment Court, asked. These two are masters of the Mu family. But after seeing Songjia, they can't be masters at all. We know that person. Mu Feilwan replied. You know him? Mu Yinfeng beside him nodded and replied. This guy brought the totem beast to our Mu family and made a big fuss. Our family is not a match and can only. She didn't finish. But the following words can be imagined. Totem beast? Molar continued to ask. What level is the totem beast? Supreme Monarch? Molar didn't care. Then don't be afraid. We are all masters of the superclass. You just need to help us contain Chinyuer. Mu Feilwan and Mu Yinfeng looked at each other and nodded. The Yujuyuan came to the Mu family to ask Ice Masters to restrain Chinyuer. How could the Mu family miss this opportunity? So they let them come. But what they didn't expect was that they would meet Songjia here. They walked over. And Mahler looked at Chinyuer and said, You shouldn't break free from our control. Chinyuer was silent. Now you have no choice. Either go back with us or sleep here forever, Molar said. At this time, Songjia interrupted their conversation and said, You Mu family also want to participate? Mu Feilwan and Mu Yinfeng heard Songjia words, and suddenly swallowed their saliva. They didn't know how to answer. Mahler looked at Songjia. They are guests invited by our E-Judgment House. Do you want to threaten the guests of E-Judgment House? E-Judgment House? Songjia looked at him with a smile. Is it very powerful? It's enough to deal with you. Molar didn't want to talk. And they had to capture Chinyuer quickly. Molar shouted, Get out of the way quickly. Otherwise I don't mind taking you back to E-Judgment House. As for whether you can come out, I don't know. Chapter 525. Faced with Mahler's threat, Songjia didn't care. I hate being threatened the most. Don't think you can do whatever you want with a totem beast. Not to mention that your totem beast is not around. Molar has surveyed the surroundings and found no powerful creatures. Besides, even if your totem beast is here, we can kill it. Songjia glanced at them and found that these people did have such strength. Chinyuer was too strong. So the E-Judgment Court did not dare to take it lightly and sent out elite troops. Songjia smiled and said, You are quite arrogant. I wonder if you can still say such words later. It seems that you must go against our E-Judgment Court. Then I will take you away with me. Molar didn't want to waste time. This mission is very important. So he must take Chinyuer back. Do it. Molar immediately ordered the E-Judgment Mages behind him. Those E-Judgment Mages completed their magic and released it towards Songjia and Chinyuer. However, Chinyuer was faster than them, because she completed the magic almost in order. So unlike other people, she didn't need to complete the steps of Star Map, Constellation, and Star Palace. Being in Tianshan, Chinyuer's ice system was even stronger here, and it was completely her home court. Those flying magics were immediately digested by ice and snow, and had no effect on them at all. Seeing this, Mahler looked at the two masters of the Mu family with an unhappy face. What are you two still doing? Hurry up and make a move. They didn't know about the ice system. So they went to the Mu family to ask Mu Feilwan and Mu Yinfeng to come and help. However, they didn't expect to meet Songjia here. This guy is the evil star of their Mu family. Hearing Mahler's words, they didn't know what to do. To be honest, they were really scared. I take responsibility for anything that happens, Mahler said again. And he didn't expect these two people to be so cowardly. Hearing this, Mu Feilwan and Mu Yinfeng still didn't plan to make a move. Sir, it's not that we don't take action. It's that this person is too threatening to our Mu family, Mu Yinfeng said hurriedly. Molar suddenly got angry. If these two people didn't take action, it would be difficult for them to catch Chinyuer. Molar said coldly, Then I will come to meet this kid. I want to see what strength he has. Songjia didn't take action because he felt that he was not needed now. So he watched Chinyuer release gorgeous magic from the side. He watched Chinyuer release magic skills instantly. And he was so envious in his heart. If he could do this, then others would have no chance of survival. Songjia magic skills have undergone an outrageous transformation. So the power can be imagined. At this time, he suddenly sensed a murderous intent. And then he turned his head and saw Mahler. Boy, without the totem, you are nothing. Mole Star Palace was completed. And it seemed that he wanted to strangle Songjia in space. Space system? Song Jia mouth corners raised. He was least afraid of space magic. He smiled and said, "It depends on whether your space system is stronger or my space system is stronger." Song Jia just raised his hand, and a huge space wheel emerged, heading straight for Mahler's superclass magic. The two space forces kept rubbing and colliding, and the entire space seemed to be shattered. Mu Feiwan and Mu Yifeng didn't expect Song Jia to have such a strong strength. Fortunately, they didn't make a move. Otherwise they would definitely bring big trouble to the Mu family. This guy, Mole, didn't expect that his attack was blocked by the opponent like this. No! Mole quickly reacted. This was not blocked by the opponent, but crushed by the opponent. The huge space force crushed, and other people also reacted and blocked it. Therefore, Qingyue also stopped here, because Song Jia disrupted the opponent's rhythm. How can a young boy have a higher attainment in space than me? I don't believe it! Muller roared. I don't believe it! Muller was suspended in the air, and the wind wings behind him kept flapping. In an instant, a huge roulette suddenly appeared behind him, and the roulette kept turning and making a deafening sound. Hide behind me. This guy is going to use a big move. Qingyue walked in front of Song Jia. She knew that the man in front of her was not an ordinary alien wizard, so he was definitely stronger than the one who dealt with her just now. Song Jia smiled. He was absolutely sure of fighting against the power of space. After all, his power of space came from the ancient king. He pulled Qingyue behind him and smiled slowly. How can you let a woman take action? Let me do it. But you? Qingyue wanted to say something, but Song Jia suddenly came over, and the two faced each other and were very close. Qingyue was stunned for a moment. She had never been so close to anyone else, and her cheeks suddenly blushed. I don't like being protected by women. I prefer to protect women, especially beautiful women like you, Song Jia said, but did not continue, because Mahler was ready to release the magic. The more powerful the magic, the more time it takes to complete. At this moment, the whole space was shaking, and all the space forces around him immediately locked Song Jia. Let him have no escape. It's just that it's not him who should escape, but those people. Song Jia's space ability is not magic, so he doesn't need to complete the Constellation Palace, but it can be released at any time. Song Jia raised his arm again, and his two fingers suddenly came together, pointing in the direction of Mahler. The terrifying space force will. The air was shaking and rolling, like a rolling wave, washing towards Mahler. How is it possible? At this point, Mahler just released magic and then exclaimed, "Activate the formation." He knew that his strength alone could not stop this attack. In a blink of an eye, the whole area was covered with ice and snow, and there was no figure in front of him, all covered by snow. However, Mahler activated the formation, and the power of confinement, like an invisible chain, immediately confined Song Jia attack. The original scene of heavy snow stopped at this moment. Mahler gritted his teeth and looked at Song Jia. He didn't expect that Qingyue would be fine, but he actually met other freaks. I didn't expect to get something else this time. Don't think about leaving today. Mahler roared at them. The reason why he was crushed by Song Jia's spatial ability, and still said so, was because he still had the formation. In this formation, Song Jia and Qingyue would not be their opponents. Otherwise, you really think that they are all vegetarians in the court of judgment? God's binding. With everyone working together, Mahler activated the formation, and several blocking chains rushed straight towards them. Even Qingyue frowned immediately, because she realized the horror of the binding chains. It seems that the two of us can't escape today, Qingyue said with a bitter mouth. Chapter 526. Why are you running away? They should be the ones running away. Song Jia smiled and immediately drew a star map. In an instant, the star map appeared under his feet, and the huge contract plane suddenly tore open, and a terrifying breath came out from it. Qingyue was stunned. She stared at the contract plane and knew that there was a terrible existence inside. She wanted to ask, but the next second, the Black Dragon Emperor had already flown out of it. At this time, the chain of binding also attacked the Black Dragon Emperor, binding its entire body. This is a dragon. Mu Feiwan was completely stunned. They didn't know that Song Jia had this thing before. The Black Dragon Emperor just shook his body, and the shackles on his body suddenly broke. How is it possible? Muller and others were stunned. We saw Song Jia summon this dragon with our own eyes. Roar! The Black Dragon Emperor roared at Muller and others. and the ground suddenly cracked like an earthquake. Muller and others hid one after another. And they were shocked. Who would have thought? This guy actually has such a terrifying black dragon in his hand. They made a mistake. Mu Feilwan and Mu Infong were also glad that they didn't take action. Otherwise their Mu family might be finished. Before, they knew that the Zhu family was also completely defeated by Song Jie. The Zhu family is much stronger than their Mu family. But even so, Song Jie didn't give them face. And he slapped the Zhu family in the face in front of everyone in the imperial capital. This matter has spread in the imperial capital. This is also the reason why Mu Feilwan and Mu Yifeng didn't take action immediately. The Zhu family also has people in the holy city. But will Song Jie give them face? So, they made this wise choice. Song Jie said, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you can continue." The Black Dragon Emperor rushed out and played with Mahler and others. Qin Yuer looked at Song Jie in silence. She didn't expect that the other party had such a big trump card in his hand. Song Jie didn't take action before, just to see what means the people of the E-Judgment Court had. After knowing this, he didn't need to waste any more time. So he quickly ended the battle. If you do this, the Court of Foreign Judges will not let you go. Qin Yuer didn't expect that she would implicate Song Jie. It's no big deal. Song Jie waved his hand. With me here, they can't touch you. Qin Yuer looked at Song Jie, feeling mixed emotions. At first, the family ignored her and let him be dominated and imprisoned by the Holy Court of Judges. Her heart has grown cold over the years. At that time, everyone let her down. She spent so much time alone in this cold mountain. Qin Yuer didn't know how she survived. The sudden concern made her not know what to do, because she hadn't said that to her for a long time. Thank you. Qin Yuer thanked sincerely, from the bottom of her heart. How could Mahler and others be the opponents of the Black Dragon Emperor? After a while, not only did the formation break, Mahler and others were also beaten badly. Mu Feilwan and Mu Yifeng were also among them. They did this to prevent the fire of the Court of Discrimination from burning their Mu family. The Black Dragon Emperor did not kill them because he did not receive Song Jie order. So he just taught them a lesson. Muller and others were ashen-faced. Who would have thought that Song Jie had such a method in his hands? This Black Dragon Emperor is definitely at the Emperor level. Otherwise, how could he have completely defeated them? At this moment, it was their turn to panic. How to deal with them? Song Jie said that these people were all looking for trouble with Qin Yuer. So Qin Yuer had to decide how to deal with them. Let them go. Qin Yuer suddenly said that she did not want to bring trouble to Song Jie because of Muller and others. The other party had helped her enough. After all, the holy city was behind the Court of Discrimination. It was a force at the top of the world, and they could not afford to offend it at all. Song Jie nodded and respected Qin Yuer's choice. It was useless to kill these people anyway. Do you have a way to remove the mark? Song Jie asked. Qin Yuer has a mark on her body, so no matter where she goes, the people of the Court of Discrimination will find Qin Yuer's location with the mark. The mark can be removed, but you need to go to the Court of Holy Judgment, Muller replied. Now he already knows the gap between him and Song Jie, so he can only answer in order to survive. Song Jie nodded. It seems that he will have to take Qin Yuer to the Court of Holy Judgment at that time. But this matter is not only that. His current combat power is still too poor, and it needs to be improved. You can get out, Song Jie said to them. Hearing this, Muller and others hurriedly stood up and ran away. They didn't want to stay here for a moment. But Mu Feilwan and Mu Yifeng were not in a hurry to leave. They came to Song Jie. Song Jie, we didn't know this was your friend, but we didn't take action just now. You see, Mu Feilwan said cautiously. They were really afraid that Song Jie would go to the Mu family again, and the Mu family could not stand Song Jie torment. With the power of Song Jie Dragon, the entire Mu family would be destroyed. Song Jie knew that the Mu family was now controlled by Mu Tingying, so he did not trouble these two people. You guys go away too. Hearing this, Mu Feilwan and Mu Yifeng knew that Song Jie did not take it to heart, so they left suddenly. You come back to the Magic City with me. Song Jie made an invitation. Me? Qin Yuer was a little surprised. She did not expect Song Jie to invite her. Then she shook her head. I am a disaster star in their eyes. They will not accept me. And I don't want those people to be hurt for no reason because of me. I helped you before. Did your coldness still show signs of breaking out? Song Jie asked. Qin Yuer thought about it, and shook her head again. After you helped me, The coldness accumulated in my body was cleared by you. So it shouldn't break out for a long time. Songjia nodded. That's fine. I can help you clear the coldness at that time, so that you can resume your normal life. Hearing this, Chiniware suddenly showed a yearning expression. After all, she has been alone in such a lonely place for too long. And she also wants to take a good look at this world. But this? Chiniware knew that if this happened, Songjia would be the most troublesome. We are friends, right? Is it normal for friends to help each other? Songjia smiled. Songjia knew what Chiniware had experienced, and his eyes were a little sour. Family betrayal. A person is in prison like this. Any normal person would probably go crazy. It's hard to imagine how she survived all these years. Come back with me and live the life you want, Songjia said. Chiniware thought about it, but still didn't agree immediately. Can I think about it again? Not only for me, but also for them. Songjia nodded. Anyway, there is still a lot of time now. So let Chiniware think about it carefully. If Chiniware doesn't go back with them, she may have to stay in Tianshan. Chapter 527. Songjia did not say anything, and let Chiniware think about it carefully. Afterwards, Songjia found Lingling, Jiang Xiaoshu and others, who were hiding behind an iceberg. The movement just now really scared them, and they were all worried that Songjia might encounter some danger. Songjia, have you solved it? Jiang Xiaoshu asked. Songjia nodded. It's temporarily solved. He felt that the people from the E-Judgment Institute would not give up, so they would definitely come to the door later. However, Ning Xueqing has two powerful totems, and they are still in the area of China. Even the holy city may not dare to act recklessly in China. Therefore, Songjia was not afraid that the people from the E-Judgment Institute would come to Ning Xueqing for trouble. It's good that you're fine. Jiang Xiaoshu was also relieved immediately. Songjia said, let's leave here now and go back to Pan Town to rest for a night. At the same time, this was also the time Songjia gave Chiniware to think about it. Everyone got on the back of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle and then headed towards Pan Town. Pan Town is the town closest to Tianshan. So hunters who come to Tianshan usually stop in Pan Town. They were relieved when they returned to Pan Town. After all, they were back to human territory. After booking a hotel, everyone returned to the room, wanting to take a good hot bath. Songjia just sat down when the door was suddenly knocked. He went to open the door, and the person who came was Chiniware. Can you go out for a walk with me? Chiniware asked. Songjia nodded, closed the door, and took Chiniware out of the hotel. Although it is a town, the scale here is comparable to a small city, and there are many people living here. And there are also many hunters coming and going. Even at night, there are many people walking or shopping on the street. Chiniware looked at the flow of people coming and going, and looked at the shops passing by, her eyes full of curiosity. Before, although she left Tianshan, she had never set foot in a human city. She has been isolated from the outside world for so long, and everything she sees feels very fresh. Chiniware stopped at a store selling women's jewelry, because the jewelry sold there made her feel a little excited. Buying things is a girl's nature. Seeing this, Songjia smiled and said, let's go in and take a look. Chiniware hesitated, but Songjia held her hand and took her into the store. Handsome guy, bring your girlfriend to see the jewelry? We have all kinds of jewelry here. The female clerk greeted with a smile. Chiniware blushed when she heard the female clerk say that she was Songjia's girlfriend, and she was a little at a loss. Although Chiniware was older than Songjia, she looked like she was in her 20s and did not age because of her age. But she had a charm that others in their 20s did not have. We are not that kind of relationship. Chiniware blushed and said, not that kind of relationship? Then why are you holding hands? The female clerk covered her mouth and laughed. After this, Chiniware realized that Songjia was holding her hand, and then quickly let go. But she was not angry. She knew that Songjia was holding her because he wanted to bring her in. We are just friends. Songjia smiled, then looked at Chiniware. Buy whatever you like. Mr. Song will pay tonight. Chiniware still nodded shyly. But the jewelry here is really beautiful. These are our latest styles. You can all take a look. The female clerk introduced. Chiniware nodded, picked up a piece of jewelry and loved it. She couldn't remember when she last went shopping. She looked at it and put it down. But Songjia next to her took it away. Songjia was very good at observing people's words and expressions. So he saw that Chiniware liked it very much. But he didn't think it was necessary to have so many. So you can choose the one you like best. However, Songji's idea was that since you like them all, buy them all and wear them in turns. Chiniware looked at a lot, but only chose the one she liked the most. However, Songjia had already asked the female clerk to pack up the jewelry that Chiniware thought was good before. This is too much. Chiniware didn't expect Songjia to buy so much for her. Songjia smiled and said, "Not much. I finally came back, so I have to make up for it." The female clerk couldn't hear their conversation, but she was happy to sell so many jewelry. Chiniware could hear what Songjia meant, and then she smiled with relief. "Thank you." Chiniware hadn't felt cared for for a long time, and Songjia made her feel this way several times, and her heart suddenly felt warm. "You're welcome." Songjia waved his hand and paid. Chiniware had no place to put it, so Songjia put it in his space ring. Songjia said, "Let's go. Let's go over there. It seems to be a food street. There should be a lot of delicious food." Hearing this, Chiniware nodded. In Tianshan, there was no delicious food. Basically, it was snowing everywhere. The two entered the crowd, and then bought all kinds of fireworks and delicacies on the busy street. Chiniware hadn't lived so peacefully for a long time. It seemed that she became very peaceful after seeing Songjia, as if she didn't have to worry about anything. "Handsome guy. This is my last bouquet of flowers. I'm also in a hurry to go back. I sell it to you at half price." The flower vendor smiled and said, "Look at your girlfriend. She is more beautiful than my flowers. They look even better together. Buy a bouquet." Chiniware didn't expect to be mistaken by others again. "How much are you spending?" Songjia didn't explain and said, "Not expensive. 30. The vendor held a bouquet of flowers in his hand. Songjia was silent. "Are you taking me for a fool? Half price is still 30 yuan. Songjia said unhappily. "How about 20? The vendor suddenly smiled and didn't feel embarrassed. Songjia shook his head. "Then name a price." $5. "Little brother, you are cutting my aorta." The vendor screamed. "We can't bargain like this." $10. "Little brother, I have old people and children to take care of. And there are also 15. "Deal." Hearing the vendor's decisiveness, Songjia suddenly frowned, thinking that he should have given too high a price. "This is the last bouquet. I wish you a long and happy life. Scan the code?" The vendor laughed. Songjia saw that the vendor didn't look distressed, and it was obvious that he had given a high price. "Damn! I got fooled." Chiniware looked at Songjia bargaining with the vendor and felt that it was a little funny and beautiful. She hadn't seen such a scene for a long time. "For you." Songjia handed the flowers to Chiniware. Chiniware didn't expect that the first bouquet of flowers in her life was given by Songjia. Seeing how Songjia bargained just now, she didn't refuse. The two continued to walk forward, and after a while, they were ready to go back. However, on the way back, they saw the person who had just sold them flowers, and the other party was selling flowers at this time. Songjia knew. Damn. He was cheated. Chapter 528. Although Songjia knew he was cheated, he did not bother the man for this matter. However, the man saw Songjia and Chiniware looking at him and ran away immediately. This guy. If Songjia wanted to chase him, this guy would never get away. But he did not. After seeing this, Chiniware couldn't help but cover her mouth, thinking that the vendor was funny when running. "Let's go back." Chiniware had a great time shopping tonight. Songjia nodded and followed her to the hotel. After a while, after the two entered the hotel, they took the elevator to the floor where they lived. Songjia was not in a hurry to let Chiniware make a decision, so he did not mention this matter. However, the moment Chiniware entered the room, she suddenly turned around and called Songjia. "Wait!" Songjia looked back in confusion, looking at Chiniware and waiting for what she would say next. "I've decided. I go back with you." Chiniware made the decision in her heart. Songjia smiled and nodded. "As long as I am here, they can't touch you, and I won't let your coldness break out again." Chiniware looked at Songjia, her heart full of gratitude. It has been a long time since anyone treated her like this. "Thank you." Every time she said thank you, it was a heartfelt thank you. Extremely sincere. Songjia smiled and said, "Why are you so polite to me? Ning Xueqing will still rely on you in the future." Chiniware nodded. She chose to join Ning Xueqing. And of course, she is also a member of Ning Xueqing. So, she will also protect Ning Xueqing. Good night. Qin Yuer closed the door as soon as she finished speaking. Song Jie returned to the room and checked the ice spirit seeds and soul seeds in his hand. With so many ice seeds, it seems that the ice summoned beast can greatly improve its strength, Song Jie said. He had obtained so many ice pieces, but he didn't plan to sell them. So he planned to use them to upgrade his summoned beasts. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle also has ice attributes, and those elemental spirits can help them improve. With so many cultivation resources, it won't take long for them to improve faster than other summoned beasts. By then, maybe the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle will be the first to break through to the Monarch level. After they stayed in Pan Town for one night, they went to the city to take a plane back to the Magic City the next day. Ai Jiangtu, Guan Yu and others had other things to do, so their destination was different from Song Jie. Jiang Yu also said that he had something to do, but he would definitely report to Ningxue City at that time. Song Jie told him to come quickly, because the youth battle would start in a few days. Therefore, Jiang Yu, the top combat force, must be present. Jiang Yu nodded quickly and said that he would definitely be there at that time. Everyone separated. Song Jie, Lingling and others got on the plane and took the flight back to the Magic City. Qin Yuer looked out the window, looking forward to the future. This was her first long journey since leaving Tianshan. Song Jie was sitting next to her, and she smiled and asked, "Are you nervous?" To be honest, Qin Yuer must have felt some pressure. After all, her ability was a bit scary. Qin Yuer smiled. "It would be a lie to say I wasn't nervous, but I feel safe with you by my side. It seems I'm quite useful." Song Jie also smiled and responded. In the afternoon, the sun slowly set. Mu Ningxue heard that Qin Yuer was coming to the Magic City, and immediately went to the airport to meet Qin Yuer. After the plane landed, they met at the airport, and Mu Ningxue and Qin Yuer hugged each other. Their peerless looks also attracted the attention of many people. Mu Ningxue and Qin Yuer understood each other best, so they both knew how difficult it was for each other. "I take you back," Mu Ningxue said, holding Qin Yuer's hand. As she said that, she looked at Song Jie, a little worried. "Is it really okay for her to come to the Magic City?" Song Jie nodded. "I just tell Dean Xiao when the time comes. He can suppress the chill in Qin Yuer's body and prevent it from erupting. Then there will be no problem." Mu Ningxue nodded. She wanted to invite Lingling and Jiang Xiaoxu, but the two of them left first because of the totem. "By the way, Ningxue, this little white tiger is for you to take." As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, a little white tiger suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The appearance of the little white tiger scared the people around, but they guessed that Song Jie might be a magician, so the surprise in their hearts faded a lot. Mu Ningxue looked at the little white tiger in front of her. Before she could say anything, the tiger came over and rubbed against her feet. Song Jie could see that the little white tiger really liked Mu Ningxue. But was it in the original book or now? Qin Yuer smiled and said, "It seems that she liked you very much." Mu Ningxue had a bitter smile on her lips and did not answer. Song Jie said, "Then I will go to find Dean Xiao first. You take Sister Yuer back first." The phone was not clear, so Song Jie went straight to Mingzhu Academy. Dean Xiao is a big boss. With his help, there shouldn't be any problem. Soon, Song Jie came to Dean Xiao's office. Dean Xiao asked, "Song Jie is here. I haven't seen you for a long time. Why did you come to see me suddenly?" Dean Xiao, "I need to ask you something here." Song Jie told Qin Yuer's story at the same time. After hearing this, Dean Xiao frowned slightly and confirmed, "Are you sure you can suppress the coldness in Qin Yuer's body? He is an old generation, so he naturally knows how terrible the coldness in Qin Yuer's body is." Song Jie nodded. "I tried it before. I can suppress the coldness in her body." Dean Xiao nodded. He knew Song Jie was not a messy person. He sighed. They are all people with miserable lives. Song Jie knew what Dean Xiao was sighing about. After all, the other party also took in a victim. Dean Xiao, "What do you think?" Song Jie said. Dean Xiao asked, "Qin Yuer seems to have an ice constitution." "Right." Song Jie nodded. "Although you can suppress it, her physique is too strong. I have something here that can suppress the coldness in her body, but it won't last long, giving her enough time to leave." Dean Xiao said. His meaning was very clear. That is, if something unexpected happens. Qingyue must leave the city. Songjia also knew it. So he didn't say anything. With this layer of guarantee, everyone can rest assured. Before, Ding Yumian was able to participate in the exchange student training because Ding Xiao found something that could suppress her. But it was only this time. And Ding Yumian might never leave Mingju Academy again. But Ding Yumian also hopes to have a complete college life. So she is willing to do this. After Songjia got Ding Zhao's consent, he was about to leave. But someone suddenly knocked on the door of the principal's office. "I open it for you," Songjia said, and walked to open the door. As soon as he opened the door, he saw an acquaintance. The person who came was Ding Yumian. "Long time no see. Ding Xiao, and I just talked about you," Songjia said. Ding Yumian was also a little surprised. She didn't expect to see Songjia here. Long time no see. Chapter 529. Speaking of me? What are you talking about me? Ding Yumian asked in surprise. Ding Xiao smiled and waved to Ding Yumian. "Come in and sit down first." Ding Yumian nodded, then went into the office and sat on the sofa. "Songjia, you probably don't know that Ding Yumian is also a victim, right?" Ding Xiao asked. Songjia smiled. "I know." Ding Xiao looked at Songjia, then at Ding Yumian. "How did you know?" "You can guess it yourself." Songjia smiled. Ding Yumian turned her head and drank a glass of water to calm down. "Young people." Ding Xiao sighed. Ding Yumian was curious. "How did you discuss victims?" "You have to ask Songjia about this." Ding Yumian looked over and Songjia told her about Qingyue. She nodded. Although she knew that she was not the only one who suffered from the disaster, she felt more empathy when she heard the news of other victims. They all knew what kind of impact their physical condition would have on themselves. "Is she still in the Magic City now?" Ding Yumian asked. Songjia nodded. "She is in Ningxue City. If you are free, you can go and talk to her," Ding Yumian responded. As victims of the disaster, they were subject to too many restrictions. She was fine. Not many people knew about it. But Qingyue was different. She would be regarded as a disaster and regarded as an alien who must be eliminated. "What do you want to see Ding Xiao for?" Songjia asked. Ding Yumian nodded. "I have work matters here." Then, she told Ding Xiao the reason for coming. "I was also considering who to let go for this matter. Isn't Songjia here? It just happened to let him contribute to the school," Ding Xiao said. "Okay. Leave this task of clearing the demons to me." Songjia nodded. He applied to Ding Xiao for permission to practice in the three-step tower. And the other party agreed so readily that he couldn't refuse. What's more, it was just a simple matter for him. "Then you two go. And try to finish it as soon as possible." Ding Xiao ordered them to leave. Songjia and Ding Yumian stood up, said goodbye to Ding Xiao, and walked out of the office. "Am I going there now?" Ding Yumian asked. "Don't worry. We haven't seen each other for so long. Shouldn't we have a meal first and then chat?" Songjia said. "I think it's better to solve the problem there first, and then do other things," Ding Yumian said. Songjia nodded. "Then if I finish it, what reward will I get?" Ding Yumian raised her head and looked at Songjia. "What reward do you want?" Songjia looked around and immersed her against the wall. "What reward do you think I want?" Ding Yumian lowered her head shyly. Her ears were red. She mustered up her courage, suddenly raised her head, and kissed Songjia's face. "Is that enough?" Songjia was surprised for a moment. He didn't expect Ding Yumian to be so proactive. He smiled evilly. "Of course it's not enough. What else do you want?" Ding Yumian asked softly. Songjia looked at her like a hungry wolf looking at a little lamb. Especially the tone of Ding Yumian words, which shocked him completely. "Let's not talk about this for now. I tell you later." Songjia smiled. Ding Yumian knew that Songjia would definitely ask for a lot, but she didn't think it was a big deal. "Then let's go. Let's go clean up the demons." Songjia took Ding Yumian's hand and walked out of the office building. Ding Yumian's task is to clean up an area, which will become a place for Mingju students to train. The reason for cleaning is that this place still needs construction, so the safety of those people must be guaranteed. When this is completed, it can become a training base, and students from Mingju Academy can come to train at that time. If you have strength but are too scared to release magic when facing demons, it is the school's fault to teach such students. Therefore, Mingju Academy also began to pay attention to students' experience and help them grow faster. That was a dense forest. Songjia summoned Xiaolu, and with Xiaolu all round lock, All the demons were cleared out. In less than 3 hours. There were no more demons in this area. Tell them that the area has been cleared, Songjia said. So fast. Ding Yumian did not follow. So when she heard the words, she showed a look of shock. Songjia nodded. I'm a little curious. What realm are you in now? Ding Yumian asked. Superclass. Songjia replied. 1 series of superclass? Songjia shook his head. 3 series of superclass. Ding Yumian was silent. At the beginning, she and Songjia were about the same strength. But now Songjia has become so powerful. Great. Ding Yumian praised. I have something even better. Songjia raised his lips. Ding Yumian was very naive. What is it? You know in a minute. Songjia answered with a smile. And gave Ding Yumian a meaningful look. Ding Yumian still didn't know. Then I tell Dean Xiao about it right away. She went to make a phone call and told Dean Xiao about it. After hanging up the phone, Songjia came over and hugged her and said, Can we go to dinner now? Well, Ding Yumian responded. Cleaning up the demons is time-consuming and laborious. If they were to do it, it would probably take several days to finish the cleaning. However, Songjia only needed 3 hours to finish it. Then let's go! Songjia pulled Ding Yumian. They left the dense forest. He asked, Are you still sharing a house with Huang Xingli? She's not in the Magic City anymore. She went to the Imperial City and said she was going there to develop. Ding Yumian said. Songjia asked, So you live alone now? Ding Yumian nodded. Is there a kitchen? I can cook normally. Songjia snapped his fingers. That's good. Then we go to your place and I cook for you. That's fine. Then, Songjia took Ding Yumian to buy groceries. And after buying groceries, they returned to each other's residence. Your apartment is not bad. Songjia felt that this apartment was much better than the one they shared before. The rent of this apartment is higher than before. So the environment is good. Ding Yumian now works at Mingzhu Academy. So she has financial transactions and her life has become more abundant. Then I start cooking. Songjia took the vegetables into the kitchen. Ding Yumian also wanted to follow in, but was pushed out by Songjia. You go to the sofa to rest. I cooked today's meal myself. Songjia said. Let me help you. I don't know what to do. Ding Yumian smiled. Songjia said, Then go change into your most beautiful clothes. Or take a bath. Ah? Ding Yumian was confused. Just do as I say. Go quickly. Songjia kissed Ding Yumian on the cheek. Chapter 530. Ding Yumian nodded. Followed Songjia's words. Found a set of clothes that she was a little hesitant about. And then went to the bathroom to take a shower. When she came out, Songjia had already cooked 2 dishes. Ding Yumian's hair was still wet. So she went to the bathroom and dried her hair. When she came out again, Songjia had already brought out the food. And the living room was filled with the delicious smell of food. It smells so good. Ding Yumian walked out of the bathroom wearing a JK short skirt. Songjia turned around and saw Ding Yumian walking out in JK. And was startled. It was the first time he saw Ding Yumian wearing JK. After all, she liked to wear quiet style clothes before. A plaid short skirt with red and black. A white t-shirt with short sleeves. And a red bow tie on the collar. Songjia swallowed his saliva. Such Ding Yumian was really too tempting. Does it look good? Ding Yumian looked at Songjia timidly. This is what I can see. They said that boys like this. It looks good. It looks good. Songjia gave him affirmation. He walked over and kissed Ding Yumian hard on the face. Getting affirmation. Ding Yumian smiled slightly and sat in front of Songjia. Can I eat now? Ding Yumian was indeed hungry. And then she smelled such delicious dishes. Her stomach growled. Songjia smiled and nodded. I serve you some rice. Soon. The two sat together and started eating. They didn't talk. But both of them would smile and pick up food for each other. Ding Yumian was really hungry. So every bite was delicious. Songjia saw that Ding Yumian was as anxious as a child. And thought it was a little cute. Eat slowly. These are all yours. Songjia smiled. Ding Yumian nodded. And when she was eating, she suddenly stopped. Tell me, will I be listed as a dangerous person like your friend? And then, Ding Yumian turned his head and looked at Songjia with some worry. Songjia reached out and held him in his arms. No. Even if they want to arrest you, they have to ask me if I agree. Ding Yumian looked at him. Really? Songjia nodded heavily and rubbed the back of Ding Yumian's head. Whoever is your enemy, I will be your enemy. Hearing this, Ding Yumian buried his head in Song Jia's arms. Thank you. This is what I should do. And I should do it. I won't let you get hurt like this. Song Jia said very seriously. Holy court? Strange court? Holy city? He didn't take it seriously. Ding Yumian raised his head, looked at Song Jia, and suddenly kissed him. The two kissed, immersed in it. I don't know how long it took. Song Jia felt that Ding Yumian was almost out of breath. He opened his red lips, looked at the delicious Ding Yumian and said, Let's go to the bedroom. After saying this, Ding Yumian suddenly thought of what happened during the day, the reward the other party asked for. But she didn't refuse, and nodded shyly. Song Jia smiled, carried Ding Yumian like a princess, and then walked into the bedroom. Ding Yumian was very shy, and said that Song Jia taught her slowly, and she soon got used to it. She blushed, but still a little unfamiliar. I'm coming, Ding Yumian responded. She lay down and looked at Song Jia, grabbing the bed sheet. The next moment, she moaned. Everything was self-explanatory. A night passed. Song Jia and Ding Yumian were both immersed in it. The sun shone through the window, and Song Jia gradually opened his eyes, because a ray of sunlight was in his eyes. He glanced at Ding Yumian, who was sleeping in his arms, smiled, and touched the other's head. At this time, Song Jia saw that his hand was lit up. It was a message sent to him by Ningxue. The youth battle is about to start. How are you preparing? Jiang Yu will join. And me too. How about that? If you want to join, then they don't have to play. That's the feeling I want. It's up to you. I sign you up when the time comes. No problem. Song Jia ended the chat. As for the youth battle, he is not the city lord anyway, so he is also a member of Ningxue's city. The city lord does not have to fight. Otherwise he will lose his dignity. But as one of them, it is natural for him to fight. We have to lie more. There are really too few young and capable people in Ningxue's city, Song Jia said. They have no shortage of resources, but they lack people who know their roots and are loyal to Ningxue's city. Afterwards, Song Jia waited for Ding Yumian to wake up, and accompanied her to the dense forest where they went yesterday, and then went to the airport, because the youth battle was about to start. Jiang Yu also hurried to the magic city. Song Jia was the landlord, so he had to do his best to welcome Jiang Yu. Song Jia, we agreed before that if I join, you will help me collect materials. Jiang Yu confirmed. Don't worry. You will be indispensable, Song Jia promised. If Xiao He was here, he would definitely let Jiang Yu run away. After Song Jia brought Jiang Yu to Ningxue's city, he handed over the reception to Mu Ningxue. He came to the territory of the totem, and told Tingsha about the situation in Tianshan. After all, if there is a sea monster invasion, Tingsha will be the means of transportation. Song Jia needs it to transport those monarchs. After hearing this, Tingsha prepared to give it a try. Tianshan is still far away from the magic city. Okay, you go and try. Anyway, I will be in the magic city recently, Song Jia replied. He wanted to get another counselor after the youth war, but if he wants another quota, he may need more contribution points. But this is not difficult for him. After all, he knows the plot, so there will definitely be someone to send. Counselor Nan of Wangui Town is the next person to send his head. Now that the plot trajectory has changed, Song Jia feels that it is likely to affect what will happen in the future. Therefore, there are some things he must do. Otherwise it is likely to let some people succeed. After he is done, he will go to Wangui Town and bring this ugly counselor Nan to justice. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the youth war is here. Because of the youth war, several big families in the magic city have come. After all, they will use the youth war to decide the allocation of resources. Which family is stronger? Which family can allocate more? Therefore, as long as it is a family force, they will pay attention to the youth war. The youth war also has restrictions. Only young people can participate. So if they exceed the age limit, they cannot participate in the youth war. This is why those families spend so much effort to cultivate their own family members. By cultivating them, they can also contribute to the family. They not only work for the family, but also get resource allocation. The best of both worlds. Your youth war in the Magic City is so lively. This is the first time that Jiang Yu has participated in such an event. It is indeed lively. Song Jia nodded. This is also his first time to participate. It makes him feel like he is back to school. Or the World War. Chapter 531. Mu Ningxue and Song Jia walked in front of the team, followed by Jiangyu, Yu Shishir, and the strong men of Ningxue's city. They came to their seats and sat down, waiting for the arrival of others. Song Jia glanced at other families, and found a few familiar faces. For example, Mu Nujio, Dong Fan Lai, and the people of the Lu family. The people of the Lu family didn't dare to look at Song Jia at all, thinking that this guy was a plague god. So they didn't dare to provoke him. Soon, other families came and sat in the audience. And the people who organized this youth battle were officials. So they also sent representatives to host. With the participation of officials, those families must give face. So everyone is polite. Youth battle. Everyone should be old acquaintances. Next, you need to send 5 people to participate in the next game. And then we will allocate resources according to the ranking of each family. The middle-aged man in the lead said. Everyone nodded. They all knew about the youth battle. So they nodded in approval. However, they looked at Song Jia's eagerness to try. If he participated, what would they do? But they also knew that although Song Jia was very strong, according to their age, their family also had young strongmen, because they thought that Song Jia was just using the power of the totem beast. Of course, this was their idea without knowing Song Jia's strength. The Lu family, who knew Song Jia's strength, already knew the result of the youth battle. The first place in this youth battle already belonged to Ning Xuecheng, so they only needed to fight for the second place. When the old man who led the team thought of this, he felt a little painful. Lu Yilin had good talent in the youth lineage, but he died in the training. They spent so many resources and finally cultivated one. But now they failed. Ning Xuecheng also sent 2 people, who were Song Jia, Jiangyu, Yu Shishir, and talents recruited by Mingju Academy. Fuck. This guy is also participating. What are we going to do? Dong Fan Lai couldn't help shouting. Mu Nujio didn't say anything. After all, Song Jia also met the requirements, which was reasonable. At this time, everyone in each family was looking for their own young generation, and they didn't want to meet Song Jia in the end. Most of the families here are well-known families in the Magic City, and those small families are not qualified to participate. Then, the participants of the youth battle came to the stage one after another. Song Jia and others stood there, and suddenly became the most handsome guys on the field. Song Jia, since you are also here to participate, it's a bit bullying. Jiang, you didn't expect Song Jia to participate. I am also a young man. What's wrong with participating? Song Jia smiled. Hearing this, Dong Fan Lai and others around him were silent, and they were speechless. Next, you will draw lots, and only one of the 2 can advance, the referee said, so you have to work hard to win the game. As soon as this was said, everyone's face suddenly became solemn. The people here are all talented magicians. But there is a bug called Song Jia. The elders of their family just told them that if they meet Song Jia, they should surrender if they really can't do it. In this way, at least they will not lose any hardware. There are 10 families here, and each family sends 5 representatives to participate. So the number of people is 50. 50 people one-on-one. That is a total of 25 groups. Most of the people present are high-level mages, and there may be super-level ones. But this is a secret, and they don't know who has such strength. And this game is also ranked by points. As long as you enter the top 25, you will get 10 points. Then the draw began. Song Jia and Jiangyu and others walked over, and soon drew numbers. Song Jia's number is 8. So as long as someone draws 8, that is his opponent. Others followed one after another. And no one wanted to draw the number 8, because no one wanted to be Song Jia's opponent. The middle-aged man of the Lu family watched his family draw lots, and suddenly saw someone take out the number 8 ball. He was silent suddenly. The young man who got the number 8 ball was stunned. Fuck. He glanced in Song Jia direction and thought about giving up. Because this young man was also present when Song Jia went to the Lu family before. He did not have the courage to compete with Song Jia in the next match. The Lu family member looked at the middle-aged man in the seat pitifully, as if he wanted to give up the match. The middle-aged man sighed when he saw the scene, and then nodded. I can't beat him. There is no way. The 2 people who drew number 1. Hurry up and compete, the referee suddenly said. The next moment, the young man who drew number 1 immediately came to the competition venue. The game officially began. They are all high-level mages. so the gap between them is not big. However, the battle between high-level mages will not end so quickly. So they fought for a long time before the battle ended. These people are good. They can hold on for so long, Jiangyu said. As a member of the Huasha national team before, he was not afraid of these people at all. What's more, Jiangyu is now a super-level mage, so he doesn't have to be afraid of these people at the moment. Unless he draws Song Jie. There are probably not many people who can become his opponent. When it was number 8, Song Jie was about to go on the court to welcome the game. I saw that the referee suddenly said, another player number 8 is not feeling well. So he gave up the game directly. And Song Jie advanced. As soon as this was said, everyone present looked at each other. This is not physical discomfort. This is a delaying tactic knowing that he can't win. Song Jie smiled and said, so we can win without fighting? When the other players saw Song Jie smile, they gritted their teeth in their hearts. This guy is too shameless. But even so, they couldn't do anything to Song Jie. Song Jie didn't leave, but kept observing the opponents on the field. If he only got the first place in this game, it would be basically useless. Because this is a team competition. If he got a high score alone, and the others didn't score, or got a low score, they wouldn't get a high score. Therefore, he must see through the shortcomings of these people and help his teammates. Jiangyu's opponent was very bad. Just a high-level mage. So he won the game in a short time. And Yu Shirshir was the same. Although she was a high-level mage, her ability was too special. So she easily defeated her opponent. Song Jie sat next to Mu Ningxue. Anyway, there was no game for him next. So he came to play with Mu Ningxue. There's only one game today. And it will continue tomorrow. Mu Ningxue suddenly said. Song Jie nodded. Then approached Mu Ningxue, his hand already around her waist. You? There are a lot of people here. Mu Ningxue whispered. What are you thinking? I just hugged your waist. Song Jie said with a smile. Chapter 532. Just hugging the waist? How could Mu Ningxue believe Song Jie lies? She stood up quickly, not giving Song Jie a chance to mess around. Seeing this, Song Jie had to give up and sit down to watch the game below. Mu Nugio and Da Fan Lai are both outstanding young people. So they won the game easily. Song Jie thought. I hope he and Mu Nugio don't meet. Otherwise the Mu family may have to stop. After the game, Jianyu, Mu Nugio and others entered the top 25. Today I noticed that there are several superclass mages. You all have to be careful when the time comes. Jianyu said. Not only did he see it, Song Jie and Mu Ningxue also saw it. Although they were covering it up. Superclass and high class are different. So they can still analyze it. Tomorrow's top 25. There will be a vacant spot. And this spot will be directly promoted. Mu Ningxue said. Everyone thought about it. In a competition of 25 people, there will be one person who is alone. So this person will advance directly without an opponent. This time, Ning Xuecheng played 5 people. 4 of them advanced. And one person was very unlucky and met a superclass mage. At this time, Mu Ningxue's mobile phone rang. She answered the call. Then she answered a few times and hung up the phone. What's wrong? Jianyu asked curiously. It was a call from the official side. Mu Ningxue explained. Then what? What did they say? Mu Ningxue said. They said that if there are any vacancies next, they will all belong to Song Jie. Hearing this, everyone was silent. Song Jie asked many questions. Did they decide it themselves? Or did everyone decide it together? He didn't want such a backdoor. Mu Ningxue replied, the official has explained to me. He said that it was decided by those big families together. If that's the case, then I can accept it. Song Jie nodded. Anyway, these people are not his opponents. And fighting them may be a waste of time. And he also saw the situation today. Those people didn't dare to fight him at all. So they surrendered directly. It's very boring. And those families also know how strong Song Jie is. So it's better to let their children fight with others. After all, no one knows whether their children will meet Song Jie. Therefore, they always think it's better to send Song Jie out. Mu Ningxue nodded. Then I reply to him later. I notify you when it's your turn to play. Song Jie responded. In the next game, when the 25 enter the top 13, Song Jie doesn't need to play. Directly promoted. When the 13 enters the 7, Song Jie doesn't need to play. And when the 7 enters the 4, Song Jie doesn't need to play. Only in the last game, It's his turn to play. Song Jia felt very comfortable. He knew that he was indeed bullying when he participated in the youth battle. But who made him still young? I'm young. I'm right. Song Jia left them, and went straight to Lingling. In the Qingtian hunting house. Lingling life was quite fulfilling. After all, she was looking for the trace of the totem with Jiang Shaoxu. Lingling. Song Jia walked into the Qingtian hunting house, and saw Lingling and Jiang Shaoxu looking through the information. Why are you here? Song Jia said, I came here to find you for something. What is it? Song Jia said, I may have to go to Su Island. Please help me figure out the situation there. Su Island. Lingling eyes lit up. It seems that there is indeed a totem there. Sister Shaoxu and I just found the information not long ago. Jiang Shaoxu nodded. My brother has also been to that place. But I don't know what he is looking for at the moment. Song Jia knew the plot. So he knew that Jiang Shaojun was probably looking for the totem beast Alfu. But Alfu should be dead. But its ability is still preserved. With this power, perhaps his undead system can be upgraded faster. But before that, Song Jia still needs to go to Egypt to contract his own undead. There was nothing to do during this period. So he planned to go to Egypt tomorrow. Egypt. John Kong had already turned the skeleton of the dragon into a ghost. It roared and kept attacking the Egyptian pyramids. Although it was impossible for it to break the pyramids, it could disgust Khufu by doing so. As a result, Khufu was disgusted for more than half a month. And he was disgusted to the point that he had no temper at all. The bone dragon was an emperor-level dragon. And except for Khufu, none of its subordinates could be the opponent of the bone dragon. So, Khufu could only hide in the pyramid and bear the sullenness. John Kong was very quick. And he surrounded the pyramid every day. And did not let any ghost in the pyramid come out. It's time for this boring day to end, John Kong said. By doing this, he has demonstrated the strength of the Chinese ghosts to the world. I'm afraid that no one will dare to provoke the Chinese ghosts again. The Egyptian undead went to China to take the land for themselves, but were beaten to their doorstep by the Chinese undead. Such humiliation has made the Egyptian undead unable to raise their heads. And so has Khufu. At this moment, a figure suddenly flew towards John Kong. The 8 dead kings behind John Kong saw someone approaching. But when they saw that the person was Song Jia, they quickly shifted their sights. Is it coming? John Kong said in the tone of an elder. Song Jia nodded. Is that my bone dragon? John Kong responded. Yes. You guys. You really picked up a big bargain. This bone dragon definitely has the strength of a little emperor. It should be at the peak of the early stage of the little emperor. Song Jia was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this bone dragon would still have such a powerful strength after its death. It is conceivable how terrifying this bone dragon was before. Do you still need it? If you don't need it, I take it away, Song Jia said. Take it away. My goal has been achieved, John Kong said. Since Khufu couldn't hide, John Kong let them live in unrest for half a month. He was very happy. I have another question. How can I make a contract with it? Song Jia asked in confusion. I teach you. As soon as John Kong finished speaking, he waved at the bone dragon. The next moment, the bone dragon flew towards him. Soon, the huge body appeared in front of Song Jia. The contract with the undead is very simple. John Kong told Song Jia some precautions about the undead. Song Jia listened carefully, and then grasped the essence. It's up to you next. John Kong taught everything he knew. So there was nothing to teach. Song Jia nodded, and then began to make a contract with the bone dragon. I don't know how long it took. Song Jia and the bone dragon finally had a spiritual imprint. Finally succeeded. Song Jia tried to order the bone dragon to do something. And the other party did it one after another. It seems you succeeded, John Kong said. Song Jia nodded. Now he had another powerful general under his command. Can I ask how can I improve its strength? Song Jia continued. Chapter 533. Can I ask how to improve the strength of the undead? Song Jia knows nothing about the undead system. So there are many things he doesn't understand. This is his blind spot. There are many ways to improve the undead, such as feeding beast souls or spirits. John Kong continued, but your undead is already very strong. If you want him to go further, you may need an emperor-level beast soul or spirit. Song Jia was silent. It's about emperor-level creatures again. At his current level, the monarch level is a little bit inferior. Your undead system should have reached the intermediate level. Right? But the intermediate level is not enough. So you have to improve the strength of the undead system as soon as possible. Otherwise the time this skull dragon can come out is very limited. John Kong continued. Song Jia nodded. He still understood this principle. Therefore, he needs to speed up his schedule to go to Su Island. At least to make his undead system break through to a high level as soon as possible. It's a pity that the pyramids are in a commotion now. Otherwise we could go and destroy a few of them. John Kong said with a little regret. Song Jia thought it made sense. But the situation was not good now. He smiled and said, I come after you leave. After all, they think you are the threat to them. You are still a cunning kid, John Kong said. In the following time, Song Jia went back with the Chinese undead army. They need to cross other countries from Egypt and return to China. Therefore, when Sha Yuan passed by other countries, they were panicked. They even contacted China specifically. But the Chinese high-level officials were also distressed. But they contacted Song Jia. Song Jia told them the situation. And they were relieved. At the same time, because of this incident, China also established friendships with many countries. It took a few days for Song Jia and Sha Yuan to finally return to the ancient capital. At this time, Song Jia also received a call from Mu Ningxue. Tomorrow is the final of the youth battle. Therefore, he must go back to the Magic City to participate in the competition. Otherwise, the first place will be given to someone else. Song Jia felt that there was no suspense in this final. So he was not in a hurry. Afterwards, Song Jia immediately called Lingling. Lingling, how is your investigation going? Although Song Jia knew the plot, he still needed some detailed information. Otherwise, he would not know where to start. Lingling replied, I have almost found it here. Song Jia nodded. Then when I finish the things at hand, we will set off to Su Island. Jiang Xiaoshu and I will go together. Lingling said immediately. Let's go together. Song Jia didn't care. The danger on Su Island could not threaten him. He remembered that Tang Yu seemed to be working on Su Island. But he didn't know if she was still there. So, Song Jia immediately called Tang Yu. After a while, Tang Yu answered the phone. And then a tired voice came over. What's wrong? Hearing this, Song Jia guessed that Tang Yu might not have rested well. Otherwise she wouldn't look so tired. Where are you now? Song Jia asked knowingly. I'm working in Nanchi Mountain. But I be transferred away soon. Tang Yu suddenly answered. Song Jia knew that Tang Yu was the deputy chief judge in Nanchi Mountain. But because the matter of Su Island could not be resolved, she was either demoted or transferred away. Nanchi Mountain? Is it the place of Su Island? Song Jia went straight to the point. It's here. Tang Yu was surprised. You also know Su Island? When Lingling investigated the totem information, she found that there might be traces of totems on Su Island. Song Jia explained. Totem? Is there a totem on Su Island? Tang Yu was very confused. After all, she had been here for so long. But she didn't know about this. Song Jia said, Aren't you in trouble? We will go there and help you solve this problem. Tang Yu was his person. If the other party was in trouble, Song Jia would of course go there to help. Then I wait for you. Tang Yu knew Song Jia's ability. So as long as he came, this matter would become much easier. She didn't look for Song Jia because she didn't think of him for a while. And she also wanted to rely on her own ability. However, the people on the Nangshan tribunal did nothing and didn't cooperate with her at all. Therefore, this matter was delayed and could not be resolved. So Tang Yu would face demotion and transfer next. However, she was unwilling to accept it, because many people were poisoned and had not been resolved yet. Although they were relieved, they were not cured. So they were still suffering from the disease. Tang Yu wanted to investigate the cause many times before, but her ability was limited and she couldn't find any clues at all. So far, she has not made any progress. When she heard that Song Jia was coming, Tang Yu's heart was relieved. And those poisoned people should be able to be saved. After returning to the Magic City, Song Jia went straight to the competition venue. Because the flight had a problem, he asked the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle to bring him back directly. Therefore, those families are waiting for Song Jia to arrive. Someone was surprised and asked, why hasn't it started yet? Because someone hasn't come yet. Who is it? So arrogant? Let so many of us wait for him. Song Jia. As soon as this name came out, the person who spoke shut up immediately. This time, the person who advanced to the finals and dueled with Song Jia was a superclass mage. His age just happened to be stuck at the limit of participating in the competition. And therefore, His strength was higher than everyone present. When it was the top 9, Munugio faced him and lost in the end. Now it's 4-2. As long as you enter the finals, you can basically determine who will be the second place. However, this person doesn't believe in evil. He doesn't believe that a young man who has just graduated not long ago is stronger than him. And he also knows that Song Jia has a totem beast. So those guys are so afraid of him. But this is a competition. The totem beasts are definitely not allowed to play. And this is officially organized. Even if he beats Song Jia, the other party will definitely not be able to do anything. Therefore, Song Jia may become his stepping stone. If he defeats Song Jia, his fame will surely spread throughout the Magic City. When thinking of this, Song Jia, riding the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, just fell slowly from the sky. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. Song Jia smiled. If you don't come back, the game may be postponed for a day. Jian Yu said. He knew very well that these families in the Magic City didn't dare to provoke Song Jia. Otherwise, he would have been disqualified from the competition. They were also afraid of Song Jia. So they didn't say a word and didn't say such a thing. And the official also turned a blind eye. This is also because of strength. If Song Jia was just a young man, these people would have disqualified Song Jia from the competition. There is no way. The flight I bought suddenly stopped. Song Jia said embarrassedly. Jian Yu nodded. Your opponent is him. Chapter 534. Your opponent is him. A superclass mage. And a 2-class superclass mage. Jian Yu introduced, in the top 9. Munugio was his opponent. But Munugio lost. Although Munugio has also become a superclass mage. She is only a newly promoted superclass mage. And this person, a 2-class superclass, obviously has good talent, and is more proficient in superclass than Munugio. Therefore, it is normal for Munugio to lose to the opponent. Whose family is this? Song Jia asked. Jiang Yu said, this is a member of the Zhuang family. In addition to the 4 major families, the Lu family, the Mu family, the Dongfang family, and the Bai family, there are other families in the Magic City. For example, the Zhuang family, which is second only to the 4 major families. It seems that this Zhuang family has secretly kept a hand, Song Jia said. Jiang Yu shook his head. It's a pity that this guy met you. Otherwise he might have made it to the finals. Song Jia nodded, and then sent a message to Munugio. I go and avenge you right now. Yes. Song Jia glanced in the direction of Munugio, and then walked towards the competition area. Seeing this, Du Lian from the Zhuang family also became alert and looked at Song Jia, who was walking over. At this time, several family elders sitting in the audience also began to discuss. Lu Cheng. Who do you think will win between the 2 of them? Someone asked. Hearing this, Lu Cheng turned away from the man unhappily. Everyone knew that their Lu family was bullied by Song Jia. Asking him so nakedly was a clear humiliation to their Lu family. But the Lu family didn't dare to provoke Song Jia again. Even if they were given the courage. He knew something about the Zhu family. That guy has an emperor-level creature. Who dares to provoke? Isn't this courting death? Just give up. The first one is from Ning Xuecheng. Lu Cheng said. Lu Cheng. Are you too arrogant? The elders of the Zhuang family were not happy. If you don't believe it, you know it later. Lu Cheng didn't want to explain. Others were surprised. But they all looked over when they saw the game started. Du Lian said, I heard that you got good results in the World Academy. But in my eyes, that kind of competition is just a small fight between rich people. I also heard that you can make the totem beast listen to you. But that's just external force. But only your own strength belongs to you. Song Jia looked at him and said expressionlessly, Are you done? Du Lian was stunned and looked unhappy. He must let this guy know his strength today. Referee. It's time to start. Du Lian wanted to prove his strength so that he could give more resources in the family. The referee nodded and then announced the official start of the game. Then at the moment of the start, Du Lian wanted to complete the constellation. But the next moment, he was rushed out by a force. Everyone in the audience was shocked. What the hell is going on? Especially the elders of the other families. They didn't expect the dealer to lose the game like this. Lu Cheng smiled. All this was within his expectations. So he was not surprised. Du Lian thought he could fight with Song Jia for at least a dozen rounds. But he couldn't even take one round. He flew backwards and fell hard on the wall, which was covered with dense cracks. Ning Xuecheng. Song Jie. Win! The referee's voice suddenly sounded. As a result, everyone reacted and looked at Song Jie in shock. This guy actually solved a superclass mage with one move. How could they not be surprised? At this time, they also understood why Lu Cheng said that. Du Lian's strength is already at the peak of the youth battle. But he was killed by Song Jie in one move. Who will be his opponent next? Obviously, the first place must be Ning Xueqing. The other game is a duel between Jiang Yu and the strong man of the Lu family. The opponent was also a 2-series superclass, so it was difficult for Jiang Yu to deal with him. After all, he only had one superclass. And he was also a summoner. Smart people know that if the opponent is a summoner, then you just need to deal with the summoner himself. Therefore, Jiang Yu was no match for that person at all, and lost the game after a while. I'm sorry. Jiang Yu walked in front of Song Jie and said. Song Jie knew that the man was a few years older than Jiang Yu. If the two of them were of similar age, the opponent might not be Jiang Yu's opponent. He patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder. It's not a big problem. The first place will definitely be ours. Song Jie first. Jiang Yu top 4. Yu Shishir top 9. There is also a 13th place. So, the first place must be Ning Xueqing's. Lu family, do you want to continue the game tomorrow? Or just announce the results now? Song Jie asked in the direction of Lu Cheng. As soon as these words came out, Lu Cheng immediately stood up and said tactfully, just announce the result of the game. Who is Song Jie's opponent? There is no one present. Besides, the Lu family's strongmen just watched the game between Song Jie and Du Lian. One move to end the battle. Even he can't do this. Therefore, he can't be an instant opponent. Then please announce the result of the game directly. Song Jie said to the referee. Since you have all reached an agreement, I declare that the first place is Ning Xueqing. Song Jie. The referee also announced directly. He continued, however, the points in the future still need to be calculated. So the ranking of each family needs to come tomorrow to know. The families nodded. They still knew these. Afterwards, they all dispersed. Song Jie and Mu Ningxue took Jiang Yu and others back to Ningxue City. They could all guess that the first place in this youth battle must be Ning Xueqing. Therefore, they held a celebration banquet in advance. And Ningxue City became lively. Lingling and Jiang Shaoxu also came. They were going to Su Island with Song Jie tomorrow. So they came in advance to discuss some things with Song Jie. The information of Su Island has been investigated almost. And we can leave tomorrow. Lingling said. Song Jie nodded. Lingling, help me investigate some things. What? Song Jie continued. Nangsishan Trial Committee. Help me investigate Nangsishan Judge Zhu Qi. Investigate him for what? Teacher Tang, you encountered trouble in Nangsishan. So I need you to help me investigate this person's background. Song Jie explained. Lingling was surprised. Sister Tang Yu is also in Nangsishan? Song Jie nodded. She was sent there after her promotion. And now she seems to be in trouble. We just happen to be going to Su Island. So we can help her. Lingling nodded. She also knew Tang Yu. And she was also her sister's good sister before. So she would definitely help this favor. I take care of this. Song Jie responded. Hurry up and eat, or the food will get cold. Chapter 535. Nanji Mountain. Wanggui Town. At this time, Tang Yu was eating in a restaurant, and 2 men followed him. Deputy Judge, you will be transferred in 2 days, so this table of food is ours, Zhu Min said with a smile. Li Dong beside him also quickly echoed, although you are not happy here, we can't do anything. Those things are not something we can solve. Tang Yu looked at the 2 people and was furious. These people are greedy for life and afraid of death. And they are doing nothing. She wanted to remove their positions, but they have someone above them. So it is obviously impossible for Tang Yu to remove their positions. Fortunately, Song Jie is coming. Otherwise, she doesn't know how to solve the problem of Shudao. Li Dong smiled and said, I think the deputy judge seems to be in a good mood. Is it because he is leaving? They don't want to stay in this kind of ghost place. But there is no way. They can't leave. Tang Yu ignored it and ate by herself. Afterwards, she saw Song Jie send her a message with a smile on his face. Finally here, Zhu Min and Li Dong looked at each other. Neither of them knew what Tang Yu meant. What's coming? Li Dong asked. Tang Yu ignored him, stood up, and walked out of the hotel. Zhu Min and Li Dong hurriedly followed. Their mission was to keep an eye on Tang Yu and prevent her from messing around. Soon, Tang Yu and others came outside, and a group of people just walked towards them. Long time no see. Song Jie, the leader, greeted. Tang Yu smiled and immediately hugged Song Jie. Zhu Min and Li Dong didn't know what was going on, and hurriedly asked, Deputy Judge Tang, who are these people? Friends. Tang Yu ignored them, and took Song Jie and others back to the hotel. Zhu Min was surprised. What are these people doing here? Li Dong replied, there are 2 little girls among them. Maybe they are here for tourism. Zhu Min nodded in agreement, and followed them into the hotel. However, when they returned to their seats, there was no place for them. Zhu Min frowned. His father was the chief judge, and someone dared to mess with him. Boy, you are sitting in my seat. Get out of here, Zhu Min said angrily. Song Jie just glanced at Zhu Min, and the other party suddenly took a step back, not daring to look at Song Jie's eyes again. He gasped for breath, feeling a lingering fear. What's wrong with you? Li Dong next to him asked, puzzled. I'm fine, Zhu Min swallowed and said. From what he saw just now, it can be seen that the young man in front of him is not easy to mess with. Zhu Min took Li Dong and walked towards the seat next to him. Seeing that the annoying person had left, Tang Yu said, I don't have much time left, so we must solve this matter quickly. Song Jie nodded. He also wanted to get the power of the sea beast Albei as soon as possible. Albei is one of the descendants of the totem, and its bones are still on Su Island, so maybe he can make it his contracted undead. Albei has survived for so long. It is conceivable that its strength is not low, so it is suitable to become a contracted undead. What's more, the other party is also one of the totems, which is equivalent to preserving the totem for China. Song Jie said, we just got here. Let's rest for a while, and then set off to Su Island. He can hold on, but there are Lingling and Jiang Xiaoshu. The 2 of them may not be able to withstand the tossing. Okay. Tang Yu nodded in response. Now that Song Jie and the others are here, she doesn't have to be so anxious. She believes that Song Jie and others can definitely help him solve the current problem. Afterwards, Tang Yu arranged accommodation for them and prepared to go to Su Island for investigation the next day. After seeing Song Jie and others leave, Zhu Min came over and asked, Deputy Judge, who are these people? Just take care of yourself. Tang Yu ignored him and left. Zhu Min gritted his teeth, looked at Tang Yu back, and clenched his fists. If his father hadn't asked him to follow Tang Yu, how could he have been so eager to help? Li Dong next to him said, don't be angry. This Tang Yu is like this. You know it. Once she is transferred, we will have nothing to do. Zhu Min nodded. But he was very angry these days. But there was no way. Tang Yu was from the Linging Temple Trial Council, so they couldn't offend her. The next day, after Song Jie woke up, Lingling, Jiang Xiaoshu, and others were already waiting for him, because someone was poisoned. Song Jie had to take Lingling over to prepare the antidote. Tang Yu was already waiting. Song Jie and them got in the car immediately and followed Tang Yu to Su Island. After Song Jie solves this problem, he may have to go to Shaman again, because the sea monsters are going to invade there. He is in urgent need of the bee's souls and spirits of monarch level and emperor level creatures, so it is necessary to go there. Moreover, if the trouble in Shaman can be solved, perhaps another seat for the counselor can be obtained. Why not? After an hour, Song Jie and others have arrived at the vicinity of Su Island. If we want to go there, we need to cross this water area, Tang Yu introduced. There are many demons that have been mutated by previous research under the water. They are called featherless birds, which are amphibious creatures in water and air. Tang Yu introduced the situation around Su Island to them, and Song Jie was listening carefully. I will take you there now. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. Everyone climbed on the back of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, and then headed straight for Su Island. After the featherless bird under the water found the movement in the sky, it wanted to come out, but it was afraid to move when it sensed the breath of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. Tang Yu looked down. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. She had encountered many obstacles before coming here, so it would take some effort for him to investigate the situation here. Jiang Xiaoshu said, his summoned beast is at the commander level. If those guys dare to attack, they will die without knowing how they died. However, when everyone was about to approach Su Island, some flying birds suddenly came towards them. Tang Yu reminded, we have entered the territory of the evil manta bird. We must be more careful. Song Jie is also familiar with the evil manta bird. After all, He is a fan of the original work. In addition to the evil manta bird group, they also have a commander, the Bird King Evil Star. This is a submonarch and the ruler of Sulu Island. The evil manta birds here listen to him. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle will not indulge them. Then he roared, and the evil manta birds that wanted to attack them suddenly quieted down. As expected, violence can be fought with violence, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. The evil manta birds did not dare to approach Song Jie and his group, and could only watch them enter Sulu Island. But after a while, a breath that was more terrifying than other manta ray evil birds suddenly appeared and headed straight for them. Song Jie noticed it, so he raised his head and looked towards the high ground not far away. Chapter 536. The demon that came was the leader of Sulu Island, the Bird King Evil Star, because they were used for research before. They looked very strange. It seemed to be a body composed of the genes of the demons that hit them. Everyone looked up and could see the figure of the Bird King Evil Star. This guy is very strong. I didn't expect to attract him. Tang Yu's face showed worry. Leave it to me. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he immediately looked at Apas on the side. You go and deal with it. Apas nodded. It was still easy for her to deal with this submonarch. You let a little girl go? Tang Yu was surprised. Don't underestimate her. She is very strong, Song Jie said. Lingling, look for something here to solve the poison in those people. Lingling nodded. They had already visited those people yesterday, so they knew their situation. Jiang Xiaoxiu. Teacher Tang Yu, you protect Lingling. Song Jie reminded again. Leave it to us. Tang Yu and Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded at the same time. With the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle here, other demons dare not approach. So Song Jie can go underwater to find out. He looked at the calm water surface and finally dived in. The water surface was splashing, and Song Jie's figure had disappeared in front of him. Where is this guy going? Tang Yu was surprised. I don't know either. I don't know how long it has been. Song Jie has come to the bottom of the water, and at the same time, many featherless birds are staring at him, looking for death. Although Song Jie is a landlubber, he is very powerful, especially the power of space. Even if he goes underwater, he can rely on the power of space to kill the surrounding featherless birds. Lingling and others, who were still looking for a way to detoxify, soon saw a lot of featherless bird corpses floating on the water. This guy is so cruel, Jiang Xiaoxiu said. And under the water, Song Jie, you can see that huge skeleton. Obviously, it is the corpse of Obai. I wonder if Instructor Jonkong can also turn it into a spirit. Song Jie was looking forward to it. He still has a position now, so he can make out by his contracted spirit. Song Jie took out the wooden fish vessel, absorbed the remaining energy of Obai, and finally took away his corpse. After completing these, he did not stay under the water and soon surfaced. On the other side, Zhu Min, Li Dong and others wanted to find Tang Yu, but they could not see her at all. At this time, Zhu Min's father, Zhu Qi, the chief judge of Nanqi Mountain, found them. Where is Deputy Chief Judge Tang? After this, Zhu Min and Li Dong were a little embarrassed, hesitating, not knowing what to say. Where is she? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on her? We don't know either, Zhu Min said in a low voice. Zhu Qi said angrily, you useless person. You can't even keep an eye on one person. Hurry up and find her. Don't let her ruin Counselor Nan's business. Otherwise, you and I will both be in trouble. It seems that he met with a few outsiders yesterday, Li Dong suddenly said at this time. Yes. Yes. One of them is very strong, Zhu Min also said. Very strong? Zhu Qi frowned. Did they say where they were going? Li Dong said, no. But I think this is the reinforcement sent by Deputy Judge Tang. According to what you said, those people came for Asahi Island? Zhu Qi frowned. It's very likely. Li Dong nodded immediately. Zhu Qi said angrily, then what are you still doing here? Hurry up and notify them. Take people to Asahi Island immediately. Zhu Min and Li Dong nodded, and immediately went to the trial meeting. And Song Jie had almost completed his mission. Apas came over. I have controlled this demon. What should I do next? You control it first. I will tell you how to solve it later, Song Jie said. He thought that when they came to Sulu Island, some people would definitely not be able to sit still, so they would fall into the trap. So, they just need to wait here. At this time, Lingling also made a major breakthrough. They have found the source of those people's poisoning. Lingling, you are great. Tang Yu said excitedly. If it weren't for Lingling, she might not be able to solve the toxicity in those people. Lingling, have you investigated some of the things I asked you to investigate before? Songjia asked. About Juqi? Songjia nodded. It has been investigated clearly. Lingling then nodded and said, this Su Island was actually a laboratory before. Otherwise, there would not be so many mutant species. And the people who conducted experimental research here have left. But they did not solve the problems of Su Island and chose to leave it alone. That's why the current situation has occurred. And Juqi is one of the participants. Songjia nodded. It seems that we can ask him a lot about the previous things. Tang Yu realized at this time that Juqi had such an unknown secret. She immediately said, then let's wait for him here. However, not long after, Juqi brought others here. Juqi said earnestly, Deputy Judge Tang, why are you doing this? Isn't it good to stay in Nanchi Mountain? Why do you have to come to this place? Judge Zhu, I want to ask you something. Is the laboratory here related to you? Tang Yu went straight to the point. What laboratory? I don't know what you are talking about. Juqi quickly rejected it. Of course, she would not admit this matter. Judge Zhu, you also know the ability of the Lingyin Temple Tribunal. As long as you want to speak, you will definitely not have room to refuse. Tang Yu said. Hearing this, Juqi's face suddenly fell. Because he still knew about the things on the Lingyin Temple Tribunal. This matter is not something you and I can interfere with. So some things can't just be thought about, but also have to consider certain consequences. Juqi said earnestly. I don't care what the consequences are. Now the people in Wangui town are poisoned. And you and I are both responsible. So no matter what, I will take care of this matter. Tang Yu said confidently. Wu Jiao, who came with him, was a little embarrassed because he was a member of Counselor Nan. And Counselor Nan will start the election of the Grand Counselor tomorrow. If there is any accident here, it is likely to affect his election. Deputy Judge Tang, if there is anything, let's go back and talk about it first. It's too dangerous here, Wu Jiao said. What he thought was that these people must be controlled. At least they must not let them spread the things here. Tang Yu said, if you have anything to say, leave it here and talk about it. I think we should be able to talk it out clearly. After that, she glanced at Songjia. If they go back to Wangui town, it will be on their territory, where Tang Yu has no manpower. And those people all listen to Juqi. Therefore, they can only choose to do it here. Chapter 537. Deputy Judge Tang, we are actually preparing to deal with the matter here. So we will give you a satisfactory answer when the time comes. Wu Jiao said earnestly. At the moment, he must stabilize these people, and not let Tang Yu and Songjia and others ruin Counselor Nan's good deeds. When the time comes? Tang Yu suddenly laughed. What will this place look like? You told me to give me an answer when the time comes? If you really want to solve this matter, you won't have dragged it out for so long. Wu Jiao continued, we also have our own difficulties. Otherwise it wouldn't be like this. Tang Yu wanted to laugh. She wanted to solve this problem before. But these people were making excuses. You just want to conceal this matter so that the people behind you can fight for power. Deputy Judge Tang, I don't know what you are talking about. But I promise that this matter will be resolved. Wu Jiao continued. Your promises have no credibility in front of me. Tang Yu said. Deputy Judge Tang, it's hard for us to do this. Wu Jiao frowned slightly. If they refuse to accept his toast, he would have no choice but to keep these people here. Then what do you want to do? Tang Yu looked at Wu Jiao. Neither of them giving in. Wu Jiao said frankly. If you are really so stubborn, I can only let you stay here for a few more days. Really? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do so. Tang Yu had Songjia as a trump card, and she was not afraid at all. Whether you have the ability or not is not up to you. So you should stay here obediently. Wu Jiao gave a look to the judges following behind, who immediately understood and moved towards them. Tang Yu said coldly, it seems that you have made your choice. So wait to be criticized. Whether we are criticized or not is not up to you. Juqi also said suddenly at this time. If Counselor Nan can become the Grand Counselor of Yinqing, they don't have to be afraid of the Lingyin Temple trial. After all, they will have backers in the future. Songjia, I need your help. Tang Yu was no match for Wu Jiao, Juqi and others, so he needed Songjia help. Songjia nodded. His eyes fell on those people. Do you expect him to deal with us? Juqi suddenly laughed. No. Songjia smiled, and then raised his hand. and Zhu Qi suddenly flew backwards. Others were shocked when they saw this. They all knew that Zhu Qi was a superclass mage, and his strength was definitely above Tang Yu. However, he couldn't take a single blow in front of this young man, which made them feel too incredible. Now they didn't dare to move. Wu Jiao frowned, not expecting such a scene to happen. What are you still doing? Hurry up. Others looked at each other, and then prepared to release magic. But the next second, they were all squeezed by a force of space, and collided with each other in an instant. These people were all mid-level and high-level mages, but they were vulnerable in front of Song Jie. Zhu Min, Li Dong and others were also shocked. They didn't expect Song Jie to be so strong. Fuck. This guy is actually a hidden boss. Li Dong swallowed his saliva. Zhu Min knew it a long time ago, but he thought his father should be stronger. But he didn't expect that this would be the result. What should I do? Zhu Min looked at Li Dong on the side, and asked for advice. What can I do? Of course, I will act according to the situation, Li Dong said. Anyway, he didn't participate in this matter, so even if the other party found out something, it had nothing to do with him. Therefore, he was not afraid of this matter being exposed. But Wu Jiao, Zhu Qi and others were afraid because they had participated in that matter. So if this matter was exposed, they would definitely be in trouble. Which is why they didn't let Tang Yu leave. Xiao He. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Xiao He suddenly emerged from the contract space, and then ran straight to Zhu Qi. He wanted to know from this person, who was involved in the laboratory incident that year. Zhu Qi was one of them, so he must know what happened back then. Very quickly, Xiao He controlled Zhu Qi and told him about the experiment with demons. After hearing this, everyone looked at each other in shock. It turned out that the current situation was caused by Zhu Qi, Counselor Nan and others back then. After they knew the truth, they all realized that if they continued to help them, they would definitely be punished. Zhu Min, I didn't expect your father to do such a cruel thing. I will break off my friendship with you now. Li Dong immediately cut off the relationship. Zhu Min was stunned. He didn't expect Li Dong to be so decisive and break off his friendship with him directly. You? Zhu Min also knew what happened back then, but he had been keeping it a secret for his father. Song Jie. Next one. Tang Yu looked at Wu Jiao. Wu Jiao panicked, but before he could react, Xiao He had already controlled him. Then, Wu Jiao also revealed some secrets of the past. Tang Yu said angrily, this Counselor Nan is really crazy. They actually want to control the demons, which led to the entire Su Island and endangered Wangui town. Li Dong immediately stood in line and said, yes, I have changed my mind now, and will definitely bring these people to justice. We too. The judges chose to stand on Tang Yu's side. After all, Zhu Qi had lost power. Tang Yu didn't bother with them. After all, with these people's help, their future actions would be much simpler. Song Jie. Thank you. It's not a big deal. Song Jie shook his head. The purpose of his coming here was also for this matter. They have already mastered the personnel involved in the laboratory. Next, they just need to capture them all, and then ask about the truth before. At that time, that Counselor Nan still wants to run for the position of counselor? It's impossible. Everyone has already solved this matter. So they returned to Wangui town, and then waited for Tang Yu to capture everyone. Then take the evidence and arrest Counselor Nan. 2 days passed. It was the day of the election in Yincheng. The residents of the whole city celebrated together, waiting for this moment. Counselor Nan sat in the recliner, waiting for the next election vote. He has bribed those people. As long as they vote, the identity of the counselor will belong to him. There has been no news from Zhu Qi for a long time. What's going on? Counselor Nan asked. I just contacted him, and he said everything is fine there. The secretary replied. Counselor Nan nodded. If that was true, then he would be relieved. Who is that person over there, so young and sitting in such a high position? Counselor Nan asked. That man is Mo Fan. He helped when Yincheng was in trouble. The man continued to explain. He is now the honorary guardian of Yincheng and the honorary counselor of Yincheng. Chapter 538. That man is Mo Fan. He helped when Yincheng was in trouble. The man continued to explain. He is now the honorary guardian of Yincheng and the honorary counselor of Yincheng. Member Nan really didn't know about this situation because Mo Fan had not attended the meeting before. How many votes does he have? Member Nan asked. 2 votes. That's not bad. Member Nan nodded. He was relieved that the 2 votes would not affect the election at all. At this time, Song Jia also came to the election site. Tang Yu asked him to come and stabilize Counselor Nan and don't let him run away. Mo Fan saw Song Jia and quickly stood up and waved to him happily. Brother Jia. Song Jia raised his head. He didn't expect to meet Mo Fan here. Although Mo Fan was indeed a big celebrity in Yanqing before, there were many changes in the plot. He didn't expect that Mo Fan would eventually become the honorary guardian of Yanqing and the honorary counselor of Yanqing. Song Jia also came over. What a coincidence. Brother Jia. Why are you here? Are you here to participate in the election as well? Mo Fan asked. Song Jia shook his head. I'm here to keep an eye on someone. Who? Councilman Nan. Him? When Mo Fan came to the election, he already knew who was competing for the position of Grand Counselor. So, he still knew about this person of Counselor Nan. What happened to him? Mo Fan asked in surprise. Afterwards, Song Jia told Counselor Nan about his great achievements. Hearing this, Mo Fan frowned and couldn't help but glance at Counselor Nan. He absolutely believed in Song Jia. So now that he knew the situation, he wanted to tear Counselor Nan to pieces. How about we do him? Mo Fan suggested. Song Jia shook his head. He has been convicted, and he should be brought to justice later. Since you have made arrangements, I won't interfere. But I will definitely not vote for him with these 2 votes. Mo Fan was angry when he thought of the things Counselor Nan had done. At this time, Counselor Nan looked at Song Jia and Mo Fan and said, Who is the person with him? I don't know either. Probably a friend. Counselor Nan breathed a sigh of relief. If there was another person with 2 votes, like Mo Fan, he might really panic. Fortunately, it wasn't. However, what he didn't know was that Song Jia could destroy all his plans without even voting. After a while, the voting began, and everyone started to vote. Counselor Nan looked at more than half of the people who voted, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Everything was as planned. At this time, it was Mo Fan's turn to vote. He walked to the voting area. I hate some people who use their power to do sneaky things. So I voted for Counselor Ming Jian with these 2 votes. Mo Fan's words were very meaningful. Everyone chewed on them, and some people quickly understood the meaning. Counselor Nan frowned slightly and squinted at Mo Fan. He knew what the other party was referring to. However, what can be done? His 2 votes are not enough to shake his plan to become a counselor. Although Mo Fan's words are meaningful, they are enough to threaten the next vote. It's just that some people hesitated and didn't know what to choose, which was a torment for them. The voting continued. When Counselor Nan saw that there were only 2 people left, as long as one person voted for him, he would be safe. The status of a counselor is his. I voted for. Before the man finished speaking, Song Jia's voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the vote. Wait! Everyone turned their heads to look in Song Jia's direction. Counselor Nan stared at Song Jia, thinking slightly, wondering what this guy was up to. Seeing that the voting was about to end, he was about to become a counselor, but he didn't expect someone to come out to disrupt the situation. Song Jia faced everyone's eyes and came to the voting podium. Counselor Nan, I'm afraid you won't be able to wait until the end of this election, Song Jia said. Who are you? How dare you disrupt the election order? Are you treating this place as a playground? Counselor Nan said angrily. Come on. Kick this guy out immediately. Not just anyone can mess around here. Councilman Nan will never let his plans go to waste. At this time, the magic guards were about to come over to capture Song Jia. But Mo Fan stood up. Don't move. Wait for my brother Jia to finish his words. After this, the magic guards did not speak, because they all knew that Mo Fan was a hero of the city. Song Jia looked at Councilman Nan, and then made his crimes public. Everyone who heard this was stunned. They didn't expect Councilman Nan to do such a thing. Is this true? Councilman Nan is so cruel? He actually wanted to conceal this matter in order to get the status of a great counselor. If the demons in Su Island are not discovered by anyone, it will definitely be a big hidden danger. I don't know how many people will die. If what Song Jia said was true, then Counselor Nan was guilty of a heinous crime. Now everyone was looking at him, wanting to see how he would respond. It's just nonsense. Counselor Nan retorted directly. Nonsense? Song Jia smiled, then looked not far away, where Tang Yu was leading people. Counselor Nan frowned, and he saw Zhu Qi and other people who had participated in the laboratory. He was a little panicked. Could it be true? Although Counselor Nan was panicked, he was also an old fox, so he didn't show it. However, Tang Yu and others came straight to him, which made him even more panicked. Obviously, these people came for him. Counselor Nan, please come with us, Tang Yu said. Why should I go with you? Why should I go with you? Counselor Nan pretended to be calm. Why? Then let them come out and talk. Tang Yu looked at Zhu Qi and others. Zhu Qi and others had already confessed their crimes, so they could only sell out Counselor Nan. Then, they successively told what Counselor Nan asked them to do. When everyone heard this, they immediately thought of what Mo Fan meant just now. And these are the judges. Official personnel. So of course they choose to believe the judges. You are framing me. I have never done such a thing, Counselor Nan retorted. Tang Yu said, it is useless for you to refute, because we have other evidence. You cooperate well, or we take you away. I am not guilty. Why do you take me away? Counselor Nan said, and immediately looked at the guardian behind him. However, his guardian was also very hesitant, because there was a lot of evidence that Counselor Nan really did these things. Catch him, Tang Yu immediately ordered. She could see that Counselor Nan did not want to cooperate. Stop them, Counselor Nan said angrily. However, the guardian standing behind Counselor Nan did not take action, but watched. Counselor Nan frowned, and he said angrily again, I raised you, not to let you stand here. At this time, the judges had already walked out, and Counselor Nan saw this, and could not sit still and wait for death. Chapter 539. But when he wanted to take action, Song Jia had already locked him, making him unable to move. How could it be? Member Nan looked around, and finally landed on Song Jia. This power came from him. Member Nan already knew what he would end up with. Take him away. Tang Yu knew that Song Jia had helped him, so she gave him a grateful look. Member Nan was taken away, and everyone believed what Tang Yu had just said. They didn't expect that a counselor would do such a thing. Originally, the people to be elected were Counselor Nan and Counselor Ming Jian. And now that Counselor Nan was arrested, the seat of the counselor fell on Counselor Ming Jian. Who is this person? Member Ming Jian looked at Song Jia and asked. Leader Xie Qinghua explained. This man is Song Jia. You should have heard of his name. As soon as these words came out, Counselor Ming Jian immediately remembered something. So it was him. Ming Jian Counselor. Now that Counselor Nan has become like this, the position of counselor is yours. Leader Xie Qinghua said. I am not Counselor Nan. I will definitely develop the city of Yin, Member Ming Jian said. Member Nan was taken away, and Mo Fan walked to Song Jia's side. Brother Jia, let's go for a meal. Song Jia nodded. He was indeed a little hungry. Mo Fan, I promised to treat you to a meal last time, but you didn't come. You must not be absent this time. Leader Xie Qinghua smiled. Mo Fan scratched his head when he heard this. He had gone to practice before, so he didn't have time. In that case, can I bring my brother Jia with me? Mo Fan glanced at Song Jia next to him. Song Jia name is well known to us. Of course. It's our honor. Leader Xie Qinghua nodded in response. Brother Jia? Then let's go together. Afterwards, everyone voted first. Although Counselor Nan was no longer eligible to compete, the voting still had to continue. The next two families voted for Counselor Ming Jian without hesitation, because they knew that Counselor Nan had lost power. So, voting for Counselor Ming Jian was the right choice. Therefore, Counselor Ming Jian won the status of counselor this time, because he voted higher than Counselor Nan. After 3 rounds of drinking, Mo Fan was drunk. He put his arm around Song Jia's shoulder and said, Brother Jia, do you want to go to Shaman with me? Mo Fan, you want to go to Shaman? Chief Xie Qinghua said in astonishment. Mo Fan nodded. Others also knew that Shaman was now submerged by the sea and had been invaded by sea monsters. Moreover, many support troops were rushing to Shaman. Mo Fan said, we have accepted the mission and have to go to Shaman, which can be regarded as helping Shaman. I admire you. Chief Xie Qinghua raised his glass and drank it all. Sea monsters are huge species, because they occupy the entire ocean. So the risk factor is also extremely high. Even high-level hunters sometimes fall on sea monsters. Therefore, those who go to Shaman to contribute at this time are worthy of their respect. Brother Jia? Mo Fan wanted to know whether Song Jia would go, so that he could take care of him. I will go. Song Jia nodded. After all, He still had to collect more spirits and beast souls. Since the sea monster gave him the opportunity, he must not miss it. If Brother Jia goes, then Shaman is safe. Mo Fan had heard about Song Jia more or less, so he knew that his current strength was terrifying. It's good to be young. Unlike us. Leader Xie Qinghua sighed. Song Jia returned to his residence, and Tang Yu suddenly found him. What are your plans next? Tang Yu looked at Song Jia and asked. Go to Shaman. Shaman? Tang Yu knew that it had been invaded by the sea monster, so it was very dangerous. However, she knew that Song Jia would not be unprepared, so she didn't worry too much. Be careful. Song Jia nodded. He turned around and hugged Tang Yu. We haven't seen each other for so long. It's time to be gentle and tender. A few days later, Song Jia brought Lingling and Jiang Shaoxiu to the ancient capital. He needed Zhang Kong to refine Bai's skeleton into a spirit. At the same time, the system prompt sound also sounded at this time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the first level magic of the Light System Superclass. Holy Decision Demon Sword. After the third outrageous transformation, it has become a more advanced magic skill. Holy Decision 6 swords return to 1. 6 swords return to 1. Song Jia thought in his heart. Could it be that 6 swords fell? He didn't try, because now he has arrived at the Shaoyuan and came to Zhang Kong's tomb. Zhang Kong said, I am a little confused. Where did you go to find so many powerful skeletons? I was lucky, and then I came across them. Song Jia said. Zhang Kong didn't believe him. No matter how lucky he was, he might not be able to encounter so many powerful skeletons. You want to contract it too? Okay. I help you with this. Zhang Kong nodded. He was the ancestor of the undead, so it was no problem to turn him into an undead. He went on to say, but this time it may take a little longer. You need to wait for a while. Don't worry. You can wait. Song Jia still had a lot of things to do, so he was not in a hurry. After leaving Shaoyuan, Song Jia returned to the ancient capital and took out the energy he had obtained before. Strike at the high level. He made up his mind secretly. These days, Song Jia has been practicing the undead system. With the blessing of energy, he is only one step away from the high level. He sat up, closed his eyes, and started practicing. Whether he could break through or not, it was at this moment. I don't know how long it has been. Song Jia injected all the last energy into the undead system nebula. The next moment, the nebula of the undead system changed and turned into a brilliant galaxy. Nebula turned into a galaxy. It is the symbol of a breakthrough to a higher level. Success? Song Jia exclaimed. Now his undead system has broken through to a higher level, and his overall strength has also improved a lot. He walked out of the room and happened to see Lingling and Jiang Shaoxiu. Breakthrough? Jiang Shaoxiu knew that Song Jia 4 system awakened was the undead system. Song Jia nodded. I'm envious. Jiang Shaoxiu was really envious. After all, Song Jia has now upgraded 3 systems to the super level, and she is currently preparing for the second system to reach the super level. So we are going to Shaman next? Jiang Shaoxiu asked. Song Jia responded. Those guys should appear. Let's go and kill them. Do you really think that China is easy to bully? Jiang Shaoxiu nodded. The clues of her brother were broken, so she could only follow Song Jia to Shaman. I've checked and there are no flights or transportation to Shaman now. So we... Qingyue looked at Song Jia, hinting. It's not a big problem. We have a flying summon beast. Song Jia continued. When we get to a city near Shaman, we let the Ice King Wind Eagle take us there. Chapter 540. Shaman. At this time, the place was flooded by the sea, and only the tall buildings could stand in the sea. What should we do? The sea is coming. Are we going to die? On a tall building. Everyone was terrified as they watched the sea water continue to rise. If they could not be rescued, they would be drowned by the sea water and eventually be dismembered by the sea monsters as food. I don't want to die. My child is still young. He hasn't. What should I do? Why hasn't anyone come to save us yet? Everyone was desperate. They didn't know what to do, because they were just ordinary people. However, the shaman crisis came so suddenly that even if there was support, Shaman was too big to be rescued in the first place. In addition, Shaman had been bewitched by the sea, and the sea surface had become full of dangers. You never know if there will be sea monsters under your sea. A meeting room. Here gathered many military mages and hunters who came to support. The man in the main seat said, "We found a lot of people in a tall building. We need to send people over there. Do you have anyone else?" Everyone looked at each other and sighed. "My people have gone to other areas." "Mine too. They just received the mission, and there are people over there who need to be rescued." "Mine too. They are still facing difficulties, and I can't go to reinforce them." In an instant, the conference room suddenly became quiet. Who would have thought that even with support, they would still have a hard time in this situation? In addition, the Qinling military, the Hongling military, and the South Wing Mage Corps all set people over. It's just not enough. The scope of this sea monster invasion is too large and requires too much power. Someone said, "Another batch of support is coming, but it will take tomorrow to arrive." As soon as this was said, those people fell silent again. If they arrive tomorrow, I'm afraid those people won't live to see tomorrow. If there is no manpower, I will take people over now, the leading man said. Although he is over 50 years old, he is full of vigor and vitality. Someone stood up and said, "General, you can't go over there. We still need your command in the rear." "That's right. We have to go over there," someone said. However, at this time, someone rushed into the meeting. "It's not good." "What's the matter?" A commander-level monster appeared in the place where the residents were besieged, the man said hurriedly. Everyone looked solemn when they heard this. If it was a commander-level sea monster, those people might, General said. "No matter what. Go over there now." Above Shaman, Song Jie, Jiang Xiaoxiu and others have arrived here. They looked at Shaman submerged by the sea and were deeply touched. After all, this is a big city, but now it has become a paradise for sea monsters. Ting ting ting. Ice Emperor Wind Eagle made an excited voice. Hearing this, Song Jie already knew what was going on. "Take us over there immediately." Ice Emperor Wind Eagle understood, turned around, and headed straight for the sea monster he found. Song Jie's idea was very simple. That is, to let Apas control a commander-level sea monster, and then let it lead them to find the culprit of the sea monster invasion. With their guidance, it would be much easier for Song Jie to find a higher-level sea monster. Otherwise, I really don't know when I will find it, and I have to rely on luck. At this time, Song Jie, Jiang Xiaoxiu and others came to a high-rise building, and now the sea water has flooded to about 10 floors. There seems to be someone on the high-rise building. Lingling pointed to the high-rise building not far away. Song Jie nodded, and he also saw the people on the high-rise building. They seem to be targeted. "And that sea monster looks familiar," Jiang Xiaoxiu suddenly said. Song Jie looked down and saw the sea monster, which was the red crack monster they met in Fei Niao City when they participated in the world battle. It turns out to be an old friend. Although it is not the previous one, it is at least the same species. "Let's go over quickly. Otherwise those people will be in danger," Jiang Xiaoxiu said. Song Jie nodded and let the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle go straight to the tall building. The red crack monster obviously also discovered Song Jie and others. But when it reacted, it was too late. Song Jie broke away from the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle and jumped straight to the red crack monster. He fell suddenly and stepped on the red crack monster. In an instant, the entire sea surface was centered on the red crack monster, and the surging waves suddenly rolled around. The red crack monster was also grabbed by Song Jie and thrown to the roof of a tall building. Apas asked the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle to take her to the roof, and then she slowly jumped into the roof. Song Jie saw Apas passing by, and he didn't pay attention to it anymore, but looked at another tall building. Those were the people who were trapped. "Someone is here to save us!" Someone in the building suddenly exclaimed, and the others looked out immediately. Song Jie broke in through the window and came in front of them. "Master Mage, please save us," a mother begged. Song Jie said, "Don't worry. I'm here to save you." Everyone heard this, as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw, and hurriedly thanked Song Jie. "Lingling, how far is this place from the reception area in Shaman?" Song Jie asked. Lingling was about to do something, and suddenly several figures appeared outside. Song Jie, "It seems that someone is coming over there." Jiang Xiaoxiu looked out through the window. Seeing this, Song Jie also looked out with Jiang Xiaoxiu, and just saw several people wearing military mage uniforms flying over. Those mages came to contain this commander-level sea monster, but they didn't expect that they had been solved by Song Jie. It's easy to deal with someone coming. Song Jie watched them fall, And those people came over. Hello. Which organization are you from? Asked the leading military mage. Song Jia said, I am not from that organization. I just came here to help. Thank you on behalf of Shaman. The military mage saluted Song Jia. Can I ask what's going on with the red cracked demon outside? It's under my control, so it won't be dangerous. Song Jia explained. That girl. She won't be in danger. After getting the answer, the leading military mage nodded. Song Jia asked, I want to rescue these people. Is this place far from your safe zone? A bit far. The military mage nodded. Now most of the buildings have been submerged. And there are so many people here. It may be a bit difficult for us. Just tell me how far it is. Song Jia said. The military mage replied, It's a bit far from here to the safe zone. About 5 kilometers. 5 kilometers. Song Jia thought about it. And then felt that it was still okay. Now, take your people, and help me find a place to stay. What are you going to do? I can save them. Chapter 541. Then, Song Jia expressed his thoughts. He needed these military mages to help him find a foothold. And then, he could use the painting wall to continuously send them to the safe zone. The painting wall can shuttle? The military mage was stunned when he heard this. Although he was confused, he also knew that the seawater was rising, and the other party should not joke with so many lives. Moreover, they had no other way now, because the people who came to support had been stopped halfway. They came here just to protect these people. And as for rescue, they were powerless. And Song Jia's confident look gave him hope. I do it now. Then, the military mage ordered his men to find a foothold. Song Jia said, within 3 kilometers. His current light system is already the second level of the super class. And the painting wall will also become farther, as his light system strength improves. Just when people were panicking, a military mage flew back. Sir, I found it. Take me there. Song Jia put down a wall painting here, and then followed the military magician to leave. It was unknown how long it had been, but they were very tired of waiting. The military magician looked at the wall painting left by Song Jia, thinking, is it really possible? But the next moment, Song Jia's figure walked out of the wall painting. Everyone was stunned to see the scene. You can go through now, Song Jia said to them. The military magician said happily, come over and line up. Song Jia had told them with practical actions that they could. So they did not hesitate, and came to line up immediately. After passing through the wall painting, they arrived at the safe area as scheduled. Thank you. The military magician saluted Song Jia one after another. At the same time, Song Jia magic also surprised them. Who would have thought that the wall painting could also be shuttled? Brother. Are you brother Song Jia, who participated in the World Academy competition? A child came out and asked. In the World Academy competition, the person who impressed him the most was Song Jia. So he asked because he looked familiar. Song Jia smiled. He didn't expect that someone here knew him. He touched the child's head and said with a smile, It's me. World Academy competition. Song Jia. When everyone present heard these words, they immediately thought of the scene when they watched the finals. You are Song Jia. The military mage also reacted and exclaimed. Song Jia smiled and nodded. The military mage said, Our volunteer team is in danger. Can you help us? What's going on? Then, the captain of the military mage told Song Jia what happened. I see. Song Jia nodded. If that was true, then this sea monster creature must be monarch level. Otherwise, it wouldn't have held back so many superclass mages. Where are they? Song Jia asked about the location and then left the safe zone. Daddy? Who is Song Jia? A confused child asked. An old man smiled and said, He is our Chinese hero. In the world government competition, Song Jia led the Chinese government team to win glory for the country. Afterwards, Song Jia's story in Jinbei Pass was also spread. So they all knew about it. If there was no Song Jia, Jinbei Pass might have ceased to exist. Therefore, in the hearts of the people, Song Jia is indeed a hero. With the military mage leading the way, Song Jia quickly found those people. At this time, these high-level officials were being entangled by the general monarch-level creatures, and they all showed a solemn look on their faces. Damn, these two guys seem to be waiting for us. Someone said. What should we do? If this goes on, we may all die here. They are not afraid of death. But it is not worth dying here. Did you and see? We are here to help you. The military mage flew over with Song Jia. When the others heard this, they immediately looked over here, and their eyes fell on Song Jia. How are those people? Junzi asked hurriedly. They are fine. They have been sent to the safe zone. The military mage replied. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Song Jia looked at the two monarchs and was a little surprised, because the two monarchs looked similar, like twins. But soon, he thought of what kind of sea monsters these two monarchs were. Xiaoqi, Xiaozi. These two monarchs are called the twin disaster stars of Shaman. So their destructive power to Shaman can be imagined. Song Jia didn't expect to meet them here, and he also knew that it might be because the plot had changed. But it doesn't matter. These two guys rely on their own advantages. They are in the water, and we are no match for them at all. They have many superclass mages here, and even more great military commanders. But this is the sea, and they will be weakened no matter how strong they are. The sea monsters are not necessarily the same. They can only exert their abilities in the sea, so humans can't take advantage of them at all. I'm Song Jia. Let me handle this. Okay, Song Jia said. As soon as this was said, some people who didn't know Song Jia were startled, thinking, they can't handle it. Why are you here to join in the fun? However, the military commander's eyes lit up. You are Song Jia? Song Jia nodded again. That's great. The military commander went over and held Song Jia's hand, and immediately felt very friendly. Can it really be solved? Yes, but you need to wait a while, Song Jia replied. These two monarchs are obviously the overlords of the sea, and he will have to spend some effort to solve them. But Baxia is coming. Baxia is in the sea, so it is very good at naval battles. The fate of Qiuqi and Qiuzi can be imagined. With your words, I feel relieved. The military commander smiled. As for Song Jia affairs, these senior officials all know about it, so they are very confident in Song Jia. On behalf of the people of Shaman, thank you. The military commander saluted Song Jia. You are too polite. Protecting the people is the mission of those of us who study magic, Song Jia said. The military commander patted Song Jia on the shoulder, his eyes gleaming, and it was all self-evident. At this time, another military mage flew over. The military commander, there's a problem in the safe zone, and you need to go back to preside over it. The military commander nodded and looked at Song Jia at the same time. I will leave it to you here. Song Jia nodded heavily. You guys stay and assist Song Jia. His orders are my orders. After giving the orders to those people, the military commander left. Those people didn't know Song Jia, so they didn't know why the military commander valued him so much. Seeing the military commander leave, Qiuqi and Qiuzi were not happy. Their mission is to kill the top leaders of the human race and then occupy the entire Shaman. After all, sea monsters of this level have already developed intelligence, so sometimes they are more cunning than humans. However, how could Song Jia let them succeed? He raised his palm and blasted it underwater. Chapter 542. Song Jia slammed his palm down, and the entire sea surface seemed to be squeezed by a strong force, and rolled in all directions. Qiuqi and Qiuzi still wanted to keep the military commander and others, but the next moment, they were dizzy and swollen by the huge waves. They emerged from the water and roared in the direction of Song Jia. The others were a little panicked when they saw this, because Qiuqi and Qiuzi had been angered by Song Jia. But as military mages, they were of course ready to sacrifice their lives. Since you are out, stay with me. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the stars in his mind kept connecting. For the super-level constellations, he had practiced countless times before, so he was also at ease in releasing them. In an instant, a huge golden constellation appeared behind Song Jia. Super class. No one expected that Song Jia was actually a super class mage. All of them became super class after they were over 30 years old. But this young man seemed to be only in his 20s? In this way, we can see how terrifying this person's magic talent is. Holy decision. Four-sided sword formation. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the clouds above the heads of Qiuqi and Qiuzi were cleared, and 4 long swords emitting golden light bloomed in the sky and suddenly fell. Fuck. This is the holy decision magic of the superclass light system. I don't believe it. It must be fake. Mine is the real one. Among these military mages, there are also people who are superclass light system, but compared with Song Jia, they are simply incomparable. The four-sided sword formation emerged, and 4 long swords fell. Chiyoji and Chiyozi were also frightened and sweated, because Song Jie's attack was comparable to the 3rd level super magic. So, Chiyoji and Chiyozi felt the threat above their heads. But they have experienced many battles, and are old foxes. So they naturally have ways to deal with it. What's more, this is still on the sea. Chiyoji and Chiyozi cooperated with each other, and a huge wave tornado suddenly rolled up on the sea, sweeping towards the 4 long swords. In a blink of an eye, everyone dared not get close, and retreated behind them. This contest was too terrifying, and they were not qualified to participate in it. But Song Jie's light system is amplified by more than 10 times. You can imagine how powerful it is. The four-sided sword formation fell, and instantly broke through the defenses of Chiyoji and Chiyozi. They were also stunned. Logically speaking, this human could not break their defenses. Not good. However, they knew that now was not the time to think about these things, because the four-sided sword formation had already arrived. Chiyoji and Chiyozi went straight to the bottom of the sea without thinking. They were not opponents on the sea, but they could use the seawater as their best umbrella. However, they underestimated Song Jie's strength. Just when they wanted to go into the water, Song Jie's spatial power had locked them. If they only needed to delay for a moment, they would most likely be strangled by Song Jie. The four-sided sword formation fell. Chiyoji and Chiyozi were stunned. How could this human be so strong? In an instant, the sea surface seemed to be hit by something weighing tens of millions of pounds, and the sea water splashed hundreds of meters high. Even other military mages were affected by the sea water. They stared at the scene in front of them in astonishment, thinking that these 2 monarch-level monsters were doomed. The power of the magic just now was so strong that they were stunned after seeing it. Even their great military commanders could not release magic as terrifying as the young man in front of him. Song Jie looked down, waiting for the situation from underwater. Oh! One escaped. The sea surface returned to calm, and Song Jie saw one of them surfaced, but the other one ran away. Sure enough, there is something. His four-sided sword formation was amplified by more than 10 times, and the power was obvious. But he did not expect that one of them still ran away. It can be imagined how cunning these sea monsters are. However, Song Jie was not in a hurry, because the direction in which the sea monster fled was exactly the direction in which Ba Xia came down. Originally, he thought that these 2 guys would hide in the water, but he did not expect that he would come up to die. However, the military magicians around him were at a loss when they saw the body of one of the sea monsters. They had fought each other before, so they knew how difficult these 2 sea monsters were. But for this young man, it was just a matter of one move. At this time, they finally understood why the military commander was so relieved. Song Jie took away the beast's soul and spirit of the sea monster, then looked at them and said, "The other one can't escape. You don't have to follow me. Go back and tell the military commander about this." The military mages nodded. In their hearts, Song Jie was already the object of their worship. Yes! The military mages immediately saluted Song Jie. If Song Jie kills all these monarchs, the crisis facing shaman will be reduced. I go first. After Song Jie finished speaking, he went straight to Ba Xia. He didn't let the vine snake come, so Ba Xia came alone, which was a bit slow. But he didn't let him come at the same time. So Ba Xia had been on the road for a few days. Chiyozi was covered in wounds, and the blood that flowed out soaked the sea water. But even so, the sea monsters behind him did not dare to get too close to him. After all, the pressure of the monarch level was still there, and unless Chiyozi died, they would not dare to do so. Chiyozi was still moving in the water, but the next moment, it suddenly stopped. At this time, Ba Xia happened to appear in front of Chiyozi, so it stopped suddenly. Ba Xia also noticed Chiyozi, who was a monarch level, and was not its opponent at all. It came in front of Chiyozi, and the latter did not dare to move, let alone have the idea of running. Ba Xia stared at it, but soon noticed Song Jie's breath, and the other party was coming towards it. It was not in a hurry, and was ready to deal with Chiyozi after Song Jie came. After a while, Song Jie had arrived above Ba Xia. When Chiyozi saw Song Jie, he was stunned. He didn't expect that Ba Xia was actually in the same group with Song Jie. Ba Xia looked at Song Jie, as if asking for his opinion. Song Jie said, "Keep it. I want to find more monarch-level and emperor-level sea beasts." Ba Xia responded, and after knowing Song Jie's plan, He looked at Chiozi with a fierce look in his eyes. Chiozi knew what Song Jie and Baxia meant, so he immediately became obedient. Although he was not an opponent, he heard that the human meant to find his companions. If that was the case, he still had hope. The most abundant thing in the sea is powerful sea beasts, because the sea area is much larger than the land area. Therefore, the ocean is always the most mysterious place, and humans have to think twice before setting foot there. Go meet Ling Ling first, and then decide what to do next. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, he fell on Baxia. Baxia swam faster in the direction Song Jie pointed, and Chiozi had no choice but to follow them. In the tall building, Ling Ling, Jiang Xiaoxiu, and others were waiting for Song Jie. When they saw Baxia coming, they were not surprised. What surprised them was that Song Jie brought back a monarch-level sea monster. Chapter 543. The prisoner trembled when he saw the strange looks from everyone. He always felt that these people had bad intentions. However, he was now a lamb to be slaughtered, and he had no power to fight back. Have they all been sent to the safe zone? Jiang Xiaoxiu asked. Song Jie nodded. They have all been sent safely. Next, we have to find the culprit of this sea monster invasion. Aren't these monarch-level creatures? Jiang Xiaoxiu was surprised. For sea monster-level creatures, the monarch-level ones are nothing. There must be emperor-level creatures behind them. Song Jie analyzed. Back then, there were many emperor-level sea beasts that invaded the Magic City. That's why the Magic City really felt like it was going to be destroyed. That sea monster invasion can be said to be the most terrifying crisis faced by China. The monarch-level ones are not good enough. At the same time, this is why Song Jie worked so hard to improve the strength of Tingsha and Baxia. Emperor level, Jiang Xiaoxi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a terrifying existence in the ocean. Humans know too little about the ocean, because the sea monsters have a vast territory, and it is impossible to know everything. Therefore, humans underestimate the power of the ocean. In the future, I am afraid that all coastlines may be invaded by sea monsters. At that time, when humans face the ocean, they will only be afraid. Song Jie certainly can't let this happen. Although he can't fight for the whole world, at least he can't let China face such a crisis. Therefore, if you want to calm the ocean, you have to teach them a lesson that you will never forget. Song Jie came to Shaman this time to give them a warning. If the sea monsters behind them still want to continue to attack China's coastline, then he will let them know what it means to steal a chicken and lose a rice. What about the commander level one? Apas asked. Kill it, and see if it can explode the spirit, Song Jie said as he looked at the red crack monster. Although there is no spirit, it would be good if it could explode the beast's soul. But this red crack monster is like a waste. Not only did it not explode its spirit, it didn't even have a beast's soul. When Chiozi saw the scene, it was stunned. These humans are too cruel. Song Jie returned to Chiozi's heir and said threateningly, I give you a chance to reform. Summon those commander-level and monarch-level sea monsters to this side. How dare Chiozi disobey? If he didn't listen, the red crack monster just now would be its fate. And the scene just now was also done by Song Jie for Chiozi to see, just to make it obedient. Afterwards, Chiozi made a subtle sound that continued to be transmitted in the sea water. Although it didn't spread far, as long as it spread to other sea monsters, the message could continue to be transmitted. This is why the sea monsters gathered so quickly. I don't know how long it has been. Song Jie noticed that many powerful sea monsters were approaching, but they were all commander-level sea monsters. As for the monarch level, they haven't noticed it yet. Baxia has already hidden, so those sea monsters can't find it at all. Otherwise, those sea monsters would not dare to appear here after seeing Baxia. Chiozi knows that these sea monsters are no match for humans. But it has nothing to do with it. It just wants to find a chance to leave these cruel humans. What should we do next? Jiang Xiaoxiu said, looking at the sea monsters outside. Of course. Kill them all at once. Song Jie summoned them here just to kill them all. In this way, the crisis in Shaman was resolved. Later, he went to find the final culprit, and the crisis was truly resolved. Jiang Xiaoxiu nodded. Almost. Song Jie saw that many commander level came, and at the same time a monarch level was approaching. Can I go? Song Jie shook his head. You stay to protect Ling Ling, and leave the matter of killing sea monsters to me and Baxia. Jiang Xiaoxi nodded. Although she is a super-class magician, fighting on the sea is not suitable for her. Song Jie rushed out, and basically killed the commander-level monsters he encountered instantly. Chiozi was shocked when he saw this scene. He was afraid that he would become the center of the ocean. He looked at Apas, then looked at Jiang Shaoxu, thinking, should he run away now? However, Chiozi sensed a hint of threat from Apas, which made him hesitate. Song Jia killed the commander-level monster, and Bashiao went straight to the monarch-level monster. One after another, the commander-level monsters surfaced from the bottom of the sea, and their blood dyed the sea red. After those monsters knew how powerful Song Jia was, they wanted to escape. But Song Jia clone was already waiting at the bottom of the sea. In an instant, none of the commander-level monsters that gathered here could survive. Jiang Shaoxu looked at the corpses of monsters all over the sea, and was stunned. He sighed in his heart that Song Jia was really strong. The other monarch-level monster that came was a vast sea monster, also a powerful sea monster. There were 3 monarch-class monsters that invaded Shaman this time, and the Haohai monster was the third one. However, at this time, the Haohai monster was beaten to a pulp by Ba Xia and was beaten violently in the sea. Not long after, it appeared next to Chiozi with wounds all over its body. When the Haohai monster saw Chiozi, its eyes flashed with ferocity. If it wasn't for it, how could it come here? However, when they were about to fight, Song Jia came back. He had a good harvest this time. 30 commander-class monsters, and 7 or 8 commander-class spirits. If they were sold, they would probably sell for billions. But he had too many summoned beasts to train now, so he didn't plan to do so. It is better to use it to enhance the strength of those summoned beasts. In his frenzy, most of those spirits have reached the level of Grand Commander or Sub-King. So, it won't take long for them to break through the Monarch level. By then, Song Jia will have a Monarch-level spirit army. Song Jia glanced at Prison Candace and the Haohai monster, and followed Apas and said, tell them that whoever takes us to find the sea monster behind them can survive. Apas nodded, and then communicated with the 2 sea monsters. Prison Candace is the most sensible, so it answered immediately without any hesitation. Okay. It can die. Song Jia looked at the Haohai monster. The Haohai monster was stunned, and then looked at Prison Candace, wishing to die with this guy. The next moment, Song Jia had an extra monarch-level spirit in his hand, and the beast's soul did not explode. But it doesn't matter. It's not bad to have a spirit. Let it lead the way, and we will go find the sea monster that is causing trouble, Song Jia said. After Apas finished speaking, prisoners Kane couldn't wait to leave. They were just a few monarchs, so there were other powerful sea monsters helping them. And prisoners Kane also placed all his hopes on the other party. If these humans were killed by their leader, it would be liberated. When Song Jia was about to leave, a military magician came running towards them. They came here because they noticed that sea monsters were gathering, but they didn't expect to meet Song Jia. Most of the powerful sea monsters have been killed by me. It won't be long before the sea water recedes, Song Jia said. The 2 military magicians looked at the corpses on the sea and were also very surprised, because they were all commander-level sea monsters. Chapter 544. Before Song Jia left, he asked the military mage to bring back the news here. When the sea water receded, it was time for them to fight back, so they couldn't miss this opportunity. Shaman was invaded by the sea monster, and there must be some losses, so they could only make up for it by killing the sea monster. Song Jia led Apas and others all the way to the ocean. Bashia followed behind Chiozi, and whenever it had any ideas, he would give it a big punch. However, Chiozi was very sensible. It knew that it was not an opponent, so it didn't dare to do anything unusual, because many commanders and monarchs were killed. The ocean invasion had lost its leader. Therefore, the sea water was slowly receding, and the sea monsters began to return to the sea. Song Jia and others didn't care about these, and soon came to the sea. Under the leadership of Chiozi, they gradually entered the Pacific Ocean and headed straight for deeper depths. Apas, ask it how long it will take. After Song Jia finished speaking, Apas immediately asked Chiozi. Chiozi said that Guy is nearby and should be here soon. Apas replied. Song Jia nodded, looked into the depths of the ocean, and suddenly frowned. Just as Chiozi said, that guy is in front. But not 1, but 2. Song Jia smiled and said, I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Apas also sensed the hostility of the 2 sea beasts. If it was before, she might not dare to approach, but she still knew Song Jia's strength. Therefore, these sea monsters were just serving food in front of Song Jie. Song Jie and others kept approaching, and the two powerful sea beasts also came towards them. Song Jie now poses no threat to them, and at the same time, he doesn't know how these humans dared to come to their territory to make trouble. Lingling suddenly said, "That should be the black gold dark armor turtle." Before coming here, Lingling had studied the overlord of the ocean. In the only information, the black gold dark armor turtle has appeared. So there is a record of it. What about the other one? Jiang Xiaoxiu asked curiously. Saber-tooth shark. The speed overlord in the ocean. It is very fast in the sea, Lingling introduced. Everyone nodded and understood this. Chiozi was delighted to see that the two ocean overlords had come. Humans, wait for death. There is actually a turtle, which can be used for boss ya, Song Jie said. These two overlords are at the level of small emperors. They hid behind and did not actively invade. The reason for this is that the sea monster is still in the trial stage, so it did not launch a large-scale attack. At this time, Bashia also suddenly surfaced, raised his head, and stared at the two emperor-level sea monsters that were slowly approaching. After seeing Bashia, the black gold dark armor turtle and the sword-toothed phantom shark did not stop, because they did not take the sub-emperor Bashia seriously at all. Chiozi was filled with emotion when he saw his big brother coming. He wanted to leave these humans all the time. Song Jie watched the two little emperors rushing towards him, and he summoned Xiao Yanji slowly. After Xiao Yanji appeared, he improved her strength. The next moment, her strength continued to increase from a small monarch. Song Jie firmly believed in one truth. As long as it was strong enough, the flame could evaporate the sea. Prisoners, I looked at Yanji in shock. They were all demon creatures, so they could sense each other's strength. The feeling that Yanji gave it was extremely terrifying. Now it was even stronger than the oppression given to it by Ba Xia. In addition, Song Jie also summoned the Black Dragon Emperor and the Undead Emperor Bone Dragon. His undead system was already high level, so the Bone Dragon could be summoned for a while. The oppression Queen Yanji gave to the two little emperors was already terrible. And with the addition of the Black Dragon Emperor and the Bone Dragon, the two little emperors were stunned. With their strength, they were already the overlords of the sea. But the aura emitted by the three terrifying creatures in front of them was several times more terrifying than them. The black gold dark armored turtle and the saber-toothed phantom shark didn't even think about it. Turned around and ran away. How could they be opponents? However, for powerful creatures such as the Black Dragon Emperor and the Queen Yanji, they were too late. The Black Dragon Emperor went into the water and headed straight for one of the little emperors. Bashia, together with Queen Yanji and the Bone Dragon, headed straight for the other one. The Black Dragon Emperor now dealt with the little emperor like an adult beating a child, and the other party had no power to fight back. And Queen Yanji and the other two creatures together were no match for the other little emperor. When Prisoner's Eye saw this scene, he was stunned. He never thought that this human had such a trump card. You wait here. I help. After Song Jie finished speaking, he headed straight for Queen Yanji. He kept traveling through space, and soon came behind the saber-toothed phantom shark. Now Song Jie has turned into a demon. Looking at the back of the saber-toothed phantom shark at this time is like looking at a lamb at hand. Little Yanji. As soon as Song Jie finished speaking, Queen Yanji stopped and then attached herself to his body. Yen Ri. Song Jie looked at the direction of the saber-toothed phantom shark and threw a huge fireball as hot as the sun in front of it. The seawater was steamed and baked. And just as the scorching sun was setting, the nearby seawater was instantly evaporated. Seeing this, the saber-toothed phantom shark suddenly stopped. If it went forward, it would probably be evaporated. Song Jie rushed out suddenly and landed abruptly above the saber-toothed phantom shark, and then fell straight to the bottom of the sea. Seeing this, the saber-toothed phantom shark thought to itself that a mere human dared to fight it on the bottom of the sea. But the next moment, Song Jie punched it with the power of space and instantly blasted it into the bottom of the sea. With this punch, the sea surface was in turmoil, and the waves were like a volcanic eruption, spraying high into the sky. The saber-toothed phantom shark thought it could have an advantage on the seabed. But Song Jie was not affected at all on the seabed. After all, his strongest ability was space. After a while, the sea surface suddenly became agitated, and the saber-toothed phantom shark instantly rushed from the seabed to the air. Following closely was Song Jie, who ran straight towards the saber-toothed phantom shark, raised his hand, and a terrifying flame suddenly exploded in the air. In an instant, the sky was covered with fire clouds, and the rain of fire instantly ignited the entire sea surface. The bone dragon seized the opportunity, and the sharp-tailed thorn drove the huge body to stab the saber-toothed phantom shark. Swish! The body of the saber-toothed phantom shark was immediately pierced by the tail thorn, and the blue-brown blood flowed into the seawater. Although Ba Xia was a sub-emperor, it also participated in it, and the heavy and huge tortoise shell slammed into the saber-toothed phantom shark at the fastest speed. In the blink of an eye, the saber-toothed phantom shark was hit twice and flew backwards towards the sea. Song Jia ran straight ahead, and when he raised his hand, a flaming sword appeared above his head and shot straight into the sky. The sword was burning with flames, and waves of heat were radiating, and the surrounding seawater was immediately steaming up. Fall! As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the flaming sword above his head slashed down in an instant, heading straight for the saber-toothed phantom shark. Chapter 545. The flaming sword fell, and the already surging sea surface was stirred up again and again. The area of the saber-toothed phantom shark suddenly ignited with blazing flames, which could not be extinguished even by the sea water. Prisoners, I was stunned, and its backer was killed just like that. Originally, it thought it could save itself, but it didn't expect that the other party would sacrifice itself as well. This is over. Song Jia's saber-toothed phantom shark got another little emperor's spirit, and luckily, the saber-toothed phantom shark also exploded with a beast soul. The best of both worlds. The little emperor's spirit and beast soul should allow the bone dragon to go one step further. If another little emperor can also explode with a beast soul, then the bone dragon's promotion is also stable. After all, it is still a bit too difficult for the little emperor's early strength to kill the same level. So, what Song Jia has to do is to upgrade the bone dragon to the middle stage of the little emperor. In this way, even in the battle in the sea, the bone dragon can have an absolute advantage. After a while, the black dragon emperor came back to gather, and the black gold dark armor turtle was beaten half to death by it. Song Jia was very happy to see another little emperor's spirit enter the account, and the black gold dark armor turtle also exploded the beast soul. The bone dragon's promotion is settled. Song Jia thought to himself. Lingling, Apas and others were not surprised that Song Jia could kill 2 emperor-level creatures. Therefore, they all watched this scene very calmly. Lingling said, "These 2 corpses can also make a lot of money. Let them transport them back." Song Jia nodded. After all, these are the corpses of emperor creatures, and their value is greater than the monarch-level spirit. Therefore, he will definitely not miss this opportunity. It must be transported back. Song Jia replied, and asked Ba Xia to bring the 2 corpses back. Chiozi had no choice. If humans didn't kill it, it could only go back with them. Although it was very reluctant, it could do anything to survive. The invasion of Shaman by the sea monster this time was a loss of both the wife and the army. Not only did they not gain any advantage, but they also lost 2 emperor creatures. Before, any emperor-level creature was enough to destroy the coastline, but it died in Song Jia hands. After returning to Shaman, the seawater had receded by half, and the area that was originally soaked by the sea water returned to its original appearance. Song Jia was not in a hurry to let Ba Xia enter the city, but waited for the seawater to completely recede before preparing to sell the corpses of the emperor creatures. The sea monster retreated quickly, and around dusk, the land returned to its original appearance. As for the sale of the corpse, Song Jia gave it full authority to Lingling, and he did not ask about other matters. Song Jia found a place, and began to upgrade the bone dragon. Now he has 2 emperor-level beast souls, and 1 emperor-level spirit. He can completely upgrade the bone dragon to the middle stage of the emperor level. Therefore, Song Jia directly handed them over to the bone dragon, and let it refine the spirit and beast soul. At the same time, because Ba Xia still had to go back, he was not in a hurry to let Ba Xia refine the essence of the black gold dark armor turtle. So, Song Jia wanted to wait until he returned to Ningxua City before giving the black gold dark armor turtle to Ba Xia. In this way, Ba Xia could also be promoted to a little emperor, and Ningxua City would also have 2 little emperors to protect it. In the following time, Song Jia kept practicing in Shaman until he left after nothing happened. The top leaders of Shaman wanted to hold a farewell party for Song Jia, and at the same time wanted to tell Song Jia that he was the benefactor of Shaman. But Song Jia wanted to keep a low profile, and did not accept it. but left Shaman directly with Lingling and others. Just when Song Jia returned to the Magic City, he suddenly received a call from Lung Qing. Song Jia, I have something here that I may need your help with. Lung Qing got straight to the point. What is it? Although Song Jia heard Lung Qing's intention, he didn't understand what the other party wanted to say. Let's talk about it when we meet. Lung Qing knew from Lingling that Song Jia had returned to the Magic City, so he suggested meeting and talking about it. And this matter is also very important. It is not clear over the phone. Okay. Then, the two agreed to meet at Qingtian hunting house. Why aren't Lingling and Jiang Xiaoshu here? Song Jia asked. Lung Qing replied, they went out shopping. Song Jia nodded and sat next to Lung Qing. What's the matter? Go ahead. Lung Qing responded. According to our investigation, we found the traces of Saran and others. However, our foreign forces are too weak, but we are willing but unable to do so. So, the tribunal came to you through me, and wanted you to help eradicate these bad apples. Where are they? Song Jia suddenly asked. Of course he couldn't miss it. After all, if he caught them, he could get a bounty. Why not? Moreover, Song Jia might not have anything to do recently. He could earn a bounty, and sell a favor to the tribunal at the same time. You should have heard of the Holy Academy of Ohos. Right? Lung Qing asked. Song Jia remembered that Saran and others would indeed implement their plan at the Holy Academy of Ohos. And the Holy Academy of Ohos is located in South America, and is a world-class university with a worldwide reputation. Okay. Leave it to me. Song Jia agreed. Lung Qing was relieved to see Song Jia agree. Song Jia smiled and said, Sister Lung Qing has become more beautiful after not seeing her for so long. Hearing this, Lung Qing's cheeks turned red. She thought of the time when she and Song Jia seemed to have met. Slippery tongue. Lung Qing had just finished speaking when Song Jia came over and pressed his lips on the other's face. Lung Qing covered her cheeks and her ears turned red. This is a reward. After Song Jia finished speaking, Lingling and Jiang Xiaoshu just came back. Song Jia, why are you here? Lingling suddenly asked. Song Jia replied, your sister asked me to help her with something, so I came here. It's okay now. So I go back to Ningxua City first. Song Jia waved goodbye to them. Ningxua City? Song Jia found Basha. This guy had been making trouble before. Seeing that Tingsha became a little emperor, he was very jealous. It was not easy to get a chance, so he couldn't wait to enter the realm of a real emperor. Afterwards, Song Jia handed the spirit to Basha and let it refine it by itself. The next moment, he appeared in a huge lake. Chiozi was brought back by Basha. So it was in this lake. Although Chiozi is a sea creature, it has been demonized. So there is no difference between freshwater demons and ocean demons. Song Jia looked at it and found that it was quite honest. So he didn't reason with it. He still had use for Chiozi. When the time came, he could let it summon sea monsters. The same routine as Shaman. So he was not in a hurry to kill it. When Chiozi saw Song Jia, he was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat. He only breathed a sigh of relief after seeing him leave. Chapter 546. Mu Ningxua was a bit busy, and Song Jia couldn't see her at all. So Song Jia went to find Mu Nujio, who had just come out of retreat and was free. The two returned to the apartment they rented before at school, and Song Jia made a sumptuous dinner for Mu Nujio. While eating, the two chatted about recent events. How is it? Is it delicious? Song Jia asked. Mu Nujio nodded. Your cooking skills have improved again. Song Jia smiled and added a piece of braised pork to her. If it tastes good, eat more. It may take some energy tonight. Hearing this, Mu Nujio, originally fair face, suddenly turned red. This bad guy. Mu Nujio did not extend this topic, but changed the subject. Has Tuta looked for you recently? Song Jia was a little surprised. What did she look for me for? It seems that she didn't tell you about what happened over there. Mu Nujio put down her chopsticks and said, What's the matter? The demons in the north seem to have rioted. Mu Nujio said. Song Jia hasn't been following the news recently, so he doesn't know much about it. And AI Tutu didn't look for him, so he didn't know what was going on there. Tell me about it. After Song Jia finished speaking, Mu Nujio talked about the situation in the north. She didn't know much, and it was AI Tutu who told her. Tutu is in the greater Xing'an range, and the demons there suddenly rioted for some reason. That's why they're on alert there. If the demons want to rush out of the greater Xing'an range, The northern military will do its best to stop them. By then, there will definitely be a bloody battle in the greater Xing'an range. Song Jia listened carefully and roughly understood the specific situation. In short, the demons in the greater Xing'an range can't sit still anymore and want to get out of the greater Xing'an range. Do you know what's going on over there? For example, are there any powerful demons? Song Jia is very obsessed with powerful demons. Of course, he is not obsessed with their appearance, but obsessed with their spirits and the materials that explode. I don't know the details, but I heard that the overlord of Daxing is a bird demon, whose strength is stronger than the monarch level. Mu Nujio explained. Bird? Song Jia pondered for a while, and felt that it was necessary to go to Daxing. Now, the minions of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle have broken through the 1,000 mark, so it is also necessary to help them improve their strength. It's just right to use the demons in Daxing to improve the strength of the Eagle clan. Song Jia smiled evilly. I will pay attention to this matter. But before that, let's, as he said. He walked over and picked up Mu Nujio and ran straight to the bedroom. After Mu Nujio became more mature, she became more feminine, especially in terms of voice. More energetic. After encountering Mu Nujio, Song Jia found Lingling again and asked her to help investigate the situation in Daxing. At the same time, he also contacted AI22, but there was no reply from the other side. However, not long after, Lingling sent a message. The largest demon race in Daxing is the Eagle clan, which is the most powerful demon race in Daxing. Before, someone fought with the leader of Daxing and determined that this guy was a demon at the level of the Supreme Monarch. But this happened many years ago. Now it may have broken through. Song Jia looked at the news and nodded in thought. There is a lot of information about Daxing. I will tell you slowly later. But before that, I found something. Before, everything was very calm in Daxing until someone found that demons often died for no reason in Daxing. The demons in Daxing are not calm anymore, which is why the demons suddenly want to leave Daxing. Song Jia had to admire Lingling, who found the key to the problem at once. Go on. So something unknown must have happened to me in the greater Xing'an range. Song Jia nodded, agreeing with Lingling's point of view. Perhaps if we solve this problem, the greater Xing'an range should be able to return to its original state. That's right. Song Jia had no clue now, so he could only let Lingling continue to collect information about the greater Xing'an range. Let me explain to you first. The information I collected before cost 30 million. If I continue to collect, I may need more money. Song Jia was silent. He didn't expect that such a small amount of information would cost 30 million. But he was not a person who was reluctant to give up. So he asked Lingling to continue looking. The problem of money was not a problem. At night, AI22 replied to him. It's okay here. Those demons are blocked. They dare not be too arrogant now. They are also afraid that humans will launch a general attack on them. You should be safe. I will find you tomorrow. Really? Of course it's true. Song Jia was also worried about AI22's safety, and he also had his own things to do in Daxing. I may not have time to reply to your message now. But if you come, tell me when you arrive. Okay. You go and get busy first. Song Jia knew that Daxing might have been in a mess, so he didn't take up too much of AI22's time. I go and see tomorrow. Song Jia put down his phone and immersed himself in cultivation. Now! His light system and summoning system are both superclass 2nd level. The chaos system is superclass 1st level. And finally the undead system, which is only high class 1st level. Therefore, Song Jia wanted to focus a little on the undead system. After all, the benefits brought by the undead system are not small. It won't be long before he can have another little emperor undead. The next day, Song Jia bought a flight to a city near Daxing. It was an afternoon flight, and he arrived in Hal City in the evening. Hal City is the city closest to the greater Xing'an range, and it is also the city where AI22 and his friends are. It was getting dark outside, and the plane finally reached Hal City. After Song Jia got off, AI22 was already waiting outside the airport. Seeing Song Jia coming, AI22 rushed towards him and hugged him tightly. Song Jia looked at AI22, who was a little tanned, and rubbed his head. Have you been very hard recently? AI22 nodded, and said with a sour nose, once I didn't sleep for 3 days. Since she came here, she has been tired every day. and basically fell asleep as soon as she lay down. Her life in the magic city before was simply heaven. But after coming here, it was like hell. But she didn't regret it, because she felt that everything she did was worth it. Songjia looked at AI Tutu distressed and said, "If you can't hold on, you can go back to being a princess." AI Tutu shook her head. "I think my life is very fulfilling now." Songjia smiled and didn't continue to persuade. Chapter 547. Songjia did not continue to persuade, but asked the current question. What is the situation in Daxing Anling now? Many demon tribes have come out of Daxing Anling. Ituta said, the Xiongling Tianying tribe is ready to move. And it seems that they want to migrate out of Daxing Anling. Songjia nodded. Have you investigated what is going on in Daxing Anling? We sent people in to investigate before. But the people who went in did not come back and lost their traces directly. Ituta said. Songjia frowned. It seems that it is really as Lingling said. It is definitely related to that thing. Can you take me to your military camp now? Sure. My brother and sister Nanju are there too. Ituta smiled. Songjia nodded. After a while, the two of them arrived at the military camp. And Ai Jiangtu and Nanju also received Ai Tutu's notice and came outside to greet Songjia. When Ai Jiangtu saw Songjia, his face and brows relaxed. And he smiled. Everything will be easy if you come here. He knew Songjia's ability and strength. So as long as Songjia was here, the crisis in Daxing Anling could be contained. Songjia asked, have you made any other discoveries here? Ai Jiangtu shook his head. I have a discovery here. Let's go in and talk. Songjia said. Everyone nodded and entered the tent. After a while, Songjia told him everything Lingling had collected. Ai Jiangtu and Nanju looked solemn when they heard it. They did suspect that there were powerful demons in Daxing Anling before. It's just that the people they sent in have not made any movement and have not brought back any useful information. Therefore, they can't determine what powerful creatures exist in Daxing Anling. But they can be sure that this creature is definitely very strong. After all, even the eagle tribe of Xiongling is threatened. Ai Jiangtu said, we sent many teams to explore the greater Xing'an range. But there was no result. So we are going to gather the team to enter the large case again. Songjia nodded. Then I will go in with you. I've been waiting for you to say this. Ai Jiangtu put his arm around Songjia's shoulders. This time they are not very sure. If Songjia is there, at least safety can be guaranteed. When do we set off? Songjia is also very curious about this potential creature in the greater Xing'an range. Ai Jiangtu said, we just gathered the team today and plan to set off tonight. They chose to act at night because it is more convenient. The demons in the greater Xing'an range have already come out. So if they don't want to collide, they can only enter the greater Xing'an range at night. You are tired on the road. You can rest for a while. And we will call you at night. Ai Jiangtu said. Songjia nodded. Ai Jiangtu said, Tutu. Take Songjia to the tent to rest. We will have a meeting later. Ai Tutu nodded. She was happy to entertain Songjia. Then, the two of them left and came to a tent. There were not many people outside, because most people were sleeping. They were all on duty at night. So it was very quiet here. Ai Tutu looked at Songjia, suddenly leaned over and kissed him. Songjia hugged the other's waist, held him in his arms, and kissed him as much as he could. Songjia. Ai Tutu looked at him affectionately. Songjia knew what Ai Tutu wanted to do, and then slowly put her down. The sky gradually darkened. Ai Jiangtu, Nanju and others had gathered in the military camp. At this time, Songjia also came over from the tent. We are ready, Ai Jiangtu said. Then let's go. After Songjia finished speaking, Ai Jiangtu and Nanju led their people to move towards the direction of Daxing Anling. Ai Tutu did not follow them, because she had just been promoted to a high-level position, and it would be a burden if she went. The people accompanying them were all high-level mages, who were the elite among military mages and also top scouts. They had previously figured out the habitats of those demons, so they easily bypassed them. We should be able to reach the outskirts of Daxing Anling tomorrow morning, Nanju said. After we get there, we need to rest for an hour. Ai Jiangtu knew that they must be very tired after traveling all night. Songjia followed the crowd, and when it was almost dawn, they finally arrived at the outskirts of Daxing Anling. Everyone rest here. I will patrol, Ai Jiangtu said. He majored in the space system, so his mental power was much better than others. You should go and rest. I will patrol. Songjia patted Ai Jiangtu on the shoulder. His mental realm had reached the 9th realm, and AI Jiantu was far behind him. Seeing this, AI Jiantu did not force himself. If it was just one night and nothing happened, he had not practiced well in the past few days. Therefore, he was also in a state of exhaustion. And Song Jia just happened to know his state. "Thank you," AI Jiantu said, and sat under a tree. Song Jia ignored them, but went to patrol the surroundings, guarding and not letting other demons approach. But when he walked for a while, he actually found a lot of demon skeletons. Song Jia touched his chin. It seems that the news is correct, but he didn't know what caused it for a while. So he had no clue. Go somewhere else to have a look. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he summoned Xiaolu. With Xiaolu around, the surrounding creatures could not escape her eyes. Song Jia asked, "How is it? Are there any demons nearby?" Xiaolu shook her head, indicating that no trace of demons was found. "It seems that the demons here have left." Song Jia pondered for a while, and continued to walk forward with Xiaolu. He didn't dare to go too far, because he was afraid that AI Jiangtu and Nanju would be in danger. About an hour later, Song Jia returned to the rest area, and they were all safe and sound. "Let's go." "We continue to move deeper," AI Jiangtu said. Everyone nodded and walked cautiously into the depths of the greater Xing'an range. This is all dense forests, and when passing by, there will be fierce mountain eagles flying overhead from time to time. However, those fierce mountain eagles will not land on trees, but prefer to land on those bare rocks. And once they land, they will land in a large area. AI Jiangtu didn't want to disturb them, so he changed the route and continued to move deeper into the greater Xing'an range. "Have you noticed? There are more and more corpses of demons," Nanju said. Song Jia and AI Jiangtu would observe when they passed by. So they did see a lot of corpses. "We are ready to go to the location where the group disappeared. We will know what happened when we go there," AI Jiangtu said. When they came over, they also got the location of the people who suddenly disappeared after entering the greater Xing'an range. Therefore, after they came in, they went straight to the team that disappeared before. If they are dead, their bodies must be brought back, because they are all heroes. Chapter 548. Nanju looked at the map. Her face became serious and she said, "The place where they disappeared is just 100 meters ahead. Let's be careful." After hearing this, everyone became more vigilant. To make a high-level team disappear, the dangerous person must be very powerful. Therefore, they must be alert. "There are still 50 meters," Nanju said while walking in front quietly. "You are behind me. I will walk in front." Song Jia has not experienced such a sense of urgency for a long time. Nanju nodded. She knew Song Jia's strength, so she didn't force herself. Soon, everyone came to the place where the team of military mages disappeared. There was no danger around, but there were many more skeletons on the ground. Everyone felt sad when they saw the scene. The team of military mages who came here to survey were all killed. At the same time, they could also think of the results of other teams. The badges and clothes of those military mages were intact, but their flesh and blood were gone and turned into skeletons. Someone was surprised and asked, "What the hell is this? Be careful around you. I want to take the skeletons of the heroes back," AI Jiangtu said. Everyone nodded and surrounded AI Jiangtu. Song Jia looked at this scene with mixed feelings, because she had saved many regrets in the original work, so she couldn't bear to see these. "Go ahead. I will avenge you," Song Jia said in his heart. After AI Jiangtu took away all the things and skeletons, he continued, "There are 2 more teams. We have to go and see what's going on." Those teams disappeared. Something must have happened. Therefore, they wanted to know the answer, and this method was the fastest. Everyone nodded. They also wanted to know who killed their comrades. At this time, their hearts were full of anger. The anger of wanting to avenge their comrades. Don't act on impulse. Nanju looked at them and reminded them. Everyone moved forward again, seeing more skeletons, and at the same time understood why these monsters left Daxing Enling. "It seems that a lot of things have happened in Daxing Enling," Nanju said, looking at the bones all over the ground. AI Jiangtu expressed his worries. "The key is that we have come to the depths, but the other side still hasn't attacked us. Is it waiting for us to take the bait?" someone said. AI Jiangtu said, "No matter what, we have entered Daxing Enling now. If we can't solve this puzzle, the cities around Daxing Enling will be in danger. Therefore, They can only move forward and explore unknown puzzles. AI Jianta asked as he walked, "Did you find anything over there?" Song Jia shook his head. "There is nothing to find about Xiaolu. That guy should not be in this area." AI Jiantu nodded. "Nanju, how far is it from the place where the next team disappears?" 1 kilometer ahead. Nanju looked at the map and replied, "Keep moving forward." As soon as AI Jiantu finished speaking, the team's speed increased a lot. After a while, they came to the place where the second team disappeared. It seems that they all encountered the same situation. Nanju said, looking at the skeletons on the ground. "You stay alert around. I will take away their relics and skeletons," AI Jiantu said. Nanju nodded and looked at the map at the same time. "If we go 1 kilometer further, we will really enter the depths of the greater Shingon range." When everyone heard this, everyone's face became extremely solemn. They had no support, and whether they could survive depended on themselves. Therefore, before coming, they had already made the worst plan. At this moment, they suddenly heard the cry of the fierce mountain eagle. Nanju hurriedly said, "This is the sound of the fierce mountain eagle." They seemed to be frightened by something. AI Jianta took the lead. They may have encountered something. "Let's go and have a look." Everyone nodded and followed. Songjia was the fastest. When AI Jianta finished speaking, his figure was already in front of them. The sound was only heard for a while, and gradually fell into silence. At this time, Songjia looked at Xiaolu next to him and asked, "Can you lock on that guy's position?" Xiaolu replied with a whimper, and then sensed the guy's position. But that guy was very fast, and basically disappeared from the vicinity after hunting. When Songjia arrived, those fierce mountain eagles had turned into skeletons. Songjia sighed. "This guy is too fast." Although Xiaolu wanted to lock on, the other party did not give him a chance, and basically ran away after killing the fierce mountain eagle. However, Songjia still found some clues. At this time, AI Jiantu, Nanju and others came one after another. Nanju asked, "Have you found what it is?" Songjia shook his head. "Although I didn't find what it was. You can take a look at the ground." At this time, they looked at the traces left on the ground. "What are these traces? There are so many of them." Someone was surprised. Nanju frowned. "It should be something dragged on the ground and left traces." "Drag?" AI Jiantu touched his chin and thought. "Do you think it is something like vines?" Songjia also frowned. "If that's the case, then this thing can be confirmed." AI Jiantu and Nanju looked at him. Songjia concluded, "If I guess correctly, this should be a tree demon." Everyone looked at the traces left on the ground and felt that what Songjia said made sense. Songjia analyzed, "It should know that we are coming, but it didn't choose to take action. So I guess this demon likes to sneak attack." AI Jiantu and Nanju nodded. Songjia said, "So we have to be extra careful next time, especially when we encounter plants like vines." Everyone nodded. Not long after, they came to the place where the third team disappeared. There was also a pile of bones here, and it was obviously the same as before. AI Jiantu collected the relics and bones they left behind, and then went deeper again. At this time, Xiaolu suddenly made a subtle sound, as if to remind Songjia. Songjia frowned slightly, gave AI Jiantu and Nanju a look, and let them be alert. The next moment, there was a dense sound of footsteps on leaves around, and then everyone entered a state of preparation. "Be careful around," Nanju reminded immediately. Everyone was alert to the surroundings, fearing that the vines would attack. But the sounds coming from the surroundings were too noisy, so they could only use their eyes to see, and they couldn't tell which direction they would attack. Songjia was not in a hurry, observing the surroundings like an eagle eyes, ready to take action at any time. "Here they come." As soon as Songjia finished speaking, he put a shield on everyone. After all, he realized that these vines were not simple. Chapter 549. Just when Songjia put on a shield for everyone, countless vines suddenly appeared around. "Do it!" AI Jiantu's voice sounded, and everyone released magic. Flame, Sound Kill, Ice Lock. The surging magic skills bombarded the oncoming vines, but there was no effect at all. "What a weird vine." Nanju frowned. No matter what kind of magic it was, it couldn't hurt these vines. In an instant, all of them were wrapped up by vines. Songjia just released magic, and although he destroyed the vines casually, there were too many vines around. In addition, AI Jiantu, Nanju and others couldn't stop it. and they were immediately trapped in the vine cage. At this time, Ai Jiangtu and Nanju finally understood why those teams turned into bones. So many vines came out at once, and they couldn't be dealt with by elementary and intermediate magic. So, the first thing they thought of was definitely not to use high-level magic. Therefore, just like them just now, they will fall into this dilemma. Fortunately, Songjia's shield is strong enough. Otherwise, he would have become a skeleton if he was trapped in so many vines. Nanju reminded, "We must break out quickly. Otherwise, there will definitely not be enough oxygen here." Everyone nodded. But they were trapped by the vines. How to break out? At this time, Ai Jiangtu and Nanju looked at Songjia very tacitly. Songjia nodded. He knew that if he didn't take action at this time, he would die here. He summoned Xiao Yanji and let her attach herself to him. "Break it for me." Songjia punched the ground. The ground suddenly cracked, and surging flames suddenly gushed out from the surrounding ground. The vines suddenly turned into ashes when they touched the flames. Those vines seemed to be very afraid of Songjia flames, and they all rushed to the forest behind. Seeing that the crisis was resolved, Songjia instantly locked the direction of the vines and ran straight towards them. Ai Jiangtu, Nanju and others immediately followed Songjia pace. They knew that if they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find out the demon behind it later. The vines retreated very quickly, but compared to Songjia, it was nothing. But when Songjia was halfway through, the vines suddenly stopped. He was surprised and followed the vines, and soon saw the vines that were separated. Damn cunning! Songjia knew that the guy had cut off a part of it in order to avoid being tracked by him. What happened? Nanju and Ai Jiangtu caught up. "This guy is very cunning. It cut off the vine by itself," Songjia said. Ai Jiangtu and Nanju looked at the cut vines on the ground and felt that this matter was difficult. "He should have found that you have something that restrains him. So he ran away in fear," Nanju said. Songjia nodded. Little Yanji's flame was indeed terrifying. It was a flame that had devoured a lot of soul fire, and it was possible that it would be promoted to divine fire. Therefore, the controller of the vine ran away after noticing something was wrong. What should we do next? Ai Jiangtu had no idea. After all, this place was too weird. So he could only ask Songjia. This guy controls the vines, and is obviously a plant-based demon. Moreover, it can spread so far, and its strength is likely to be not low. Songjia analyzed. So, if this guy is not eliminated, the entire greater Shingon range will not be at peace. Therefore, we must find it out. Otherwise, what is waiting for the surrounding cities may be a demon invasion. At the same time, this demon may become stronger by absorbing creatures. If it continues to grow, it will be difficult to solve it at that time. Hearing Songjia analysis, Ai Jiangtu and Nanju both nodded. Judging from the cunningness of this guy, it was at the monarch level before, and it didn't dare to fight with us. Obviously, its main body is not here, but should be deeper in the greater Shingon range, Songjia said. Half of these were analyzed by Lingling, because Songjia has been in contact with Lingling. After he explained the situation here to Lingling, he could ask her to help think of a solution. Then let's go deeper into the greater Shingon range, Ai Jiangtu said. As military mages, it is their duty to defend their country, so they are not afraid of the demon. Songjia nodded. If this demon is at the monarch level, it can be used as a wedding dress for Xiaolu. Xiaolu is a plant-based creature, and the other party is also, so it can be used as a monarch-level auxiliary for Xiaolu. You wait here. I go over there to take a look. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, he ran straight in the direction of the vines. The vines should not attack them again, so he can also look around without worry. Songjia figure kept shuttling through the dense forest, and soon found more skeletons. It seems that guy should be deep inside, Songjia said. However, not long after walking, he mistakenly entered the territory of the Fierce Ridge Sky Eagle. The Fierce Ridge Sky Eagle kept circling in the air, and many of them stopped on the stone slope to rest. Songjia then realized that the Fierce Ridge Sky Eagles were also afraid of vines. Maybe the body of the Sky Eagle can be used to lure the guy out. Songjia looked in his heart. Then, he set his eyes on the Fierce Ridge Sky Eagle. Songjia summoned the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, and went straight towards the Fierce Ridge Sky Eagle. At this time, the Fierce Ridge Sky Eagle also discovered Songjia, and immediately became alert. Many Fierce Ridge Sky Eagles surrounded Songjia, and seemed to be ready to attack at any time. This is their territory. And entering here is equivalent to invading their territory. This is also the reason why many magicians dare not fly to travel. If it was just an ordinary team, it would probably be torn to pieces by the fierce ridge sky eagle. Just as Song Jia approached, a shocking roar suddenly broke out from the fierce ridge mountain. Obviously, this was the overlord of Xiongling Mountain warning him. However, Song Jia was not afraid of the other party, but went a step further. Seeing this, the overlord of Xiongling Mountain roared again, and the Xiongling Sky Eagle on Xiongling Mountain rushed towards Song Jia. Come on! Song Jia was just worried about how to deal with so many Xiongling Sky Eagles. It would be easy if they rushed up to send him. In an instant, countless Xiongling Sky Eagles attacked. But before they touched Song Jia, they fell down without a sound. There are too many Xiongling Sky Eagles on Xiongling Mountain. If they invaded any city, I am afraid that the defense there would not be able to withstand it. Therefore, I don't know how many people will die in this disaster. Song Jia was not sure whether he could solve that factor. So he simply solved it from the root. Kill the Xiongling Sky Eagles, so that the threat to humans will be much smaller. In a blink of an eye, countless Xiongling Sky Eagles fell and covered the ground. Song Jia collected spirits while approaching Xiongling Mountain. To capture a thief, you must first capture the leader. Therefore, if you want to resolve this crisis, you need to capture the overlord of Xiongling. This guy was at the level of a supreme monarch before. Now that so much time has passed, he should have reached the level of a sub-emperor. Chapter 550. Many commander level and 2 monarch level fierce ridge sky eagles also came out. But they were not worth looking at in Song Jia's eyes. All turned into spirits and beast souls. The overlord of fierce ridge was angry. These were all his loyal subordinates, and the foundation of the sky eagle. But they were all killed by Song Jia. In an instant, a huge cloud flew out from Fierce Ridge Mountain, covering the sun and blocking the sun. Song Jia raised his head, looked at the overlord of Fierce Ridge who appeared, and nodded. The other party was much bigger than the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle looked at the overlord of Fierce Ridge excitedly, because it knew that Song Jia was going to help it advance. And seeing the other party's majestic appearance, it was very satisfied in its heart. And it wanted this kind of style in the future. I didn't expect this guy to be a sub-emperor level, Song Jia said in surprise. Sub-emperor. It is the advanced monarch level among monarchs. It is the stage of preparing to cross from monarch to emperor. But few demons can break through this stage, because it is too difficult. It may take countless years to complete this transition, unless they can become Song Jia summoned beasts and find suitable spirit beast souls for them to help break through. After seeing the appearance of the overlord of Xiongling, Song Jia did not hesitate and immediately summoned the bone dragon. The bone dragon is now at the strength of the middle stage of the little emperor, so it is more than enough to deal with the sub-emperor. As for the black dragon emperor, it is not the time for it to appear yet. After all, he does not know how strong the guy who controls the vines is, so he regards the black dragon emperor as the last trump card. The bone dragon was a dragon before, so it can also fly. After seeing the powerful breath of the bone dragon, the overlord of Xiongling was stunned. In the greater Xing'an range, the fierce ridge sky eagle is definitely the overlord, and it is also the demon overlord of the greater Xing'an range. But in front of the bone dragon, the fierce ridge overlord is like a younger brother, and dares not to shout at the bone dragon. Kill it! Song Jia didn't waste words, and solved it as soon as possible. He didn't take a sub-emperor seriously. If it was a little emperor, he might be interested. The bone dragon received the order and pounced on the fierce ridge overlord in front of him. The battle between the two emperors. The surrounding fierce ridge sky eagles didn't dare to approach at all. In an instant, the sound of fighting here sounded in the greater Xing'an range. Countless mountaintops were instantly smashed by the fierce ridge overlord, and the bone dragon stepped down fiercely, and the dense forest was shattered. Song Jia looked at the battle in front of him. If the battle took place in the city, I'm afraid the city would be buried with it. This is the power of the emperor. The sky eagles of the fierce ridge didn't dare to intervene at all, and could only watch their masters being beaten by the bone dragon. Song Jia felt that it was almost done, so he asked the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle to go in the direction of the bone dragon. The overlord of the fierce ridge was pressed to the ground and beaten. At this time, it had lost its ability to move. After a while, Song Jia took away the spirit and beast soul of the overlord of the fierce ridge, as well as the corpse. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle eyes lit up. But Songjia didn't say anything, so it could only watch. At this time, Songjia also received the situation from the clone. It is obvious that the vines have heard the sound and are ready to attack the corpses. Songjia made such a big noise just to lure out the manipulator, and the other party obviously fell into his trap. He was not in a hurry. If he wanted to follow the clues, he had to be patient. At this time, Songjia clone had already gone to the vines, ready to go straight to his nest. He only needed to stay here and wait for the result of the clone. I don't know how long it has been, but there are many skeletons on the ground, all made of those vines. The clone followed the vines and finally arrived at the manipulator's lair. I found you. Songjia didn't stay any longer after he finished speaking, but went straight to the clone's direction. He wanted to see what was causing the turmoil among the demons in the greater Shingon range. Soon, Songjia came to the manipulator's lair, and also saw dense vines spread on the ground. From a distance, it looked like a vine cage. So it's here, Songjia said in his heart. This is already the center of the greater Shingon range, but it has become an endless kingdom of vines. Turn to ashes. After Songjia said this, little Yenji attached himself to him. Endless flame suddenly fell from the sky, instantly turning the vines in front of him into a sea of fire. In an instant, the vines that spread out lost their main roots, as if they had lost contact, and slowly withered and died. Songjia flames continued to burn. Smoke billowed, and screams suddenly came from below. He was on the back of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, staring down, not understanding what the sound was. Ah! In the blink of an eye, the entire ground suddenly shook, as if something was about to come out from inside. Songjia frowned slightly, guessing that it should be the guy who was about to come out. The ground kept breaking apart, and the vines that were not burned suddenly came to the air. The next moment, Songjia saw this huge figure slowly appearing in front of it. Tree roots? Huge tree roots. It was a demon formed by tree roots. It was extremely tall, standing upright like a 20 or 30-story building. Songjia suddenly said, "It's also a sub-emperor." He didn't expect that there were two sub-emperors in Daxing Anling. But Songjia also knew that this tree root demon should have been formed recently. But it grows very fast. So fast that the overlords of Xiongling are afraid. Otherwise, they would not choose to leave Daxing Anling. Songjia thought to himself, another sub-emperor spirit. This time, he did not hold back and summoned the Black Dragon Emperor. Facing plants, flames are the best weapons, especially the black flame power of the Black Dragon Emperor. If the Bone Dragon was allowed to go, it might be entangled by the other party. But the Black Dragon Emperor would not. The moment it appeared, a mouthful of black flame almost sent the other party to the west. Black flames replaced the flames, and immediately burned the roots of the tree root monster, making a clanging sound. The tree root monster couldn't escape, and the black flames kept climbing up to its body, trying to engulf it. It's full of materials. Don't destroy them all, Songjia reminded him quickly. The body of the sub-emperor is also very valuable, especially the toughness of this plant system, which is most suitable for defensive magic tools. The Black Dragon Emperor understood, and went straight to the head of the tree root monster. It opened its bloody mouth and bit the opponent's neck fiercely, and pulled it in an instant. In an instant, the body of the tree root monster was separated, and slowly fell down. After seeing the Black Dragon Emperor solve the tree root monster, Songjia hurried over to take away the spirit, beast soul and corpse. I solved Shaman. I solved Daxing Enling. It's not too much to ask for another counselor, Songjia said. After he solved it, he returned to Ai Jiangtu, Nanju and others. What happened? Ai Jiangtu heard the movement deep in the greater Shingon range, but he didn't know what happened. It's been resolved. After Songjia finished speaking, everyone was in a state of confusion. Chapter 551. It has to be you. Ai Jiangtu patted Songjia on the shoulder. He knew this would be the result. When they were in the Guifu team before, the gap between them was not particularly large. But now there is a gap between them, and it is basically impossible for him to surpass them. Doesn't that mean that the crisis has been resolved? Someone suddenly said happily. Ai Jiangtu nodded. Those demons don't know the situation in Daxing Enling, so we must drive them back, Nanju suddenly said. Everyone nodded after hearing this. However, it is obviously not practical to drive so many demons back to Daxing Anling, because demons can't listen to humans, and they don't know that the demons in Daxing Anling have been eliminated. So if humans drive them back to Daxing Anling, they will definitely be attacked by demons. At that time, they may choose to invade human territory. This matter really needs to be thought about carefully. Ai Jiantu pondered. Songjia said, leave this to me. I have a way. It's very simple to let the demons return to Daxing Anling. Just let Xiaohei control a demon leader and let it take the demons back. You are the savior of our Daxing Anling. Ai Jiantu hit Songjia's shoulder again. Ning Xuechen wants a member status recently. So, Songjia gave Ai Jiantu a look. Ai Jiantu smiled and nodded. I will tell them about this. Just wait. Equivalent to those inactive parliamentarians. Ai Jiantu prefers to let Songjia take the position. At least he recognizes Songjia's ability. Thank you. Why are you being polite to me? And your contribution is completely acceptable. Ai Jiantu said. Songjia nodded. As long as Ning Xuechen's foundation is deep enough. No one can shake Ning Xueche at that time. And he only needs to be a good backer behind it. Other things that are fussy can be left to Mu Ningxue and others. Since it has been resolved. Let's go back first. Ai Jiantu wanted to take the things here back. And then prepare to deal with the next emergency. Back in Heidi City. Songjia helped the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle minions to improve their strength in his spare time. There are now more than a dozen commander-level Wind Eagles in the group. And the rest are at the level of generals. If the spirits obtained are fed to the Wind Eagle group, their overall strength will undergo a qualitative change. The Ice Emperor Wind Eagle really wants to devour the spirit of the Overlord of the Fierce Ridge. But now is not the time. After all, the level of the Overlord of the Fierce Ridge is too high. And Songjia is afraid that the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle can't handle it. So he has to prepare some materials. Songjia immediately gave the materials to Lingling to collect. And the materials for Xiaolu breakthrough also had to be prepared together. At night, Ai Jiangtu and Nanja came to find him. Ai Jiangtu said, the top leaders have approved it. So you can start. Do you need our help? Nanja said. Help is still needed. Nanju. Come with me. Songjia said. Nanja nodded. Songjia was not familiar with the terrain here. So he needed someone to lead the way. The stars were sparse at night. And Songjia and Nanja sat on the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle and came to the territory of the demons. Nanja asked, what should we do next? Just wait. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, he summoned Xiaohei. Xiaohei is the Night Killer. Now he has also been promoted to the Monarch level. Those demons are not a threat to him at all. Nanja watched Xiaohei disappear and waited quietly because she believed in Songjia. After a while, there seemed to be unrest on the demon side, and a large migration suddenly occurred. At this time, Apas appeared behind Nanju from some unknown time. What do you want me to do again? Apas yawned and asked. It's late at night. Can't we rest? Help me tell other demon tribes what happened here. Songjia said. The return of the barbarian bull demon tribe to Daxing Anling will definitely alarm other tribes. So he needs a medium to pass the information. Apas has the ability to control demons. So letting her do it is the best choice. After listening for a while, Apas understood what was going on, nodded, and disappeared into the night. Songjia stepped onto the back of the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle, and then stretched out his hand, ready to pull Nanju up. Nanja nodded, then stretched out his slender arms, and was pulled onto Songjia back. Before the two of them sat down, the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle took off immediately, and Nanju was surprised and fell into Songjia's arms. Songjia was slightly startled. Nanja usually wore very tight clothes, but he didn't expect that she was so sexy. Nanja saw herself lying in Songjia's arms. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and she quickly broke free from his arms. Are you okay? Nanju was about to answer when the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle sped up again, causing her to fall into Songjia's arms again. When the two reacted, they looked at each other. The scene was a little awkward and difficult to describe. Songjia definitely did not let the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle do such a thing. This guy must want the spirit. So he created such an opportunity for him. Can you fly properly? Songjia said unhappily. After being scolded, the Ice Emperor Wind Eagle stopped and flew very steadily. Nanju had never had such contact with a boy before, so her cheeks were soon stained with a blush. Fortunately, it was not visible at night. Otherwise she might not dare to look at Songjia. Nanju patted her cheeks to calm it down as much as possible. Songjia saw Nanju's blushing cheeks through the moonlight just now. How could he not know that she was shy? It turns out that our beautiful Nanju can also be shy. After saying this, Nanju wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. I didn't. Ha ha ha. Songjia heard Nanju's quibbling and thought it was cute. Don't laugh. Nanju came over and tried to block Songjia's mouth. However, how could Songjia let her succeed? He quickly grabbed her hand and tickled her pigeon nest. Nanju was not afraid of anything except being tickled by others. Don't. I can't. Ah, don't. Nanju was begging for mercy. But Songjia didn't want to let her go. You were so arrogant just now. Why aren't you arrogant now? Songjia found Nanju's weakness and said with a smug look. The two of them were playing around. And Songjia unconsciously threw Nanju down. The two of them were very intimate. Nanju seemed to have discovered their intimate behavior and couldn't laugh anymore. She just turned her head away and didn't dare to look into Songjia's eyes. What's wrong? Songjia had played too much. And only then did he realize what they were doing. The two of them were up and down. And if they were seen by others, they would definitely misunderstand something. Come down quickly. Nanju said shyly. I just won't come down. Songjia said confidently. What do you want? Songjia smiled and said, if you can say in a low voice that I'm wrong, I can consider it. It seems to be very interesting to let Nanju do such a contrasting thing. Chapter 552. Nanju blushed and couldn't say such words at all. No. No. Then I won't come down. Songjia. Nanju looked at Songjia. She couldn't say such words because it was hard for her to say them. Then say good brother. Songjia didn't want to let Nanju go. Nanju was not only a strong woman, but also a heroic female officer. He wanted to know what Nanju felt when she said this. Nanju shook her head. You don't say it. Right? Seeing that Nanju didn't compromise, Songjia quickly used his tickling method. Ah! Nanju couldn't hold on any longer and quickly agreed. Songjia smiled slightly. Are you ready? Nanju shook her head. Songjia gave her a look, and Nanju nodded immediately. Good brother. In the end, Nanju still said the three words that were hard to say. Her voice was not rough, but a female voice with a bit of majesty. Maybe because Nanju was shy. Her voice of good brother made people feel like their hearts were beating. Bang! Songjia said, since you are so obedient, I will reward you with a kiss. Kiss! Before Nanju could react, Songjia covered her cheek. This time, not only did she blush, but even her ears were hot. You? Nanju was shy and incoherent. Songjia smiled and ignored Nanju. One night passed. Most of the demons have returned to Daxinganling, and I believe that other demons will go back with them soon. Therefore, Songjia and Nanju returned to Hala City and rested for a morning. After the matter here was resolved, he did not stay in Hala City and prepared to return to the Magic City. After waking up, Songjia received a call from Dean Xiao. Songjia, where are you now? Dean Xiao's voice came. I'm in Hala City. Daxinganling. Dean Xiao said, why did you go there? Come back now. I have something to tell you. What is it? You should know about the Holy Court of Judgment. Right? Songjia responded. Have they come to China? Yes. And they have found the top leaders of China. Dean Xiao said. Are they in the Magic City now? Yes. Okay. I go back right away. Songjia finished speaking and then hung up the phone. He didn't expect the people from the Holy Court of Judgment to come so quickly. Hala City Airport. AI Jiang 2. AI Tutu. Nanju and others came to the airport to see Songjia off. Leaving so soon? Why don't you stay for 2 more days? Songjia shook his head. No. Dean Xiao has something to ask me. So I have to go back. Okay. Come and play when you have time. AI Jiang 2 smiled. At this time, Nanju looked at Songjia without saying a word. She was upset when she thought of what happened last night. Then I'm leaving. Songjia waved to them and walked towards the boarding gate. Because he couldn't go directly to the Magic City. He needed to transfer to get back to the Magic City. Magic City. The meeting room of the Magic Association. President. I think you also know the strength of that woman. If you let her stay in the city, you should know the consequences. An old man in white said. The president of the Magic Association nodded. It's just that we really don't know where Qingyu is. It's okay if you don't know. But I know someone knows. So as long as that person comes, this matter can be solved. The old man in white said calmly. Okay. Then you guys have a good chat. The president of the Magic Association doesn't want to get involved in this. As for how to solve it, Just leave it to Song Jia directly. It's been 2 days. Why hasn't he come yet? The old man in white has been waiting here for 2 days. But he has never seen Song Jia. He is on his way back now. And he will definitely arrive today, the president said. He doesn't want to deal with the people of the Holy Court. But they are an international organization after all. As long as they don't go too far, they will be treated with courtesy when they come to China. At this time, a footstep suddenly sounded outside. The next moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Song Jia walked in from outside. Song Jia, the president of the Magic Association, was relieved when he saw Song Jia coming. This is Enders, the chief judge of the Holy Court. Song Jia glanced at the old man, didn't give him a good look, and sat down on his own. Just say it if you have anything to say. Enders frowned slightly. He didn't expect this young man to be so impolite. Song Jia knew why they came to the Magic City to find him. So there was no need to be polite to them, because they would end up falling out anyway. I'm looking for you because of Qin. So please tell us where Qin is. Enders said coldly. What Qin? I don't know what you are talking about. Enders said angrily. Do you know how dangerous Qin is? She can destroy the whole city. If it was before, Qin was indeed very dangerous. But now Song Jia can restrain the chill on Qin. Therefore, Qin is now very safe. And her chill will not threaten others. I don't know what you are talking about. Song Jia looked like he didn't know. There is an old saying in China, which says that you should not refuse a toast and drink a penalty. Enders stood up with a bad tone. What? Song Jia also stood up, not afraid of the other party's eyes. At this time, Enders clenched his fists and didn't know what to say when he saw Song Jia so tough. He looked at the president of the Magic Association and said, President Tong, I think you should know the seriousness of the matter. I hope you can cooperate well. Tong smiled. Since Song Jia doesn't know, then he definitely doesn't know. You asked me to cooperate, and we don't know how to do it. Seeing this, Enders already knew that Tong and Song Jia were in the same boat. Song Jia also knew that the people of the Holy Court wanted to capture Qin just for their own merits. As long as they complete the task of saving mankind, they can add a lot of merits to their merits. In the end, Qin will only become a victim. Enders was so angry that he gritted his teeth. It was the first time he met someone who did not take the Holy Court seriously. He said coldly, if you don't want to cooperate, we can only take you back to the Holy Court. Take me back to the Holy Court? Song Jia smiled. I'm afraid you will beg me to leave at that time. Besides, you are not worthy of taking me away. Enders shouted angrily. How dare you blaspheme our Holy Court? Song Jia didn't care, and looked at Enders with his legs crossed. I'm here. Come and take me away. Enders had never seen such an arrogant person. He turned his head and looked outside the door and said, come in. The next moment, the Holy Court mages appeared in front of Song Jia one after another. Chairman Tong quickly came to Enders' side. Chief Enders, I think you better not do it. Chapter 553. President Tong hurried to the side of Enders. Chief Enders, I think you better not do it. At this time, the conference room was tense, and Enders wanted to take Song Jia back right now. President Tong, what do you mean by this? Enders said coldly. Tong said, I'm doing this for your own good. He knew the trump card in Song Jia's hand. If the two totem beasts came to the Magic Association, this place would definitely be gone. Besides, how could Enders and his people be the opponents of the two totem beasts? So, Tong said this for the good of Enders and his people. However, Enders ignored Tong. He has to go with us today no matter what. Song Jia smiled. Just you guys? Enders frowned. He had heard about Song Jia's strength before, so he was also prepared this time. I know you are very strong, but don't underestimate our Holy Court of Justice. Enders said. You are just a bunch of hypocritical hypocrites. Song Jia walked in front of Enders. At this time, the Holy Judge mages were all looking at Song Jia. As long as he dared to take action, they would definitely rush forward. These Holy Judge mages are all superclass mages. And if they want to join the Holy Judgment Court, superclass is the basic requirement. And this time, in order to find Qin's whereabouts, the people who came are all the top superclass masters. Song Jia can also see it, but he is not afraid at all, because these people are no different from ants in front of him. You dare to insult the sacred Holy Judgment Court mages. You are unforgivable. Enders shouted angrily. However, the next moment, Song Jia slapped him, not wanting to waste time with these people. Enders didn't expect Song Jia to be so domineering, and a slap directly made him lose a few teeth. You? Enders was extremely angry. Tomley came over and said, Chief Enders, calm down. If you fight here, you will be no different from an alien. There are many innocent people here. Enders heard this and gnashed his teeth. Catch him. If he dares to use magic, we must act according to the law. Anyway, this is not their country. If Song Jia messes up, they will not be polite. At that time, all the responsibilities will be attributed to Song Jia. Just you? As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, the power of space came towards them like a 1,000-pound mountain. Those superclass mages suddenly noticed the invisible power and wanted to react. But it was too late. In front of absolute power, they knelt down one after another, without even room for counterattack. Tomley felt a little bit upset when he saw this, and didn't know what to do. If they fought here, everyone else would suffer. Song Jia. Tomley looked at Song Jia in embarrassment. He really didn't want this to happen. I know what's going on, Song Jia said, and immediately threw the others out of the window. Enders looked at Song Jia, and didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant. But when he saw that Song Jia could easily crush those superclass mages, he didn't make any other moves. Fortunately, those Holy Judge mages all have wind system. So even if they fall from the 20th floor, there will be no problem. The Chief Judge of the Holy Judgment Court. Right? Song Jia walked towards Enders. Even if the priest of your Holy Judgment Court comes, I will make him pay for it. So, don't bother me. Otherwise, what a big tone. At this time, a cold voice suddenly came from outside. Song Jia turned his head and looked at the door of the conference room. Enders certainly knew who this voice was. And this was his next trump card. Judge Red, you are finally here. Enders immediately got up to greet the other party. In the Holy Judgment Court, most of them are Holy Judge mages, followed by the Chief Judge. On the internet, there are judges, and judges are divided into high and low levels. The Great Judge has the greatest power among the judges. Song Jia didn't know about this, but he could guess that this person's strength was second only to the Forbidden Spell level. President Tomley was knowledgeable, and was slightly stunned when he saw Judge Red. He didn't expect that the Holy Court would even send out judges. Why can't you handle a small matter? Judge Red came to Enders. Judge Red, this person doesn't cooperate with us. We have no way. And he also injured other Holy Court mages. Enders said. Hearing this, Judge Red's face suddenly sank. Injure the Holy Court mages? If it were someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't dare to do it. After all, in the world, the status of their Holy Court is higher than that of some countries. Young man, some things are not something you can solve. Tell me where Qingyue is, and I won't bother with you about this matter, Judge Red said. They were able to track Qingyue through the marks on her body. But for some reason, Qingyue's mark suddenly lost its effect. So they didn't know her whereabouts at all. So, they came to find Song Jia. This was all done by Song Jia. And it was also the solution found by Dean Xiao. But this can only solve the problem in a short time. If you want to solve it completely, you need to go to the Holy Court. Song Jia looked at Judge Red, and also found the people of the Zhu family. You Zhu family are really not afraid of death. We are just doing official business, the Zhu family said. Song Jia didn't care. He knew that the Zhu family must have pushed it. Otherwise the Holy Court would not find him so quickly. In this case, let the Zhu family pay some price. He wants to make everyone afraid. Don't you want to know the whereabouts of Qingyue? I can tell you, Song Jia said. Judge Red smiled when he heard this. He who knows the current situation is a hero. Enders thought it was natural, and thought to himself in the end, you are still afraid. Come with me. Song Jia walked out of the meeting room as soon as he finished speaking. He could just go to the Holy Court of Judgment, and then take Qingyue to remove the mark on her body. Tomley frowned when he saw Song Jia cooperating with the Holy Court of Judgment. He knew Song Jia habits, and the other party would never compromise. He sighed. This Holy Court of Judgment was going to be a tough call. Let's report this matter, Tomley said helplessly. At this time, Red, Enders, and others followed Song Jia away. Judge Red, this Song Jia is also very dangerous, and we must take him with us when the time comes, Enders said. When Song Jia arrives at the Holy Court of Judgment, he will make him live a life worse than death. Red nodded. So many Holy Court mages are not Songjia opponents. The other party is indeed a dangerous person. Moreover, Master Mahler said before that Songjia was no less dangerous than Qinyue. Both of them possess powerful destructive abilities. To them, transcendent power was an alien. Therefore, Songjia was also considered an alien by them. Chapter 554. Soon, Songjia brought Red, Enders and others to Ningxue City. When Mu Ningxue saw the people coming, she hurried over to ask Songjia what was going on. When she heard that the people from the Holy Court wanted to take Qinyue away, her brows frowned. You let them take her away? Mu Ningxue had also heard of the Holy Court. If Qinyue was taken away, she would most likely be judged by them. At that time, there was only one way to go. Songjia shook his head. Not letting them take her away. But I will take her to remove the mark on her body. Mu Ningxue was relieved a little when she heard this. But will the Holy Court agree? Whether they agree or not is their business, Songjia said. You want to use force? Mu Ningxue suddenly became nervous. The strength of the Holy Court should not be underestimated. Songjia hugged Mu Ningxue and smiled. They are not good enough in my eyes. So don't worry. Mu Ningxue hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. She knew Songjia. This guy would not do anything without preparation. Tingsha and Baxia. You should take them with you, said Mu Ningxue. If they stay, I'm afraid the people from the Holy Court will mess around. Songjia shook his head. To deal with the Holy Court, there is no need to bring Baxia and Tingsha. The cards in his hand are enough. Mu Ningxue looked at him. How about I go with you? Songjia shook his head. You just stay here and take care of Ningxue City. And wait for me to come back. He kissed Mu Ningxue's forehead and smiled again. I will favor you when I come back. Mu Ningxue's cheeks were slightly red, and she looked at him with some anger. It's already in this situation. But he's still not serious, Songjia said. Then I go find Qinyue first. Mu Ningxue nodded. Soon, Songjia found Qinyue, who was chatting with Yu Shishir. Why are you here? Yu Shishir looked at Songjia puzzledly. I came here to find Sister Yu. Looking for me? Qinyue looked at Songjia in surprise, not understanding what he wanted her to do. The people from the Holy Court are here. As soon as Songjia finished speaking, Qinyue's face turned cold, and the air around them also became vaguely cold. Don't get excited first. Songjia asked Qinyue to calm down as much as possible. Qinyue shook her head. I don't want to implicate you. When the time comes, you can send me away. Songjia shook his head. Since you have joined Ningxue City, we will definitely not give up on you. Qinyue looked at him with gratitude in her heart. If it weren't for Songjia, she would not be able to experience the feeling of being a human again. Before, she was treated as an alien. Now, she has a few close friends and really doesn't want to give up her current life. Songjia said, I have thought of a solution. If you believe me, I believe you. Qinyue said without hesitation. If it weren't for Songjia, she might have been captured by the Holy Court, and she wouldn't have the life she has now. Come with me. We go to the Holy Court together. Songjia explained his purpose. Go to the Holy Court? Isn't this a trap? Said Yu Shishir. Songjia asked, Have you forgotten my strength? Yu Shishir then remembered that this guy is very strong. Do you want my help? Qinyue is already her friend, so she also wants to help. You don't need to. It will be a burden if you go, Songjia said. You? Yu Shishir retorted. But compared with Songjia, she is really a wimp. Okay, but you must bring Sister Qin back, Yu Shishir said fiercely. Of course. Songjia nodded. Qinyue smiled and felt that her life was good now. She saw hope. Let's go. We will go together, Songjia said. Qinyue nodded and left shoulder to shoulder with Songjia. Red, Enders and others were waiting outside. Judge Red, Mahler said that there is an Emperor-level black dragon on that guy. Do you think this is true? Enders asked. This is why he didn't dare to act rashly before. Red shook his head. I don't know. But even if he has an Emperor-level black dragon, he shouldn't be able to summon it for long. After all, even if he is a super-level summoner, it is not enough to keep the Emperor-level creature out for a long time. Enders nodded and whispered, Judge Red. I remember that the Great Judge seems to be a summoner. If you bring the Black Dragon, how could Red not know Enders' calculations? In fact, he was thinking about it before, but he didn't know how to operate it at the moment. I know it in my mind. Red nodded. As long as the contracted magician dies, the contracted beast can recontract with others. This is an emperor-level black dragon. Who wouldn't be jealous? Who doesn't want to have it? At this time, they saw Song Jia and Qin Yue coming out, and they all became alert. Qin Yue is a victim. How could they not be afraid? I will go with her. Do you have any objection? Song Jia looked at them. When he heard that Song Jia was going to the holy court together, Ender showed joy and looked at Red. Red was worrying about how to solve Song Jia's problem, but he didn't expect that the other party would also go with him. So, he immediately nodded and agreed. Okay. The Holy Court is one of the 8 major magic organizations in the world. It is listed as one of the 8 major magic forces along with the Parthenon, the Hunter Alliance, and the 5 Continents Magic Association. The Holy Court is in the Lighthouse Country. So, Song Jia has to return to this familiar place again. Red and Enders are looking at Song Jia and Qin Yue, and smiles appear on their faces. By then, they can't escape even if they have wings. Enders smiled. Red nodded. The Holy Court not only had the remaining formations, but also had powerful manpower. So, no matter how capable Song Jia was, he would never leave once he went to the Holy Court. The plane began to take off and headed towards the Lighthouse Country. Qin Yue was a little nervous. Although she believed in Song Jia, she went to the Holy Court openly. Who wouldn't be nervous after experiencing this? Song Jia smiled and reached out to hold Qin Yue's delicate little hand. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Qin Yue heard this and thought of what she had experienced with Song Jia before. This man could always give her enough sense of security. Only the next moment, she noticed that Song Jia was holding her hand, and her cheeks quickly turned red. Qin Yue retracted her palm, not daring to look at Song Jia, and could only look at the scenery outside through the window. After a few hours, the plane finally landed in the city of the Lighthouse Country. The Holy Court was not in the city center, but was built in the suburbs, so they needed to change buses when they wanted to go to the Holy Court. Song Jia and Qin Yue waited carelessly, while Red and Enders were extremely excited. If this succeeds, they both have great hope to rise one level higher. Are you ready? Red asked. Everything has been arranged. Even if it is the Emperor, they can be held back. They can't escape. Enders nodded. Red nodded with a satisfied smile. When the Grand Judge is promoted, he will have the hope of becoming the Grand Judge. Chapter 555. They took a car and soon arrived near the Holy Court. Ennard and Des were getting closer and closer to the Holy Court, and they were getting more and more excited. They all seemed to see their future, which was bright. Song Jia and Qin Yue sat expressionlessly, and they also saw the Holy Court through the window. We're here. Song Jia smiled. After those troubles are solved, let them remove the mark on you. Qin Yue nodded. We may have to fight a big battle later. Otherwise they won't give up. Leave it to me. If I call on you, you will be the first, Song Jia said. Because Qin Yue's current condition is relatively stable, Song Jia does not want her to take action. If she takes action, she may not be able to suppress the chill in her body, and there is a possibility of an outbreak at that time. And Song Jia needs to deal with the people of the Holy Court, so he may not have time to care about Qin Yue's situation. Therefore, Song Jia thinks that he can take action himself, and these people may not be his opponents. Soon, the car stopped outside the gate of the Holy Court. They couldn't drive in, so if they wanted to enter the Holy Court, they had to walk in. What are you waiting for? Why don't you get out of the car quickly? Do you want me to ask you to get out of the car? Enders looked at Song Jia and Qin Yue and said unhappily. Now he was very confident. This was the territory of the Holy Court, and a dragnet was set up. It was basically impossible for the two of them to make trouble here. Song Jia looked at Enders. It seems that you haven't learned your lesson yet. What did you say? Enders suddenly remembered that he was slapped by Song Jia before. Song Jia smiled. What do you mean by what I said? You? Enders was furious and had to teach him a lesson today no matter what. Boy, I may give in to you in China, but this is the Holy Court, my territory. So do you think you still have the capital to be arrogant? Enders sneered. He wanted to anger Song Jia. As long as the other party was angered, he would definitely do something without thinking. At that time, the Holy Court will work together to suppress the other party, and then it will definitely fall into his hands. At that time, he can do whatever he wants to him. Ender showed a ruthless look, waiting for Song Jia to take action. Do you really think the Holy Court can protect you? Song Jia smiled and shook his head. and his face suddenly changed. The endless power of space rushed towards Enders like the sea. In a blink of an eye, Enders was slapped and flew out, rolling on the ground for several rounds and spitting blood. You? Cough cough. Enders had been prepared for a long time. Otherwise he would have died just now. But he didn't expect that Song Jia would actually kill him. How dare he? Noisy. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he took Qin Yu out of the car. At this time, Red and others also found that Enders was beaten and flew away, and frowned immediately. Seeing this, the other holy judges and the unconquerors became alert and looked at Song Jia and Qin Yu. What do you want to do? Reed came over and said with a gloomy face. This guy is very arrogant. I just want to beat him up, Song Jia said. Reed didn't want to pretend anymore, so he showed his cards directly. You dare to be so arrogant in front of the Holy Judgment Court. I will punish you on behalf of the Holy Judgment Court today. Song Jia didn't care. The other party must have other thoughts to let him follow. There's no need to say it so high-soundingly. Reed ignored him and said to the holy judges and unconquerors around him, this man despised and injured our holy judges. His crime is unforgivable. Arrest him. As soon as these words came out, all the unconquerors and holy judges took action. Song Jia was calm and composed. In that case, let me show you my new skills. As soon as he finished speaking, the Light System Superstar Palace suddenly emerged from behind him. The Holy Judgment Demon Sword has undergone an outrageous transformation for the third time. So the third magic skill is, 6 swords return to 1. In an instant, 6 huge lightsabers suddenly appeared above the Holy Court of Justice. An invisible pressure was crushing towards them. When everyone saw the scene, they were all in a state of confusion. Light System. When will there be 6 such demon swords? Why don't they have them? But now is not the time to think about these things, because the 6 lightsabers suddenly merged together, falling violently. Reed exclaimed. Not good. Quickly turn on the holy shield. The clouds were cleared and the sun came out. 6 huge lightsabers were flying, and then gathered together to form a larger golden lightsaber. As Reed explained, his family members took out their identity orders and raised them to the sky. At this moment, everyone's heart was in their throats. They all prayed that the Holy Shield Guardian could block this attack. The Holy Shield Guardian is the Holy Court's special defense method, which is to deal with such emergencies. Otherwise, if a powerful wizard came to the Holy Court to make trouble, their home would be destroyed and their face would be lost. Therefore, the Holy Court built such a magic circle to protect the Holy Court and the Holy Court Mage. 6 swords returned to 1. Falling down suddenly, the golden giant sword fell on the golden shield, and the shield trembled violently. But fortunately, there was no sign of cracking. Seeing this scene, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Song Jia's skill is comparable to the forbidden spell skill, but he didn't expect it to be blocked. You can imagine how strong this defense is. Seeing this, Red was relieved immediately. Song Jia's skills were too outrageous. Just now, he saw the Star Palace behind Song Jia, which was clearly a superclass magic. How could such a destructive magic be released? Red felt that he had kicked on the iron plate and regretted it a little. But there is no regret medicine in the world. At this time, the movement outside also attracted the attention of everyone in the Holy Court. Red, what happened outside? Many people came out of the Holy Court. After seeing other judges coming, Red felt confident. At this time, Enders hurriedly added fuel to the fire and said, Grand Judge, you have to make the decision for me. Hearing this voice, the others immediately looked at Enders, who was lying on the ground. They didn't expect Enders to be so embarrassed. What's going on? The Grand Judge said with a serious face. It's him. Enders pointed at Song Jia. He protected Qin Yu and wanted to take her away. Hearing this, the Grand Judge and others looked at Song Jia and Qin Yu. Song Jia's face was stern, but he didn't expect some people to be so shameless. I said before that people with high positions and power are not necessarily good people. Am I right? Song Jia smiled. Qin Yu nodded and agreed with this point of view. This is Qin Yu. Who is the other one? The Grand Judge asked. His name is Song Jia. The Song Jia with mutant magic. This guy is also a very dangerous person. The movement just now was caused by him. Ender said hurriedly. He did this to get others to target Song Jia, so that his plan would succeed. Chapter 556. Red, is what Ender said true? The Chief Judge asked. Red and Enders were on the same side, so he nodded immediately. True. Seeing this, Anders continued, he wanted to kill me just now. But fortunately I reacted quickly. Otherwise I would have died. The chief judge frowned slightly, his face full of anger. Someone dared to kill someone at the door of the holy court. And the person killed was their holy court mage. You want to save people, right? None of you can leave today, the chief judge said angrily. Songjia disagreed. I want to leave. And you can't stop me. Rampant, the chief judge roared. And then looked at the judge behind him. They all understood and immediately gave orders to their subordinates. At this time, many people gathered around. And they were all superclass mages. And everyone was ferocious. They were all the holy judge mages and the alien mages of the holy judgment court. Seeing someone disrespecting the holy judgment court, they would certainly not let him go. It's really lively. It's been a long time since it's been so lively. Songjia smiled. Anders thought to himself, you are still stubborn when you are about to die. Line up. Take them down, the grand judge said. In an instant, everyone flew into the air, forming seals one after another, as if they wanted to complete some kind of ritual. Do you think I will let you complete it? Songjia finished speaking, and then summoned the bone dragon. After the bone dragon appeared, the faces of everyone present changed. This breath. Impossible, the grand judge exclaimed. He was a summoner, so he was most familiar with demons. After he sensed the breath of the bone dragon, he took a step back. What's wrong with the grand judge? Someone asked, puzzled. This is the breath of the emperor, the judge said solemnly. Emperor. Just as they were talking, the huge body of the bone dragon suddenly appeared and entered everyone's sight. The bone dragon did not give them the opportunity to form a formation. It swept its tail violently, and a large number of people were swept away. Ah! They did not expect the bone dragon to attack so quickly. The judge said, back off. Back off. All back off. This guy actually has such a powerful undead creature, Red said in astonishment. Before, Mahler said that Songjia had an emperor black dragon? But this is not a black dragon. It's a bone dragon. And it was also told to him that it was emperor level. But now is not the time to think about these things, because the bone dragon is coming, and they are also affected. Anders was very scared. The bone dragon was not far from him, so he crawled away immediately, and didn't want to stay here. Other superclass mages immediately surrounded him. Half of the people complete the formation, and the other half hold it back, the judge said hurriedly. At this time, other judges also took action one after another. Among them, they were all magicians with half-forbidden spells or above, so it was still possible to hold the bone dragon back. But the bone dragon was not in the early stage of the little emperor. It was now in the middle stage of the little emperor. Therefore, those people underestimated the strength of the bone dragon. A judge thought he could block the attack of the bone dragon, but he didn't expect that the next moment, he flew backwards and fell heavily on the ground. I don't know whether he was dead or alive. The others were stunned when they saw this scene. That was the judge, a figure with half-forbidden spells. He was just slapped away. Songjia looked at the current situation and knew that even if the forbidden spell came, he would have to kneel here. Why are you so stupid? Go deal with the person who summoned it. The big judge was furious. He was a forbidden spell mage, but he didn't want to use the forbidden spell. After all, the power of the forbidden spell was enough to crush this place. Red also realized that they only needed to deal with it. You deal with the bone dragon. I will take people to deal with that guy. The others nodded. At this moment, Reed led his men straight to Songjia. As long as he captured Songjia and Chinyue, he would have made a great contribution this time. Even if you have magic as strong as the forbidden spell, you can't use it, Reed said in his heart. Songjia looked at Reed coming, and a hint of amusement rose in his heart. Little Yenji, let's teach these people a good lesson. Suddenly, little Yenji came out of the contract space, and then attached to Songjia body. Seeing this, Reed didn't pay much attention to his actions, and continued to lead people to kill Songjia. And Songjia has helped little Yenji improve his strength, so he can be said to be terribly strong now. Stop it! After Songjia finished speaking, a rotating fireball suddenly appeared in his hand, and he threw it out the next second. The rotating fireball kept getting bigger in the air, and when it was about to approach Reed and others, it suddenly exploded. The huge flames filled the entire midair, and Reed and others were trapped in the flames. Ah! There was a scream in the flames, and some people fell from midair. Reed kept retreating. He didn't expect Song Jia to have such a powerful method. However, when he looked at Song Jia again, he could no longer see him. Where did you go? When Reed finished speaking and was about to look for Song Jia, a familiar voice sounded in his ears. Are you looking for me? Reed wanted to turn around, but a fist as big as a sandbag came towards him. He didn't react and was knocked out by Song Jia in an instant. Song Jia said, "Don't you like to be high above? I will let you experience the feeling of falling now." Reed fell to the ground and slammed into the ground, leaving a big hole. Flame kill. Song Jia did not stop, raised his arm and aimed at Reed, and the flames continued to spread towards the opponent like weaving a big net. Reed looked at the huge net of flames woven in the sky. He knew he could no longer escape, and he had to give it a try. Just as he was about to take out his trump card, a voice suddenly came over. Enough. Stop. The voice of the judge came. Song Jia turned his head and looked at the old man not far away, but he did not intend to stop the action in his hands. If you don't stop, we will kill you. The majestic voice of the grand judge came again. Song Jia wanted to see how the other party would kill him. Come! Seeing Song Jia's provocation, the grand judge said with a gloomy face, form a formation and kill him. In addition to the Holy Shield Guard, the Holy Court of Justice also has another attack formation. At the beginning, this formation could kill even the forbidden spell level. Therefore, they are absolutely sure to kill Song Jia. If Song Jia is killed, then the Skull Dragon will also be severely injured. Song Jia looked up and saw several golden pillars of light suddenly rising up around the Holy Court. They soared into the sky, as if completing some ritual. Song Jia was calm and stared at the formation waiting for them above. You dare to act wildly in the Holy Court? You chose the wrong place. The chief judge shouted angrily and said coldly again, Sunday's strangulation. In the blink of an eye, a golden sun appeared in the sky. It was bright and hot like the sun. It felt suffocating. Chapter 557. A golden shadow seemed to appear above the sun, and she was controlling the sun to fall continuously. Song Jia raised his head and stared at the sun above his head. When he raised his hand, a flaming giant bow appeared in his hand. Today, I want to shoot the sun. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he looked like he was drawing a bow and arrow, aiming at the falling sun. In an instant, a flaming arrow appeared on the flaming giant bow, emitting a terrifying flame. When everyone saw the scene, they all felt that Song Jia was overestimating his own abilities. After all, this was a killing move that even the forbidden spell mage could kill. And this man was just resisting stubbornly. But, the next moment, Song Jia released his fingers on the bow, and the flaming arrow above his head suddenly rushed towards the sun. See, the flaming arrow collided with the sun, paused in the air for a moment, and then the sun suddenly exploded. No one expected such a result. The power of destruction suddenly swept the entire area, and those who did not have time to escape were instantly involved. The grand judge and other judges reacted the fastest and evacuated immediately, not wanting to be involved. Even the Holy Court was engulfed by the destructive power. The power of destruction did not retreat, and continued to devour the surroundings, as if experiencing the end of the world. Song Jia put on a flame shield for himself, and he watched the scene in front of him safely. After the grand judge and others retreated, they escaped this disaster. This guy. No one expected Song Jia to be so outrageous. At this time, a figure suddenly appeared behind the grand judge. What happened? The chief judge cried, Priest, you are finally back. The priest said coldly, Tell me what happened first. The chief judge Bottle said, Let's go find Chinware. Then, Bottle told the story. After hearing this, the priest Chelton felt very bad. They are all a bunch of trash. Priest Chelton cursed, but Bottle said nothing. He didn't dare to offend the priest. You, a forbidden spell mage, can't stop him? Bottle smiled bitterly. He can even destroy the sun. Chelton was stunned. He didn't expect that the sun couldn't do anything to him. He frowned and said, What's the matter with that undead? That was also summoned by him. Bottle said. Chelton felt that Song Jia was enough of a headache, but he didn't expect there was a little emperor. Priest, don't we have another formation in the Holy Court? How about we activate it? Bottle said. The Holy Court has 3 formations. The first is the Holy Shield Guardian. The second is the Sun. And the third is the Holy Sword of Judgment. The Holy Sword of Judgment can only be activated by people at the priest level. So Bottle is not qualified to use it. Not yet. The priest shook his head. He would also be affected by activating the formation. So he would not use it unless he had no choice. At this time, Songjia had already come to them. Is it worth it to go against our holy court for a woman? Priest Chelton asked. Hearing this, Chiniware also saw it. And she also wanted to know why Songjia would help her so much. This is the holy court. If it were someone else, they would definitely not offend it. Her previous family also did not want to offend the holy court. So they abandoned her. And she had just met Songjia not long ago. And the other party did this for her. Songjia said, I only do what I want to do. As for whether it is worth it or not, I think I can save people from danger. So it is worth it. Save people? Chelton smiled. Do you think you can save people? Do you know what will happen if you go against our holy court for a woman? You talk too much nonsense. Songjia looked at Chelton. Show what you have. Chelton clenched his fists. If the other priest was not there, Songjia would not be able to be arrogant with the emperor-level undead. He naturally knew the power of this little emperor. So he alone was no match. Dared to challenge the majesty of the holy court. When the time comes, we will let people all over the world know what will happen to you. Priest Chelton said with anger in his eyes. Bone Dragon. Shut him up. Songjia didn't want to talk nonsense with him, because he still had a lot of things to do. Hearing this, the Bone Dragon approached Chelton and others step by step. The Grand Judge Bottle panicked. Although he was a forbidden spell, it took time to release the forbidden spell magic. In this situation, the Bone Dragon could kill them at any time. Priest, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and punish him, Bottle said in panic. He signaled to others, and the other holy judges knelt down and begged Chelton to punish Songjia. Chelton knew that it was difficult for him to resist the Bone Dragon, so he could only use the last formation. He shouted, Get up. Seeing this, Bottle's mouth slightly raised. With the appearance of the Holy Sword of Judgment, this farce should also end. At this moment, Songjia noticed the changes around him, and finally became a little interested. He thought that the Holy Court of Judgment would be like this. How boring. See, a golden light suddenly appeared in the sky above the Holy Court of Judgment, rushing straight to the ground. This is the Holy Light. This guy is going to be judged. The Holy Judgment is eternal. The Holy Judgment Mage and the Alien Judgment Mage were both delighted. As long as the Holy Sword of Judgment came out, the battle would definitely fall to their side. Songjia raised his head and saw a huge phantom appearing above. The man had golden hair, a European and American face, and a golden light radiating from his whole body. There were also several pairs of golden wings behind him, and a golden giant sword suddenly appeared in his hand. He grabbed the hilt of the golden giant sword with both hands, and suddenly exerted force, stabbing down in the direction of Songjia and the Bone Dragon. Songjia looked at the golden giant sword. He knew that the Bone Dragon could block it, but it would also cost some price. The Bone Dragon is not his contracted beast. Otherwise, he could improve the opponent's strength. In this way, the golden giant sword can be broken at will. However, the Bone Dragon is a creature summoned by the undead system, so it cannot improve its strength. Therefore, Songjia can only use other methods to block this sword. However, when everyone saw the golden giant sword slowly falling, they felt extremely happy. Before, they were almost completely defeated by Songjia and the Bone Dragon. Now they can see the other party's ending, and they are a little secretly happy. This is the end of offending the Holy Court, a Holy Court mage said. Everyone nodded one after another. The Holy Court is a belief in their hearts. Otherwise, they would not become Holy Court mage. Songjia was calm and composed. But the next moment, a contract space suddenly appeared above him. Everyone saw this and stared in surprise, wanting to know what other means Songjia had. But this is the strongest move of their Holy Court. Even if this person has any means, it will be useless. He is dead. At this moment, a dragon head suddenly appeared in the contract space. And it was a black dragon head. Chapter 558. The Black Dragon Emperor flew out from the contract space. Its huge body was much bigger than the Bone Dragon. When it appeared, the Holy Judge Mages were stunned. Dragon. Black Dragon. He actually has a Black Dragon contracted beast. This Orra is even more terrifying than that of the Bone Dragon. At this moment, all the Holy Judges were panicking. When Ender saw the Black Dragon, he finally understood what was going on. It turned out that he had misunderstood. He thought the bone dragon was the dragon that Mahler had mentioned before. But he didn't expect Song Jia to have another one. After the Black Dragon Emperor appeared, it didn't think twice and rushed straight to the golden giant sword swooping down from the top of its head. In an instant, the Black Dragon Emperor's body was covered with black flames, and he rushed to the front of the golden giant sword. With a boom, the destructive force immediately engulfed everything nearby. Faced with such a powerful force, Chelton was also a little surprised. But he reacted immediately and covered everyone with a layer of protection. Fortunately, they were far away, and even if they were affected, they would not cause much damage. After a while, this place had become devastated, and even several large pits appeared on the ground. How is it possible? Chelton was stunned when he saw this scene. Song Jia and the Black Dragon Emperor were hanging in the air safely. Nothing happened. The others were also stunned when they saw this. This was the strongest attack of the Holy Court. But now, what level is this Black Dragon? Even the Holy Sword of Judgment can't deal with it. Bottle was stunned. Chelton suddenly spit out blood. Using this formation consumes his energy very much. Priest. Bottle didn't want Chelton to fall down at this time. There is another terrifying person in front of him. Song Jia and the Black Dragon Emperor came slowly, and the people of the Holy Court didn't dare to make any move. What do you want to do? Chelton looked at Song Jia and shouted angrily. What do I want to do? Song Jia smiled and looked at him. I didn't want to cause any trouble. But your people turned black and white. So this situation happened. You still ask me what I want to do. Chelton frowned slightly. What do you want? We have the Holy City behind us. If you mess around, the Holy City will never let you go. Song Jia said, I don't know whether you will let me go. But now, all your lives are in my hands. He was right. So everyone's heart tightened. They were really afraid that Song Jia would mess around. After all, not only are they in the Holy Court of Justice, but this relationship is much better than too many people. They have worked so hard for so long, and they don't want to die in incompetence at this time. Besides, I hate others threatening me the most. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, he stretched out his arm and suddenly controlled Enders, who was not far away and was caught. Hi, Judge. Priest. Save me. Enders panicked and immediately asked for help from Chelton and Bottle. But how dare they make a move? The Black Dragon Emperor is watching. If they dare to make a move, they will probably end up like him. Song Jia looked down at him. Weren't you arrogant just now? Enders is now scared to death. The smell of urine all over the floor. Song Jia. What do you want to do? Are you going to war with the Holy City? Chelton said angrily. War with the Holy City. Song Jia became interested. Do you represent the Holy City? Chelton was slightly startled when he heard this. He felt that the other party really wanted to go to war with the Holy City. Chelton continued, although I can't represent the Holy City. What you did has angered the Holy City. Has it angered the Holy City? Song Jia smiled, and then grabbed him fiercely. The space around Ender suddenly changed, and he was directly executed alive. You? Chelton didn't expect Song Jia to dare to kill someone in front of him. Has this guy become so lawless? Sister Yer. As soon as Song Jia finished speaking, Qin Yer came over. He looked at Chelton. Help her remove the mark on her body. Chelton was stunned. Why should I help him remove it? He is a priest of the Holy Court. He bet Song Jia dare not do anything to him. You are quite stubborn. When Song Jia raised his hand, the great judge Bottle behind him flew backwards and spit out a large mouthful of blood. Bottle was stunned. He didn't say anything. How could he hit himself? Chelton swallowed his saliva. I give you another chance. Song Jia said slowly. I can. Chelton admitted his fear. Afterwards, he helped Qin Yer remove the Holy Court mark on the other party. Song Jia looked at him. You didn't do anything? Chelton asked this and shook his head quickly. How could he dare to do that? Song Jia nodded with satisfaction. You are not doing a good job as a priest. You can't tell right from wrong. Even though he was scolded by Song Jia, Chelton didn't dare to refute. Some people lose some judgment once they get power. So you have lost yourself in power. Song Jia said earnestly. Chelton didn't know what Song Jia was saying, but he could only listen. Just like being criticized by the leader. Song Jia said, so, I will help you get rid of it. Chelton was suddenly stunned and didn't understand at all. However, the next moment, Songjia took action and directly destroyed his cultivation in front of everyone. No! When Chelton reacted, it was too late. Seeing this, Bottle, although he was severely injured, still showed a smile that was difficult to hide. If Chelton is to step down, it must be him, the great judge, who will take the position. In this case, he has to thank Songjia. But, when he was daydreaming, Songjia walked towards him. Bottle panicked immediately. Why did the other party come to him? Songjia said, your leader is not very good. So follow him. Bottle was still thinking about his dream of becoming a priest. But now, he can't even keep his position as the chief judge. No! At this time, he also made the same sound as Chelton. And crippling a person is more torturous than killing a person. He was so glorious at the beginning. But now he has become a cripple. Who can endure this kind of pain? After Songjia did all this, he did not continue to target other people. After all, other people in the Holy Court of Justice have also done a lot of good things. Let's go back. Songjia turned his head and looked at Qin Yuer. Qin Yuer responded. She didn't expect this trip to be so smooth. The Holy Judge and the Alien Judge looked at the figures of Songjia and Qin Yuer leaving. They were silent and didn't dare to step forward. After they left, those people came to Chelton and Bottle. These two people are already crippled. As a result, 2 positions in the Holy Court of Justice were vacant. When the time comes, there will definitely be another round of competition. After Songjia and Qin Yuer left the Holy Court of Justice, they returned to the city. Qin Yuer looked at Songjia back and hesitated to speak. Songjia looked at her and smiled. Are you worried? I want to know why you helped me so much. Qin Yuer asked. Do you want to know? Yes. Qin Yuer nodded. Chapter 559. Then I won't tell you. Songjia smiled and turned away. Qin Yuer was furious. This guy was actually teasing her. She hurriedly followed him, and the two left the Holy Court area. The Holy Court was in a mess. It can be said that the Holy Court no longer exists. Because the Holy Court was destroyed by power. They didn't even have a place to work. The battle here also attracted the attention of many people. When they came to the Holy Court, they were all shocked. Who is it? Let the Holy Court suffer such a big loss. And even the priest was useless. And this matter soon spread out and became the hottest thing. It's just that the Holy Court was in a tight situation. So they didn't say who did it. It's just that the Holy Court was slapped in the face. And the Holy City couldn't sit still. In the conference room, several archangels frowned when they heard about this. You mean, this Songjia can summon 2 Emperor-level creatures? Uriel said in surprise. The judge nodded. He did summon 2 Emperor-level creatures. Hearing this, Uriel and others felt a little tricky. This is not a Monarch-level creature, but an Emperor-level creature. No wonder the Holy Judge's formation can't kill it. It turns out to be an Emperor-level creature. Michael said. Lord Michael, we had already captured Qin Yuer, but he rescued her. The judge explained. You should have brought her to the Holy City as soon as possible. Michael looked at him unhappily. I'm not in charge of this matter. Otherwise, I would definitely bring Qin Yuer to the Holy City as soon as possible. The judge wiped the sweat from his forehead. Before, Lear and Enders wanted to bring Songjia to Bottle first, and then take Qin Yuer to the Holy City. But who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Uriel said, this matter has caused a lot of uproar. We must suppress it. Otherwise it will damage the reputation of our holy city. Michael nodded. We can suppress it. But this matter must be resolved. Uriel and others pondered. The other party has 2 little emperors, which is really tricky. What do you want to do? Uriel looked at Michael. How could he not know the other party's thoughts? Qin Yuer was captured by Michael's order, so he wanted to let Michael handle this matter himself. How could he, a superclass wizard, have 2 Emperor-level creatures? This is likely to have mastered some kind of evil magic. Otherwise, from ancient times to the present, has anyone been able to do it? Michael said. No one spoke. Contract the little emperor. No one can do it. And there are 2 emperors. Everyone thought it was possible after listening to Michael's words. Because there were 2 emperors. If the contract can continue, then their holy city will also face threats. When the other party ignored the holy court, it can be known that the other party is not afraid of the holy city at all. Then I leave this matter to you, Uriel said. Michael nodded. But I hope to mobilize the power of the holy city. After all, my ability alone is limited. Uriel looked at the other archangels, and they had no objection. So he nodded. Seeing this, Michael's mouth corners slightly raised. If the power of the Holy City can be used, then these two emperors will not be a problem. However, if you want to solve this matter, you need to lure him out. It's best to lure the Holy City. This is the best way. And Song Jia and Qin Yuer have returned to the Magic City. When they came out of the airport, Qin Yuer said, "You made a scene in the Holy Court, and the Holy City will never let you go." Song Jia asked, "If they catch me, will you go to the Holy City to save me?" Qin Yuer was stunned, but she said without hesitation, "Yes." Song Jia smiled. "You see, this is why I saved you. In their eyes, I am almost the same as you, so we are mutually redeemed." Qin Yuer thought about it, and it was true. No matter what the Holy City is like, if they catch you, even if I die in the Holy City, I will save you. Qin Yuer vowed. Song Jia shook his head. "It's not that serious, and they are not qualified to deal with me. It seems that you still have a trump card. Otherwise, how dare I challenge the Holy Court and offend the Holy City?" Song Jia replied. "Can I know what your trump card is?" Qin Yuer was curious. Song Jia smiled and said, "Sure, but my shoulders are a little sore. If you can massage my shoulders tonight, maybe I can tell you." Qin Yuer looked at Song Jia, not knowing whether to agree or not. But when she thought of what Song Jia had done for her, she agreed. "Sure, then we have a deal," Song Jia said, and got into the car with him. But as soon as Song Jia came back, many people called him Lung Qing and others from the tribunal, Dean Xiao, Old Man Bao, and Han Ji and others. Most of them asked about the Holy Court. They all knew that Song Jia had a conflict with the Holy Court, so they thought of the people who had a conflict with the Holy Court. "Song Jia, are you okay?" Lingling called and asked. "No, but the Holy Court is in trouble," Song Jia said. Lingling said, "I heard about you. You, a bad guy, actually destroyed the Holy Court. This is all their own fault. I was originally calm, but some people insisted on dying," Song Jia said. Lingling didn't believe it at all. Song Jia would be calm? Only a ghost can do that. The Holy Court is backed by the Holy City. You have to be careful. Lingling suddenly reminded. It's not a big problem. Although Song Jia knew that the Holy Court was backed by the Holy City, he had to think twice before he could compete with him. "It's good that you have this confidence." Lingling also breathed a sigh of relief. "You suddenly came to me. It shouldn't be just for this matter, right?" Song Jia asked in surprise. Lingling nodded. "My sister asked me to help her do something before, so I came to inform you." "Huh?" Song Jia made a sound of surprise. Lingling replied, "It's about the Oho Saint Academy. So it's about this matter. Are you leaving now?" Song Jia promised Lung Qin before that he would go to the Oho Saint Academy. "I'm going to leave, but they are all worried about you causing this incident," Lingling said. "Don't worry about this. Just proceed normally. If that's the case, then I talked to my sister." Lingling nodded. Song Jia said, "Tell me when you have the result." "Okay." Song Jia hung up the phone and took Qin Yuer back to Ningxue City. Mu Ningxue was away from home and was not in Ningxue City. But they all asked about his situation, and he calmed them down. Song Jia sat on the sofa, looking at the still charming Qin Yuer, and waved. "Sister Yuer, my shoulders are a little sore." Qin Yuer knew what Song Jia meant, so she walked over. Chapter 560. Qin Yuer came over and skillfully helped Song Jia to massage his shoulders. Song Jia felt the soft strength on his shoulders and enjoyed it very much, narrowing his eyes. Qin Yuer was not in a hurry and continued to massage him. After a long while, she asked slowly, "You should tell me now, right? The trump card in my hand is." Song Jia stretched out his voice, but did not give the final answer. "You are teasing me again, right?" Qin Yuer increased the strength of her hand. "Hiss!" Song Jia exclaimed, and reached out to quickly press Qin Yuer's smooth little hand. "Sister Yuer, don't." Song Jia grabbed her hand and told her not to continue pressing. But at this time, Qin Yuer looked at her hand being grabbed, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. She hurriedly withdrew her palm, not knowing what to say. Song Jia also noticed that Qin Yuer was not right, and thought of what happened just now. Then, he changed the subject and said, "I was just teasing you. Now I'm telling you. I have more than one emperor in my hand. So I'm not afraid of the damn holy city. Qin Yuer was stunned. You have more than one emperor in your hand? Song Jia nodded. You should know that there are 2 totem beasts in the back mountain of Ningxue City. Right? Those 2 guys are now in the early stage of little emperors. Qin Yuer knew this. And she was also very surprised at the time. She didn't expect that Ningxue City had 2 little emperors. I'm afraid this is not enough. Of course it's not enough. So I have another little emperor. But it's not in my hand yet. The little emperor Song Jia was referring to was the skeleton of Obai, which is still in Zhangkung's place. There's more. Qin Yuer was numb because Song Jia had too many little emperors. But I know that this is not enough. After all, it's the holy city, Song Jia said. Qin Yuer also nodded, wanting to see what Song Jia would say next. Song Jia continued, in addition to the existing ones, I also have the power of an Orthodox emperor. Orthodox emperor? Qin Yuer asked in surprise. She didn't know the emperor level. Song Jia nodded. All the little emperors added together are not his opponent. Really? Qin Yuer felt unbelievable. She didn't know where Song Jia got so many powerful emperors. Song Jia smiled. Of course it's true. I won't joke with my life. This is too. Qin Yuer didn't know what to say. What a terrifying power. No wonder you dared to go to war with the Holy Court directly. She finally understood why Song Jia was not afraid of the holy city. Song Jia said, so, as long as you stay in Ningxue City, they can't do anything to you. Qin Yuer had mixed feelings. She looked at Song Jia. If it weren't for him, her current situation might be very miserable. Thank you. Sister Yuer is too polite. I'm a little hungry, Song Jia said. Qin Yuer smiled and said, I prepare food for you right away. Although she was ordered around, she felt that this kind of life was not bad. 2 days later, Song Jia received a message from Lingling, saying that he was ready to leave. But before leaving, the tribunal arranged 2 people to go with him. Who? Mo Fan and Mu Bai. Song Jia was stunned for a moment. How did he get together with them? This was arranged by the tribunal. And Mo Fan and Mu Bai have cooperation with the tribunal, Lingling explained. Song Jia nodded. He didn't expect that he would end up teaming up with Mo Fan and Mu Bai. Okay. Then when do we leave? Song Jia asked. This afternoon. Mo Fan and Mu Bai will come to the imperial capital. And you can go together then, Lingling said. Song Jia responded, and then hung up the phone. But at this time, Qin Yuer walked in from outside. Are you leaving? Yes. I'm going out to do something very important, Song Jia replied. Be careful. She knew that something that Song Jia took seriously was obviously not simple. I will. Song Jia nodded. How is the coldness in your body? It's fine now. There is no abnormal outbreak. That's good. Remember to call me if anything happens, Song Jia reminded. Qin Yuer nodded. Afterwards, Song Jia left Ningxue City and came to Qitian hunting house. After waiting for a long time, Mo Fan and Mu Bai finally came. Brother Jia. Mo Fan ran over and hugged Song Jia. Brother Jia, you are awesome. We didn't do anything. And you solved all the problems in Shaman. How is it going over there now? Since Song Jia killed the demon behind him, he has not paid attention to it anymore. It's fine now. Everything is back to normal now, Mo Fan said. Okay. You guys don't have to talk about the past anymore. Listen to me tell you what's going to happen next, Lingling said. After a while, she explained the identities of Song Jia and others. And then they paid attention to some things. Being a mentor? We are so young. Isn't it a bit? Mo Fan hesitated. Mu Bai said, I can help you change your appearance. That's easy. Lingling nodded. You can contact me if there is any situation. I will help you as much as possible. Song Jia and Mo Fan nodded. Lingling said, your identity certificates are all here. And the tickets have been bought for you. You can set off. I have been too idle recently. And finally I have business. The reason why Mo Fan went with them was because of his hatred for the Black Church. The second is that the tribunal promised to give him a certain amount of compensation. Why not have both? South America. Oho's Holy Academy. This is also an independent academy like the Alpine Academy. It is not subject to the control of other countries, and has its own laws and regulations. Therefore, here, their rules are rules. Song Jia and Mo Fan followed Mu Bai to the Holy Academy of Ohos. But no one was there to receive them. What should we do next? Mo Fan looked at Song Jia and Mu Bai and asked. We haven't been here before. How do we know? Mu Bai rolled his eyes. Mo Fan said. Then we can only ask someone. However, at this moment, Song Jia suddenly saw a familiar figure. And the man also looked over. The two looked at each other. And the latter walked over with light steps. Why are you here? Sha Jia asked in surprise. Mo Fan and Mu Bai were both stunned. They had changed their appearance. But they didn't expect to be recognized. However, Sha Jia recognized Song Jia changed appearance through the aura on Song Jia. Song Jia was not too surprised. After all, Sha Jia's identity was not simple. Come here to be a mentor. You come here to be a mentor? Sha Jia felt that Song Jia was a little bold. And now the holy city was targeting him. No! Of course. You can. But you are too careless. Sha Jia shook her head. Song Jia felt that Sha Jia must know about him. Otherwise she would not say such a thing.